Following the precedent of the previous session, the two chambers should sit together to hear the report of Rykov as president of Sobnarkom. For the rest of the session, the chambers sat together without further comment, though votes, delivered by show of hands, continued to be counted separately, and, in spite of an energetic protest by Skripnik against the illegality of the procedure, a joint commission of the two chambers was appointed to examine the question of the agricultural tax. There can be little doubt that the practice of separate sessions would have been allowed to lapse altogether but for a further protest from the indefatigable Skripnik at the outset of the next meeting of TTS. In April 1926, this elicited a ruling from the chair that separate sessions were required unless there was unanimous consent to dispense with them. At subsequent meetings, separate and joint sessions alternated. But, since important controversial issues were rarely raised, the elaborate constitutional machinery served no apparent purpose, and the debates of the two chambers needlessly duplicated each other. The device of the bicameral VTSIK, though upheld in theory, had proved abortive and meaningless in practice. The rapid decline in the prestige and authority of the 6SIK of the USSR, while it had symptoms and characteristics peculiar to it, was also a direct continuation of the decline which had overtaken the corresponding organ of the RSFSR before the formation of the Union, when the large, unwieldy, and intermittent representative assembly was gradually replaced for all practical purposes by its own presidium. This process, originally set in motion by successive amendments to the constitution of the RSFSR, was irreversible, and the original draft of the constitution of the USSR, dating from December 1922, contained an article recognizing the presidium as the supreme organ of power between the sessions of VTSIK. From the outset, therefore, the presidium SSSR, Centralnie Izvolitelny Komitet Sozaiba, 3 Sessia, 1925. Pages 8, 101 to 102. 2 SSSR, Centralnie Izvolitelny Komitet 3 Sozaiba, 2 Sestaya, 1926. pp 568 to 570. 3C The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 215 to 216, for the various powers exercised by the Presidium C.J. Toaster, political power in the USSR, 1917 to 1947, NY, 1948, p. 244. 242. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Established itself as the effective organ of 6SIK, empowered to take action in its name, and even its formal responsibility to the body from which it emanated became shadowy and unreal. At the session of VTSIK in October 1924, Inukage referred rather apologetically, though without explanation, to the long delay in convening the session and promised to make a full report on the activities of the Presidium to the next session of VTSIK or to the forthcoming Union Congress of Soviets. To the present session, the Presidium had nothing to offer but a list of laws and decrees, passed and put into operation, and now submitted for the formal endorsement of VTSIK. This, in conformity with precedent, was accorded without discussion. Underscore in view of the symbolical importance of the budget, it was a significant symptom when the Third Union Congress of Soviets in May 1925 specifically conferred on the Presidium of VTSIK the right to introduce changes in the budget during the period that remains till the close of the budget year, reporting any such changes to the next session of VTSIK. The substitution of the Presidium of VTSIK for the plenary body as the legislative organ was therefore virtually complete from the first. In the summer of 1923, when the establishment of a bicameral VTSIK was decided on, Skripnik had already drawn the logical conclusion, and proposed to invest the Presidium of each chamber of VTSIK with full powers to act separately on its behalf, so that the small Presidium of the Council of Nationalities would become the effective custodian of the interests of the republics. The implications of this maneuver were, however, quickly detected. The Party Conference on National Questions, which was dealing with the constitutional issue, pronounced an unequivocal verdict. The Presidium of VTSIK should be one. It should be elected by both chambers of VTSIK with, of course, a guarantee of representatives for the nationalities at any rate, for the largest of them. The proposal of the Ukrainians to form two presidiums with legislative functions, corresponding to the two chambers of VTSIK, is impracticable. The Presidium is the 1 SSSR, Centralnie Izvolitelny Komitet 2 Sozaiba, 2 Sestaya, 1924. Pages 506 to 507, 515 to 517, Sobrani Zakhanov, 1924, number 19, art. 183. 2 Treti SS Tsavtov SSSR, Postanovlentia, 1925, p. 30. CHXX The Union and the Republics 243. Supreme power of the Union functioning between sessions of SIC. The formation of two presidiums with legislative functions is a division in the supreme power which would inevitably create great complications in practice. The chambers should have their own presidiums which should not, however, possess legislative functions. In accordance with this directive, the final text of the Constitution prescribed that the Presidium of the VTSIK should consist of the 7 members of the Presidium of the Council of the Union, the 7 members of the Presidium of the Council of Nationalities, and 7 others to be elected jointly by the two councils. Point 2 underscore thus. The eclipse of VTSIK by its Presidium carried with it a formal retreat from the bicameral principle, and marked the final bankruptcy of this attempt to provide a safeguard of the rights of the republics. After 1925, the struggle between unification and federalism, between centralization and devolution, was removed from the constitutional plane and took on other forms. As formerly in the constitution of the RSFSR, however, so now in that of the USSR, the authority of VTSIK was progressively sapped, not only by its own presidium, but also and more significantly by Sobnarkom, which effectively acquired or arrogated to itself legislative as well as executive powers cotermin us with those of 6SIK. In the period which followed the adoption of the constitution of the USSR, the authority of Sobnarkom, now reduced in numbers to 10 by the exclusion of the Republican commissariats, continued to grow at the expense of VTSIK and its presidium. The constitutional uncertainties about the division of competence between VTSIK and the Congress of Soviets or between VTSIK and its presidium equally governed. 1 VKP, B, V. Rezoliatsiak, 1941, I, 528. 2. The number was raised to 27, 9 of each category, by an amendment approved by the Third Congress of Soviets in May 1925, Treti SS Tsavtov, SSSR, Postanovlentia, 1925, p. 9. At the subsequent meeting of VTSIK, to elect its presidium, Inukage submitted the lists proposed by the two councils, implying that they required the confirmation of VTSIK acting as a whole. Skripnik protested against this interpretation, but without effect. Though the issue was now plainly academic, SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny. Komitet 3 Soziva, 1 Sestaya, 1925, pages 11 to 13. Each chamber also had its own presidium, but these bodies were concerned solely with the organization of business, and had no legislative or executive powers. 244, the Soviet Order. Point 4. The relations of all those organs to Sovnarkom. The powers conferred on the Sovnarkom of the USSR for the immediate direction of the different departments of the state administration were cursorily defined in the Constitution itself. But on July 17, 1923, within a few days of its appointment by VTSIK, the new Sovnarkom formally announced to the TSIKs and Sovnarkoms of the Union republics that it had entered on its functions, and requested them to submit to it for examination questions within its competence under the terms of the Constitution. In November 1923, its powers and functions were defined in an elaborate statute approved by VTSIK. But they were defined in terms which, while they appeared to insist on the due subordination of the administrative and executive functions of Sovnarkom to the legislative functions of VTSIK and its presidium, in fact conferred on Sovnarkom a right of examination and ratification of decrees and decisions of all Union importance, within the scope defined by the Constitution of the USSR, as well as of the examination and execution of all measures necessary for the general administration of the USSR. The Statute of Sovnarkom remained the formal charter of its constitutional authority. Within this ample framework of discretion, no act of Sovnarkom could easily be described as ultra-vires, and no such conception was recognized in the Soviet Constitution. Even in the domain of treaty-making, Sovnarkom acquired independent constitutional powers. Under the Constitution, the conclusion and ratification of international treaties was entrusted to the supreme organs of the Union, i.e. the Congress of Soviets and VTSIK. At its first business session in November 1923, VTSIK formally debated and ratified an agreement with Finland on timber floating on the Neva. But at a later stage, such formal agreements were not submitted to VSIK, or even to its presidium, for ratification. The Statute of Sovnarkom empowered that body not only to examine treaties and agreements. 1 Systematischke Sobranie Studies Shiksakanov SSSR, I, 1926, 30-31. 2 Postanovlenka Treaty, Sesich Central Nogo Ispolitelnogo Komitet SSSR, 1923, pp 13-15. It was followed by a general statute for People's Commissariats of the USSR, ibid pages 16-21. These documents also appeared in Sobranio Zakonet, 1923, number 106, art. 1031, number 107, art. 1032. 3 Tridyas Sesich Central Nogo Ispolitelnogo Komitet SSSR, 1923. Pages 68-73, 1d. Postanoplenia, 1923, p. 157. CUXX the Union and the Republics 245. With the governments of foreign states, but also to confirm such treaties as do not require special ratification, and this distinction between ordinary treaties confirmed by Sovnarkom and treaties submitted to the solemn form of ratification by VTSIK, or by its presidium, proved perfectly satisfactory. In practice it was difficult, if not impossible, to discover any constitutional division of competence between Sovnarkom, the presidium of VTSIK, and the Union Congress of Soviets. Sovnarkom enjoyed practical preeminence in all day-to-day decisions, whether they issued in executive, administrative or legislative action, and this preeminence was marked both by the attachment to Sovnarkom of auxiliary technical organs, such as a commission on legislative proposals and a commission on financial administration, and of important economic organs such as Gosplan and the Chief Concessions Committee, and by the presence in Sovnarkom of party members of higher standing than in any other governmental organ. Soviet constitutional lawyers sometimes speculated about the relative authority of Sovnarkom and of the presidium of VTSIK. 3 The question was unreal, since neither body possessed independent power, but, as an agent of the party for the execution of policy and for the transaction of day-to-day business, Sovnarkom was the more important. The budget alone remained apparently exempt from constitutional compromise, since Sovnarkom was obliged both by the Constitution and by its statute to submit the annual budget for approval. 1 The distinction was formalized by a decree of May 1925, Sobranie Zakonov, 1925, number 35, art. 258. 2 For the statutes of these bodies see Systematischke Sobranie Studiu. Zakonov SSSR, I, 1926, 36-45, 52-54. 3 Current speculations are quoted in J. Toaster, Political Power in the USSR, 1917-1947, NY, 1948, p. 245, note 10. 4 Light was thrown at the 5th Tatar Congress of Soviets in 1925 on relations between the TSIK and the Sovnarkom of the Tatar Autonomous SSR. Here, the presidium of TSIK had been reorganized as a small Sovnarkom. This reorganization was dictated mainly by considerations of formality, though it should be mentioned as a positive characteristic of the small Council of People's Commissars that the Deputy President of the Central Executive Committee is included in its composition, by means of which change of perfect coordination in the work of the Central Executive Committee and the Council of People's Commissars once attained. As a further result of this reform, it was now rarely necessary to submit decisions of the Sovnarkom to TSIK for ratification. Piet SS Sovtov Tatarskoy SSR, Kazan, 1925, pages 34, 56, quoted in W.R. Bitzel, Soviet Rule in Russia, NY, 1929, pp 334-335. 246, The Soviet Order. Point 4. By VTSIK. This formality, insistence on which no doubt owed something to the time-honored precedent of Western democracy, constituted the last vestige of the status of VTSIK as a representative assembly exercising popular control over the public purse. It was regularly complied with so long as VTSIK continued to meet annually. Thereafter its prerogative in respect of the budget passed to its presidium. The haze of empirical ambiguity which surrounded the mutual relations of the central organs of government of the USSRX tended equally to relations between the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, VTSIK, and the Central Executive Committee, TSIK, of a Union Republic, and to relations between the SOV, Narcom of the USSR and the Sovnarkom of a Union Republic. 4. While it was constantly asserted in official documents that supreme power in the territory of the republics was vested in the Congress of Soviets of the Republic in question, the overriding supreme power of the Union Congress of Soviets and The organs dependent on it was explicitly reserved. Under Articles 1G and 20 of the Constitution, all decrees, resolutions and orders of VTSIK were to be carried out immediately throughout the territory of the USSR, and VTSIK had the right to suspend or cancel decrees or orders of Congresses of Soviets or Central Executive Committees of the Union Republics. The rights of Sovnarkom under Article 38 were defined in slightly less promising terms. The Sovnarkom of the USSR, within the limits of the rights accorded to it by the Central Executive Committee of the USSR and on the basis of the statutes of the Sovnarkom of the USSR, issues decrees and decisions which must be executed throughout the territory of the USSR. But even the formal limitation related only to organs and enactments of the USSR, not of the republics. It left the authorities of the USSR the sole arbiters of constitutional propriety, where the basic conception of a judicially determinable and legally enforceable limitation or separation of powers was rejected, and a constitution was regarded as a code of convenient and, if necessary, flexible rules of procedure, the overriding authority of the see, for example, Art. 3 of the Constitution of the RSFSR of May 1925. Sobranio Zakonenti, 1925, number 30, Art 218. CUXX the Union and the Republics 247. Higher organ automatically asserted itself. This process was probably helped rather than hindered by the formal provision for extensive representation of the republics in a consultative capacity at sessions of Sovnarkom. Not only did each of the republics appoint a permanent representative to the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, but the large number of officials entitled to attend sessions of the Sovnarkom of the USSR in a consultative capacity included the presidents of the TSIKS and Sovnarkoms of the Union Republics, as well as People's Commissars of those republics for matters within their competence. There is no evidence to suggest that this procedure was regularly applied or acquired any practical significance, but it helped to establish the fictitious hypothesis that decisions of the Sovnarkom of the USSR were taken in consultation with the republics and were therefore binding on them. The most delicate situation arose over the powers not of VTSIK, or of the Sovnarkom as a whole, but of individual people's commissariats of the USSR. In the three-tier system of commissariats all-Union, Unified and Republican 3, the highest layer was formed by the all-Union commissariats having no counterparts in the republics. Their position was clear enough. Article 53 of the Constitution provided that such commissariats have plenipotentiary representatives directly subordinate to them, attached to the Union republics, and, under Article 12 of the regulating statute of the commissariats, these plenipotentiaries participate in the sessions of the Sovnarkoms of the Union republics either with a consultative or with a deciding vote, as determined by the TSIK of the Union Republic or by its presidium. Point 4 the position of the unified commissariats, which one for the decrees of the RSFSR and the White Russian SSR creating these posts. See Sobranio Zakonit, 1924, number 70, Art. 691, Sobranio Zakonii. SSR Belarusi, 1924, number 21, Art. 185, which prescribed that the White Russian representative takes part in sessions of the Presidium of TSIK, Sovnarkom, and SPO of the USSR. The title representative had a quasi-diplomatic flavor which was no doubt flattering to the republics. 2 Systematichska Sobranie Diastoyevshik Zakon of SSSR, I, 1926, 33-34. 3 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 1, pages 403-405. 4 Systematichska Sobranie Diastoyevshik Zakon of SSSR, I, 1926, 68. 72. A decree of the RSFSR is on record granting to Voroshilov, as plenipotentiary of the People's Commissariat of Military and Naval Affairs of the USSR to the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR, the right to attend its sessions with full voting powers. Sobranio Zakonii, 1925, No. 5, Art. 416, a decree. Vol. 2R. 248. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Occupied the second tier of the structure, was, however, full of ambiguities. While the Republican Commissariat was clearly subordinate to the Union Commissariat, the constitutional authority of the Union Commissariat was not unlimited. Article 59 of the Constitution allowed the Central Executive Committees of Union Republics to suspend the application to their territories of decrees of People's Commissars of the USSR, but not apparently of VTSIK Ox of Sovnarkom as a whole, if these were in flagrant contradiction with existing legislation. But the Central Executive Committee exercising this right was to report that it had done so to the Sovnarkom of the USSR and to the Commissariat of the USSR concerned, and it was to be presumed, though it was not explicitly stated, that the eventual decision of the Sovnarkom of the USSR was final. On the other hand, the Union Commissariats under their general statute could suspend and annul decisions of the corresponding Republican commissariats which contravened directions given by them on all Union legislation, though this right did not extend to decrees issued by a Republican commissariat on the specific authority of the Republican Sovnarkom. These obscure and mutually frustrating provisions opened the way to an unresolved constitutional deadlock. In October 1924, Inlikij assured the TSIK of the RSFSR that, while the suzerains of unified commissariats of the RSFSR could in principle be overruled by the corresponding commissariats of the USSR, this did not apply to decisions taken on the express authority of the Sovnarkom or of the Presidium of the SIK of the RSFSR. Point 3. The new constitution of the RSFSR of May 1925 was prudently of the White Russian SSR similarly provided for the attachment to the White Russian Sovnarkom of a plenipotentiary of the People's Commissariat of Communications of the USSR, Sobranio Zakon and TSSR Belarusi, 1924, number 27. Art. 240, from Art. 11 of the Statute of the Sovnarkom of the Moldavian Autonomous SSR, of which a translation is in W. Arbitzel, Soviet Rule in Russia, NY, 1929, pages 628 to 632, it appears that representatives of these plenipotentiaries were also attached to the Sovnarkoms of the autonomous SSRs. 1. This article was based on Art. 17 of the original Treaty of December 30, 1922, which was the foundation of the Union. The original article contained the qualifying words in exceptional cases, which were dropped from the text of the Constitution. 2. Systematichska Sobranie Diastoyevshik Zakon of SSSR, I, 1926, 71. 3. V. Sarostovskih Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 11 Sazvaya, Vitoria. Sessia, 1924, p. 286. CUXX the Union and the Republics 249. Silent on this point. Article RO of the Statute of the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR adopted in August 1925 laid it down that, while Decisions of unified commissariats of the RSFSR could be SUS. Pended, amended, or annulled by the corresponding commissariats of the USSR. Decisions taken by commissariats of the RSFSR on the authority of the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR could be overruled only on an appeal by the corresponding commissariat of the USSR to the Sovnarkom of the USSR. This concession did not, however, satisfy the central authorities, and in September 1925 an additional decree of the RSFSR was issued making it clear that the onus of making the appeal against a suspension or annulment rested on the commissariat of the RSFSR and that the lodging of the appeal did not suspend the operation of the contested decision. This was merely one further instance of the progressive concentration of effective power at the center which marked the history of the Soviet Constitution. The constitutional position of the Republican commissariats, which occupied the third and lowest tier, seemed at first sight clear and impregnable, since they had no union counterpart and might be supposed to enjoy exclusive powers. But here, too, the central authority imposed itself through the right conferred on the Union to lay down bases and general principles and fundamental laws in spheres nominally reserved for Republican jurisdiction, and this constitutional right was buttressed by the patent necessity of establishing some measure of coordination and uniformity and by the lack of trained and experienced personnel, which hampered the activities of all the republics, with the exception of the Russian and the partial exception of the Ukrainian republics. The situation of the Republican commissariats differed far less from that of the unified commissariats of the republics, and had changed far less since the days when legislation of the RSFSR was tacitly or explicitly adopted by the other republics than constitutional doctrine pretended. Decrees or orders were T. Sobranie Zakon I, 1925, number 70, art. 553. 2 Ibid number 72, art. 569. 3C The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 1, pages 408 to 409. A Soviet commentator cautiously invoked the parallel of Woodrow Wilson's doctrine of implied powers as explaining the growing predominance of federal authority. M. Reichel, Soyasovetsky Sotsialistik Respublik, Kharkov, 1925, I. 96 to 100. 250. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Freely issued by the supreme organs of the USSR on all important and controversial matters. Whether or not the drafters of these decrees or orders remembered to observe the constitutional proprieties, the effect was the same. The formal confusion was immense. As the result of the large number of republics in our union, wrote a jurist of the Narkom Gudel of the RSFSR, we have at least two tiers of legislation, union legislation and republican legislation. Both are extremely abundant, very dispersed and not systematized. On the other side there remains a vast heritage from the periods preceding the formation of the union, part of it de facto dead, part of it amended by subsequent laws. In this chaos, not only a Cossack with a pike, but the best qualified professional jurist, will lose his way. In practice the confusion was less great. Whenever the central authorities stepped in, their prerogative was never openly contested, though marked differences might occur between republics in the interpretation and application of these rulings. Centralizing tendencies were always at work. At the session of BTSIK in April 1926 a Ukrainian delegate complained that ideas of founding union commissariats of justice and education are quite deeply implanted, and that Comrade Semashko is not at all opposed to the creation of a union commissariat of health. The recent establishment of a union council for physical culture was a step in that direction. Krylenko on the same occasion complained that officials of Narkom Gudel were so ignorant of the constitution that they had recently written a letter to a non-existent Narkomist of the Union, advocating an all-union code for foodstuffs. Point 3 But a large field remained in which the organs of the USSR, whether through lack of interest or lack of qualification, did not intervene, and here the republics continued to enjoy a provisional measure of constitutional autonomy. The complexities and ambiguities of these constitutional arrangements would have made them quite unworkable without the reality that lay behind them, the overriding power of the party. Under the Soviet view of law, constitutional enactments. 1 Sovetsk Stradalstvo, Spornik, 4 1926, 92. 2 SSSR, Central Neispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2 Sestaya, 1926. Underscore P 625. 3 Ibid P 632. CHXX The Union and the Republics 251. Were the expression of the will of the sovereign power, and could not be invoked in opposition to it. The notion of constitutional safeguards, interpreted and protected by judicial authority, was inappropriate and meaningless. Under the Soviet system, all constitutional appearances were in some measure illusory, since ultimate decisions on major issues of policy were taken by party organs and handed down by them to the constitutional authorities for execution. Lenin's death, while it in no way changed the essence of the situation, tore away some of the disguises, the prestige which he had conferred on Soviet institutions by his regular appearance with a major policy speech at the All-Russian Congress of Soviets, and, above all, by his presidency of SOV. Narkom was now seen to be largely factitious. Of the new leaders, Zinoviev had never held office in Sovnarkom. Stalin had laid down both his former offices. Even Kamina's appointment as president of STO was less conspicuous and important than his party functions as chairman of the Politburo and as head of the Moscow organization. The other leaders who now played the principal roles in the BTSIK and Sovnarkom of USSR Kalinin, Rykov, Ksiyuripa, Dzerzhinsky, Sokhannikov, Chicherin were men of secondary rank in the party hierarchy. The subordination of Soviet to party organs was more apparent, if not more real, than in the days when Lenin dominated both. The singular and preponderant role of the party makes it appropriate to record, as the final act in the process of constitution making which created the USSR, the change in the party's name, effected by the 14th Party Congress in December 1925. The name Russian Communist Party, Bolsheviks, had been adopted in March 1918, when the original constitution of the RSFSR was in the making, and corresponded to the period when the RSFSR had been the effective directing nucleus of the multi-national group of Soviet republics. Now that a decent veil had been drawn over Russian constitutional predominance by reorganizing the group in the form of a union of Soviet socialist republics, and reducing the RSFSR to the status of a unit of the group, it was logical that a similar readjustment should be made in the name and organization of the party. The change. CP 148 above. 2C The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, P 190. 252. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Encountered resistance which explained the delay in making it. In the party non-Russian elements were weaker than in the governmental machine, and the forces of tradition stronger, it seemed difficult to part with the old, tried name. What was achieved at the 14th Party Congress was in fact a calm promise. The name of the party was changed, not without some opposition from a Bolshevik old guard headed by Belinsky, to All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks. On the other hand, the logical proposal to form a separate Russian party on the same footing as the other national parties within the Union was decisively rejected. This, said the rapporteur, would be the greatest evil for the party, since, in view of the specific weight of the Russian section, it would mean having two central directing organs. The reality behind the argument was clear. Both in the state and in the party, the organs which had formerly carried the Russian label were renamed to take account of the susceptibilities of other national groups. But they remained in essence the same organs, continuity was maintained. In the state, a new set of subordinate organs was created in the form of the RSFSR. In the party, this precedent was not followed. Division of executive and administrative authority was tolerable, and even salutary. Division of authority at the policy-making summit was not. The RSFSR. The formation of the USSR presented the RSFSR with a unique constitutional problem. The constitution of the RSFSR, which dated back to 1918, the first of all Soviet constitutions and the model on which the constitution of the USSR was itself based, was now clearly unsuited to one of the constituent republics of the USSR. In January 1924, when the constitution of the USSR had been officially ratified, the 11th All-Russian Congress of 114 SS Socialism Communistic Party, B. 1926, p. 891. Two the national units of the party were by courtesy called parties: the Ukrainian Party, the White Russian Party, the Georgian Party, etc., but it was made clear from the outset that they were not independent parties and enjoyed the rights only of regional committees of the United Party. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 1, p. 370. A proposal to deprive them of the title of parties was rejected on the ground that it would throw a certain shadow on our national policy. XJBSS Socialism Communistic Party, B. 1926, p. 892. 3 of it, p. 881. CHXX the Union and the Republics 253. Soviets took cognizance of its diminished status by instructing the All-Russian TSIK to make the necessary amendments in its constitution. 3 months later, TSIK appointed a commission of 12 to go into the question. Point 2 The task was delicate. Adjustment was required in the relations of the RSFSR not only to the new USSR, but to the autonomous republics still included in it. When TSIK met in October 1924, immediately before the session of the 6th SIK of the USSR, no agreement had been reached. Inukich explained that the constitution had undergone many amendments since 1918, and that to bring it up to date in present conditions would demand very much time, the more so as these changes are bound up with changes in the constitutions of the autonomous republics. He consolingly added that only people whose view of the world has been nourished on bourgeois jurisprudence thought it essential that everything should be smoothly put together on paper and one letter not contradict another. In the Soviet view, it was common experience for a constitution to go out of date, to fall into partial contradiction with our practice or with this or that fundamental decision. This merely meant that the constitution must from time to time be changed and perfected. For the moment nothing was done but to approve the composition of the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR as established during the past 9 months. The interval before the 12th All-Russian Congress of Soviets met in May 1925 was occupied in constitution making. Behind the scenes, when the Congress assembled, Kursky, the People's Commissar for Justice of the RSFSR, explained that the mere amendment of the constitution originally contemplated had proved impracticable. A new constitution embodying parts of the old would be required, and a draft of this was submitted to the Congress. The preamble relating to general principles contained 1 SSD Sovtov RSFSR v Postanov-Liniak, 1939, p. 285, Sobrany. Ozakonenty, 1924, number 27, art. 258. 2D Kursky, Izbrany Stati Irishi, 1948, pages 107 to 111, contains a speech apparently delivered to this commission, in which Kursky already pointed to the conclusion that amendment would not be enough, and that a new constitution would be required. The date is not stated. 3 Vysarositsky Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 11 Soziva, Vitoria. Sessia, 1924, pages 282 to 283, 288. 412 Vysarositsky SS Sovtov, 1925, pages 136 to 178. The draft constitution was published in Izvestia, May 3, 1925. 254. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Some interesting changes. The Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People, which had been incorporated at the last moment on Lenin's initiative in the Constitution of 1918, was omitted, though reference was made to it in the first article. It had been something of an anomaly even in the earlier constitution, and much of its terminology must now have seemed quaint and obsolete. Apart from this omission, certain changes of phrase were significant. The function of the Constitution of 1918 had been to guarantee the dictatorship of the proletariat for the purpose of crushing the bourgeoisie, of abolishing the exploitation of man by man, and of establishing socialism, in which there will be neither division into classes, nor state power. The Constitution of 1925, in adopting this formula, substituted for the words establishing socialism the words realizing communism, thus recalling the Marxist distinction between the two stages, and preparing the way for the acceptance of a socialism in one country which would be compatible with the survival of state power. Other signs of the times could also be discerned, where Articles 14 to 17 of the old Constitution had spoken of the poor peasantry or the poorest peasants as partners of the workers or the working class. The corresponding articles of the new Constitution knew only the partnership of the working class and the peasantry or of workers and peasants. In the spring of 1925, the policy of splitting the peasantry was in abeyance. The main innovations were in Article R27, confirming the power of the Presidium of TSIK to act in its name in the intervals between its sessions. This had been entirely a growth of the period since 1918. An important new chapter on the autonomous Soviet Socialist republics and regions, and a much enlarged chapter on local government. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 150. 2. Apparently it was Gosplan which first raised objections to the retention of the declaration, and won the support of the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR. Ekonomikeskiasism, April 29, 1925. The declaration had inter alia commended the Soviet law on workers' control and the introduction of universal labor service, of which the former had quickly proved unworkable, and the latter had ended with war communism. The new constitution also omitted the quotation, "He that does not work, neither shall he eat," and confined itself to the statement that the RSFSR recognizes labor as an obligation of all citizens of the Republic. Art 9. 3. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 215 to 216. CHXX The Union and the Republics 255. Meant. These indicated the two main constitutional preoccupations of the moment, the strengthening of the multinational structure of the USSR through a federalized hierarchy of republics and autonomous republics and regions, and the attempt to build up a more effective system of local government, especially in the countryside, the so-called revitalization of the Soviets. The debate on the new constitution was confined to the discussion of a few minor details, and it was then adopted without more ado. The rest of the agenda of the Congress was devoted to agriculture, to health, and to the subordinate and much diminished budget of the RSFSR. It was, as Kalinin, a little ruefully recalling past glories, remarked, extremely modest. The procedure of the Congress served to bring out, more vividly than the routine debate on the Constitution, some anomalies of the new status of the RSFSR. Formerly the RSFSR was merely a constituent unit of the USSR, on a par with the Ukrainian and White Russian SSRs and the Transcaucasian SFSR. In reality, the RSFSR was the foundation on which the USSR had been constructed and still provided the solid framework of the larger structure. Its capital was Moscow, the capital of the USSR. Rykov was president of the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR as well as of the USSR, the All-Russian Congress of Soviets, and the TSIK of the RSFSR conveniently held their sessions at or about the same time as those of the corresponding organs of the USSR. When the 12th All-Russian Congress of Soviets met, the proposal was at once made, and carried without discussion, that the delegates should attend the ensuing session of the 3rd Congress of Soviets of the USSR to hear Rykov's report on the work of the government of the USSR. No question arose of a separate report by Rykov on the government of the RSFSR, having prematurely completed its business in a 5-day session. On May 11, 1925, the All-Russian Congress of Soviets adjourned till May 13, when the major Congress was due to open. On that day its members attended the Congress of Soviets of the USSR to hear Rykov's report to that body, and, thereafter, questions of competence being conveniently ignored, the report was briefly 112 B. Sarostisky SS Tsovtov, 1925, pages 252 to 253, for the final text of the Constitution CID, Post and Ovlentia, 1925, pages 5 to 23. 212 B. Sarostisky SX Tsovtov, 1925, pp 267. 256. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Debated in the All-Russian Congress of Soviets and unanimously approved. The realities of the situation emerged more clearly from some remarks of a delegate of the RSFSR to the Union Congress than from the perfunctory proceedings of the Russian Congress. What had happened was that the machinery of the unified commissariats, as well as of the commissariats now allocated exclusively to the USSR, had been taken over as it stood from the RSFSR by the new Union authorities, leaving to the RSFSR the task of creating new commissariats for its own subordinate functions. Thus, our Union has occupied all the commissariats of the RSFSR, so that in reality the RSFSR has no personality of its own, and the functions of the Komnug Turg of the RSFSR have been transferred to the Komnudurg of the Union. On the other hand, the Republican commissariats found it difficult to divest themselves of the wider functions which they had formerly exercised by tacit consent, and to limit themselves to the confines of the RSFSR. Lunacharsky was accused of behaving as if he were People's Commissar for Education for the whole of the USSR. Underscore many of the first laws and decrees of the USSR appeared in the official collection of the RSFSR. It was not till September 1924 that the USSR began to issue its own collection of laws. Point 3. The difficulty of effecting a real divorce in practice between the machinery of the RSFSR and of the USSR evoked the heroic suggestion to move the capital of the RSFSR to Leningrad and that of the USSR to Nizhny Novgorod, a suggestion reinforced by the argument that congestion in Moscow was becoming as bad as in London, and that it was impossible to move. For it was a long time before the RSFSR effectively developed its own institutions, and the history of the USSR was subtly influenced by the fact that its major organs of government had at the outset been taken over from the RSFSR. The new chapter of the 1925 Constitution, Arts 44 to 48, devoted 112 B. Sarosiyaskyt SS Tsovtov, 1925, pages 6, 261 to 267. 2 Treti SX Tsovtov SSSR, 1925, pages 133 to 134. 3. The first issue of the Sobrany Zakhanov of the USSR was dated September 13, 1924, and contained laws and decrees dating back to July 1, 1924. Plus Treti SS Tsovtov SSSR, 1925, p. 133, Ryazanov proposed that Moscow and Leningrad should be made joint capitals of the RSFSR. Tradyat. Sestai v. Sarostiskogo Central Nogo Ispolitelnogo Komitet 11 Soziva, 1925. p. 69. CHXX The Union and the Republics 257. To the status of the autonomous republics and regions within the RSFSR, which had been created since the enactment of the Constitution of 1918, represented an assertion of the continuing authority of the RSFSR over its subordinate units. A proposal to detach from the RSFSR these lesser national units in its federal structure, and to attach them directly to the USSR, had been rejected in principle at an early stage, though this procedure was in fact adopted when the Uzbek and Turkmen SSRs were created as constituent republics of the USSR early in 1925.3. Minor readjustments were made from time to time within the existing framework. In July 1924 the Autonomous Mountaineers Republic was broken up into the North Ossetian and Ingush autonomous regions, this being a part of the arrangements for the creation of a North Caucasian region earlier in the same year. The Volga German Autonomous Region, and in the following year, the Chavash Autonomous Region, became autonomous republics of the RSFSR. These were promotions presumably awarded for material progress and loyalty. Point 5. On the other hand, the Kalmyk, Chechensk, Kabardno-Balkar, and North Ossetian autonomous regions received a reprieve for their presumption in describing their regional executive committees as central executive committees, a more honorific title reserved for republics, registered, and the Karachivo-Cherkasy Autonomous Region was divided on 1 for a list of them. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1. p. 393, Note 4. 2 CWID Volume 1, pages 393 to 394, the case against the proposal was argued. In Stalin, Sakhanintia, v. 151 to 152. 3 for this change, and for the consequent constitutional readjustments in Central Asia, see pages 267 to 270 below. 4 see pages 286 to 287 below. 8 Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 7, art. 33, number 20, art. 199, Sobrani. Zakonii, 1925, number 26, art. 184, number 43, art. 319 The Act of the Regional Congress of Soviets of the Volga German Autonomous Region proclaiming the region an autonomous republic, dated January 4, 1924, ended with a belated appeal reflecting revolutionary hopes in Germany in the preceding autumn. The Congress calls the attention of the struggling German proletariat to our small autonomous unit, and once more emphasizes the difference between free, democratic Germany, oppressed by domestic as well as by foreign capital, and the real freedom of nations united in the USSR, Igros, Avtonomia. Sotsialistickie Sovietsky Respublikan Mtse Povaltya, Pokrovsk, 1926. pp 33 to 34. 6 Sobranio Zakonii, 1926, number 11, art. 82. In September 1925 the Kabardino-Balkarian Autonomous Region, on the 4th anniversary of its creation, had petitioned in vain for promotion to the status of autonomous republic. Vilas Sovtov, number 43, October 25, 1925, pages 9 to 10. 258. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Grounds of nationality into a Karachiv Autonomous Region, and a Cherkasyan Autonomous Department, the latter being included in the North Caucasian region. The highly complex constitutional arrangements required to give life to this vast system of autonomous republics and regions seem to have remained, in part at any rate, a dead letter. The autonomous units of the RSFSR ranged from the Volga German Autonomous Republic, which contained perhaps the most advanced rural population in the RSFSR, to the Warad Autonomous Region, which had no written language of its own and, at its first Congress of Soviets, renounced all legislative functions, so that it enjoyed, in practice, less autonomy than some purely Russian regions. Article 44 of the Constitution of the RSFSR provided that constitutions for the autonomous republics and statutes for the autonomous regions should be adopted by their own Congresses of Soviets and submitted to the TSIK of the RSFSR and to the All-Russian Congress of Soviets for confirmation, and these constitutions and statutes were presumably intended to lay down the powers of the republics and regions, which had remained undefined in the Constitution of the RSFSR. Several autonomous republics drafted constitutions for themselves, including the Volga German, Dagestan, and Bashkir republics. But exception was taken to the first two drafts on the ground that they both referred to the republics as states 3 and to the draft Bashkir constitution for stating that the Bashkir Autonomous SSR enters freely into the RSFSR and is united through it in the USSR. Point 4. In spite of the direct representation of the autonomous republics and regions in the Council of Nationalities, any hint of a direct relation between them and the USSR over the head of the RSFSR excited the jealous resentment of the authorities of the RSFSR. By the end of 1926 no constitution of an autonomous republic had been approved in Moscow. Thereafter the question lapsed. 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1926, number 25, art. 198, for the constitution of the North Caucasian region, see pages 285 to 286 below. 2 quoted in V. Durdnevsky, Ravnopravy Yazikov, 1927, p. 237. 3 Sovetskoye Stroitelstvo, Spornik, 4b, 1926, 113 to 117, for the Volga German Constitution, see also Vilas Sovtov, number 15, April 11, 1926. Later, the autonomous republics were recognized as socialist states of workers and peasants. A. Vyshinsky, Sovetskoye Gosударство Provo, 1938, p. 284. 4 Sovetskoye Stroitelstvo, no 3 to 4, October-November 1926, p. 33. CHXX The Union and the Republics 259. For several years, interest now centered on the new division of the USSR into regions defined primarily by economic considerations, and on the building up of a system of local government. These issues were of concern to the economic planner and to the practical administrator, but not to the constitutional lawyer, whose intervention would only have confused them. In the practice of administration, the opposing principles of concentration and devolution were often at war. The degree of recognition of the special status of national groups, large and small, varied considerably from time to time. But these disputes and these variations were governed by political decisions lying quite outside the constitutional sphere. The notion of constitutional rights and constitutional safeguards was as remote from the theory of Marxism as it had been from traditional Russian practice. Nothing was likely to implant it in the constitutional procedures of the Soviet Union. See, the Ukrainian and White Russian SSRs. The Ukrainian SSR possessed a constitution which had been adopted on March 10, 191 at the height of the Civil War, and which closely resembled the original constitution of the RSFSR. Unlike the RSFSR, it did not adopt a new constitution to take account of its incorporation in the USSR, but was content to refurbish the old one. The 8th Ukrainian Congress of Soviets of January 1924, after having heard a report by Skripnik delivered in Ukrainian, formally ratified the new constitution of the USSR, and instructed the Ukrainian TSIK to draft the necessary amendments in the Ukrainian constitution. Point 2. This process occupied more than a year. The final decision to amend the constitution was taken by the 9th Ukrainian Congress of Soviets on May 10, 1925, a few days in advance of the adoption of the new constitution of the RSFSR. Certain amendments were approved forthwith, and TSIK was instructed to prepare and complete an amended text for the next Ukrainian Congress. The Ukrainian constitution, as finally amended, revealed 3 significant divergencies from the new constitution of the RSFSR. In the first place, the Ukrainian constitution retained in several articles without 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 301. 2. Proletarsky Pravda, Kiev, January 22, 1924. 260. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Amendment. The mention of the poor peasantry as the ally of the proletariat, which was so carefully expunged from the constitution of the RSFSR, in the densely populated Ukraine. The problem of the Batrak was perennial and unscapable. Secondly, the Ukrainian constitution announced, in terms more emphatic than anything that appeared in the Russian constitution, that the Ukrainian SSR enters into the composition of the USSR. As an independent treaty republic, its sovereignty being restricted only within the limits indicated in the Constitution of the USSR, and only in matters within the jurisdiction of the USSR, the thesis of the formal sovereignty of the republics was more vigorously asserted in the Ukraine than in any other of the constituent republics. Thirdly, while the revised constitution of the RSFSR treated the constitutional arrangements of the autonomous republics as a purely practical question, the Ukrainian constitution used the establishment of the autonomous Moldavian SSR, the only subunit included in the Ukrainian SSR, as an occasion for an eloquent declaration of principle, striving to create a free, voluntary, and therefore all the more perfect and stable union of the toiling masses of all nations inhabiting the Ukrainian SSR, and fully recognizing the right of all nations to self-determination to the point of separation, the Ukrainian SSR, taking note of the firmly expressed desire of the Moldavian people to establish their own political existence within the framework of the Ukrainian SSR, unites with it on the basis of the formation within the Ukrainian SSR of the Moldavian Autonomous SSR, the recognition of the national rights of the Moldavian people within the Ukrainian Republic served implicitly as a proclamation of the similar rights of the Ukrainian people within the USSR*. The promptness with which these constitutional arrangements were carried through was a tribute to the relative efficiency and independence of the Ukrainian SSR, and probably owed much to Skripnik's clear-headedness. Nor does any objection to them appear to have been registered at the time in Moscow. Vyshinsky much later recalled that the revision of the constitutions of the decision of May 10, 1925, is in Rezolutsiya Ukrainskih Z'yizdov, Rad, 1932, pages 218 to 223, or in Russian in Pudy Ukrepliny Yarabashkrast. Inskogo Bloka, 1925, pages 92-97. CHXX The Union and the Republics 261. Union Republics in 1925 to 1927 proceeded in conditions of struggle with Trotskyist right elements and their nationalist allies, who tried to secure constitutional guarantees for the unimpeded development of capitalist elements under cover of Net. 1. But this struggle, at any rate in the Ukraine, appears to have followed rather than preceded the constitutional amendments of 1925. The autonomous Moldavian SSR had been set up by a decision of the Ukrainian TSIK of October 12, 1924.7. Its constitution, modeled on the constitutions of the autonomous republics set up within the RSFSR before the creation of the USSR, was voted by the First Moldavian Congress of Soviets at the Moldavian capital, Balta, on April 19, 1925. It was approved by the 9th Ukrainian Congress of Soviets in the following month with one significant amendment designed to make it clear that the Moldavian Republic was subordinated exclusively to the Ukrainian SSR and had no direct relations with organs of the USSR. The Ukrainian SSR was as jealous as the RSFSR of any claim by its autonomous offspring to assert independence of the parent republic. The White Russian SSR lacked altogether the vitality of its Ukrainian counterpart. White Russia was from the first a largely artificial creation, for and, as a White Russian spokesman later observed, it is only since 1923 that the Soviet structure has begun to establish itself in White Russia far later than in the other republics. At this time the White Russian SSR occupied only the former province of Minsk with about 1,500,000 inhabitants. In March 1924 the TSIK of the RSFSR and the TSIK of the White Russian SSR agreed on a cession of territory designed to include in the White Russian Republic all areas having a majority of White Russian population. This concession, which 1 A. Vyshinsky, Sovetskogo Siderspinoprovo, 1938, p. 110. 2 W. Arbitzel, Soviet Rule in Russia, NY, 1929, pages 354 to 356. 3. The resolution of the Ukrainian Congress, the resolution of the Moldavian Congress, and the text of the Constitution are in Rezolutsiya Ukrainskih Z'yizdov, Rad, 1932, pages 223 to 231. The Moldavian Congress was briefly reported in Vilast, Sovtov, number 20, May 15, 1925, pp. 14. The text of the Moldavian Constitution was originally published in Zbernik Zakon and Taras Vorayagin, 1925. Number 51, Art. 313. Both the revised Ukrainian and the Moldavian constitutions are in Konstitutsya USSR Tyamstur, Kharkov, 1927. 4. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 307 to 311. 5. SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 3 Sestaya, 1927. p. 67. 262. The Soviet Order. 4. Transferred large parts of the Vitebsk and Gomel provinces and a small part of the Smolensk province to the White Russian SSR, and increased the population of the republic to over 4 millions. Was extolled in a special declaration of the Presidium of BTSIK as a shining example of the neighborly relations prevailing between the Soviet republics in the following year. A further territorial readjustment was made in favor of the White Russian SSR, this time mainly at the expense of the Ukrainian SSR. Though less extensive than its predecessor, this new accretion of territory added a further 650,000 inhabitants to the population of the republic. Simultaneously with the territorial expansion of the White Russian Republic in March 1924, the constitutional issue was taken in hand. The Sixth Extraordinary White Russian Congress of Soviets, which had been summoned to ratify the new territorial acquisitions, instructed the TSIK of the Republic to amend its constitution in accordance with the newly ratified constitution of the USSR. The process proved difficult, perhaps because of the insistence of White Russian nationalists on the unqualified assertion of sovereignty of the constituent republics of the USSR, and it was not till 3 years later, on April 11, 1927, that the 8th White Russian Congress of Soviets formally ratified the new constitution. 1 Sobranio Zakonenti, 1924, number 24, art. 237, number 39, art. 357, for the Declaration C of it number 47, art. Unnumbered, SSR, Central NYT Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 3 Sessia, 1927, p. 93. A detailed account of the stages by which this decision was reached is given in Istorishevsky Zapiski, Sylvie, 1954. 291 to 292. It was discussed by the local and central party organs between May and December 1923, and confirmed by the 5th White Russian Congress of Soviets in January 1924. 2 For an account of the negotiations between White Russia and the Ukraine. 184 to 185. The original proposal was for an exchange, but in the end the White Russian SSR gave practically nothing. The agreement was ratified by the TSLKS of the two republics. The White Russian ratification is in Sobrany Ozakonit SSR Belarusit, 1925, number 8, art. 72, and finally by the Presidium of BTSIK on October 16, 1925, Izvestia, January 31, 1926. 3 Istoria Sovetska Konstitutsiya v Dekretok, 1936, pages 268 to 269, for the embryonic constitution of the White Russian SSR of 1919. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 1, pages 309 to 310. Plus this is hinted at in V. Ignatieff, Sovietsky Stroy, 1923, p. 113. 5. It was printed in 4 languages: White Russian, Russian, Polish and Yiddish as an annex to the proceedings of the Congress, Vosmyus Belaruski. Zx Savta, Minsk, 1927. It is also in Sobrany Sovietsky Konstitutsity. Konstitutionnik Aktov, ed. Amelitsky, Kharkov, 1928, pages 63 to 76. CHXX The Union and the Republics 263. D. The Transcaucasian SFSR. The constitutional problems of the Ukrainian and White Russian republics turned on their relations with the USSR. The constitutional problems of Transcaucasia arose from the unparalleled national diversity of the population of the region and the inextricable intermingling of its peoples, which made some kind of federal structure unavoidable if Transcaucasia was to be treated as a constitutional unit. But the three major Transcaucasian peoples, Georgians, Armenians, Azerbaijani, reacted differently to the setting up of the Transcaucasian Socialist Federal Soviet Republic, ZSFSR. The Georgians were the most advanced of the three peoples, and might have profited from a Transcaucasian federation in which Georgia's superior material resources and political experience would have enabled her to play a dominant role. Such a federation had in fact been created in the troubled days of 1918, but Georgia had not been strong enough to assert her predominance, and, with German encouragement, quickly broke away and declared her independence. 4.5 years later, the setting up of a Transcaucasian federation dominated by Moscow, in which Georgia would be in a position of equal partnership with Armenia and Azerbaijan and have to share her natural advantages with them, held few attractions for the Georgian intelligentsia. As the capital of the federation, Tiflis, already the home of a mixed Armenian, Georgian, and Russian population, in that numerical order, acquired still more of an international, as opposed to a national Georgian character. The federation, which brought increased security and prestige to the other two major peoples of Transcaucasia, seemed to diminish the independent status of Georgia. The Armenian intelligentsia, not less numerous and influential than the Georgian, was more loyal to the Soviet regime in virtue both of its jealousy of the Georgians and of its fear and hatred of the Turk. Azerbaijan possessed no native intelligentsia. The intelligentsia of Baku was mainly Russian and in part Armenian. Thus only the Georgian intelligentsia remained as a whole hostile to the Soviet regime, and continued to nourish dreams of independence or autonomy. But for these events see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 340, 343, Vol. 2s. 264, the Soviet Order. Point 4. It was increasingly isolated, and constituted a threat to authority. Only in the event of grave peasant discontent which it could mobilize and lead. The Georgian Rising of August 1924 had this mixed social and national character. But it was suppressed after a few days, and the Georgian SSR thereafter took its place side by side with the Armenian and Azerbaijani republics, without further disturbance of the peace, in the Transcaucasian Federation. The constitution of the ZSFSR of December 12, 1922, unlike the original constitutions of the RSFSR and the Ukrainian SSR, had been drafted with a view to the entry of the republic into the USSR, then in course of formation, and did not therefore call for fundamental change. But a series of amendments were adopted by the Transcaucasian TSIK in September 1924 and ratified by the Third Transcaucasian Congress of Soviets on April 14, 1925. The effect of the most important of these was to establish the competence of the ZSFSR as against that of its three constituent republics in such matters as principles for the development and use of land, the basis of judicial organization and legal procedure, and of civil and criminal law, the direction of internal trade and labor legislation. The supreme organs of the ZSFSR could also set aside decrees of organs of the constituent republics which might conflict with the constitution. On the other hand, the constitution recognized the formal sovereignty of the constituent republics, as limited only by the constitutions of the ZSFSR and the USSR. The Congress of Soviets at the same time authorized SIK to draft a new chapter to be added to the constitution, making it clear that, just as the budget of the ZSFSR formed an integral part of the budget of the USSR, so the budgets of the three republics formed an integral part of the budget of the ZSFSR. This instruction was carried out at a session of the Transcaucasian TSIK held at Yerevan on January 29, 1926, and confirmed by the Presidium of TSIK on February 15, 1926.3. The 1C Volume 1, pages 198 to 199, its national aspects will be discussed in a subsequent volume. 2C The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 396. 3. The Constitution in its final form, together with the resolutions of April 14, 1925, January 29, 1926, and February 15, 1926, approving and amending it, are in Osnovenoi Zakon, Konstitutsiya, Zakavkazskoi Sotsialistiskoi Federativnoi Sovetskoi Respubliki, Tiflis, 1926. The Constitution is also in Sobrany Sovetski Konstitutsiya Konstitutionnik Aktov, ed. Amelitsky, Kharkov. 1928, pages 77 to 88. CHXX The Union and the Republics 265. Effect of these provisions, as of all other constitutional provisions of the period, was a strengthening of the central authority. The constitutions of the three republics forming the Transcaucasian Federation, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, dated from 1920 and 1921, long before the ZSFSR or the USSR had been in contemplation, and were clearly incompatible with the new arrangements. The Armenian Republic seems to have been first in the field. The Fourth Armenian Congress of Soviets voted in March 1925 in favor of constitutional amendment. But it was not till 1926 or 1927 that the Georgian, Armenian, and Azerbaijan SSRs all possessed approved constitutions. Point 2. The constitutional anomaly of the region was the Abkhazian Republic, occupying a small coastal strip on the Black Sea with its capital at Sukhum. This was commonly referred to as an autonomous SSR within the Georgian Republic. In fact, its relations with Georgia resulted from a treaty between the two republics signed On December 16, 1921, it was officially described as a treaty republic. It acquired a constitution approved by the Abkhazian TSIK on October 27, 1926, under the terms of which it enters in virtue of a special treaty into the Georgian SSR, and through it into the Transcaucasian SFSR. In spite of the greater elaboration of its constitution, no practical difference seems to have distinguished it from an ordinary autonomous republic, the Central Asian republics. The changes already described took place within the constitutional structure of the USSR as initially established in 1923. In 1924, after the formation of the USSR, a major territorial rearrangement was undertaken, which had the effect of removing the greater part of Soviet Central Asia from the orbit of the RSFSR, and creating two new member republics of the USSR. In 1921, the greater part of the Central Asian territories of the former Tsarist Empire had been organized as the Turkestan. TV Last Sovtov, number 14, April 5, 1925, p. 15. 2 for the C. Sobrante Sovietsky Konstitutsiy Konstitutionik Aktov. Ed. Amalitsky, Kharkov, 1928, pages 89 to 106, 107 to 129, 147 to 163. 3 of it pages 204 to 205. 4 of it pages 129 to 146. 266, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Autonomous SSR within the RSFSR, with the former Princely polities of Khorasan and Bokhara remaining as formally independent Soviet republics. This arrangement had, from the outset, a provisional character, both because it cut across ethnographical divisions and because the Soviet republics of Khorasan and Bokhara were admittedly a transitional form to full socialist status. The two major ethnic groups forming a majority of the population of the Turkestan Republic were the Uzbeks and the Turkmens, both of Turkic stock and speech. As early as 1921, a distinction was drawn between the two groups by naming the western part of the republic the Turkmen Territory. Inhabiting a desert steppe, the Turkmens were a more primitive people than their Uzbek kinsmen who formed the core of the population further east, divided into several tribes. Many of them were still nomads. Settled agriculture was almost everywhere dependent on artificial irrigation, and land was still commonly held in family or tribal units. The southwestern sector of the Turkestan Autonomous SSR was occupied by the Tajiks, a people of Iranian stock and speech, and the Kyrgyz, a Turkey-speaking group less far removed by social conditions than the Turkmens from the Uzbek majority. The Soviet republics of Khorasan and Bokhara had no distinctive ethnographic basis, both containing Uzbek majorities and Turkmen minorities. Finally, to the north of the Turkestan Autonomous SSR lay the Kazakh Autonomous SSR, a desert steppe occupied by a nomadic people, also of Turkic origin and speech, but presenting different problems from those of Turkestan and politically separated from it, though. Two provinces inhabited mainly by Kazakhs were provisionally included in the Turkestan Republic. The formation of the USSR in 1923 provided the impetus for a revision of these arrangements. Stalin, in his speech at VTSIK, on the original Treaty of Union in December 1922, had referred to the republics of Khorasan and Bokhara as likely one day to be included. Point 3 at the 12th Party Congress of April 1923, while the Constitution of the Union was still under discussion, Stalin spoke again of Khorasan and Bokhara in a passage of his speech which trademark See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 335 to 338. 2 Voprosi Istorii, number 2, 1950, p. 7. 3 Stalin, Sakhainidia, v. 151. CHXXX The Union and the Republics 267. Dealt with the dangers of aggressive local nationalism, and the conflicts between majorities and minorities provoked by it. This was followed by the arrest of Sultan Galiev, the charges against him including one of attempting to establish relations with Turkestani and Kazakh nationalists. Point 2 at the party conference, which discussed this affair, Stalin took occasion to dwell on the backwardness of Turkestan, where the situation was the most unfavorable, the most disturbing of any in the national republics. Turkestan was the weak point of the Soviet power. He went on to speak of the poor state of the party in Khorasan and Bokhara, and of the inadequacy of the Bokharan government. Bokhara, it appeared, wanted to join the USSR. The question, Stalin insisted with rather heavy irony, was whether she deserved to be admitted. Point 3 Nevertheless, it was clear that a movement to bring Khorasan and Bokhara into the Union was overdue. During the next few months pressure was exercised on all concerned for a far-reaching reorganization of the whole area. On national and ethnographic lines asterisk. The first formal steps were taken in September and October 1923, when the Bokharan and Khorasan Congresses of Soviets passed resolutions providing for the transformation of their respective republics from Soviet into Soviet Socialist republics and declaring their desire to be admitted to the USSR. Point 5. But this was only to be the prelude to a far more ambitious scheme. In March 1924, the Central Committee of the Turkestan Communist Party recorded its decision in favor of a national redistribution of the whole area, and in the following month the 1 of it v. 249 to 250. 2 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 286 to 287. 3 Stalin, Sakhainidia, v. 328 to 333. Plus circumstantial accounts of the difficulties experienced in finding representative spokesmen for the different groups and of the arrest and internment in a Moscow hotel of members of the Bokharan government are given. In Bamir Zahid, Turkestan IMXX. Yorundert, Darmstadt, 1956, pages 108. 109, 140 to 141, they apparently rest on oral information and, though not lacking in plausibility, must be treated with caution. 5 Voprosi Istorii, number 2, 1950, p. 8. The decision of the Bokharan Congress of Soviets is said to have been accompanied by orders to remove officials, merchants and priests from posts in the government and deprive them of the franchise, and to confiscate the property of capitalist classes or elements. Bamir Zahid, Turkestan IMXX. Yorundert, Darmstadt, 1956, p. 141. Where, however, no source is quoted, this would have been a logical sequel of the transition to socialist status. 268 The Soviet Order. Point 4. Central Asian Bureau of the Party Central Committee in Moscow set up a commission to work out details. Point 1 underscored by the autumn of 1924. Everything was ready for the official machinery to be set in motion. On September 17, 1924, a resolution was adopted by the TSIK of the Autonomous SSR of Turkestan declaring that the time was ripe to reorganize the republic into nationally homogeneous states. The republic itself was to disappear, the Uzbek population was to form a new Uzbek SSR within the USSR, the Turkmen population and new Turkmen SSR within the USSR. The Kazakh provinces were to be incorporated, in accordance with a long-standing promise. In the Kazakh, here still called Kyrgyz, Autonomous SSR, an autonomous republic of the RSFSR. The Kyrgyz, here called Kara-Kyrgyz, population was to form a new autonomous region within the RSFSR, and the Tajik population, the only non-Turkey-speaking group in the area, was to form a new Tajik autonomous SSR within the Uzbek SSR. Each of the proposals in turn was justified by reference to the declared general will of masses of the workers and deckhands of the peoples concerned. 3 A few days later the 5th Bakharan Congress of Soviets decided to dissolve the Bakharan Soviet Republic proclaimed 4 years earlier, and to approve the incorporation of its Uzbek and Turkmen populations in the proposed Uzbek and Turkmen republics respectively. On October 2, 1924, a similar step was taken by the 5th Congress of Soviets of Khwarezm. The formal, but totally unreal, independence of the two Soviet republics of Central Asia was thus brought to an end. The scene now shifted to Moscow, where a delegate of the Voprosi History, number 2, 1950, pages 10 to 11. To see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 339, for the nomenclature CZ bid. Volume 1, p. 316, Note 2. 3. The resolution was read at the session of the TSIK of the RSFSR of October 1924, v. Sarostishkik Centralny Isvomtelny Komitet 11 Soziva. Virya Sessia, 1924, pages 320 to 322, and is also in Sobranio Zakonenti, 1924. Number 87, art. 874. For the decree, dated September 20, 1924, is in Afkhasanofantov, Uzbekistan I. Turkmenistan, 1925, pages 31 to 33, an exchange of notes in the same sense between the RSFSR and the Bakharan Republic was published in Pravda, October 5, 1924. 8. Voprosi Istorit, number 2, 1950, p. 11, according to a somewhat dubious source, the decision was taken under Durrës, the hall where the Congress met. Having been surrounded by the Soviet envoy with Soviet troops, Baymirza. Hayat, Turkestan IMXX. Yorundert, Darmstadt, 1956, p. 157. CHXX the Union and the Republics 269. Autonomous Turkestan SSR laid the proposals before the TSIK of the RSFSR at its session in October 1924, justifying them on the ground that they would make for clearer and simpler mutual relations between the peoples of Central Asia through the creation of units homogeneous both in national and in social and economic composition. The otherwise complete harmony of the proceedings was faintly marred by a Kazakh delegate who pressed for a further readjustment of the frontier in favor of Kazakhstan. The proposals of the Turkestan TSIK were then read and endorsed in their entirety. Later in the same month the Bakharan Communist leader Fayzullah Kojiv appeared at the VTSIK of the USSR to support the incorporation of Bakhara in the proposed Uzbek SSR, and the whole project received without further debate the approval of the highest organ of the Union. 2. A few days later it was formally endorsed by the party's Central Committee. 3. At the beginning of 1925 another minor territorial readjustment was made. The sparsely populated mountain region of the Pamirs, hitherto split between the Kyrgyz Autonomous Region and the Tajik Autonomous SSR, was united to form a single autonomous region within the Tajik Republic. The formal establishment of the new Uzbek and Turkmen SSRs was proclaimed in their respective capitals in February 1925.5 and was ratified 3 months later by the 12th All Russian Congress of Soviets, and by the 3rd Union Congress of Soviets, which admitted them as 5th and 6th constituent republics of the USSR. Registered. The proceedings were uneventful. At the Union Congress of Soviets, declarations of greeting were read. 1. V. Sarostishkik Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 11 Soziva, Vidria. Sessia, 1924, pages 309 to 324. 2. SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sestaya, 1924. Pages 542 to 548, 561, Sobrani Zakhanov, 1924, number 19, art. 187. 3. El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 11, 1929, 189 to 190. 4. Sitsti Matishska Sobrandias Vyashik Zakhanov SSSR, I, 1926, 207. 8. The declarations of the First Uzbek and Turkmen Congresses of Soviets are in Historia Sovetskoy Konstitutsiy v. Dekretok, 1936, pages 271 to 277. A brief account of the Uzbek Congress which was held in Bakhara, presumably as a gesture of conciliation to the defunct republic, on February 14 to 18, 1925, is in Vilas Sovtov, number 11, March 15, 1925, pages 16 to 17. A TSIK consisting of 160 members and 44 candidates was elected, 20% being non-party. Fayzullah Kojiv was elected president of Sobnarkom. 6. SSD Sovtov RSFSRV Postanopleniak, 1939, p. 331, Sobrani Ozakoni, 1925, number 31, art. 222, Sabrante Zakhanov, 1925, number 35, arts. 244. 245. 270. The Soviet Order. 4. On behalf of the Uzbek and Turkmen SSRs and the Tajik Autonomous SSR, and an Uzbek peasant presented a portrait of Lenin in mosaic. Point was added to the creation of the Tajik Republic, when it was referred to by one of its delegates as the Iranian Soviet Republic. 2. Constitutions for the Uzbek and Turkmen SSRs were finally adopted in 1927.3. No further addition was made to the number of constituent republics till 1929. The reunion of the Kazakh provinces of Turkestan with the Kazakh Autonomous SSR was celebrated at the 5th Kazakh Congress of Soviets in the spring of 1925. The Congress, which was held at KZYL, the Kazakh capital, was said to have been the first representative Kazakh Congress of Soviets, mustering 394 delegates, of whom 59% were Kazakh and 30% Russian, and of whom 75% were illiterate. Immediately after the Congress, a decree of the RSFSR confirmed the new territorial settlement, and established part of the ceded territory as the Karakalpak Autonomous Region of the Kazakh Autonomous SSR. 5. Finally, at the request it was stated of the 5th Kazakh Congress of Soviets, the vexed question of nomenclature was tackled by decrees of the RSFSR of May and June 1925. What had at first been officially styled the Kara-Kyrgyz Autonomous Region was renamed the Kyrgyz Autonomous Region, and what had hitherto been officially known as the Kyrgyz Autonomous SSR became the Kazakh Autonomous SSR. Registered degree. Both these peoples thus regained the historical names of which they had been deprived for a century or more by the usage of the Russian Empire. About the same time the predominantly Russian-speaking province of Orenburg, hitherto included in the Kazakh autonomous SSR, was transferred to the RSFSR. The most serious problem presented by this complicated reorganization of a primitive region was the lack of any trained personnel or of any substantial number of local intellectuals qualified to hold administrative posts at any level. In Turkmen, Tredi SS Tsavtov SSSR, 1925, pages 14 to 16, 18 to 21. 2 Ibid P 135. 3 Sobrani Savitsky Konstitutsiya Konstitutionik Aktov, ed. Amalitsky. Kharkov, 1928, pages 164 to 186, 187 to 200. 4 Vilas Savtov, No 23 to 24, June 14, 1925, pages 24 to 26. 5 Sobranio Zakonit, 1925, number 31, art. 222. 6 Ibid number 36, art. 259, number 43, art. 321. 7 Ibid number 49, art. 377. CHXX the Union and the Republics 271. Istin the whole state apparatus had to be constructed anew. In new conditions, from completely new persons, and for new purposes. Except in Uzbekistan, which inherited the administrative machinery of the defunct Turkestan Republic, these deficiencies were acute throughout the area. A minor embarrassment was revealed by the difficulty of finding suitable capitals for the new republics. The surprising decision was at first taken to make Samarkand, not Tashkent, the capital of the Uzbek SSR. This may have been a gesture of conciliation to Bakharan susceptibilities over the loss of Bakharan independence, though it was officially attributed to a desire to keep Tashkent, the only large city in Central Asia, as a center for the whole territory and not for any one part of it. But the decision proved too inconvenient to be maintained. Samarkand was an ancient bazaar town without any modern pretensions, and the capital returned to Tashkent. The capital originally designed for Turkmenistan was Charjuy-Leninsk. But this turned out to be no more than an uncompleted station at the point where the Central Asian Railway crossed the Amu-Darya River, and, after a brief period, the capital was fixed at Poltoretsk, the former Ashgabat, on the railway near the frontier of Iran, the seat of a glass bottle factory. One of the few factories in the area. The first capital of Kazakhstan. KZYL formerly Borovsk, was a remote township in an irrigated oasis in desert country south of the Aral Sea. This was later replaced by Almaty, a mountain resort in the extreme southeastern corner of the republic. Only the Kyrgyz Autonomous Region and the Tajik Autonomous Republic permanently retained their original capitals. But the Kyrgyz capital, Pishpek, renamed Frunze in 1926, was a small market town which had only just been connected by railway with the outside world, and the Tajik capital, Dushanbe, later renamed Stalinabad, had no railway and not a single presentable building of European appearance when it acquired its new status, so that the people's commissariats of the Tajik Republic had to be accommodated in sheds. Point 2. These conditions make it unusually clear that it is 1 Vilas Savtov, number 13, March 28, 1926, p5. 2 Planovi Hozyaispo, number 11, 1925, p246, Treti SS Tsavtu SSSR. 1925, p136. These difficulties were not confined to Central Asia. For the vain search to find a capital for the Kalmyk Autonomous Region to replace Astrakhan, a Russian city separated from the region by the Volga estuary, c. 272, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Dangerous and inappropriate to generalize about the character and working of Soviet institutions, even those bearing the same name and possessing the same formal functions, throughout the vast and diverse expanse of the USSR. Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, 4b, 1926, 120 to 121, the Otogisk Auto Nomus region had its capital at Krasnodar, which lay outside its territory. Planovi Hozyaispo, number 5, 1926, p224. Chapter 21. Regionalization. Soviet power throughout the country continued to rest on the territorial divisions and subdivisions inherited from Tsarist Russia, the village, selo, the rural district, Velost, the county, Vezd, and the province, Gubernia. The lowest unit of rural government was the village Soviet, consisting of delegates elected by the village meeting, Skod. The village Soviets sent delegates to a rural district congress of Soviets, which generally met once a year, and whose principal function was to appoint a rural district executive committee. This constituted, apart from some primitive functions discharged by the village Soviet, the lowest executive organ. At the next stage, country and town met for the first time. The rural district congresses of Soviets of each county, as well as the city and factory Soviets of the county capital, elected delegates to the county congress of Soviets, which in turn appointed a county executive committee. The county congresses of Soviets of each province, together with the city and factory Soviets of the provincial capital, elected delegates to the provincial congress of Soviets. Finally, the provincial congresses of Soviets elected delegates to the All-Russian Congress of Soviets. A decree of December 1918 invited provinces to group themselves into regions, oblasti, with regional congresses of Soviets as an intermediate stage between the provincial congresses and the All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Point 2. Underscore this project proved abortive. 3. And in the turmoil of the Civil War and its aftermath, to the first 7 years of the regime, the structure of, for the elasticity of the term village. See the Bolshevik Revolution. 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 126, Note 1. 2 Sobranio Zakonai, 1917 to 1918, Number 99, Art. 1019. 3 4 regions of the RSFSR, Moscow, Ural, Northern, and Western, were actually formed, but were all liquidated by May 1918. El Kaganovich. Mesno Sovetsko Suboperplini, 1923, pages 51 to 52, quoted in Voprosi. Ekonomikoskogo Ryadorovania SSSR, ed. G. Krzyzanowski, 1957, pp 237. 273. 274. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Little of this formal structure of local government can have remained intact. The effective trend down to 1922 was towards decentralization and the multiplication of units of local authority. In the territory of the RSFSR, for which alone statistics were available, the 56 provinces, 476 counties, and 10,606 rural districts existing in 1917 had risen 5 years later to 80 autonomous regions and provinces, 601 counties, and 12,363 rural districts. Simultaneously with this spontaneous process, however, quite different policies were being canvassed by the central authorities. In the last years of the Tsarist regime, the inconvenience of having so large a number of provinces, 97 for the whole Russian Empire, as the highest form of administrative unit had come to be recognized, and the practice had grown up of classifying the provinces into 19 regions, area or oblasti, though this division had no administrative effect. Point 2 After the revolution, the renewed impulse to administrative reorganization was to come from the economic planners, who were concerned not only to have a more manageable number of units, but to bring into existence a new system of divisions and subdivisions which would conform, not to ancient historical traditions, but to current economic realities. The 7th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in December 1919 instructed the TSIK to work out the practical question of a new administrative economic division of the RSFSR, 3 and VTSIK duly set up a so-called administrative commission to deal with the project. The 9th Party Congress of March 1920, in the same resolution which had for the first time propounded the desideratum of a single economic plan, as cautiously drew attention to the importance of creating large-scale regional economic organs for broad areas copyright remote from the center and distinguished by special economic conditions. The Congress regards it as 1a Lusian, O.T. Velocity K. Rando, 1929, p. 15. 2. A detailed proposal to group the G7 provinces, including Finland, into 14 regions, Cray, was made by Mendeleev, the scientist and geographer. Witt's advisor, in 1896, D. I. Mendeleev, Sakhanintia, XXI, 1952, 197 to 212. When the results of the 1,897 census were published, the 89 provinces, excluding Finland, where the census was not taken, were grouped in 19 regions. 1 SSD Savto RSFSR v Postanobliniak, 1939, p. 152. 4 Ryanurovani SSSR, ed. K. E. Grove, 1925, p. 18. 3 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 370. 6 The word used is rayon, which had not yet acquired its technical sense as a minor unit, a district, to replace the rural district, Velost. The whole process of administrative reorganization was commonly known as Ryanurovani. CHXXI Regionalization 275. Absolutely indispensable in the near future to create strong and competent regional economic organs on the principle of delegation from the corresponding state authorities. These regional bureaus, composed of experienced workers, adopting the standpoint of general state interests, should have wide powers in the sphere of the immediate direction of local economic life, so that by uniting both provincial Sovnarkozy and area administrations, they may carry out, on the basis of a plan confirmed by the center, all necessary changes, transfers of raw materials and of labor power, etc., which are required by the circumstances. The delimitation of the regional boundaries necessary for the creation of regional agencies of the central authority must be conducted on the basis of economic considerations. Taking its cue from this resolution, the 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in December 1920 pronounced in favor of a new administrative economic division of the Russian Socialist Federal Soviet Republic, primarily on the basis of economic affinity. Point 2 At this time, however, interest turned mainly on agricultural development, and the purpose of the project was to group together areas where conditions and problems were similar. Point 3 The region should be formed. Ran a report of VTSIK of this period by separating a distinct, and so far as possible economically complete, territory which, thanks to a combination of natural qualities, of the cultural acquisitions of former times, and of a population prepared for productive activity, can represent one of the links in the general chain of the national economy. Other lines of advance contributed more directly to the ultimate acceptance of regionalization. The 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets also gave its approval to a project of electrification which, with the personal encouragement of Lenin, was worked. 1 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I. 332. 2 SSD Sovtov RSFSR v Postanobliniak, 1939, p. 179. 3 This conception persisted to a much later date and was the theme of B. N. Nipovich, Selskahozhizbeno Ryanurovani, a work issued by the Planning Department of Narkomzem in 1925, a long study of agricultural regionalization from this point of view, apparently written early in 1926. Appeared in Encyclopediczkie Slovar Ruskiego Bibliograficzego Instytutu. Granite, Sli, 2, ND 1927, COLS 42 to 133. Asterisk quoted in Planowe Hozjaistvo, number 11, 1936, pages 145 to 146. 276 The Soviet Order. Point 4. Out during the following year by a commission on electrification. Goloro. Electrification was necessarily organized on a regional basis, and the Goloro plan provided for a division of Soviet territory into 7 broad regions, each of which was to have its own plan of electrification. Point 2. Meanwhile, the foundation of GO's plan made it certain that the project of an administrative reorganization of the whole country on economic lines would be kept well in view, and shifted the emphasis from agricultural to industrial development. In the summer of 1921, Gosplan set up a regionalization section, and issued a pamphlet written by the head of the section, Alexandrov, under the title The Economic Regionalization of the RSFSR, which was described in the journal of Gosplan as the first attempt at a profoundly thought-out, revolutionary, and at the same time fully scientific and purely Marxist approach, a collection of epithets designed to convey that it looked to the future as well as to the present, and was concerned with economic expansion rather than with administrative convenience. The outline of the scheme was a division of the European provinces of the RSFSR together with the new industrial regions of Western Siberia into 13 regions, each of which would have its own plan of economic development. Later in the year, Alexandrov prepared a more detailed scheme for the creation of 21 regions, 12 in European and G in Asiatic Russia, which received the endorsement of Khrushchevsky. Contact was now established with the Administrative Commission of VTSIK, which gave its approval in principle to these projects, and they formed the basis of the discussions of an all-Russian conference of workers on regionalization, which met in Moscow in February 1922 under the presidency of Rykov. 5 As a result of these discussions, the Commission submitted a set of theses to the Presidium of VTSIK, which were approved by that body on April 13, 1922, for submission to the forthcoming session of 1 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 375 to 378. 2 The original plan was reprinted as Plan Goloro, 1955. 3 Socialistic Iskohozjaistvo, number 4, 1925, pp 73 to 79, the promised Continuation of this article never seems to have appeared. Planovi Socialismo. Number 3, 1925, pages 235 to 236. For both Alexandrov's projects were reprinted in an abbreviated form. Together with Krzyzanowski's article, in Voprozy Ekonomickiego Rayonero. Vania, ed. G. Krzyzanowski, 1957, pages 66 to 101. 5 Planovi Socialismo, number 3, 1925, pages 235 to 238. CHXXL Regionalization 277. VTSIK. The regional reorganization foreshadowed in the theses was to provide for the reduction in the number of administrative units recommended by the 9th All-Russian Congress of Soviets. It was to be based on the economic principle, which was understood to imply a practical division of labor between different regions as well as the best utilization of all the potentialities of each. The 21 regions proposed by Gosplan were provisionally adopted, and the scheme was to involve a threefold hierarchy of units: the region, oblast, the department, okrug, which was to supersede the existing province and the existing county and be halfway between them in size, and the district, Rayon, which was to replace the existing rural district, Volast. Autonomous national republics or regions would be fitted into the regions without altering their boundaries or diminishing their political rights. The place to be taken in the scheme by republics, linked by treaty with the RSFSR3 could, of course, be determined only by fresh treaties. The theses, together with a long report by the Commission * were submitted to the session of VTSIK in May 1922, and were discussed by a special conference of interested delegates. Here objections were evidently raised, though no detailed records were published, to the implied curtailment of the rights of national or local units. It was apparently the absence of representatives of the outlying regions, or perhaps the opposition of some of them, which induced VTSIK to refrain from taking any decision on the project. Gosplan was at this stage simply invited to circulate it for further consideration. 5. The national issue, thus, for the first time, cast its shadow across the path of the reformers. Alexandrov's original Gosplan projects of 1921 were criticized in the organ of the People's Commissariat of Nationalities on the ground that they diminished the substance of autonomy in the national republics and regions. Degree about the 1 for the thesis C. Ryan Rovani SSSR, ed. K. E. Grove, 1925, pages 47 to 50. Or Voprozy Ekonomickiego Ryan Rovani, ed. G. Krzyzanowski, 1957. Pages 102 to 108. Their approval by the Presidium is recorded P 305. 2 for this recommendation CP 295 below. 3 for these republics see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, P 380. 4 Voprozy Ekonomickiego Ryan Rovani, ed. G. Krzyzanowski, 1957. Pages 109 to 174. This is said to be an abbreviated version of the report. 8-3 Sesja Visa Rosji Skogok Central Nogo Ispolitel Nogo Komitet 1 X Soziba. Number 12, May 28, 1922, pages 16 to 20. 6 CN National Nostet, No, 21, 119, October 10, 1921. 278 The Soviet Order. 4. Time of the discussions in VTSIK. Representative of the Chuvash Autonomous Region protested that, if the autonomous regions and republics are to enjoy only political rights, there is no point in calling them autonomous national regions and republics. No formula really resolved the dilemma. On the one hand, it was clear that a redivision of Soviet territory on economic lines was liable to cut across the division on national lines so ardently proclaimed in the first stage of the revolution, and there were certainly those who saw in territorial planning under the name of regionalization a corrective to the evils of national separatism. It was not only in Soviet Russia that a potential clash could be discerned between the claims of national self-determination and the claims of economic progress. 2 On the other hand, the Bolshevik doctrine of self-determination had sought to escape from this dilemma by insisting on the principle of equal economic development and equal economic opportunity as an indispensable condition of equality between nations, and therefore of national independence. The assertion that one of the main objectives of planning, and of the territorial and administrative rearrangements designed to facilitate it, was to carry the advantages of industrial development to the more backward regions of the country, to integrate them with the more advanced regions, and thus promote a policy of uniformity and equality which removed the last traces of discrimination between ruling and subject nations, was not devoid of substance. All the national republics and autonomous republics or regions, with the single exception of the Ukraine, were economically backward regions with a low proportion of industrial development and urban population. Most of them were thinly populated and suffered from undeveloped communications. Some were still entirely primitive. They therefore offered a vast and largely virgin field for development. But a working compromise had still to be reached between those who one's his National Naste, number 12, 147, June 15, 1922. To the manifesto of the Second Congress of Comintern in July 1920, having noted that the workers' state is capable of painlessly harmonizing national demands with economic demands, purifying the former of chauvinism, and freeing the latter of imperialism, went on, socialism strives to combine all regions, all districts, all nationalities, in the unity of an economic plan, Istokesky International v. Doktak, 1933, pp 151. 3 For a discussion of these questions see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917. 1923, Volume 1, pages 365 to 367, 378 to 379. CHXXI Regionalization 279. Wish to sacrifice everything to the rapid attainment of uniformity and equality, and those who wish to leave open the widest scope for national differences and to stress the separate and particular status of national units within the broader framework. The initial obstacles came, however, not only from national opposition, but also from the vested interests of existing units. What Krzyzanowski called the perished pump of our former provinces. Gosplan hastened, on the basis of its provisional scheme of regions, to appoint regional planning commissions. But these for a long time failed to secure recognition or cooperation from the provincial authorities. Little or no practical progress had been made when the matter was taken up by the 12th Party Congress in April 1923. Rykov made the report with a show of reluctance, and admitted that some party members had not wanted to have it raised at the Congress. He dwelt on the importance of the rural district organization, which was the point of contact with the peasant masses. The rural districts should be enlarged in order to make them more efficient. The other crucial level in the governmental structure was the region, which was particularly associated with economic planning. Rykov's report provoked no discussion, and the resolution put forward by him was unanimously adopted. It displayed an unusually acute consciousness of the difficulties involved. While it recognized the former administrative economic division of the republic as obsolete, it admitted that the introduction of a new system requires a cautious approach and a long lapse of time for its final realization. It treated the Gosplan project, approved by the Commission of VTSIK, as a preliminary working hypothesis which needs to be supplemented, verified and elaborated on the basis of experience. Having noted the work already proceeding in the Ukraine, it instructed the Central Planowy Hozyaistvo, number 3, 1926, p. 39, its own belfry is the Russian idiom. Jealousy was not confined to vested bureaucratic interests. A case was quoted in which, several rural districts having been amalgamated to form a new district, the peasants insisted on outsiders being brought into man. The district executive committee, lest it should fall under the control of any one of the old rural districts, Savshani Povo Prozam Savitsko Gostro Itelspa. 1925 G. Yanver, 1925, p. 153. 2 Planowy Hozyaistvo, number 3, 1926, p. 205. 3 Dvonetsat ISS Rossi Komtikiskot Perdit, Bolshevikov. 1923, pp 429 to 438, 574 to 575. Vol. 2t. 280, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Committee of the party to carry out the project of redivision for a beginning in 2 regions, one industrial, the other agricultural. Plans for other regions, national republics, and provinces should continue to be studied, but were not to be put into effect till the lessons of 2 initial experiments had been digested. The absolute necessity for the existence and further development of national republics was reaffirmed, and attempts to subordinate them to a central power condemned. The need for contact with the masses was once more stressed. Any scheme for the enlargement of the rural districts must be carried out with the greatest caution and with full regard for the interests of the broad masses of the peasant population. During the next 3 years the process of regionalization went forward on the lines laid down by the 12th Party Congress of April 1923. The reference in the Congress resolution to the Ukraine was significant. The Ukraine, though relatively small in area, contained nearly 20% of the population of the USSR. It produced 28% of the grain of the USSR and 52% of the marketable surplus of grain, 80% of the sugar, 70% of the pig iron and 65% of the iron ore. It had also enjoyed under the Tsars a more developed form of local government. At the same time, the Ukraine suffered more than any other part of the Union from the chronic problem of agrarian overpopulation, and the devastation of the Civil War had fallen on it more severely than on any other region. For these reasons it was a particularly important and potentially fruitful area for planning. But the Ukraine, more than any other constituent republic of the USSR, jealously asserted its independence. More than any other, it was in a position to act for itself and to make good its own point of view. The Ukrainian SSR embraced with enthusiasm the principle of regionalization. Already in 1922, in advance of any other Soviet republic, it had reduced the number of its provinces from 12 to 9, and within these replaced its counties, Westy, by a smaller number of departments, Okruga, and its rural districts, Velocity, by a smaller 1 VKP, B, V Rizoliotstyak, 1941, I, 497 to 498. 2 These figures are quoted in Planowy Hozyaistvo, number 6, 1926, p. 179. CHXXI regionalization 281. Number of districts, Rani, dot. Underscore this new organization was provided for in a series of decrees in the spring of 1923 immediately before and after the 12th Party Congress. Here, however, a controversy arose between the Ukrainian SSR as established by the Constitution of the USSR of 1923 and the central authorities of Gosplan. The original scheme of Gosplan for 21 regions included a proposal to create, on the territory of the Ukrainian Republic, 2 separate regions, a mining, manufacturing region centering on Kharkov and an agricultural region centering on Kiev. This division would, in the view of the Ukrainian authorities, have perpetuated the dichotomy in the body of the Ukrainian Republic, which was already a threat to its national character. It merely reproduced and emphasized the existing division between the predominantly agricultural and overwhelmingly Ukrainian sector of the country on the right bank of the Dnieper and the predominantly industrial and partially Russianized sector on the left bank, and the scheme was made all the more obnoxious by the Gosplan proposal to include in the Kharkov region a sector of territory of the RSFSR, including the port of Rostov. An alternative proposal by the Ukrainian Gosplan, the creation of a third region centering on Odessa, did not remove this objection point to the Ukrainian SSR. Rather than submit to the Gosplan proposal, decided to dispense with any provincial or regional divisions. Under the final scheme of reorganization, the Ukrainian SSR was divided into 41 departments, Okruga, the departments corresponding not merely to the departments, the enlarged counties, but also to the regions of the rest of the USSR. This so-called 3-tier system, center, department, district, was approved in the summer of 1925, and the relevant decisions were taken by the TSIK of the Ukrainian SSR at its session of October 1922, Ryanurovani SSSR, ed. K. Igorov, 1925. P. 112. 2 The decrees on the provinces were dated March 7, 1923, Zberniko Zakonin. Taras Boryajan, 1923, No 18-19, Arts. 306 to 314, No 20 to 21, Art. 317, those on the departments and districts May 30, 1923, Ibid No 20 to 21, Arts 318 to 319. The history of the process is traced in a resolution of the 9th Ukrainian Congress of Soviets in May 1925, Pudy Ukraplini Yarabash Krestinskogo Bloka. 1925, p. 90. 3 For this controversy see Planowy Hozyaistvo, number 6, 1926, pages 180 to 181. SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Sozyva, 2 Sesia, 1926, p. 406, Voprozy Ekonomikoskogo Ordinarevenia, ed. G. Krzyzanowski, 1957. pp. 320. 282 The Soviet Order. Point 4. Brought into effect on October 1, 1925.1 The Moldavian Autonomous SSR had a status corresponding to that of a department. The White Russian SSR made haste to follow the Ukrainian example. The impetus to regionalization appears to have come from the large increase in territory by cession from the RSFSR. In March 1924, 2 which made reorganization imperative. As in the Ukraine, it was decided to make the republic a single regional Unit and to create no divisions larger than the department. Point 3. The former province of Vitebsk, together with its capital having been transferred to the White Russian SSR, the provincial administration at Vitebsk was suppressed and its functions transferred to the capital of the Republic, Minsk. In the summer of 1924, the Republic was subjected to a process of economic administrative division, which provided for 10 departments, instead of 15 counties, 100 districts, instead of 238 rural districts, and 1,202, instead of 3,405, villages having village Soviets 5. It took 12 months to complete these complex arrangements, and the new administrative organization of the White Russian SSR came into force on August 1, 1925. A novelty which does not appear to have been reproduced elsewhere in the USSR was the establishment of local Soviets for small market towns which were the capitals of districts. 7. The increase in the size of the district unit automatically produced the need for these supplementary Soviets. The two regions, in which the two first experiments in 1. The decree of the Ukrainian TSIK of July 1, 1925, was printed in Ukrainian and Russian in Radianska Ukraina, number 3, 9, July 25, 1925, pages 52 to 67, 4. An exposition of the system, followed by a speech of Shubar to representatives of the dissolved provincial and newly created departmental executive committees, see Ibid number 4, 10, August 1925, pages 7 to 15. 2 CP 261 above. 3. Here, as in the Ukraine, Gosplan had in the first instance tried to impose a division into regions, SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva. 2 Sessia, 1926, p. 452. 4 Istorishevsky Zapiski, Sylvie, 1954, 297. No similar problem arose in Gomel or Smolensk since, while parts of the provinces had been transferred, the capital cities remained in the RSFSR. 8. The relevant decrees are in Sobranio Zakonet SSR Belarusia, 1924. Number 13, Arts. 113 to 117, for summaries of the reform see Vilas Savtov, number 6. September 1924, p. 204, Savitsko-Stroitelstvo, Spornik, I, 1925, 260, History. Chesky Zapiski, X/6, 1954, 296 to 299. 6. Sobranio Zakon and DSSR Belarusia, 1925, no 2 to 3, Art. 12, number 31. Arts. 289 to 291 7 Ibid number 19, Art. 177, number 31, Art. 292. CHXXI Regionalization 283. Regionalization prescribed by the 12th Party Congress, industrial and agricultural, were to be made, were the Urals and the Northern Caucasus. The regionalization of the Urals was a straightforward piece of planning for the development of industry. The rich iron deposits of the Urals had been extensively and successfully worked for 2 centuries. But the disappearance of the serf labor on which the iron masters of the Urals had relied struck the industry a crippling blow. Primitive equipment, obsolete methods of production and lack of communications contributed to the decline, and in the latter part of the 19th century the more favored position of the Ukrainian iron and coal fields had made them the center of Russia's nascent iron and steel industry. The War of 1914, while it exposed the Ukraine to the ravages of enemy occupation, spared the Urals, and substantially the same experience was repeated in the subsequent civil war, when fighting in the Ukraine was more intense than in any other area, and continued for a year after the region of the Urals had been reconquered and incorporated in Soviet territory. When, therefore, Soviet heavy industry reached its lowest ebb in 1920 and IG 21, the prospects of an expansion of heavy industry in the Urals seemed brighter than those of a revival of the derelict industry of the Ukraine. By 1923 the recovery in the Ukraine had partially redressed the balance, but the Urals remained an ideal ground for experiments in industrial planning, and were naturally chosen as the scene for the initial experiment in regionalization. In November 1923, 6 months after the resolution of the 12th Party Congress, a statute for the Ural region was adopted by the TSIK of the RSFSR and issued in the form of a decree of the RSFSR. National and constitutional problems were avoided by not attempting to include in it the Bashkir autonomous SSSR, a department of which remained embedded as an enclave in the new region. The establishment of the Ural region set the pattern for the whole subsequent policy of regionalization, and revealed its pragmatic character. The novelty of the new region was that it 1. This was described by Lenin in 1899 in a passage of the development of capitalism in Russia, Sakhanintia, 3, 376 to 379, with which all Soviet planners and administrators would have been familiar. 2. Sobranio Zakonii, 1923, number 104, Art. 1028. 284. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Broke boldly through old geographical and administrative divisions by including territory on both sides of the Urals range, thus combining a sector of western Siberia, broadly corresponding with the former provinces of Ekaterinburg, Tyumen and Chelyabinsk, with the eastern fringes of European Russia, part of the former province of Perm. On the other hand, the initial conception of regions as economically homogeneous had gone by the board. The new region, in area twice as large as France, and with a population estimated at 6,200,000, was divided into 15 departments, of which 5 were predominantly industrial and 9 predominantly agricultural, while 1, Tobolsk, the largest in area but smallest in population, consisted mainly of uninhabited tundra. The departments were divided into districts, an average of 14 to each department, and the districts into villages, an average of 16 to each district. Point 2. In accordance with the usual Soviet pattern, the highest constitutional authority of the region was the Regional Congress of Soviets with its executive committee. Beneath it stood the department congresses of Soviets and executive committees, and beneath them the district congresses and committees, and the base of the pyramid was formed by village Soviets sending delegates to the district congresses, and town and factory Soviets sending delegates to district, department or regional congresses according to their size and status. The Ural statute contained one unique feature: the famous 5-to-1 ratio between the coefficient of representation for rural and urban Soviets, which had been the basis of the original amalgamation of peasants with worker Soviets and was embodied in all subsequent constitutions, was abandoned in favor of a 10-to-1 ratio. The purpose of this innovation was evidently to weight the coefficient of representation still further on the side of it. A great deal of literature appeared on the Ural region. Vestnik Finansov, number 3, March 1925, pages 131 to 146, contained a full description of its organization and Planowy Hozyaństwo, number 11, 1925, pages 215 to 245, a review of plans for industrial and agricultural development. 2 Obit number 3, 1926, p. 200. The Ural region was afterwards quoted as an instance of regionalization from above. I see the departments were formed first, and the subdivisions came later. Zbid. Number 5, 1926, p. 190, number 3, 1927. p. 258, much of this was newly developed territory, and there were fewer vested interests to contend with than elsewhere. 3 For the origin and character of this differentiation, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 126, 143 to 144. CHXXI Regionalization 285. Proletariat in a region whose industrial development was a major objective. It was not imitated in any of the other new regions, and disappeared in the Ural region when the statutes of the regions were standardized in 1928. The second region indicated in the resolution of the 12th Party Congress was the Northern Caucasus. Here the process of regionalization occupied the greater part of the year 1924, and was concerned with quite different problems from those of the Ukraine or the Urals. Point 2 underscore the slopes of the Northern Caucasus were inhabited by a population of extreme diversity engaged in primitive agriculture, viticulture, and forestry. Politically they were divided between the Dagestan and Mountaineers Auto Nomus SSRs, and the Kabardno-Balkaj, Karachivo Turks, Xi'an, Otajsk, and Chechensk autonomous regions, all within the RSFSR. The major decision, which now determined the shape and destinies of the new region, was the inclusion in it of the small but important industrial area of the Lower Don with a large Russian and Ukrainian population, which had been joined in the original Gosplan scheme to the Kharkov industrial region, and might more logically have been grouped with the projected Lower Volga region. Rostov at the mouth of the Don was to be the capital of the new region. This arrangement had the undoubted advantage of linking a rich industrial area with a potentially rich agricultural area and, by the same stroke, of linking a predominantly Russian and predominantly proletarian population with the backward and ethnically diverse population of the Caucasian slopes. 3 It was still accepted doctrine at this time that autonomous republics could not be incorporated in regions, and the Dagestan and Mountaineers autonomous SSRs were therefore excluded. Autonomous regions could be included, but the determination of future relations between the executive committees of the 4 autonomous regions and the main central 1 Sobranio Zakonenti, 1928, number 70, art. 503. 2 It was contrasted with the Ural region in the passages already quoted. CP 284, note 2 above, as a case of regionalization from below. 3 In the words of a contemporary report, districts which have passed through a period of tempestuous economic growth find themselves side by side with districts completely backward both economically and culturally. The region has lived in an atmosphere of national animosity sustained by differences of status. Planowy Hozyaństwo, number 3, 1926, p. 229. 286 The Soviet Order. Point 4. Executive Committee of the region with its seat at Rostov was a matter of some delicacy. By an agreement reached in November 1923 at a conference between the newly created regional authorities and the authorities of the autonomous regions concerned, the division of competence between them was said to be based on the same principles as the division between the USSR and the constituent republics under the Constitution of the USSR. This meant that, in all matters dealt with under that Constitution by unified commissariats, though not in matters left to the competence of Republican commissariats, the authorities of the autonomous region would be subordinated to the central regional authorities. Autonomous regions retained the right to send delegates to the Council of Nationalities of the USSR, and had direct access to the central organs of the RSFSR. It was presumably in order to avoid the apparent anomaly of including an autonomous region, oblast, in another region that the North Caucasian region was officially designated not as an oblast, but as a krai. An official announcement of the intention to create the North Caucasian krai, issued from the Presidium of the TSIK of the RSFSR on June 2, 1924.7. Before the project could be completed, however, a further and more dramatic change was made. On July 7, 1924, a decree of the TSIK of the RSFSR dissolved, in accordance with the alleged wish of the nationalities inhabiting it, the autonomous SSR of the Mountaineers. The territory was divided on the basis of nationality into 2 autonomous regions of Northern Ossetia. Yugo-Ossetia, south of the Caucasus Range, was already an autonomous region in the Georgian SSR, and Ingushetia. A peculiar feature of the arrangement was that Vladikavkaz, the only large city in the region, was to remain the seat of administration of both autonomous regions, and was itself to become an independent administrative unit directly responsible to the. Much discussion took place about the status of the 4 autonomous regions included in the North Caucasian region, which was evidently felt to constitute a precedent. CVS Savtov, No. 3-4, June-July, 1924, pages 94. 97, Planowy Hozyaństwo, number 4, 1925, pages 275 to 280, Sovietske Stroitelstvo. Spornik, 2-3, 1925, 262. Like most questions of constitutional theory in the Soviet Union, it had no great influence on subsequent practice. To Ryadorovany SSSR, ed. K. Igorov, 1925, p. 120, Sovietske Stvo, Spornik, 2-3, 1925, 253. CHXXI Regionalization 287. TSIK of the RSFSR, and a similar independent status was reserved for the Sunsinsk department in which Vladikavkaz was situated. The autonomous SSR of the Mountaineers had never been ethnically homogeneous. The failure to find a national name for it was significant. Racial jealousies and the primitive character of its native population may have made it unsatisfactory. As an autonomous republic, it is reasonable to assume that the decision to break up the republic was dictated partly by the difficulty of handling notoriously turbulent and unruly populations, and was to this extent an application of the familiar principle, divide and rule, and partly by the desire to bring the territory into the North Caucasian region, a solution hitherto debarred by its status as an autonomous republic. The formal decision creating the North Caucasian region was taken by the TSIK of the RSFSR at its session in October 1924. The drafting of a detailed statute being left to the Presidium of TSIK.3. The statute was finally issued on January 26, 1925. It differed in some respects, partly owing to the greater complexity of the region, from the statute of the Ural region. At the head stood the Regional Congress of Soviets with its executive committee, and beneath it the Congresses of Soviets of the autonomous regions and of the departments, all with their executive committees. But, while both autonomous regions and departments were to be divided into districts, no provision was made for district congresses of Soviets or executive committees, village and factory. Soviets sent their delegates direct to the congresses of the autonomous regions and departments to which they belonged. The most interesting chapter of the statute related to the rights of the autonomous regions, which were said to enter into the region Cray, in the capacity of independent administrative economic. Sobranio Zakoni, 1924, number 66, art. 656. To a writer who was a child in the area at the time records this event as follows. By July 1924 the growing aspirations of the North Caucasians towards full independence resulted in a Moscow decree which terminated their partial independence. J.Eating national communists were arrested. Others were sent to far distant regions of the Soviet Empire. He adds that at the time the significance of all this naturally escaped my own generation. G. A. Tokov, Betrayal of an Ideal, 1954, pages 14 to 15. While there is no independent evidence of arrests or deportations, it would have been in accordance with Soviet practice, once the decision was taken, to remove potential trouble makers from the scene. 3 Sobranio Zakoni, 1924, number 87, art. 881. 288 The Soviet Order. Point 4. Units with reservation of the infeasible rights granted to them by the decisions creating them. In the constitutional structure, the autonomous regions stood side by side with the departments, without any apparent distinction of right or function, except that the autonomous regions, unlike the departments, were directly represented in the All-Russian Congress of Soviets and in the VTSIK of the USSR. An elaborate attempt was made to carry out the understanding of November 1923 by allocating to them a certain measure of autonomy in matters which under the Constitution of the USSR fell within the competence of the constituent republics, and a right of executive action, subject to the direction of the central organs, in matters dealt with under the Constitution of the USSR by unified commissariats. But these distinctions can have had little reality. The cardinal provision of this chapter of the statute was that the Regional Executive Committee and the Executive Committee of the Autonomous Region could, in the event of disagreement between them, each appeal against the decisions of the other to the TSIK of the RSFSR. But there was a significant difference in terminology. The Regional Executive Committee could protest, the Executive Committee of an autonomous region could complain, and this difference doubtless meant that the protest of the superior organ had the effect of suspending the contested decision till judgment was given from Moscow, whereas the complaint of the subordinate organ had not. Moreover, behind these constitutional niceties, as behind all others in Soviet constitutional practice, lay the ultimate control of the party over major decisions of policy and key appointments. This sanction assured the smooth operation of many arrangements which might otherwise have seemed unworkable. The first Congress of Soviets of the North Caucasian region assembled within a few days of the issue of this decree, on January 31, 1925. Rykov, who attended it as representative of the TSIK of the RSFSR, unexpectedly described the region as a state within a state. 2 A month later, the formation of the region was at length completed by the incorporation in it of the 4 units of the dissolved Mountaineers Republic, the North Ossetian and Yen Sobranio Zakoni, 1925, number 11, art. 76. CHXXI Regionalization 289. In Gush Autonomous Regions, the Department of Sunsinsk and the city of Belatikov has. 1 The Dagestan Autonomous Republic remained outside it as an independent unit of the RSFSR. 2 An interesting feature of the new region was the resettlement in the predominantly Russian Kuban area in the west of 15,000 Cossacks, who had fought on the anti-Soviet side in the Civil War and had fled abroad. These now returned to their homes and, having bowed their heads before the Soviet power, were granted an amnesty and restoration of political rights. The Third Union Congress of Soviets in May 1925 was made the occasion of public gestures of reconciliation. A Cossack delegation of 5, including 1 woman, appeared carrying 2 banners, a sheaf of ears of corn, and a bouquet of giant sunflowers, and it was announced that Kalinin, Bukharin, Rykov, Stalin, and Chicherin, the omission of Zinoviev and Kamina is perhaps significant of rifts that were just opening, had been elected honorary Cossacks. A non-party Cossack declared that the Cossacks have turned their face to the Soviet power and demanded the return of the Cossacks carried off by Rzhel and Denikin. In spite of the prominence given by the racial diversity of the North Caucasian region to national questions, the central purpose of the new regional structure, here as in the Urals, was to promote economic planning and economic development. A regional economic council and its planning commission had been established long before the formal constitution of the region. These were indeed the organs which prepared the way for its creation. It was the regional planning commission which in the winter of 1924 to 1925 elaborated and submitted to Gosplan the first project for a canal to link the Volga to the Don and for a deep sea port at Rostov, the whole scheme to be completed by 1930 to 1931 at a 1 Sobranio Zakoni, 1925, number 18, art. 118. To this led to a complaint that the Ingushes were separated from pastures in Dagestan which they had used from time immemorial, Planovi Hozyastvo. Number 5, 1926, p. 222. 3 SSSR, Central Neispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 3 Sessia, 1925. Pages 83, 90. The party Central Committee noted that this implied a restoration of rights to existing Cossack communities, and proposed that, in Cossack districts, the mention of Cossack deputies, which appeared in the original title of the Soviets after the revolution, but had long fallen into disuse, should be reinstated. VKP, B, UV Rezoliatsiak, 1941, I, 649 to 650. 4 Treti SS Tsovtov SSSR, 1925, pages 23 to 24, 139 to 140. 290. The Soviet Order. 4. Cost of 130 to 140 million rubles. In May 1925 a commission, appointed by Rabkrin, visited the area to study local agricultural conditions. By the beginning of 1926 there were in existence a completed plan for the development of industry, covering large-scale enterprises controlled by the Vyzhenka of the USSR, like Domagol and Grosneft, enterprises controlled by the Vyzhenka of the RSFSR, and enterprises controlled by the Regional Economic Council, and a transport plan including the construction of highways, which were almost entirely lacking in the region. 3. Next to the Ural and North Caucasian regions, no part of the RSFSR more urgently demanded the application of regional planning than the vast expanse of Siberia. In one of its original projects in 1921, Gosplan had provisionally divided the whole territory into 6 regions, 3 west of Lake Baikal, western Siberia or the basin of the Obi with its capital at Omsk, Akuznetsk. Altai region with its capital at Novonikolayevsk, and the basin of the NSA with its capital at Krasnoyarsk, and 3 east of Lake Baikal Yakutia with its capital at Yakutsk, Alina Baikal region with its capital at Irkutsk, and a maritime region with its capital at Vladivostok. So long as Japanese troops remained in eastern Siberia, such planning was an academic exercise, and the interlude of the Far Eastern Republic created a certain administrative unity over eastern Siberia, though its demise was followed by the creation in 1923 of Buryat Mongol and Yakut autonomous SSRs. A further blow was struck at the original Gosplan scheme when a large part of the proposed Western Siberian or Obi region was incorporated in the Ural region. Meanwhile, the vested interests of the two bodies still responsible for the administration of Western and Eastern Siberia, the Siberian Revolutionary Committee, Sibrevcom, and the Far Eastern Revolutionary Committee, Delrevcom, hardened against any further partition of their respective areas. Agreement was reached without much difficulty to constitute the whole of Siberia west of Lake Baikal, with an outline of the scheme is in Planovi Hozyaispo, number 4, 1925, pages 327. 378. The record of some of its conclusions, bid. Number 10, 1925, pages 31 to 42, has already been quoted. See volume 1, p. 239. 3. A big account of these and other projects is in Planovi Hozyaispo. Number 3, 1926, pages 232 to 236. 4. A bid number 9, 1925, p. 239. Ch. XXI regionalization 291. Exception of the area included in the Ural region, as a Siberian region with its capital at Novonikolayevsk. This region in support. Ingawara Autonomous Region already established in 1922.2a. Statute providing for the division of the region into 17 departments and setting up administrative machinery similar to that of the Ural region, was duly adopted by the TSIK of the RSFSR at its session of October 1925.3. The first regional Siberian Congress of Soviets opened at Novonikolayevsk on December 3, 1925.4. Early in 1926, Novonikolayevsk changed its name to Novosibirsk.5. The future of Eastern Siberia was the subject of a prolonged controversy, Gosplan standing out for its independent Lena Baikal industrial region, and Delrevcom seeking to keep the whole of Eastern Siberia, outside the two autonomous republics, under a single jurisdiction. A conference in Chita in 1924 was followed by a further conference in Moscow in April and May 1925, which produced no agreed conclusion. In October 1925, the difference was referred to the Presidium of the TSIK of the RSFSR, which passed a resolution to constitute a Far Eastern region with its capital at Khabarovsk and to substitute the new administrative system of departments and districts for the old system of provinces, counties, and rural districts. But this resolution still failed to settle the disputed question whether the whole of Eastern Siberia was to be included in the new region, and Gosplan continued throughout the autumn of 1925 to fight a losing battle for its scheme, which seems to have been a relic of the initial, but long discarded, conception of economically homogeneous regions. Finally, in January 1926, the Presidium of TSIK decided on the inclusion of the whole of Transbaikalia in the Far Eastern region. 6. The decision did not affect the project to create 1. Sobranio Zakonenti, 1925, number 38, art. 268. 2. Sobranio Zakonenti, 1922, number 39, art. 550. 2. Visarasiaskik Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 12. Soziba, Vitoria. Sesia, Postanovlentia, 1925, pages 25 to 61, Sobranio Zakonii, 1925, number 85. Art. 651-4 Izvestia, December 5, 1925. 5. Sobrani Zakhanov, 1926, number 9, art. 73. 6. The decree was published in Jzvest 7 Ya, January 24, 1926, for the preset. In discussions and decisions see Planovi Hozyaispo, number 9, 1925, p. 2393. Number 5, 1926, pages 196 to 197. The Gosplan case for a separate Lena Baikal region was argued at length in an article ibid number 9, 1925, pages 239 to 257, where it was maintained that the Lena Baikal region was necessary as a bridge to the Far East and an indispensable economic base in its rear, p. 253, and in further articles ibid number 10, 1925, pages 259 to 271. 292. The Soviet Order. 4. Eventually an important industrial base in the Lena area, though this took second place to the industrial development of the Kuznetsk Altai area west of Lake Baikal. The Far Eastern region, thus constituted, was the largest in area of all the existing or projected regions except the Siberian region and the Yakut Autonomous SSR, and had the smallest population of any except the Buryat Mongol and Yakut Autonomous SSRs. It covered 4 former provinces: Maritime, Amur, Transbaikal, and Kamchatka. It was now to be divided into 9 departments: Vladivostok, Khabarovsk, Nikolaevsk, Amur, Zeisk, Sretansk, Chita, Kamchatka, and Sakhalin, and a small gold-bearing area of the Yakut SSR was to be annexed to the gold mining department of Zeisk. The first regional congress of Soviets of the Far Eastern region was held at Khabarovsk in the spring of 1926.7. The 14th Party Congress in December 1925 was already able to speak of the successful carrying out of regionalization, through which the Soviet power had placed a material economic foundation beneath the region's autonomous republics and union republics. 3. And it gave orders to reshape the local party organizations to take account of these changes. A few months later, the whole process of regionalization, including the creation of departments and districts, with the appropriate organs at each level, was said to be complete in the Ural, North Caucasian, Siberian and Far Eastern regions of the RSFSR, as well as in the Ukrainian, White Russian, and Turkmen SSRs. 5. In October 1926, the Uzbek SSR constituted itself as a region divided into 11 departments. At the same time, a joint economic council with planning functions was set up for all the Central Asian republics registered. The initial regional organizations, including planning commissions, had been established in 1923 for the Central Industrial and Lower 1. Planovi Hozyaispo, number 5, 1926, pages 203 to 220. 2. Vilas Savtov, number 17, April 25, 1926, pages 18 to 20. 3. VKP, V. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 47. 414 SS Visa Soyuznoy Communistiskoi Party, B. 1926, pages 878. 38. Ilanovi Hozyaispo, number 5, 1926, p. 189. Under the final scheme, the RSFSR was divided into 19 regions, the Ukrainian and White Russian SSRs, the Transcaucasian SFSR and the Uzbek and Turkmen SSRs each formed one region. 6 and Arkhipov, Srednyaziatskие Respubliki, 1927, pages 135 to 137. CHXXI Regionalization 293. Volga regions, and in 1924 for the northeastern, western, central Black Earth and Vytkavedluga regions. But these had not yet completed their work. The establishment of the lower Volga region was still a bone of contention between different local authorities affected. In the Transcaucasian SFSR hardly any thing had been done. In general, progress was slowest in regions where the old administrative machinery had been most fully developed and put up most resistance to plans to supersede it. Cases occurred where the old provincial authorities refused to recognize the newfangled regional planning commissions. In the Middle Volga region, protests were made against the intervention of the provincial authorities at Samara, even before the region was constituted, in the economic affairs of the Tatar and Chavash autonomous republics. But the opposition was eventually overruled by a constitutional innovation, which had hitherto been successfully resisted. Both of these republics were incorporated in the Middle Volga region. The 15th Party Congress in November 1927 resolved that regionalization should be carried to its conclusion within the period of the first five-year plan, registered, and by 1928, when the first five-year plan was introduced, the reform was on its way to completion. Throughout the USSR, the old administrative structure of provinces, counties, and rural districts was being replaced by the new structure of regions, departments, and districts. The process of regionalization was from the outset closely Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 3, 1926, p. 204. To see a series of articles in Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 4, 1927, pages 247 to 286. 3 of it, number 3, 1926, p. 205. 4. The protests were recorded at the 5th Tatar Congress of Soviets in 1925. Piatiss Tsavtov Tatarskoy SSR, Kazan, 1925, pages 24 to 25, quoted in W. Arbitzel, Soviet Rule in Russia, NY, 1929, p. 648, the Chavash Auto Nomus region was promoted in 1925 to the status of an autonomous republic. CP 257 above. 3. In 1928 it was for the first time formally laid down that an autonomous SSR might be incorporated in a region of the RSFSR on principles of voluntary consent. Sobranio Zakonit, 1928, number 79, art 554. In 1926 such a step had been described, even by an official of Gosplan, as untimely and inappropriate. Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 5, 1926, p. 194. 6 VEKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 244. 7 precise figures showing the process of replacement are in BA Tiletnet. Plan Narad no Hozyaist Bendagostro Itelshu SSSR, 1929, 3, p. 12, 4a. Convenient sketch map showing the division of the USSR into regions at the date of the census of December 1926. CF Lorimer, the population of the Soviet Union, Geneva, 1945, between pages 44 and 45. 294, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Connected with the adoption of the policy of planning in the governmental machine, Gosplan was the strongest and most persistent advocate of the reform, which was declared to rest on the fundamental principle that politics is concentrated economics. The new regions had all been shaped with a view to economic considerations, though the criterion applied was not uniform. Sometimes the declared aim was to make an economically homogeneous region, sometimes to combine complementary opposites, the contrasting methods being labeled integral regionalization and differential regionalization. Point 2. Sometimes the purpose in view was to perpetuate and organize existing forms of production, sometimes to create and develop new forms of difference which had a certain analogy with the clash between genetic and teleological conceptions of planning. While one of the main purposes of regionalization was said to be the decentralization of state economic policy and the establishment of a planned economy for broad economic regions, and while the regional planning commissions played an important part in the scheme, the total result was in the long run to confirm the power, prestige, and effectiveness of the central authorities, and especially of the Gosplan of the USSR, which now became the ultimate source of major economic policy. The new regional organs were, first and foremost, the organs of a planned economy. Without regionalization, the 5-year plans could not have worked. Regionalization was, however, not only an economic, but a social political process, and had its effects beyond the economic sphere. It was an administrative as well as an economic reform, a way of reducing the number of administrative units and simplifying the administrative machine. This process had already begun in 1922 by way of reaction against the multiplication of units in the early years of the regime, registered and for motives. 1. Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 5, 1926, p. 193. 2 of it, number 6, 1927, p. 240. 3 see volume 1, pages 495 to 497. Asterisk Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 3, 1926, p. 209. Provinces before they were regionalized had no planning organs, the deficiency being made good by the central organs of Gosplan, Control Nike Narod Nogo Hozyaistvu SSSRNA. 1927 to 1928 God, 1928, p. 410. 5. Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 5, 1926, p. 192. 6 for the CP 274 above. CHXXI Regionalization 295. Unconnected with those of the economic planners. The initial reasons for the policy of enlargement of counties and rural districts, as the reduction in their numbers was generally called, were shortage of manpower and shortage of money. The demand for more efficient local administration revealed the acute lack of competent and trustworthy officials, and the economy campaign, inaugurated by NEP, and especially the re-establishment of provincial budgets in the autumn of 1921, set up powerful pressures for a contraction in the number of administrative units. The 9th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in December 1921 voted to reduce the number of provincial executive committees by combining neighboring provinces, too, and it was logical that the reduction in the number of provinces should be accompanied by corresponding reductions in the lower units. Between the summer of 1922 and the summer of 1924, enlargement at every level of local administration went on apace throughout the European provinces of the RSFSR and the Ukraine, and more spasmodically elsewhere. In the European provinces of the RSFSR, for which alone full statistics are available, the process of enlargement and reduction in number was applied sparingly, and in some Vinces not at all, to the counties, but drastically to the rural districts, the number of which was reduced in proportions varying from one-third to two-thirds, while in 1922 few rural districts had a population of more than 10,000, by 1924 hardly any had less than that number, and rural districts with 20,000 or 30,000 inhabitants were not uncommon. In the European provinces of the RSFSR, 5,854 rural districts with an average population of 7,480 were transformed in these 2 years into 2,389 rural districts, with an average population of 21,237.4. Occasional statistics from the autonomous republics reproduce the same picture. A decree of the Tatar Autonomous SSR of March 1924 reduced the number of rural districts in the republic from 223 to 125. In the Bashkir Autonomous SSR it was reduced from 295 to 117.5 according to comprehensive but perhaps less reliable statistics. The total number. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 347 to 348. 2. SD Sovtov RSFSR v. Postin-Obliniak, 1939, pp 221. 3. See the tables in A. Luzhin, O.T. Belosty K. Randog, 1929, pages 47, 63. 4. Ryanirovanny SSSR, ed. K. E. Grove, 1925, p. 221. 5. Sobranio Zakoni I Tatarskoy Respubliki, 1924, number 17, art. 128, Xlet. Sovetskoy Bashkiria, Ufa, 1929, pp 415. Vol. 2U. 296. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Of rural districts in the RSFSR fell from 7325 in 1922 to 3368 in 1924. In the whole territory of the USSR the number of rural districts, which had stood at 13,913 in 1917, had fallen by 1924 to 6840. This process of enlargement of existing units, while it was initiated independently of regionalization and for different motives, was gradually overtaken by the broader policy and incorporated in it. The corollary of this replacement of the province, gubernia, by the region, OB/AST or Krai, was the replacement of the county, used, by the department, Okrug, and of the rural district, Velost, by the district, Rain, and all these changes meant the substitution of a larger for a smaller unit of administration. Calculations for the RSFSR in 1924 showed that the average population of a province was 1,380,000, of a county 180,000 and of a rural district 14,500. The corresponding figures for the whole of the USSR were somewhat lower, but the areas of the units were 3 or 4 times as great. Point 3. The population of the new regions varied from just over 1 million in the Turkmen SSR to 29 millions in the Ukrainian SSR, both of which constituted single regions. The population of the newly created European regions of the RSFSR varied from about 5 to 10 millions. The population of a department varied from 50,000 to more than a million, about 500,000, or nearly 3 times as great as the average of the county, was a normal figure. Districts with up to 50,000 inhabitants, or nearly 2.5 times as great as the average of the rural district, were common, and substantially larger figures were not unknown. Concentration was generally most intense in the most thickly populated regions. In sparsely populated areas distance put some limitations on the process. In the province of Tula, where regionalization at the lower levels preceded the incorporation of the province in the still unformed Central Industrial Region, 56 new districts replaced 229 rural districts. In the Ukraine 49 departments replaced 102 counties, and 706 districts 1,898 rural districts. S in the Ural Region 1. Vysarostisky Central Ni Ispolitelny Komitet 11 Soziva, Vidaria. Sestaya, 1924, p. 59. 2 Zinoviev, Litsum Katarab, 1925, p. 38. 3 Vilas Sovtov, number 7, 1924, p. 205. Asterisk for examples of the population of departments and districts at the time of their formation. See Rudinirevami SSSR, ed. K. E. Grove, 1925, pages 285. 296 5 of it p. 241. CHXXI regionalization 297. Half of the 205 districts corresponded approximately to the old rural districts or were occasionally made by dividing them. The other half were combinations of anything from 2 to 7 of the old rural districts. The enlargement of the rural districts had as its corollary the enlargement of the unit of administration next below it, the village, though this also was no part of the original intention of those responsible for regionalization, and was dictated by the same practical considerations as the enlargement of the rural district. As Kaganovich said, it took place not on a basis of planned economy, but out of need and shortage of funds. While the village had always been a locality of varying size, the Constitution of the RSFSR of 1918 laid down for the establishment of Soviets a fixed ratio of 1 deputy for every 100 inhabitants, village Soviets consisting of not less than 3 and not more than 50 deputies. This implied that villages should contain not less than 300 and not more than 5,000 inhabitants. The abortive statute for village Soviets of January 1922, apparently forgetful of this constitutional provision, fixed 400 inhabitants as the lowest number entitled to form a village Soviet, but had laid down the ratio of 1 deputy to 200 inhabitants with a maximum of 25 deputies, thus maintaining the maximum of 5,000 inhabitants for a village. That this was not intended as a limit was shown, however, by another article which permitted a village Soviet representing more than 10,000 inhabitants to set up an executive committee. A provision applied to all Soviets in the 1918 Constitution which appears never to have been carried out in the villages. The amended statute of October 1924 returned to the figure of 300 inhabitants as the minimum qualification for a village Soviet, and to the ratio of 1 deputy for every 100 inhabitants, but declared that a village Soviet should be composed of not less than 3, and not more than 100, deputies. This meant that a village might have anything from 300 to 10,000 inhabitants. Point 5. Vestnik Finansov, number 3, March 1925, p. 132. 2 Sovshanipovo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstva 1925 G, April, 1925. p. 13. 3 CP 305 below. 4 CP 322 below. 5 The Constitution of the RSFSR of 1925 retained a limit of 50 deputies and 5,000 inhabitants for the village Soviet, but little attention was paid to such constitutional rules. 298 The Soviet Order. Point 4. These wide limits left ample discretion to the reformers, and the number of villages, in the sense of units having village Soviets, in the RSFSR fell from 80,000, each containing on an average 200 households or 1,000 inhabitants, in 1922, to between 50,000 and 5,000, each containing 300 households and 1,500 inhabitants, in 1924. Before this process of enlargement, half the villages in the RSFSR had less than 1,000 inhabitants. After it, only 31% had so few. The proportion of villages with more than 1,500 inhabitants rose from 15 to more than 45%. In the Ural region, the number of villages was reduced from 6,000 to rather more than 3,000, with an average population of 1,825.7. In the Bashkir Autonomous SSR, the number fell from 3698 to 1905, with the result that some peasants were living more than 20 or 30 versts from the seat of their village Soviet. In the Ukraine, the reduction was from 15,696 to 9,307, with an increase of 1,607 in 1925.4. In the Crimea, the average village had more than 4,000 inhabitants, living up to 30 versts from the seat of the Soviet. 5. And a case was quoted of a village of 6,000 inhabitants, some of them living 60 versts from the center in the Sochi district. On the Black Sea, a village, according to an official spokesman, had come to be an administrative unit with a population of anything from 300 to 13,000 persons. Large claims were made for the economies affected by these changes. In the Ural region, the number of administrative units had been reduced from 7080 to 3430, in the North Caucasian region from 1,470 to 1,252.8. How far the reduction relieved it? 1. Savitsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, I, 1925, 44 to 46. 2. Vestnik Finansov, number 3, March 1925, p. 134. 3. Vilas Savtov, number 45, November 8, 1925, p. 15. 4. Ryanovany SSSR, ed. K. Igorov, 1925, p. 258. Similar figures are quoted in SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2 Sessia. 1926, p. 406. 8. Sovshanikovo Prozam Savitskogo Stradalstvu 1925 G. Yanber. 1925, p. 176. 6. Savitsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, 4b, 1926, 148. 7. Sovshanikovo Prozam Savitskogo Stroitelstvo 1925 G. April, 1925. p. 72. For the average number of inhabitants of an enlarged village in different regions and republics, see the tables in Ryanovany SSSR, ed. K. Igorov, 1925, p. 263, the figure varied from 1,500 to over 4,000. 8. Planovi Hozyastvo, number 3, 1926, p. 200, number 5, 1926, p. 222. The term administrative unit seems, however, to have been elastic, and a different calculation is made. IBID number 3, 1927, p. 260. Another account, IBID number 2, 1927, p. 233, even claimed that the number of administrative units in the XX regionalization 299. Growing weight of bureaucracy is doubtful. In the Ukraine, it was claimed that the number of officials had been reduced from 92,304 to 49,811. In the North Caucasian region, the total number was said to have been reduced by 24%, and in the Ural region by 39%. But the last claim was not borne out by other sources, which alleged that only a 5% reduction had been achieved in the Ural region, and that the number of officials was once more growing. In view of the expansion of public services and activities of all kinds, it is unlikely that any temporary reduction in the number of officials was maintained. But there is no reason to question the claim that regionalization constituted a substantial measure of rationalization. Regionalization served, however, other political purposes. Besides a simplification of the administrative machine, the promise between national and economic factors affected in the early days of regionalization was not static, and the battle continued to rage. In 1925, Alexandrov, who had drawn the first fire of national critics in 1921 plus, was subjected to particularly violent accusations of Smenovik tendencies and Great Russian chauvinism. In March 1926, the president of the Ukrainian Gosplan complained that the Gosplan of the USSR organizes its work on the basis of vertical divisions of the national economy: metal, coal, grain, transport, without taking sufficient account of its branches in the republics, and is little interested in assessing the role of the republics as self-contained units of the economy. 6. The Ukraine might resist proposals to weaken its unity in the name of regionalization, and Transcaucasia or Uzbekistan fight a delaying action. North Caucasian region had increased so that government had moved nearer to the population as the result of regionalization. This seems to be confirmed by comparative figures in Ryanovany SSSR, ed. K. Igorov, 1925, p. 279. 1. SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2 Sestaya, 1926, p. 406. 2. Planovi Hozyastvo, number 5, 1926, p. 222, number 3, 1926, p. 200. 3. Vestnik Finansov, number 3, March 1925, p. 135. Comparative figures in Ryanovany SSSR, ed. K. Igorov, 1925, p. 279, relate only to officials of district executive committees and village soviets. 4. CP 277 above. 8. Bolshevik, no 5 to 6, 21 to 22, March 25, 1925, pages 115 to 125. The attack appeared to reflect jealousy of Gosplan in Byzantine circles. Most of the Gosplan experts were non-party and therefore vulnerable. This time Alexandrov replied in Planovi Hozyastvo, number 11, 1925, pages 297 to 301, and was again attacked in Bolshevik, number 5, March 15, 1926, pages 70 to 75. 6. Ekonomikeskias Hizn, March 14, 1926. 300. The Soviet Order. 4. Against the introduction of the new system. But the weaker national units had no such resources, and the overall uniform authority of Gosplan and its agents dimmed the reality of the original picture of federal diversity. Within the RSFSR, the same process moved more rapidly still. In theory, the accepted principle was still to regard not only the Union republics, but each separate autonomous republican region as a national unit, with an atomic organism of its own. Of the 11 autonomous SSRs within the RSFSR, the 7 largest, the Bashkir, Crimean, Dagestan, Buryat Mongol, Yakut, Kazakh and Kyrgyz SSRs, were independent units enjoying the status of regions. The remaining 4, the Karelian, Tatar, Chavash and Volga, German SSRs were incorporated as units in the regions to which they geographically belonged, and were assimilated to the status of ordinary departments, having, in effect, the same measure of administrative independence, neither more nor less. 3 underscore the Bashkir SSR, assimilated to the status of a region, divided itself into districts in such a way as to create compact and self-contained national units of Bashkirs, Russians, and other minorities. But this arrangement worked badly owing to the difficulty of finding qualified native officials for the national units. 4 The autonomous regions had the administrative status of departments of the regions in which they were incorporated. Everywhere separate. Planovi Hozyaisvo, number 5, 1926, p. 194. 2 The Kyrgyz autonomous region became an autonomous SSR in April 1927. Sobranio Zakonii, 1927, number 40, r. 258. 3 The Moldavian autonomous SSR, the Abkhazian and Adjarian autonomous SSRs, and the Tajik autonomous SSR had the same status within the Ukrainian, Georgian and Uzbek SSRs respectively. 412 B. Sarostisky Centralny Izvolitelny Komitet, Videre Sessia. 1925, p. 209. 5 The RSFSR contained 12 autonomous regions. The Otajisk, Shir, Kessian, Kabardno-Balkars, North Ossetian, Ingush and Chechen autonomous regions, included in the North Caucasian region, the Komi autonomous region, included in the Northeastern region, the Mari and Voshiak autonomous regions, included in the Vyadka region, the Kalmyk autonomous region, included in the Lower Volga region, the Warat autonomous region, included in the Siberian region, and the Karakalpak autonomous region, included in the Kazakh autonomous SSR. The Transcaucasian SFSR contained the Yugo-Ossetian autonomous region, included in the Georgian SSR, and the Nakhchivan autonomous SSR and the Nagorno-Karabakh autonomous region, both included in the Azerbaijan SSR. The Nakhchivan autonomous SSR, populated by Turks, was included administratively in Azerbaijan, though it was separated from Azerbaijan by Armenian territory, lying on the Turkish frontier of Armenia. CHXXI regionalization 301. Territorial units were left after the reform with even reduced rights, and the enemies of the scheme denounced its exaggerated centralization. Throughout this period the theory was claimed that the national principle, the principle of the self-determination of nationalities in the USSR, and the principle of economic regionalization merely complement each other. But national diversities, while they were not repudiated and continued to enjoy respectful recognition, came to seem less important, and were viewed with increasing impatience by practical administrators. The new order was based on other criteria. A proposal by the eccentric lawyer Reisner to transform the Council of Nationalities into a Council of Economic Regions 3 was not taken seriously, but it was a logical expression of the current trend. Finally, regionalization had the effect of breaking down the old administrative system and substituting one professedly inspired by new and revolutionary ideas. In some respects, no doubt, the regions, departments, and districts were merely the old provinces, counties, and rural districts writ large. A good many of the old capitals and centers were retained, and many officials were inherited by the new regime from the old. But what remained intact was less striking than what was changed. All over Russia, wrote an enthusiastic commentator, the conventional boundaries of the old territorial units are being broken down, giving place to a better conjunction of human, natural, and technical resources in the interests of the maximum economic development of each sector of territory and population. Asterisk. The old county capitals, which were petty bourgeois towns, nests of the gentry, the landowners, the officials, the bourgeoisie, were being superseded by new productive proletarian centers. 5. The disappearance of the old landmarks and the old names, the delimitation of new divisions and subdivisions, the arrival from Moscow of specialists and experts in planning, were a visible symbol of the consolidation of the revolution in the countryside. 1 Planovi Hozyaisvo, number 2, 1927, p. 231. 2 Pietiletny Plan Narodno Hozyaisvennago Stroitelstvu SSSR. 1929. 3, 11. 3 Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, I, 1925, 192 to 207. 4 Socialistikisko Hozyaisvo, number 3, 1925, p. 234. Ryadorovany SSSR, ed. K. Igorov, 1925, pp. 13 to 14. 302 The Soviet Order PT4BA. The revolution had evolved its own administrative structure, and emphasis was laid on concentration rather than on devolution. The territory has in any case not been divided. Ran another contemporary statement, but organized. Regionalism is not a measure of decentralization, but on the contrary one of the important methods of concentrating resources, attention, will, management and organization on Soviet construction. The newly built pyramid of regions, departments, and districts had much the same significance as the creation of the Napoleonic departments in France in the aftermath of the French Revolution. At one stroke, it swept away the administrative trappings of the past, cut across local loyalties, traditions, and diversities, and laid the foundation of a uniform centralized system. The full balance sheet of regionalization had, however, its debit as well as its credit entries. It was essentially an administrative measure directed to rationalize the structure of the administration. It was designed by bureaucrats to provide a foundation, or a framework for an efficient bureaucracy. Its importance in this respect should not be underestimated. The administrative machine inherited by the revolution from the Tsarist regime was a byword for backwardness and inefficiency. Since no modern state can exist without a large-scale bureaucracy, an efficient bureaucracy is a condition of survival. But it is also true that the more efficient and more highly centralized the administrative machine, the greater its divorce from the daily concerns of the population which it purports to serve, and the more intolerant it becomes of the diversity and irrationality of local needs and local claims. While in one sense Bolshevism was of necessity a great promoter of bureaucracy, hostility to the spirit of bureaucracy, bureaucratism, was deeply ingrained in the Bolshevik tradition. The campaign of Lenin's last years was waged not merely against inefficient bureaucracy, but against bureaucratism as such. How is it possible to end bureaucratism, he wrote, except by bringing in workers and peasants? If we want to struggle against bureaucratism, we must bring in the lower ranks. 1 Economikisko Obozrenie, March 1926, p. 188. 2 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXV, 495 to 496. CHXXI regionalization 303. Regionalization, imposed from above in the interest of a more efficient and more centralized authority, not only took no account of the lower ranks, but, by curtailing the number and increasing the size of the smallest units of administration throughout the country, appeared to limit rather than to expand the contacts of the administration with the masses. It is therefore Not surprising that it should have provoked a healthy reaction, in the form of a demand to strengthen the administrative structure, at those lowest levels which the regionalization policy had ignored, or sought to contract, and thus to provide increased opportunities for the participation of the lower ranks. This was an important element in the campaign which began in the autumn of 1924 for the revitalization of the Soviets. Chapter 22. Revitalizing the Soviets. A. The Soviets in decline. He constitutional theory embodied in the Bolshevik slogan. All power to the Soviets had regarded each and every local Soviet of workers or peasants as the repository and representative of the will of the sovereign people, the source from which congresses of Soviets and their executive organs derived a delegated authority. Already in the first months of the regime, the anarchic implications of this theory clashed with the practical needs of an efficient central government, and the transformation of Soviets into organs of local administration and agencies of the central power had begun. The Civil War radically affected this process in several different ways. It swept away altogether a large part of the precarious Soviet structure built up after the revolution. Where Soviets survived in the cities, they were quickly integrated into the governmental machine and lost their independent and/or representative character. Where they survived in rural areas, they tended to assume a non-party or sometimes even SR complexion, and, especially after the grain requisitions and the Bolshevik experiment with the committees of poor peasants, became open or covered rallying grounds for potential opposition to the regime. During the Civil War it was opposition spokesmen who most loudly championed the Soviets. At the 7th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in December 1919 Martov complained of a dying out of the fundamental institutions on which the Soviet constitution rests, and a year later the SRS submitted to the 8th Congress a resolution complaining that the Soviets have never been convened or, if they have met only to approve work already done by their central executive For the first steps in this process see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923. Volume 1, pages 133 to 135. 29 V. Sarasiyevsky SX Savtov, 1920, p. 61. 304. CHXXII Revitalizing the Soviets 305. Committees and Presidia, and that millions of peasants had been deprived of their political rights. About the same time Lenin admitted that a majority of delegates at a Moscow provincial conference of rural Soviets had openly or indirectly abused the central PowerPoint 2, the slogan Soviets without communists at the time of the Kronstadt insurrection was a legacy of this opposition. When the Civil War ended, and the introduction of NEP heralded a return to stable conditions, two different tasks confronted those who attempted to restore the shattered structure of local administration. The first was to overcome anarchy and disorganization by setting up an efficient and more or less uniform system, and this implied a large measure of centralized discipline and control. The second was to build up a body of loyal support for the regime in the countryside, and this implied political methods of conciliation and compromise to match the economic methods of NEP. The problem of discharging these tasks under the leadership of a party whose rural membership was both quantitatively and qualitatively weak was a facet of the broader problem of establishing and maintaining in a predominantly peasant community a regime whose personnel and program were predominantly urban. The reconstitution of the hierarchy of Soviet institutions after the Civil War was a gradual process and proceeded from the center outwards and from the top downwards. In the central provinces, the administrative machinery of the provinces and counties had survived the Civil War or was gradually restored. Decrees providing for the setting up of county congresses of Soviets and executive committees, of rural district congresses of Soviets and executive committees and of village Soviets, were issued as early as January 1922.3, but it is doubtful whether these were effective at the lower levels. The restoration of Soviet institutions at the higher levels presented no insuperable difficulties. A statute defining the powers and governing the proceedings of provincial congresses of Soviets and their executive committees was adopted in October 1922.4. County congresses of Soviets and Vosmoy v. Sarostovsky SS Tsavtov, 1921, pages 55 to 56. 2. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 170. 3. Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 10, Arts. 91, 92, 93. Plus Ibid No 72 to 73, Art. 907, for an amending statute of the following year. See Sobranio Zakonii, 1923, No 103 to 104, Art. 1026. 306. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Executive committees began to re-establish their authority. At these levels, and in the central provinces, the complex system worked with reasonable regularity and formal efficiency, though congresses of Soviets appear to have met at less frequent intervals than was originally intended. But in the purely rural parts of the machine, the rural district congresses and executive committees and the village Soviets, irregularities and abuses were the rule rather than the exception. These organizations were the weakest link in the Soviet chain. The rural district executive committee was the lowest Soviet executive organ in regular contact with the peasant population. It was nominally elected by the rural district congress of Soviets, composed of delegates from the villages. But the electoral system at this time clearly did not work effectively, or sometimes did not work at all. Where it worked, the results might be disconcerting. Rykov at the 12th Party Congress of April 1923 complained that the rural district executive committees had become simply the tools of Kulak power in the countryside. Zinoviev at the Party Central Committee in October 1924 quoted a sarcastic comment on cooperation between a drunken priest and a drunken rural district executive committee as the perfect example of the link between worker and peasant. Worse still, the poor peasant comes with a request and will get nowhere, but when a man comes who knows how to make requests, everything will be done for him, yes, because he will give a bribe. Point 3. Rykov declared that bribery, driven from the railways and from the higher provincial and central apparatus, still exists in the lower Soviet apparatus, where officials were paid only 20 chervonets rubles a month. At the same time, the familiar charge of bureaucratic arrogance on the part of the higher Soviet authorities may not have been wholly unfounded. The provincial and county organizations, wrote one critic, adopt an inexcusably domineering and pompous attitude too. Subject to variations in local conditions, it is broadly true to say that in the Eastern republics, autonomous and autonomous regions, the system of local Soviets scarcely existed before the middle 1920s. See pages 364 to 365 below. Tudvanit Zets Rostiskoy Communistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov. 1923, pp 432. 3. G. Zinoviev, Litsum Kaderab, 1925, p. 68. 4. A. I. Rykov, Sakhinentia, 3, 1929, 93. XXII revitalizing the Soviets 307. Rural district workers, and this is passed on by the rural district workers to workers in the village. The lower Soviet organs were harried by a continuous flow of instructions from above. In every decree there is a point where it is laid down that this or that People's Commissariat has to work out an instruction in order to give effect to it. Our countryside, our lower Soviet apparatus, lives on these circulars. The administrative apparatus was overloaded, inexperienced and out of touch with the scattered and politically untutored peasantry. It is not surprising that it creaked in every joint. The primitiveness and inefficiency of the rural district organization was multiplied tenfold at the level of the village Soviet. In the countryside, as Illich said, every social cause comes up against lack of culture. The village Soviet itself was still an alien institution. So long as it remained, in accordance with the original intention, a general assembly of citizens, it had followed the well-understood pattern of the ancient village meeting. Or Skode asterisk, but once the village Soviet had everywhere become a N.A. Grand Front, No. 5-6, 1925, pages 209 to 210. 2 SSSR, Central Ni Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziba, 3 Sessia, 1925. P 63. 3 Sovshanipovo Prozam Savitsko Gostroitelstu 1925 G, Yanver. 1925, P 140. For the Skode, which dated from Tsarist times, was the village meeting. Where the communal system of land tenure still prevailed, the Skode was also the assembly of the Mir or Obchina. The president of the Skode was the starosta or village elder. It was not, strictly speaking, a public body. It had no constitutional status, no officially recognized duties except the periodical redistribution of the land and the collection and payment of tax, but it sometimes performed primitive functions of local government. In a society where the boundary between public and private law was undefined, and ownership of land was an uncertain and fluctuating concept, no clear distinction was drawn between the village as an administrative unit and the Mir as the community in which the Jand was vested, and the Skode functioned indifferently as the assembly of both. The original constitution of the RSFSR referred, Art 57, to the General Assembly of Electors of the village, which elected deputies to the village Soviet, or, where this is recognized as realizable, itself constituted the Soviet. But no light was thrown on the identity or otherwise of the Assembly of Electors with the traditional Skode. The Agrarian Code of 1922 drew a distinction between administrative and economic units, recognizing the village Soviet as a state organ and the Mir or Obchina as an association enjoying rights of utilization of land, the Skode being the organ of the Mir. But here too the question of its identity with the General Assembly of Citizens was left obscure. 308, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Body of delegates elected by the population, unfamiliar procedures were invoked. The Skode had normally, though not always, been confined to heads of dvors or households, where this had been the practice, it was difficult to convince the peasant that all adults were entitled to participate in elections to the Soviets. The head of the dvor came to vote on the assumption that he alone can represent his whole family. In a society totally unused to decisions taken by majority vote, the view of the franchise as a right of the individual made no sense. The peasantry takes little part in elections, said one observer. Not from evil intent, but simply because it has poor education and poor understanding of the meaning of elections. And another added, historical conditions with us were such that the masses of peasants and workers never took part in electing organs of government. It goes without saying that we could not in 7 years transform the views of the peasantry on government, on elections, on participation in state administration. Though the size of the village made it increasingly difficult for all voters to travel to the center, individual and separate voting would have been inconceivable. For an election to be valid it must be conducted by an assembly of electors all meeting together in the same place. One such electoral meeting was described as having lasted from 2 o'clock in the afternoon till 5 o'clock next morning. On this occasion the party officials apparently refused to nominate candidates, and left the peasants to decide for themselves. Point 3. This collective procedure raised the difficulty that many village centers did not possess a building large enough to hold all the electors, and the argument that the elections should be held at a time when no work could be done in the fields clashed with the argument that they should be held in summer when the meeting could take place in the open air. The lack of electoral experience was also, and it can be assumed that, whatever legal or constitutional theories were propounded in Moscow, the assembly of peasants which gathered to elect the village Soviet regarded itself as the village Skode. 1 Sovshanipovo Prozam Savitsko Gostroitelstva 1925 G, Yanver. 1925, pages 26, 173, IT, April, 1925, p. 31. 2 IT, Yanver, 1925, pages 77, 173 3 of P 152. 4 Tretity SS Sovtov SSSR, 1925, p. 297, NA Grand Front, No. 5 to 6, 1925, p. 74, Vilas Sovtov, number 22, May 30th, 1926, p. 21. XXII revitalizing the Soviets 309. Suggested by a system of net votes sometimes adopted. Where this method was in force, electors were entitled to cast votes for or against each candidate on the list. The net vote was obtained by subtracting votes against from votes for, and determined the place of the candidate in the final list. What happened if no candidate obtained a net surplus is not disclosed. The method of election of delegates to the rural district congress of Soviets also varied. Sometimes they were elected by the village Soviet, this seems to have been the original intention, and sometimes by the meeting which elected the village Soviet. Nor did shortcomings end with the elections. Model village Soviets existed, such as one in the Ukraine which met 19 times during the year, discussed repair of roads and buildings, the supply of fuel to the village school, the liquidation of illiteracy and other topics. 44 out of 46 members of the Soviet were literate. Point 3. Another village Soviet in the Ukraine set up a commission on abortion presided over by a doctor, and without the consent of the doctor no abortion can be arranged. A totally irregular, but perhaps salutary, irrigation of powers asterisk, but such active Soviets were rare. Probably more typical was the village Soviet 75 miles from Odessa, which had never heard of the statute of village Soviets. Complaints were common at village Soviets, and even rural district executive committees did not possess the official codes of law and collections of decrees, and were entirely dependent on orders and circulars received from higher local authorities. Point 5. One of the perennial obstacles to the creation of a working system of local government was the difficulty of delimiting the functions and competence of organs at different levels of the Soviet hierarchy. The theory that the sovereign authority resided in the Soviet as such was never formally abandoned, and this meant that no conception of ultravires could ever apply to the action of a Soviet. If the village Soviet could in fact levy Tributions from the peasants, or impose labor service on them. No higher authority would interfere. A professor at the Institute. 1 Bolshevik, no 7-8, April 30th, 1926, p. 64. 2 Na Agrarnomfront, no 5-6, 1925, p. 60. 3 Sovshchanipovo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstva 1925 g. Yanver. 1925, pages 52-53 4 Ibid p. 85. 5 Ibid pages 82, 121. 310, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Of Soviet construction, an offshoot of the Communist Academy. Held up to ridicule a series of regulations issued by the Yaroslav Provincial Executive Committee and attack regulations issued by other local authorities. But the point was that the regulations were absurd in content, not that they were ultra-vires. Some local authorities claimed the right to decide on what date decrees issued in Moscow were to come into effect in the territories under their jurisdiction. Peasants complained that, if a decree arrived, which conferred some benefit on the population, its application was delayed by the rural district authorities, whereas, if a decree was received which takes something from the population, it was put into force at once. On the other hand, the authority of the lower Soviets was limited by lack of funds and of any power of enforcement beyond what they could derive from local tradition, and complaints were frequent that village Soviets had no rights at all. Point 3 Sovkhazy notoriously refused to recognize any authority lower than that of the province, and would have no dealings with the village Soviets or even with the rural district committees in whose areas they were situated. But the Mir and the Kolkhoz, though they were required by the agrarian code to register with the village Soviet, were equally unamenable to its controls where so much theoretical confusion and uncertainty prevailed. The reality of the authority exercised by Soviet institutions at all levels depended largely on finance. It is significant that the first serious attempt to define the legislative powers of district and rural district executive committees by decree of the RSFSR copyright should have been made in April 1925 at the moment when independent district budgets were being introduced. A decree of about the same time authorizing village Soviets to call on compulsory labor for dealing with forest fires or repairing 1 Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, 4v, 1926, 78-81. 2 Ibid 4v, 93-94. 3 Such a complaint from Dage is picturesquely recorded in Vest Sovtov, no 28-29, July 19, 1925, p. 25. Plus Sovshchanipovo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstva 1925 g. April, 1925. 20, 55. pp 5 T bit p 51. The speaker who made this complaint repeated the common failure to distinguish between public and private law by arguing that the cause underscore of the recalcitrance of gent-owning associations to public control was that they were recognized as juridical persons. 6 Sobranio Zakonii, 1925, number 24, art. 170. 7 C Note A, Local Finance, pages 455 to 465 below. Ch. XXH Revitalizing the Soviets for roads was an odd anomaly which must have been provoked by some now forgotten emergency. The powers exercised in practice by the village Soviet were certainly not limited to these contingencies, and did not rest on decrees. At a level where a monetary economy was not yet effective, tradition and habit were still major factors determining the competence of the lower Soviet organs. It was in part a cause, and in part a symptom, of these defects, that the Communist Party had not yet acquired any firm foothold in the countryside. In 1925 only 1 out of every 25 or 30 villages contained a party cell, and an observer still later recorded the impression that in the countryside the party exists mostly on paper. Point 3 Of a total of nearly 700,000 party members in the autumn of 1924, only 150,000 lived and worked outside the towns. Of these, 45,000 were in the central provinces of the RSFSR and 16,000 in the Ukraine. In remote regions the crust of rural party members was very thinly spread, at the bottom of the scale. The White Russian SSR had only 3,700 and the Far Eastern region 3,000. Of this total it was estimated that only 35% were actively engaged in agricultural work, and only 15% are employed exclusively in it. From 20 to 30% were party officials sent from the center to run the local party organizations, and without original connections with the locality, with members so widely scattered, meetings of party cells were rare, and were suspended altogether in the summer when all hands were required for the harvest. The low morale of the party members themselves was no doubt partly attributable to their isolation. The proportion of resignations from the party and of expulsions for misconduct was significantly higher in the countryside than in the towns. In these conditions party control of administration outside the large centers was tenuous and precarious. The proportion of communists in Soviet organs of the RSFSR, for which alone these Sobranio Zakonii, 1925, number 57, art. 455. 2 Bolshevik, no 23-24, December 30th, 1925, p. 44. 3 A.M. Bolshakov, Sovetskaya Darunya, 1917-1927, 1927, pp. 425. 4 Na Agrarnomfront, number 2, 1925, pages 103 to 112. A balanced and informative account, for the presence of elements which discredit the party in the countryside. See Bid. No 5-6, 1925, p. 207. Vol. 2x. 312. The Soviet Order. Point 1v. Statistics were available, varied on a consistent pattern. It was higher in the higher organs than in the lower, in the towns than in the country, and in the executive committees than in the congresses of Soviets which appointed them. In the town and factory Soviets of provincial capitals of the RSFSR the proportion of communists early in 1924 was as high as GI%. In the town Soviets of county capitals it reached 61%. At the county level, the congresses of Soviets contained 54.5% of communist delegates, the executive committees 81% or below. County level, communists were everywhere in the minority in the Soviet organs. In the rural district executive committees the proportion reached 40% or but fell to 11 to 7% in the rural district congresses consisting of delegates from the villages, and to 6% or in the village Soviets, though even this was said to represent an improvement on the figures of 2 years earlier. Moreover, of party members in Soviet organs about 1/2 appear to have been not authentic workers or peasants, but employees, a good many of them probably party officials, sent from headquarters on an unpopular assignment. The numerical weakness of the party in the countryside confronted the leaders with a constant dilemma. If the party refrained from intervening actively in the work of the lower Soviet organs, these fell under the control of the minority of well-to-do peasants, and the cry was raised that the Soviets were in the hands of the Kulaks. If the party instructed its nominees to enforce party policy, the charge of party dictatorship was unavoidable. Both these evils came to a head, and impinged strongly on the Khan. For these figures see the tables in Sovti, SSD Sovtov Ispokami. NKVD, 1924, pages 11 to 53, they were quoted by Stalin at the 13th Party Congress, Stalin, Sakhainidia, 6, 200 to 201. They presumably relate to the Soviet organs as they resulted from the elections of 1923, figures for 1923 in Perebibori v Sovti RSFSR v 1925 to 1926 go to 1926 to 1939, differ in some details, but present the same general picture. The ratio of employees to communists in Soviet organs varied fairly consistently around 50% or, on the reasonable assumption that virtually all the employees were party members. This means that about one half of all party members in Soviet organs were employees. Molotov gave the proportion of party members in the rural district executive committees after the elections in the autumn of 1924 as 61% or 14 SSV Soyuz Kommunistической Party, B, 1926. P66 This figure related to the whole of the USSR, and indicates a higher proportion of party members in the executive committees of the other republics than in those of the RSFSR, where the corresponding proportion was 44%. CHXXII revitalizing the Soviets 313. Zealousness of the party leaders, in the autumn of 1924. The growing economic influence of the kulaks, which first plainly declared itself at the time of the harvest of 1924, was quickly and automatically translated into political influence. From the earliest days, when rural Soviets were generally controlled by SRS and dominated by the kulak bourgeois element, the well-to-do peasants had probably always had a numerical majority in them, the poor peasant being often afraid to attend meetings or lacking the leisure or transport to enable him to do so. In the latter part of 1924, when more than 90% of the membership of village Soviets was peasant, only about 10% of the members were horseless peasants. Point to what was new was the organized exploitation of the opportunities created by this predominance. In June 1924, Rykov complained of exemptions from agricultural tax secured by kulaks sitting in the village and rural district Soviets. Point 3 A little later a story was told from the Department of Poltava in order to restore 200 desiatins of land stolen by kulaks, which was cancelled by the secretary of the village Soviet under kulak pressure plus. But the important thing was that kulak influence was no longer confined to illicit transactions, but was coming out boldly into the open. Bukharin thus described the situation in August 1924. Complicated processes are going on in the countryside. The difference between poor and rich is increasing. On the other hand, an active Soviet-minded peasant youth is growing up. Teachers and agronomists are turning toward us. At the same time, the kulak often worms his way into organs of administration, or keeps the local authority in a position of economic dependence. Point 5. The activity of kulak elements is growing, said Kamina with emphasis in September 1924, and not only economic, but political activity. The kulak, whose power had been increased by the poor harvest, was penetrating the lower levels of the Soviet. Copyright see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 48. 2 v. Last. Sovtov, Number 1, January 4, 1925, p. 9. 3 AI Rykov, Stat I Rect, 3, 1929, 120. Plus Sov Shanipovo Prozam Savitsko Gostro Itelstua 1925 G, Yanber. 1925, D 107. 5 N Bukharin, Orab Kor Iselko Rev, 2nd ed 1926, p. 66. 314 The Soviet Order, pt 4. System. A month later Kamina spoke to the Moscow Provincial Party Committee. Since the kulak elements have the possibility of orientating themselves more quickly, acquiring the necessary knowledge and thus putting pressure on the organs of Soviet power, their influence grows ever stronger. Nor was it possible unreservedly to condemn this unwelcome phenomenon. Politically, as well as economically, the kulak might well appear as a progressive force. It was the well-to-do peasant, from whom the demand for an improved administration in the countryside mainly proceeded. An observer in January 1925 offered a convincing diagnosis of the source of the new discontent. Has our apparatus really become worse in comparison with the past? No, comrades, our apparatus is, all the same, improving. It was bureaucratic before, it is bureaucratic now, but even in its bureaucratic form it has begun to improve. But now its irregularities have become more conspicuous. Our peasantry has grown up a little in comparison with the past. And, in particular, a well-to-do element has grown up in the village which reacts quickly to every trifle, every irregularity, and quickly knocks at the right door. That is why we have become conscious of this caprice, these shortcomings, which exist in the village. Point 3. The dilemma was constant. There is in the countryside no Soviet action group which could organize the countryside round itself. It does not exist, but its place may be taken, if we are not wide awake, by an anti-Soviet action group. Point 4. The other current evil, which appeared to be the only practical alternative to domination of the rural Soviets by kulaks, was the dictatorship of a handful of party officials and workers. Both opposite evils were encountered side by side. Party cells are said to have rarely existed in the rural district executive committees, or, a fortiori, in the village Soviets, so that party influence could not make itself felt at all. An observer in January 1925 summed up the weakness of the party in a graphic phrase, in the village. LL Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 11, 1929, 109. 2 Abit 11, 204. 3 Sov Shanipovo Prozam Savitsko Gostro Itelstva 1925 G, Yanber. 1925, pp 94. 4 Savitsko Stro Itelstvo, Spornik, 4b, 1926, 135. Ch. XKIT revitalizing the Soviets 315. As a rule, the Soviet apparatus eats up the party apparatus. Whereas in the cities, the Provincial Party Committee often interferes in questions of Soviet organization in which, by rights, it ought not to interfere. But cases also occurred in the country side in which a party fraction entirely usurped the functions of the Presidium of a rural district executive committee. Point 2 underscore generally speaking, the party directives were conveyed to the lower Soviet organs in the countryside by a single party official who easily incurred the imputation of dictatorial behavior. A common pattern was for a qualified party worker to be elected president of the village Soviet. He then conducted the business of the Soviet with the secretary, and rarely convened meetings of the Soviet, calling on the mass of members only when some piece of work had to be done to carry out the orders of the rural district executive committee. Complaints were frequent that elections at all levels were turned into a farce by party nominations. When party officials from headquarters, the county bosses, urged the peasants to vote, the peasants answered, "Why should we come to the elections? It makes no sense. You have brought the list of the new executive committee with you in your pocket." Asterisk in Kazakhstan, the local party secretary was said to appear at elections with a ready-made list of candidates, which he put forward at the meeting with the inquiry who was against. 5 in a Siberian village, when the peasants refused to vote the list proposed by the electoral commission, the commission simply adjourned the meeting to the following day. This was repeated for 7 days on end. On the 7th day, the peasants stayed away, and the list was voted. 6 in the Stavropol department, village Soviets were in the habit of inviting the local party secretary or the whole party cell to participate in their deliberations. In one case, the president of a village Soviet offered to divide his salary with the party secretary in return for the latter's help and guidance. The general picture resulting from these arrangements was 1 Sovshany Povo Sovetskogo Stroitelstvo 1925 G. Yanvar. 1925, p. 164. 2 Na Agrarnomfront, No 5-6, 1925, p. 210. 3 Sovshany Povo Sovetskogo Stroitelstvo 1925 G. Yanvar. 1925, pages 62, 64, 69. 4 Ibid p. 152. 8 Na Agrarnomfront, number 9, 1925, p. 118. 6 Ibid no 5-6, 1925, p. 61. 7 Ibid number 10, 1925, p. 10. 316, the Soviet order. 4. One of almost complete divorce, and consequent mutual distrust between the few party officials and the mass of peasants of whatever category. Party workers who are deficient in class consciousness or inexperience, said a party report of March 1923. Asterisk quickly lose authority with the peasantry. The party worker from the city had no sympathy with the peasant. The more efficient he was, the less patience he had. We have beards for show purposes in our executive committees. One of these was reported as saying, and need nothing more. What sense do you expect from peasants? When questions were asked by peasants at meetings of village Soviets or rural district executive committees, the party official who did not know the answer got out of it by abusing the questioner as a counter-revolutionary or a Menshevik. 3 Numerous stories were told of high-handed treatment of peasants. One president of a rural district executive committee, a party nominee, was alleged to use a whip on the peasants, or to arrest peasants without any cause and then, after keeping them for some time in a cellar, let them go just as capriciously as he had arrested them. One party official summoned peasants who were late with tax payments to his office and made them stand in the corner. The peasant retaliated by treating the party member as an alien and an interloper. The peasants to whom Stalin gave an interview in March 1925 explained that almost everywhere the party cells hold aloof from the peasants, they live their way, we live our way, said a peasant from Tambov registered. According to another observer, most peasants regarded communists as clever fellows who could get a horse elected to the rural district executive committee if they wanted to. 7. Even more serious resentment was felt against members of Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rostiskoy Communistiskoy Party, Vol. Shabikov, No. 3, 57, March 1923, p. 53. 2 Sovshany Povo Sovetskogo Stradlstva 1925 G. April, 1925. p. 7. 3 IT, Yanvar, 1925, p. 163. 4 Ibid, 1925, p. 142. 5 Many instances of the high-handed behavior and unpopularity of party officials are quoted in Sovetsk Stroitelstvo, Sporn K. 2-3, 1925, 356-357. 3. A. M. Balshakov, Sovetskaya Dorunya, 1917-1927, 1927, pages 329-331. 6 Bedneva, April 5, 1925. For this interview see Volume 1, p. 183, for a general discussion of the shortcomings of party work in rural areas see Bolshevik. No 3-4, 19-20, February 25, 1925, pages 74-86. 7 Sovshany Povo Sovetskogo Stroitelstvo 1925 G. Yanvar. 1925, p. 126. CHXXI revitalizing the Soviets 317. The Komsomol, who first became active in rural areas in 1924, especially after the encouragement given to such activity by the 13th Party Congress in May of that year. A circular from the Komsomol Central Committee in February 1924 warned members of rural branches of the Komsomol against an attitude of aloofness from the peasant. But the imputation of aloofness was soon less common than that of active interference. A delegate from the neighborhood of Moscow complained of Komsomol members who appeared at elections with ready-made lists. When we learned that out of 27 members elected to our Soviet, 9 were women and 9 Komsomol members, I doubt whether such a village Soviet would have authority with the peasant, who is accustomed to see in a village Soviet not Komsomol members and not women, but bearded elders. 3. In December 1924 the Orgbaro invaded against anti-religious excesses of Komsomol members in the countryside, and 6 months later a Komsomol conference issued a warning of the inadmissibility of incautious and clumsy methods of anti-religious propaganda among the peasants. T. Other common and well substantiated charges against Komsomol members were of drunkenness and hooliganism. The sins of the Komsomol aggravated the unpopularity of the party, since no clear line was drawn between them, and further complicated the task of establishing party authority in the countryside. These resentments and embarrassments accumulated slowly in the first years of NEP. The symptom which caused most disquiet in party circles was that participation in collections to Soviets, after rising sharply in 1923, fell back in the following year. According to returns quoted by Kaganovich, covering, however, only 12 provinces, 22 to 3% of electors voted in 1922, 35 for CP 99 above. 2 Spravochnik Partinogo Rabonica, 4, 1924, 255. 3 Sovshany Povo Sovetskogo Stroitelstvo 1925 G. Yanvar. 1925, p. 93, for the prejudice against women in the Soviet CP 322, note 4 below. 4 Spravochnik Partinogo Rabonica, 4, 1924, 396, VB, 1925, 1926, 431. 5 A. M. Balshakov, Sovetskaya Dorunya, 1917-1927, 1927, pp 3343. Stalin in April 1925 referred to the shortcomings of Komsomol work in the countryside, Sakhainania, 7, 80-82. 318, the Soviet Order. 4. in 1923 and only 31% or in 1924.1 what appear to be. The fullest available figures show that in 1923 in 68 provinces 14 million out of a potential 37 to 6 million voters went to the polls, or 37%, and in 1924 in 49 provinces 8 to 4 million out of a potential 29 to 2 million, or 28 to 9%. In 1923, in one half of the provinces covered, the proportion of those voting ranged from 35 to 50%, or in only one third did the proportion fall below 35%. In 1924 it fell below 35%, or in 3/4 of the provinces covered. Since these figures were likely to relate to provinces where voting had been most active, the estimate in the party report that only from 15 to 20% of qualified electors voted in the 1924 elections as a whole may third well be correct. What increased the disquiet was that, while the proportion of those voting declined, the proportion of communists elected rose substantially. The proportion of members of the party and the Komsomol elected to village Soviets increased from 7 to 8% in 1923 to 12% or in 1924, to rural district congresses from 17.8% to 27% and to rural district executive committees from 48 to 5% to 61 to 4%. But, as Molotov later asserted, there was much that was inflated, unstable and insecure in this progress, and this seeming external, statistical increase in the leadership of the countryside by the party did not bear witness to a real improvement in that leadership. 5 On the contrary, the increasing apathy of the ordinary voter at a time when more communists were entering the village Soviets seemed to point to a growing indifference or hostility in the mass of the peasantry to the party and to the regime. Face to the countryside. Such were the conditions when, in the autumn of 1924, the party for the first time turned its serious attention to the question of the rural Soviets, to the backwardness of local administration, and to the scarcity of suitable officials, especially at the lowest. Savshani Povo Prozam Savitsko Gostroitelstvo 1925 G. Yanver. 1925, p. 111. 4 Savitsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, I. 1925, 39 to 40. 3 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskot Kommunistikskot Party, Vol. Shabikov, number 9, 84, March 2, 1925, p. 1. 4 Savitsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, I. 1925, 51. 814 SXB Soyoznot Kommunistikiskoy Party, B. 1926, p. 66. Ch. XXIL Revitalizing the Soviets 319. Levels. Administrative decentralization was part of the general reaction against the rigors of war communism. At first it was applied mainly to the organization of essential industries, and did not extend to the less urgent sphere of political administration, especially in the countryside, where few party or Soviet workers were available, and where peasant mistrust was a formidable barrier to innovation. It was only from 1923 onwards, as the peasant became more and more the focus of economic policy, that notice began to be taken of the political importance of the Soviet machine in the countryside. Stalin in his speech at the 12th Party Congress of April 1923 attacked the simplified form of administration in which everything was decided at the center, and went on. In our Soviet land we put into effect a different system of administration, a system of administration that permits us to anticipate with accuracy all changes, everything that is going on among the peasants, among the nationalities, among the so-called other races and the Russians. The system of supreme organs must include a series of barometers which will detect every change, will record and forestall any possible tumults or discontents. That is the Soviet system of government. This was evidently an idealized picture of how the system ought to work, not a description of how it actually did work. But it was symptomatic of a new recognition of the problem. The resolution of the Congress on party work in the countryside, the first special resolution on this subject passed by a party Congress, drew emphatic attention to present shortcomings. The rural district and village apparatus of the Soviet power is filled to a large extent by those elements of the rural semi-intelligentsia who have from of old been connected mainly with the well-to-do strata in the countryside, and introduce into the Soviet apparatus the traditions of the period of serfdom with its roughness, its contempt for the peasant and his needs, its haughty indifference to his backwardness, his illiteracy, his inability to find his way about in the Soviet apparatus. By way of prescription, however, the resolution had little to offer, but general exhortation. The rural district and village apparatus. 1 Savitsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, I. 1925, 5-8. 2 Stalin, Sakhinania, v. 259 to 260. 320. The Soviet Order. 4. A power must be strengthened, in place of the old rural district clerk who was one of the basic instruments for oppressing the peasant masses. A peasant who had been through the civil war and the school of party teaching should be installed as secretary of the rural district executive committee. But candidates with these qualifications were scarce, and the concrete recommendation to send reliable party officials from headquarters to occupy key posts in the countryside was too unpopular among party officials themselves to be widely adopted. A year later, at the 13th Party Congress, the same recommendation was repeated. By this time the rising power of the kulaks was beginning to attract attention. The freeing of the lower Soviet and party apparatus in the countryside from kulak influence, as well as an improvement of its quality, was proclaimed as the goal. But the discussion which took place on that occasion about the peasant committees of mutual aid revealed the reluctance of powerful elements in the party to disturb the existing situation, which left the control of local administration in the countryside largely in the hands of well-to-do peasants friendly to the new policies of the regime. Reforming influences progressively lost their strength the further from the center they were required to operate. In the autumn of 1924 the situation had become too grave to be ignored. The harvest had been a partial failure. The Georgian Rising and the Dymovka scandal were popular themes of discussion in party circles, and Zinoviev had recently proclaimed the slogan "Face to the countryside." Zinoviev, now at the zenith of his career and of his ambitions, again took the lead. To meet the growing menace of inefficiency and dissatisfaction in the countryside, a new slogan, the revitalization of the Soviet sent, was launched in an article in Pravda of October. *BKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I. 516 to 519. From 1923 onwards, a journal under the title Savitsky Veloz was issued by Narkom Gudel. Files of it have not been available. 2 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I. 595. 3 CD Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 148 to 149, for subsequent attempts to make use of the committees. See Note B. Peasant Committees of Mutual 8, pages 466 to 467 bio. Plus the phrase came from Lenin, who in his letter to Myasnikov of May 1921, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 208, had coined, or endorsed, the watchword, to revitalize the Soviets, to attract non-party people, to use the non-party people to check the work of party members. Ch. XXII revitalizing the Soviets 321. 11, 1924, which was evidently intended to sound the keynote for the forthcoming sessions of BTSIK and of the party Central Committee. Large successes, Zinoviev claimed, had been achieved in improving administration at the provincial, and in part at the county, level. Reform must now be extended to the rural district and the village. He admitted that the question had been raised many times before, though without result. The slogan down with the kulaks and their stooges must not be taken to imply that only party members should be admitted to Soviets and Soviet organs. To identify the party with the Soviets was an old heresy. In order to revitalize the Soviet apparatus, it was necessary to bind the local Soviets by unbreakable threads to the non-party masses of workers and peasants. The directives were, face to the countryside, more attention to non-party elements, revitalization of the Soviets in the localities at all costs. It was in the first flush of this campaign that the TSIK of the RSFSR debated in October 1924 draft statutes for county and rural district congresses of Soviets and executive committees and for village Soviets. Kiselev, the official spokesman, announced that wider powers would be given to local organs. Now that the economic potentialities of the rural district had begun to be developed, it was time to think about the development of its rights. Rural district congresses of Soviets and executive committees would henceforth be qualified to discuss all state questions, including questions of the militia and of criminal investigation, and rural districts would for the first time have independent budgets. On the subject of village Soviets he was more guarded, admitting that they had hitherto had only obligations and scarcely any rights. But with the enlargement of the rural districts it has become necessary to confer on village Soviets such rights as were, to some extent, enjoyed by rural district executive committees. In the ensuing debate Lenin complained of the non-participation of women in the elections to village Soviets. In 1923 only 3 million women had voted as Lenin, Sakhainania, XXVI, 474. The context suggests that the phrase may have been borrowed or adapted by Lenin from Myasnikov's letter or pamphlet, which have not been available. It is significant that the revitalization of the Soviets was from the outset connected with the recruitment of non-party elements. Vysarostisky Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 11 Soziva, Vitoria. Sessia, 1924, pages 44 to 50. 322. The Soviet order. Point 4. Against 16 million men, and the proportion of women elected had been lower still. Another speaker praised the proposal to create Soviet responsibility in the countryside under the leadership of the Communist Party. Kalinin took exception to a reference to the rural district executive committees as organs of local self-government, and propounded, for what must have been almost the last time, the classic doctrine of the sovereignty of the Soviets. Our rural district and other Soviet institutions are in principle not identical with organs of self-government. In drawing up the statute for our executive committees, county, rural district, and village, the chief principle is that they are infused with the unitary principle of power. Any one of our Soviets is a fragment of the sovereign power, which is fully embodied in the Union Congress of Soviets. Even the village Soviet, strictly speaking, has all the rights of the Union Congress, including international rights, within the limits of its territory. It does not have envoys in other countries only because its territory is bounded by the Soviet Union. In principle, it seems to me, this is a unitary power. Our statute ought, therefore, to be infused with the unity of power. But this was a lost cause, or an excursion into utopia. What TSIK was debating was not the theory of political power, but the practical problem of creating a system of local government. At the end of the discussion, on October 16, 1924, 3 decrees were duly adopted, on county congresses of Soviets and executive committees, on rural district congresses of Soviets and executive committees, and on village Soviets. Point 3. The usual constitutional ambiguity was apparent in the statute of the village Soviets. The village Soviet carries out all legal decisions of the general meeting, Skode, of citizens, by which it was elected. But it was, at the same time, responsible to the appropriate rural district committee. A separate decree was passed on the need to encourage women to participate in the work of the Soviets. Carr. Vysarostisky Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 11 Soziva, Vitoria. Sessia, 1924, pages 56, 64. 2 Ibid p. 71. 3 Ibid p. 422, Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 82, Arts. 825, 826, 827. Plus Ibid number 82, Art. 828. Spasmodic attempts were made throughout the ensuing campaign to increase the representation of women in the Soviets, but encountered strong resistance. Peasants were accustomed to see not CHXXII revitalizing the Soviets. 323. Sponding decrees of the Ukrainian and White Russian SSRs established a similar system of local government for these republics. The Party Central Committee, which met on October 25, 1924, was concerned to see that these decrees should not once more remain a dead letter. On the eve of the meeting, Stalin and Kaganovich addressed a gathering of secretaries of rural party cells. Stalin reiterated Zinoviev's program to revitalize the Soviets, to establish links between party members and the non-party masses in the countryside. The Georgian insurrection was attributed to failure to do this, and to draw politically active peasants into the work of administration. Kaganovich described the function of the Soviets as the coupling of the dictatorship women, but bearded elders in village assemblies. To elect a woman meant an empty place, since she is not summoned to meetings of the village Soviet, or, if she is summoned, her opinion is not asked. Savshanipo. Voprozam Savitsko Gostroitelstva 1925 G. Yanber, 1925, pages 93, 95. Stories were told of a peasant who, on learning that his wife had been elected to the Soviet, locked her up to prevent her from attending, and of women, members of the Soviet who were said to wash the floor of the Soviet office. Savitsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, 23, 1925, 359. The campaign had some effect, the proportion of women in village Soviets rising from 2,2% in 1923 to 9% or in 1924 to 1925 and 10.5% in 1925 to 1926, in rural District Congresses of Soviets from 2°6 to 76 and 8,8%, and in rural. District Executive Committees from 0 to 6 to 7,1 and 9% are in the same years. G. Mikhailov, Mesno Sovetsko Upravlenie, 1927, p. 426. But this was attributed to a definite pressure on the electorate. Once a higher percentage of women was required, it was produced, but it has not been produced. As the result of a declared wish of the peasantry to introduce women into government. Sovshani Povo Prozam Sovetsko Gostroitelstvo 1925 G. April. 1925, p. 67. A woman complained that everyone in the Soviets, including the party workers, treated the women as nincompoops because they were illiterate. Ibid p. 104. In the re-elections of the spring of 1925, the number of women elected was said to have decreased in places where pressure had previously been exercised to secure a quota of women in the Soviets, but increased elsewhere. N.A. Agrarnomfront, No. 5 to 6, 1925, pp. 70, 72. In February 1926, a party conference was held on party work among worker and peasant women. A resolution on its conclusions was issued by the Orgburo. Izvestiya Centralnogo Komiteta Vissosoyoznoy Communistiskot Party, B. Number 9, 130, March 8, 1926, Prologini, pages 1 to 4, and the full text of its recommendations was published, bid. No 12 to 13, 133 to 134, April 5, 1926. Prologini, pages I6. But the impression prevails that this was routine business, to which no great importance was attached. Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, I, 1925, 5 to 8, discusses a number of differences of detail between the republics. The White Russian decrees had been adopted in July 1924 in advance of those of the RSFSR, Sobranioza. Konady SSR Belarusiai, 1924, number 13, arts. 113 to 116. 324, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Of the proletariat with the immense, unparalleled independence and support of millions of toilers and the coupling of the central ism of state power with the broadest local self-government. Both Stalin and Zinoviev spoke on the topic in the Central Committee. Point 2. Molotov in his report sat delicately on the fence in criticizing the party attitude to the Kulak, instead of, in the person of the party and the Soviet power, isolating ourselves from the relatively small percentage of Kulaks in the countryside. We sometimes include in the general rubric of Kulaks a large percentage of the rural population which, in its majority, not only is not hostile, but need in no case become hostile to the Soviet power. The resolution prescribed, in considerable detail, the functions of the party in the revitalization of the Soviets. The first point was to secure the election to rural Soviets and executive committees of a larger number of non-party peasants and peasant women, especially those who enjoy authority in peasant circles, and to secure the election of a proportion of non-party peasants to the Republican and Union Congresses of Soviets. The principle of free election was to be observed, and the party was to avoid illegal interference in the work of the Soviets. On the other hand, in order to strengthen political leadership of the work of the Soviets, it was necessary to strengthen the work of the communist fractions in the Soviets and local executive committees. The line between avoiding illegal interference and strengthening political leadership through the party fractions would, obviously, prove difficult to draw. Finally, the resolution demanded a particularly cautious approach to questions of anti-religious propaganda, and placed a ban on measures of administrative action, closing of churches, etc., which in the majority of cases achieve the opposite results. 1 Stalin, Sakhainania, 6, 302 to 312, Izvestiya, October 26, 1924. 2 Stalin Sakhainania, 6, 313 to 320, G. Zinoviev, Litsum Katerab, 1925. Pages 67 to 42. Zinoviev delivered 2 further speeches in the next few days, emphasizing the importance of the decisions taken, Ibid pages 73 to 84. 3 Pravda, November 1, 1924. VKP, B. V. Rizoliotstyak, STH at 1936. I. 645, records a co-report by A. P. Smirnov. The reference to it is omitted from later editions of this work, and it does not appear to have been published. Smirnov, who was People's Commissar for Agriculture of the RSFSR, belonged to the party right, and probably, like Kalinin, inclined towards the Kulaks. Plus VKP, B. V. Rizoliotstyak, 1941, I. 630 to 633. CHXXII revitalizing the Soviets 325. The policy of improving the machinery of administration was actively pursued. On October 20, 1924, the Orgburo had appointed a party commission to study ways and means of strengthening Soviet work. The commission was presided over by Kaganovich, the rising star in the party firmament. It reported in general terms, early in December 1924, on the tasks to be performed, and recommended the appointment of a governmental commission attached to the TSIK and to the TSIK of the RSFSR to prepare the necessary measures. Point 3 Effect was given to this recommendation by a decision of the Presidium of the TSIK on December 19 to appoint a conference of some 50 delegates on questions of Soviet construction. Before, however, the conference could meet, a fresh example of the weakness of party work in the countryside confronted the party leaders. The results of the annual elections to the Soviets, which had been spread over the months September to November 1924, showed a marked decline in the already low proportion of electors who thought it worthwhile to record their votes. 5 Strong measures to counter the growing apathy of the peasant towards the regime seemed imperative. A decree of 6 SIK of December 29, 1924, drew attention to irregularities and omissions in the work of the electoral commissions, as a result of which the electors did not participate fully enough in the elections, where such abuses had occurred, or where less than 35% of the electors had voted. It proposed to the TSIKs of the Union Republics and Autonomous Republics and to the executive committees of regions and provinces to cancel the elections already held and to hold new elections. This was to be the principal and most dramatic move in the campaign for the revitalization of the Soviets. The Conference on Questions of Soviet Construction, which was designed as a conference on the revitalization of the Soviets, held 2 sessions in January and April 1925. Its proceedings. 1 Javestiya Centralnogo Komiteta Rossiyskoy Communistiskiskoy Party, Vol. Shabikov, number 3, 8, October 20, 1924, p. 8. 2 see pages 202 to 203 above. 3 Izvestiya Centralnogo Komiteta Rossiyskoy Communistiskiskoy Party, Vol. Shabikov, number 11, 16, December 15, 1924, pp. I2. Plus Pravda, December 21, 1924. 5 see pages 317 to 318 above. 6 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 1, art. 3. 326, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Are a substantial source of information on the Soviet countryside. And its resolutions laid the foundation of Soviet policy in local administration for several years. The principal report at the January session, which was presided over by Kalinin and also addressed by Rykov, Inukich, and Kiselev, was entrusted to Kaganovich. 4 years after the introduction of NEP, declared Kaganovich, the weariness of the civil war had been overcome. Prosperity was rising everywhere, and the masses were displaying a broad political activity. This activity must be canalized into the Soviets, which should exchange the methods of compulsion current in the civil war period for methods consistent with the social self-activization of the masses, the chief task. Before the conference was to improve the work of the Soviets in the countryside. This meant the carrying out of the decision of VTSIK to hold re-elections where the proportion of voters had fallen below 35% and to establish an improved procedure for the elections. Kaganovich admitted that the peasant, in many places, did not yet look on the Soviets as his own elected organs. And he and other speakers quoted instances where a list of candidates had been forced on reluctant electors by party secretaries, by Komsomol groups or even by the local electoral commission. Only in the Ukraine, where the Komnezemazai still existed, had the poor peasants sometimes ventured to nominate candidates of their own. In conclusion, Kaganovich put forward 2 further points. The first was the need for independent rural district budgets, a condition of real local self-government. The second was the strengthening of revolutionary legality. The peasant must feel himself protected from caprice, from abuses, from illegality, from infringement of the revolutionary laws. Point 3. It was an unspoken premise of any campaign to revitalize the rural Soviets and improve local administration that non-party elements sympathetic to the regime should be induced to COL. 1. Its proceedings were published as Sovshchanipovo Prozam Savitskogo. Stroitelstva, 1925 g. 2 volumes subtitled Yanvar and April, 1925. 2 for the C. Volume 1, p. 288. 3 Kaganovich speeches in Sovshchanipovo Prozam Savitskogo Stroitel. Stva, 1925 g. Yanvar, 1925, pages 97 to 117. For the other points cited see. Ibid pages 88, 95 to 96. The conference was fully reported in Pravda, January 7 to 11, 1925. For the question of rural district budget see Note A, pages 455 to 465. Below, for revolutionary legality see Note C, pages 468 to 471 below. CHXXII revitalizing the Soviets 327. Elaborate with it. The attempt to make up for the inadequate strength of the party cadres by an appeal to non-party people to participate in Soviet work went back to the 13th Party Congress of May 1924. On that occasion Stalin emphatically declared that without giving particular attention to the task of drawing non-party people into Soviet work in the provinces and counties, serious constructive work is impossible, and that without this broadening of the base of Soviet administration, the Soviets may seriously lose weight and influence. And the Congress resolution rather more cautiously pronounced that, together with party comrades, non-party workers should also be drawn into all this work. Conferences of non-party peasants were held under party auspices to explain the significance of the Soviets and of the re-election campaign. Point 3 Kalinin's opening speech at the conference on the revitalization of the Soviets in January 1925 was a covert apologia for the non-party worker, whose fundamental aim is restricted to the thing on which he is actually working, who has no ultimate, remote perspectives, and who fixes his gaze on what is at the moment being immediately done under his eyes. This, Kalinin implied without saying it, was a healthy corrective to the bureaucratism which was the vice of the party man. Point 4 The movement was, however, liable to have awkward implications. Later in the same session, Kiselev referred to talk in the villages that there should be Soviets without communists and that, just as the workers were organized in trade unions, so the peasants ought to have their own organizations. The proposal to organize non-party peasants as a separate group clearly marked off from workers and party members stirred immediate apprehensions of Kulak or SR predominance, and perhaps for this reason the recruitment of non-party peasants into the Soviets was not specifically mentioned, either in Kaganovich's report or in the resolutions of the confer-ins. The conference recommended the holding of re-elections. 1 Stalin, Sakhanintia, 6, 213. 2 Vep, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 584. 3 Sovshchanipovo Prozam Savitskogo Stroitelstva 1925 g. April, 1925. P9, the Smolensk archives, WKP 279, contain records of such meetings in the districts and rural districts of White Russia. Plus Sovshchanipovo Prozam Savitskogo Stroitelstva 1925 g. Yanvar, 1925. Pages 5 to 8. 3 of it B 144. Vol. IY. 328, the Soviet Order. Point 4. For all Soviets where less than 35% of electors had voted in the elections of the autumn of 1924, or where irregularities had occurred, and drew up draft instructions to electoral commissions, which prohibited these commissions from putting forward lists of candidates, gave electors unlimited freedom to nominate candidates either in advance or when the electoral meeting assembled, and made provision for electoral meetings at local centers, and not merely at the headquarters of the village Soviet. The recommendation for fresh elections was promptly carried into effect by a decree of VTSIK of January 16, 1925.2. On this occasion the right of VTSIK to legislate on elections seems to have been assumed, and the constitutional rights of the constituent republics were silently ignored. The decision raised one important practical issue. Under Article 65 of the original constitution of the RSFSR, and corresponding articles of those of the other constituent republics, persons employing hired labor or living on interest from capital were, among other categories, deprived of the franchise. The Constitution of the USSR was silent on the subject, since electoral rights were a matter for the republics. On the other hand, the republics, apart from the formal declaration of principle in their constitutions, treated the question as of no practical importance, and, with the single exception of the Ukrainian SSR*, appear to have passed no legislation to define the manner in which the principle should be applied. It was not at this time the practice to draw up lists of voters when elections took place. The decision. 1 Sovshchanipovo Prozam Savitskogo Stratelspa 1925 g. Yanvar. 1925, pages 221 to 229. The provision for voting to take place at local centers was important because, with the increased size of the village, only peasants living near the headquarters of the village Soviet could be expected to attend a meeting. Held there in full strength, N.A. Agrarnom Front, No. 5-6, 1925, p. 60. 2 Sobrany Zakhanov, 1925, No. 6, Art. 54. 3 The TSIK of the White Russian SSR issued on January 31, 1925, a decree in the same terms as the decree of the TSIK of January 16, Sobrany. Uzakonant SSR Belarusy, 1925, No. 16, Art. 112. This was followed by a proclamation of February 21, 1925, recording the decision to hold re-elections, where less than 35% had voted, and appealing to the population to vote. Ibid No. 9, Art. 74. Similar decrees were presumably issued by the other republics. 4 decrees of April, July, and October 1921 are in Zberzakonov by Rosporyad. Shen, 1921, No. 7, Art. 202, No. 13, Art. 355, No. 22, 620. These decrees rigidly excluded all peasants employing hired labor, for their provisions on the franchise for town Soviets CP 358, notes 5 and 6 below. CHXXII revitalizing the Soviets 329. On those to be excluded was left to the caprice of the Electoral Commission. Many stories were afterwards told of the way in which this discrimination had been exercised. A Red Army man had been deprived of the right to vote because his grandfather kept a village shop in 1902.2. Russian peasants in Kazakhstan were disqualified for having belonged in the past to church councils. Elsewhere peasants were said to have been disfranchised on such charges as stealing a goat, or slaughtering the cow of a poor peasant, or taking bribes, though none of these charges had been brought before a court. Another peasant was deprived of the vote because he worked in his spare time as coachman for a well-to-do merchant. One county was said to have disqualified all peasants who had ever been fined for tilling illicit spirit. A case was quoted from the province of Saratov where 30% of the peasants of a district were excluded from the vote. What is clear is that between 1921 and 1924 the issue excited no interest. A policy of silent indifference to questions of electoral law prevailed everywhere. The revival of this constitutional conundrum was a direct consequence of differences on agrarian policy. The disfranchisement of employers of hired labor, in its application to the peasantry, was the political counterpart of the provision in the law of February 19, 1918, on the socialization of the land, which confined the right to use land to him who cultivates it with his own labor. The right to use land and the right to vote went together. When, therefore, the fundamental law of May 1922 and the Agrarian Code of October 1922 cautiously sanctioned, in certain circumstances, the leasing of land and the hiring of labor, the Conference on Revitalization recommended that lists of disqualified persons should be publicly exhibited in advance of the election. Savshani. Povo Prozam Savitskogo Strovitelstva 1925 G. Yanber, 1925, p. 224. This was the practice in the Ukraine, Radianska Ukraina, No. 13, 19, April 1926. pp. 34, but this formality does not seem to have been observed elsewhere. 2 Pravda, May 27, 1925. 3 N.A. Agrarnom Front, No. 9, 1925, p. 116. 4 plus Savitsko Strovitelstvo, Spornik, 4v, 1926, 76-77, 105. 3 Abidai, 1925, 127. Although much play was made with the exclusions, their number was probably small, according to you. Lerin, Rost Krestiansky. Obsches Venosti, 1925, p. 12, only 1-4% were disqualified in 1922 and 1923, and only 4% of these were disqualified on grounds of social and economic status. 6 For this law see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, pages 45-47. 7 See Abid Volume 2, pages 289, 296. 330 The Soviet Order. Point 4. Some political concession seemed the natural corollary. It was not, however, till the summer of 1924 that desire in the party to conciliate the well-to-do peasant had become strong enough to enforce a change. On August 11, 1924, the Presidium of the TSIK of the RSFSR issued an order that persons employing hired labor in accordance with the terms of the Agricultural Code, or holding monetary deposits, were not to be disfranchised. On that account, and similar decrees were issued a little later by the Ukrainian and White Russian SSR since the middle peasant had never been disfranchised for his hiring of extra labor for the harvest. The concession clearly applied to peasants rich enough, and working on a large enough scale, to employ permanent labor. This decision did not escape criticism at the session of the TSIK of the RSFSR in October 1924, when Lerin vigorously demanded the exclusion of kulaks from the franchise in accordance with the terms of the Constitution. Point 2 If, however, it was now desired to conciliate the only element among the peasantry in which competent administrators, even at the lowest level, might be found, it was necessary to abate the rigor of the law. On October 23, 1924, VTSIK laid it down, regardless of the constitutional position, that persons employing hired labor within the terms of the Agrarian Code are not deprived of electoral rights. Point 3 The decree of VTSIK of January 16, 1925, prescribing fresh elections, was accompanied by another decree of the same date which, in even more flagrant contravention of the rights of the republics, explained that persons formerly disfranchised on Sobrany Uzakonii, 1924, No. 71, Art. 695, Zbernit Uzakoninta. Rosporyagin, 1924, No. 34, Art. 235, Sobrany Uzakonii SSR Belarusy. 1924, No. 19, Art. 177 The Ukrainian decree was more detailed than the others, and attempted to provide a positive definition of those entitled to vote. These included foreigners belonging to the working class or to the toiling peasantry. In one Ukrainian village where 250 peasants had been disqualified in 1924, all but 46 had regained the franchise in January 1925, Save. Shanipovo Prozam Savitskogo Stradlstu 1925 G. Yanber, 1925, p. 57. 2 Visarasiaskik Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 11 Soziva, Vidaria. Sesia, 1924, p. 59. According to you. Lerin, Rost Krestianskoy Obsh equals. Nasty, 1925, p. 44. Kalinin at the session of the party's Central Committee in October 1924 opposed a suggestion that the electoral commissions for village Soviets and rural district executive committee elections should be instructed to ensure that kulaks should be debarred from voting. The suggestion was, however, adopted. 3. This order is quoted in Bolshevik, number 13, July 15, 1926, p. 24, but has not been traced elsewhere. CHXXT Revitalizing the Soviets 331. This account might regain their right to vote on production of evidence that they were now living on the proceeds of their own labor, and that persons employing hired labor within the provisions of the Agricultural Code and persons having deposits in savings banks were not subject to disfranchisement. A further decree of the Presidium of BTSIK of April 8, 1925, repeated these regulations, and pointed out that definite evidence was required to justify disfranchisement. Mere declarations of individual citizens were not enough. According to the same decree, some local authorities had disfranchised artisans who had set up subsidiary businesses, as well as servers, singers or organists in churches and members of church councils. Exclusion on such grounds was declared to be unjustified. Point 2. A minor difficulty arose over peasants who formerly served in the police, and who, under the constitution of the RSFSR, were liable to disfranchisement on this ground. The practice appears to have grown up of restoring electoral rights to such persons if the other inhabitants of the locality petitioned on their behalf. Party exhortations were redoubled to secure as large a vote as possible. An instruction of the party central committee signed by Kaganovich spoke of the necessity to bring non-party people, especially women, into the Soviets far more extensively than in previous electoral campaigns. Non-party people were to be allowed to put forward their own list of candidates, and the attempts of some Komsomol members which have been observed in the past to dictate their will rudely and tactlessly to the electors were to be resisted. No attempt should be made to exclude. Sobrany Zakhanov, 1925, number 6, art. 55. The preamble of the decree cited arts 9 and 10 of the Constitution of the USSR, but these articles dealt solely with the method of election to the Union Congress of Soviets, and did not establish the competence of the Union to legislate for elections at a lower Soviet level. A Soviet commentator observed that the provisions of this decree cannot be regarded as consonant with the letter or meaning of the Soviet Constitution, the more so since the orders were issued even without a session of BTSIK, M. Reichel, Soyasovetsky Sotsialistik Respublik. Kharkov, 1925, I. 66. A writer in the Ukrainian journal criticized the two decrees of BTSIK of January 16, 1925, on the holding of re-elections and on the definition of the franchise as intruding on matters reserved for the republics. Instructions had also been sent out which contravened the decree of the Ukrainian SSR of September 1924, Radianska Ukraina, No. 1-2, 7-8, July 1925, pages 27-29. For the Ukrainian Decree CP 330, Note 1, above. 2. Sobrany Zakhanov, 1925, number 42, art. 313. 312 SS Sovtov RSFSR, 1925, p. 178. 332. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Asterisk individual peasants who in one degree or another have criticized actions of local organs of the Soviet power, even Cossacks, were not to be excluded merely on the ground that they fought against the Soviets in the Civil War. Arhonikij, in a speech in Baku in January 1925, declared that every non-party peasant should take part in Soviet work, and that communists guilty of malpractices should be chased out of the party and of the countryside. He added with provocative emphasis, read, the non-party peasant must be made to feel that he is master of the land, and the party member must be shown that he is not a person who cannot in any circumstances be touched. The columns of Pravda during February 1925 were full of warnings against potential abuses by party members in the electoral campaign, in particular, the unjust disfranchisement of peasants, and the imposition of party candidates. Kaganovich, at the April session of the Conference on Revitalization, spoke with great emphasis against illegal deprivation of electoral rights both at the original elections and at the reflections. The term kulak had been interpreted very widely. Definitions were required so that the Constitution may not be interpreted in an extensive and capricious manner. Voters had been disqualified on the ground of opposition to the Soviet power, merely because they had come out with criticisms of the president of a rural district, executive committee or village Soviet. Point 3. The mood of the moment was most frankly expressed in a statement on the question of depriving so-called kulaks of electoral rights, made by Kalinin to the conference in April 1925. Undoubtedly abuses often occur in this matter. It is quite understandable that the independent peasantry, even if it is in a minority, or in other words the independent minority of the peasantry, should sometimes find a way to dictate its will to the impoverished majority. That is correct. But all the same, in spite of that, I think that we ought to be very cautious about taking away electoral rights. Asterisk. Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rostiskoy Komistikskoy Depredit, Vol. Shabikov, number 6, 81, February 9, 1925, p2. 2 Gr Honikij, Stat I Rishi, I, 1956, 374. 3 Savshanikovo Prozam Savitsko Gostro Itelstva 1925 G, April, 1925. pp 11-12. 4 Ibit p 163. Ch, XXIL Revitalizing the Soviets 333. Practice varied from place to place. Arhonikij recorded the extreme case of a man with 3 cows who sold his third cow in order not to be branded as a kulak and deprived of the franchise. But apparently few peasants were excluded from voting in the spring of 1925 on the ground of being kulaks. A later critic, who included among the errors committed at this time the extension of the right to vote to categories of persons who were deprived of that right under the Constitution, added the consoling reflection that this had had substantially little effect. Point 2 underscore under the electoral system prevailing, it was moral rather than numerical preponderance which counted. Re-elections to village Soviets began in February 1925 and continued sporadically till May or June. Material difficulties and official and party obstruction on the spot prevented the full realization of the program. But when the conference on the revitalization of the Soviets met for its second session early in April, Kaganovich was able to report that complete re-elections had taken place or were in progress in 10 provinces, and partial re-elections in several others. 6 weeks later the Third Congress of Soviets of the USSR was told that 1/3 of all village Soviets had been re-elected. Bukharin gave an encouraging account of the proceedings to a session of Igi. The peasant has become far more active than before. His political horizon has broadened, his independence has increased, he feels the need to take part more energetically in political life, in the organs of state administration, in the village Soviets, the cooperatives, etc. registered. The general verdict was that the electoral meetings as a whole passed off in a much livelier and more business-like way than before. Point 7. Some striking increases were quoted in the percentages 1 Gr Honikij, Stati Erect, I, 1956, 405. 2 Sovetskoye Itelstvo, number 1, August 1926, p. 31. 3 examples of obstruction are quoted in Na Agrar Namfront, no 5-6. 1925, pages 61-63. 4 Sovshanipovo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstva 1925 G, April, 1925. Pages 4-5. 8 TTS Sovtov SSSR, 1925, p. 302. 6 Raswarny Plenum Ispokama Communistiskogo Internationala, 1925. pp. 370. 7 Na Agrar Namfront, no 5-6, 1925, p. 68. 334, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Of those voting in the re-elections from 25 to 57 in the Gomel province, from 13 to 38 in Ryazan, from 25 to 39 in Voronezh, from 20 to 55 in Irkutsk, from 23 to 61 in Kharkov. But these were exceptional cases. Total figures of elections in the RSFSR for 1924 to 1925 showed a percentage of 41-1 voting in elections to village Soviets as against 37:2 in 1923. But these figures included the uncancelled elections of the autumn of 1924 as well as the re-elections of the spring of 1925.2. Even greater success seems to have attended the other declared purpose of the re-elections, to increase the participation of non-party people in the Soviets. Whereas the elections in the autumn of 1924 had revealed a sharp rise in the percentage of communist and of poor peasant elements in the countryside, and at the same time a clearly marked absenteeism among the electors. The re-elections in the spring of 1925 showed a sharp fall in the percentage of communist and poor peasants in the Soviets and a high rate of activity among the electors. Point 3. The percentage of communists in the Soviets declined as a result of the re-elections from 12 to 7%, or, according to another computation, by 1/2, since the total membership of the Soviets had risen. With the increased number of voters, this was said to represent an absolute decline of from 30 to 35% in the number of communist deputies. The decline was frankly attributed not only to the decision of the party central committee to encourage the election of non-party candidates, but also in a remarkable degree to the rejection of worthless communists by the peasant electors in the first comparatively free elections. The term communist in this context included not only party members and candidates, but members of the Komsomol. The number of these declined to 1/5 or 1/7 of the previous total. Their marked unpopularity was attributed in part to their reputation for unruly behavior, in part to their active campaign against religion, but most of all to the reluctance of the peasants to elect untried youths to the Soviets. Point 5. Na Agrar Namfront, no 5-6, 1925, p. 68, Sovshanipovo Prozam. Sovetskogo Stradalstvo 1925 G, April, 1925, p. 28. 2 Perevybory v Sov TRSFSRV 1925 to 1926 Godu, 1926, I, 10-11. 3 Sovetskoye Itelstvo, number 1, August 1926, p. 15. Plus Na Agrar Namfront, no 5-6, 1925, pages 71, 209. 8 Ibid pages 69-70, 72. CHXXII revitalizing the Soviets 335. C. The Kulak and the party. While, however, the re-elections had apparently been successful in realizing the purpose for which they were designed, they brought to the surface crucial dilemmas of party policy. The results of the re-elections were perhaps not foreseen by all. At first, some well-to-do peasants are said to have feared that they would produce an influx of poor peasants and betracts into organs, where the well-to-do had hitherto predominated. And Lerin, probably with his tongue in his cheek, called them a clear act in pursuance of our anti-Kulak line. The sequel contradicted any such expectations. Statistical evidence fails in the absence of any precise definition of the different categories of peasant. But the results, on the whole, justified those who saw, in the re-elections, a refusal of the party and of the Soviet power to support the poor peasantry and to turn to the side of the strong peasant, into whose hands the leadership of the village was being given. Point 3. The conspicuous feature of the elections was the fearful eagerness of the Kulaks to creep into power. The well-to-do and Kulak straight in the countryside, in the words of another commentator, showed an immense interest in the new elections, and prepared for them very intensively. 5. In the Ukraine, the revitalization of the Soviets meant that the Kulak element is studying the laws in order to utilize them for its group interests. According to one estimate, the proportion of middle peasants elected to the Soviets had risen from 30 to 40% to 70 to 75%. This, too, was significant, for the Kulak often sheltered behind the middle peasant, who stands nearer to the Kulak than 1 Ibid number 3, 1925, pages 97-98. The Cossacks of the North Caucasian region were said to have suspected a trick. There is no point in reading us reports about the revitalization of the Soviets. Give us practical orders. How to work. TTS Sov to SSSR, 1925, p. 298, in Kazakhstan. The elections were at first mistrusted as an attempt to stir up strife between families and tribes. Sovshanipovo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstvo 1925 G. Yanber, 1925, p. 122. To you. Lerin, Rostkrestenskoy Obshchestvenosti, 1925, p. 21. 3 Na Agrar Namfront, no 5-6, 1925, p. 65. Plus Sovshanipovo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstvo 1925 G. Yanber, 1925, p. 26. 53 Na Agrar Namfront, no 5-6, 1928, p. 66. 6 Bulletin v Ukrainskogo Central Nogo Vykonavkigo Komito, number 2. February 16, 1925, p. 231, the speaker was Petrovsky. 7 Na Agrar Namfront, no 5-6, 1925, pp. 209. 336, the Soviet Order. Point 4. WY to the poor peasant. In a large number of the districts of our country, observed Stalin a little later, the middle peasant took his stand at the side of the Kulak against the poor peasant. 2. The poor peasants, ignorant and incapable, were subordinate to the Kulak or middle peasant on whom they depended for their daily bread. In the absence of strong party leadership and support, they remained politically passive, and seem everywhere to have lost ground. Point 3. After the re-elections, the proportion of horseless peasants in the village Soviets is said to have sunk to 4%, plus while betracts and non-agricultural hired workers together accounted for only 2 to 9%. 5. These phenomena had been particularly conspicuous in outlying regions remote from central control, where the well-to-do peasant had been able to exert his influence without restraint or disguise. A delegate from the Northern Caucasus to the 14th Party Conference of April 1925 drew a picture which, though perhaps somewhat overcolored, the Kulaks had always been particularly powerful in this region, was true in outline for other parts of the USSR. At first the new slogans had been regarded with mistrust, as a trick. But, when the new elections were held, the well-to-do peasants changed their attitude. As soon as they were persuaded that the local communists had really stopped issuing orders, that there were none of the hated obligatory lists, that there was a chance of electing individuals, a chance even of throwing out the communists who had blacked their eyes and made a scandal over their work, the large peasants and Cossacks believed us, and flocked to the elections, and the authority of the Soviet power in these regions all at once increased remarkably. Unfortunately these proceedings had led to the eclipse both of the communists and of the poor peasants. In some places the powerful, well-to-do peasant and Cossack, and in places even the genuine Kulak, who went to the one Sovshany Povo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstva 1925 G. Yanvar. 1925, p. 62. 2 Stalin, Sakhanintia, 7, 123. 3 Na Agrar Front, No 5-6, 1925, pages 65-66, 70-71, 211. 4 According to a pamphlet of Lerin reviewed in Vestnik Finansov, number 9. September 1925, pages 269-270, for the earlier estimate of 10% or c. p. 313 above, 5 El Kaganovich, Party I Sovti, 1928, p. 86. CHXXII revitalizing the Soviets 337. Elections meticulously organized, got complete leadership into his hands. In the Kuban district, the course face to the countryside was understood as a turning towards the well-to-do peasants. Freedom of elections meant a refusal by the party to lead the electoral campaign and the Soviets. A reversion to liberal conceptions of freedom had resulted, as Marxists maintained that it must result, in the supremacy of the capitalists, and had encouraged the participation in the elections of former Atamans, White Guard officers and other anti-Soviet elements. Point 2 In the elections in Bashkiria the class principle was not at all observed, and kulaks and priests often got into the Soviets, the reason being that the Soviet apparatus in general was very weak, and the number of ideologically reliable leading workers in the local Soviets and executive committees was insufficient. Point 3 In Uzbekistan, Russian kulaks threatened to boycott the Soviets and employ no more hired workers if they were deprived of their electoral rights. Point 4 In Kazakhstan, Soviet construction in the village, AUL, was accepted. In form, but not in substance, the social basis of power remained. As before, the Soviets were in the hands of Beys who were tribal chiefs. Not only the Soviets but the party organs were subject to infiltration. Old members of Alashurda tried to plant their counter-revolutionary organizations under the flag of cells of the RKP, and distributed party tickets to their adherents. Point 5 In one county of Kazakhstan the kulaks and Beys displayed great activity in driving the poor peasants to elect their candidates. One of these being a mullah registered. The anxiety provoked in party circles by these untoward symptoms was difficult to allay. The attempt to swamp the rural Soviets with non-party peasants and reduce, relatively and even, key Nadsatag Conferencia Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party, Vol. Shabikov, 1925, pages 24-25, the account in Na Agrar Front, No 5-6. 1925, p. 65, also mentions that in the Northern Caucasus, as the result of the re-elections, a considerable part of the Soviets passed into the hands of middle peasants and well-to-do Cossacks. 2 Bolshevik, No 7-8, April 30, 1926, p. 56. 3 X Let Sovetskoy Bashkiria, 1919-1929, Ufa, 1929, p. 413. Plus Vilast Sovtov, number 20, May 15, 1925, p. 20. 5 Boprosi Istoria, number 10, 1946, pages 5-7, quoting an unpublished report of 1925, for Alashurdasi the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, volume 1, p. 323. 6 Vilast Sovtov, number 20, May 15, 1925, pp. 20. 338 The Soviet Order. Point 4. Absolutely, the number of party members in them was deeply resented in many party circles, especially in the remote outposts. One commentator diagnosed bewilderment and despondency in the mood of rural communists, who bitterly resisted the proposal to throw overboard party members who took part in the civil war. Another described the attitude of party members in Siberia. Their state of mind was distracted, even panic-stricken. The turn of the party face to the countryside shocked them. It seemed a dangerous retreat before the Kulak element, a step far more important and hazardous than NEP. Bukharin a year later recalled how at this time many communists had been distracted and disoriented, not knowing how to act. Point 3. Nothing had occurred to change the balance of social forces in the countryside. The revitalization of the Soviets, accompanied by a larger measure of self-abnegation on the side of the party, seemed merely to have put a new instrument of power in the hands of enemies of the regime. A speaker at the Moscow Provincial Party Conference in January 1925 had ominously noted that definite SRS and well-to-do peasants who sometimes seem to run the countryside appear in the guise of non-party peasants. At the April session of the conference on revitalization, Kaganovich confirmed that at the re-elections of some village Soviets SRS had slipped through under the guise of non-party peasants, and had come out with the slogan Soviets without communists, the old Malyakov slogan. S at the 14th Party Conference later in the same month, he again insisted on the proved need for party leadership in the Soviets. Na Agrar Front, No 5-6, 1925, pages 199-200. This anonymous article clearly had an authoritative character. Another protest of the same kind is recorded in number 10, 1925, p. 11. 3 AI Rykov and N. Bukharin, Party I Opposition, Block, 1926, p. 71. 4 Economikeskias January 27, 1925, the speech containing these remarks was omitted, probably by accident, from the report of the conference. In Pravda, January 28, 1925. 5 Sovshany Povo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstva 1925 GY. April, 1925. p. 10, Molotov at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925 described such references to Soviets without communists as dreams of white Guardists and expressions of panic. 14 SS Visasoy 1K Istic. Koiperdit, B. 1926, p. 68. CHXXII revitalizing the Soviets 339. While admitting that, if the party fraction settled all the business of the Soviet in advance, no great liveliness will be shown in it. But no escape was offered from the dilemma except to make party leadership more flexible, more elastic. Finally, Molotov, in winding up the debate, explained that the revitalization of the Soviets could not imply any weakening or softening in relation to political groups hostile to the Soviet dictatorship. The hand of friendship and participation was being held out not to men, Bolsheviks, SRS, etc., but to the broad non-party masses. The resolution of the conference spoke of the restoration and reinforcement of the work of communist fractions in Soviet and other organs, and of the desirability of electing non-party peasants and workers generally devoted to the Soviet power to these organs. Point 2 underscore the application of these principles to the well-to-do peasants and kulaks was not further elucidated. The Third Union Congress of Soviets, which met a month after the party conference, showed less embarrassment over the results of the elections. Kalinin listed the defects of the rural Soviets, and insufficiently broad participation of workers, especially of women, and especially in our autonomous republics and regions and in border territories of the Union, a diminution of the role of the Soviets as organs of genuine popular power, and their replacement by individual presidents of executive committees, and a reduction of the Soviets to the role of institutions to register prepared decisions. He alleged that party representatives still indulged in mechanical manipulations to secure the acceptance of prepared lists of candidates, and true to his policy of favoring the well-to-do peasant, complained of the exclusion from the electoral list of unamenable voters under the guise of kulaks. Point 3 the resolution of the Congress on Kalinin's report, which endorsed the recommendations of the Conference on Revitalization, contained nothing but well-worn platitudes asterisk, but the leadership had good reason to be satisfied. The asterisk wager on the kulak was now at its height. The revitalization of the Soviets served as its political counterpart. When he turned attack conference die Rossiyskoye Kommunistiskoye Party, Vol. Shabikov, 1926, pages 38 to 39, 58. 2 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 8. 3 Tretai SS Sovtov SSSR, 1925, pages 261 to 262. Plus Sobranizakhanov, 1925, number 35, art. 247. 340 The Soviet Order. Point 4. Official journal hailed the new policy as proof of a determination to elect to the Soviets men who know how the crops grow, it expressed both a literal and a metaphorical truth. The well-to-do peasants were not only the best farmers, but the people who were most likely to run the rural Soviets efficiently, in default of trained administrators sent from the center who were not in any case available in any number. They were the only people who could do so. The revitalization of the Soviets, like the wager on the kulak, was a policy of building on the most efficient. In the summer of 1925 it was a policy which, except to a few party stalwarts and doctrinaires, seemed to make unimpeachable good sense. Meanwhile the Congress of Soviets, not content with endorsing the revitalization policy, contributed to the advancement of non-party people by electing 146 of them to the newly constituted VTSIK, forming 22% of the total membership. In the previous VTSIK only 11% of members had been non-party. Point 2, the TSIK elected by the 12th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, which met at the same time, went a step further by demonstratively electing a non-party peasant and a non-party worker to its presidium. Point 3. If, however, the revitalization of the Soviet organs was pursued at this time mainly by seeking new support outside the party ranks, party pressure was strong enough to ensure that the second purpose proclaimed by the 13th Party Congress to strengthen the influence of the party in these organs was not forgotten. Indeed, though the two purposes might at the outset have seemed incompatible, it became clear in the long run that, in a state entirely dominated and directed by the party, the Vilas Sovtov, number 20, May 15, 1925, p. 19. 2 Tretai SS Sovtov SSSR, 1925, p. 542. According to Anukaj, Ibid p. 543, asterisk the Union republics, as well as the local authorities, provinces, and regions were recommended to nominate at the elections to the Central Executive Committee more workers direct from the bench and the plow, in other words to lower the percentage of persons occupying administrative or party positions, to increase the percentage of manual workers meant automatically to reduce the percentage of party members. 3 V. Sarostovsky Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 12 Soziva, Pervia, Sessia, 1925, p. 6, the TSIK itself contained 60, or 26%, non-party members as against 49, or 16%, in its predecessor, IT, Vitoria Sessia, 1925, p. 540. Ch. XXII revitalizing the Soviets 341. Machine of local administration would not run smoothly and efficiently unless it were subjected to a strong infiltration of party influence. More specifically, in a country where the relations of the central government with the peasantry, and with different sections of the peasantry, were the major issue of policy, it was impossible for the party controlling the central government to be indifferent to the question what sector of the peasantry controlled the organs of local administration, and the more efficient these organs became, since it was a matter of policy to increase their efficiency, the less indifferent could the party afford to remain. Hence, at a time when the party was loudly proclaiming its desire to draw non-party elements into the work of the Soviets, and to reduce such direct control as had previously been exercised by the party, opposite forces were driving it more and more insistently towards intervention. Increased influence of the party in the countryside could theoretically have been best promoted by an increased recruitment of peasants into the party. But, when this method had been tried, and was limited by ever-present inhibitions about the undue dilution of the party with non-proletarian numbers, nothing remained but the alternative method of sending party members to the countryside as missionaries of party aims and executors of party policy. Yet this method, too, was limited by the shortage of available workers, by general unwillingness in party circles to undertake a despised and uncongenial assignment, and by the inherent difficulties of the task. The general recommendations of the 13th Party Congress of May 1924 and of the Central Committee in October 1924 to transfer party members to rural areas produced little or no response. In December 1924 the Party Central Committee sanctioned a decision of the Central Committee of the Somal to transfer 600 Komsomol workers to rural posts 3, an indication of the unavailability of party workers for the purpose. But this was a manifest evasion of party responsibility. In the 1 pages 178 to 180 above. 2 these had already been noted in a party report of 1923, Davostyak Central. Nogo Komitet Rossitskoy Kommunistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, number 3, 51. March 1923, p. 53, in addition to unwillingness to move to the country. Unreliable communists, when they reach the country, are unable to oppose communist discipline to the rural element, and quickly go to pieces. 3 Ibid number 12, 17, December 22, 1924, p. 8. 342, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Spring of 1925. Molotov, on behalf of the party secretariat, paid a visit to party organizations in the provinces of Tambov, Kursk, and Tula, and the most important recommendation made by him on his return was for the dispatch of more party workers to the rural areas. In April 1925, with the revitalization campaign at its height, the 14th Party Conference decided that 3,000 party propagandists, together with 1,000 party workers to act as instructors to the county party committees, and 2,000 komsomols to strengthen local youth organizations, should be sent to the countryside before September 1.2. The decision was carried out. The 6,000 were distributed over the countryside. But an unofficial account of the enterprise in the following summer revealed some of its embarrassments. Many complaints were registered of an unskillful and tactless approach of individual comrades to work in the countryside. On the other hand, local parties had sometimes not given the new arrivals practical support, and had treated them as outsiders. Discontent at being sent to the country and desire to return to the cities had been general. Of those sent, 5% had abandoned the work. These were referred to as cases of desertion. In some areas the proportion was higher. Though formal approval was expressed of what had been achieved, the impression was plainly conveyed that the campaign had not been a success. Point 3 Such were still the practical difficulties, in the middle 1920s, of giving reality to the link between proletariat and peasantry, and establishing party authority in the rural areas of the Soviet Union. A device extensively employed or recommended at this time to raise the level of party work in the countryside was the Institute for Molotov's report and the resolution of the Central Party Committee. On its Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossitskoy H. Bolshevikov, No 13-14, 88-89, April 6, 1925, pages 3-4. 2 VKP, B, V. Rezoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 11, 13, according to a detailed instruction issued by the Party Central Committee in July 1925, the 3,000 propagandists were to set up schools of political instruction, Politgramota, in the rural areas. Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossitskoy Communistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, No 29-30, 104-105, August 10, 1925, pp. I2. 3 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Vissoyoznoy Communistiskoy Party, B. No 21-22, 142-143, June 7, 1926, pages 1-2. It was admitted at the Komsomol Congress in March 1926 that many cases had occurred of a flight from the country of comrades sent there to strengthen basic positions for the establishment of proletarian leadership. 7 SS Vissoyoznogo Leninskogo Com. Munistikiskogo Soyozomolodezi, 1926, p. 185. CHXXII revitalizing the Soviets. 343. Of so-called patronage, Chefspo. This meant that a party organization of workers took under its protection a corresponding rural organization, extending to it advice, material assistance and, above all, the help of experienced party workers. Lenin had several times spoken of the need for such support of the country by the town and factory. Point 2 underscore the creation of an office or institution to sponsor and promote patronage appears to have dated from the beginning of 1923. The 13th Party Congress of May 1924 recommended the creation of special societies of workers in order to strengthen the general work of cultural patronage over the countryside, and mentioned with approval the workers' societies for the cultural link between town and country already created by the Leningrad Party organization. But it was only in the winter of 1924 to 1925 that, with the introduction of the Face to the Countryside slogan, and the campaign to revitalize the rural Soviets, the scheme began to develop. In November 1924 the Party Central Committee passed a resolution attempting to define the character of cultural patronage work. It was a deviation to concentrate exclusively on agitation and cultural propaganda or exclusively on material aid. What was required was a combination of both. Asterisk. The second anniversary of the scheme was celebrated by articles in the press in the new year of 1925.5. In the following month, the Leningrad Party organization proclaimed the week of the link between town and country, and held a conference of workers' societies for the cultural link. Patronage received the endorsement of the party in a resolution of the 14th Party Conference in April 1925, though a warning was issued against the first application of patronage was apparently the adoption by cities of units of the Red Army. Trotsky explained that this was a substitute for the adoption of Tsarist regiments by members of the imperial family, who became their nominal chiefs or patrons. The workers and peasants army will henceforth also have its patrons. L. Trotsky, Kak Gurzales. Revaluatia, 3, I, 1924, 74, 322-323. 2. The earliest occasion was in 1918, Lenin, Sakhanintia, XXIII, 216. The most specific reference to the scheme was in notes for an undelivered speech of December 1922, Ibid XXVII, 384. 3 VKP, B, V. Rezoliatsiak, 1941, I, 594. Asterisk Pravda, November 23, 1924, Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rostiskot. Communistiskiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, number 9, 14, December 1, 1924. P2. An account of the Leningrad societies had appeared. Ibid number 7, 12, November 17, 1924, pp 6. 5 Izvestiya, January 3, 1925, Pravda, January 4, 1925. Vol. 2z. 344, The Soviet Order. Point 4. Such mistakes as ill-considered political and anti-religious propaganda and combining the patronage campaign with holiday diversions. By the end of the year it had expanded so far that Molotov was able to claim 1 million members of patronage organizations, of whom 60 or 70% were workers. And an all-union conference on patronage was held in Moscow in April 1926.3. Patronage was an accurate expression of the cardinal party doctrine of the leadership of the proletariat. Through it alone the backward peasantry could be shepherded into the revolutionary fold. It also provided a suitable means for inducing the urban party worker to undertake party duties in the countryside, and, since such inducements were always hard to find, this was perhaps its main practical significance. It continued to figure extensively in party propaganda and party exhortations. For several years, the campaign for re-elections to the Soviets reached its climax, simultaneously with the broader agrarian policy of support for the Gulag, in May 1925. Then a mood of criticism and disillusionment set in, which seems to have reflected the changing alignments in the party. Abuses had undoubtedly occurred in Some places, the zeal of the local authorities is said to have outrun even that of the official decree. They demanded a 70% poll, and cancelled elections where this condition was not fulfilled. In other places, militiamen were used to order voters to the poll, and those who failed to appear were threatened with fines. In June 1925, when Stalin was already maneuvering to damp down the ardor of the Prokolok enthusiasts, he also turned his critical attention to the revitalization policy, publicly admitting 1 VKP, v. Rizoliot 1941, 2, 11. The diversions were liable to take the form of drinking bouts. A complaint was made about this at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925, 14 SSV Socialism. Munistikiskoy Party, b. 1926, p. 815. 2 Abid p. 60. 3 Bal Shayasovitskia Encyclopedia, /12, 1933, COLS 366 to 371, Art. Shevtvo. The conference was briefly reported in Pravda, April 20, 1926. When the institution was said to enjoy great popularity in the working masses, a favorable report on the Leningrad Societies for the Cultural Link appeared. In Izvestiyat Central Nogo Komitetovi Soyoznat Communistikiskoy Party, b. No 24 to 25, 145 to 146, June 28, 1926, pages 4 to 5. For these particulars come from a later account in 15 Letsovitsko Gostroitel. Stva, ed. E. Pashikanis, 1932, pages 439 to 440. 5C Volume 1, pages 283 to 284. Ch. XXII Revitalizing the Soviets 345. That hitherto in a large number of districts the elections of Soviets in the countryside have not been real elections, but an empty bureaucratic procedure for forcibly bringing in deputies, by way of a large number of tricks and of pressure by a small group of rulers who are afraid of losing power, though he claimed that an end is now being put to such electoral practices in the countryside. An official party report 2 months later was even more sweepingly critical. Little good can be said of the way in which party directives about the revitalization of the Soviets have been realized in practice. Achievements here are extremely insignificant. Measures taken to this end in many localities have not gone beyond the limits of paperwork. At this moment the party line on the orientation towards the peasant was still wavering and uncertain. The policy of the revitalization of the Soviets would henceforth be firmly geared to that line. The most significant barometer of shifting opinions was the discussion about the extension of the franchise, which had more symbolical than practical importance and continued throughout the summer and autumn of 1925. During the first months of 1925 a new constitution for the RSFSR had been in leisurely preparation. The logical course was evidently to incorporate in it the new rules laid down in the January decree of TTS, admitting to the franchise those who employed hired labor under the now authorized conditions, and those in receipt of interest on savings plus. This course was adopted, and, when the draft of the revised constitution was submitted to the TSIK of the RSFSR at the beginning of May 1925, it was found to repeat the provisions of the decree of TSIK on this point. But objections were felt to this open abandonment of what had once been regarded as fundamental principles of the constitution. It could, after all, be argued that the temporary rules permitting hired labor on farms were not intended to last, and that it would be 1 Stalin, Sakhanintia, 7, 184. 2 Izvestiyat Central Nogo Komitet Rostiskoy Communistikiskoy Party, Vol. Shabikov, No 31 to 32, 106 to 107, August 24, 1925, Pi. 3 CP 253 above. 4 C pages 330 to 331 above. 5 C pages 253 to 254 above. 346 The Soviet Order. Point 4. Improper to base constitutional provisions on them. In the text finally adopted, Article 69 of the new constitution was a precise reproduction of Article 65 of the old, with a few verbal changes, which did not affect these provisions. Persons resorting to hired labor in order to extract surplus value and persons living on unearned income, such as interest on capital, were once more declared incapable of electing or being elected to Soviet organs. This demonstrative assertion of revolutionary principle may be explained either as a last throw by the doctrinaires of the early period of the revolution, or as an early symptom of the reaction against the Prokolok policy of the spring of 1925. It probably combined both elements. It had no practical effect. Since no elections were immediately pending, the conflict between the new constitution of the RSFSR and the decrees of 6 SIK remained academic. Undeterred by the text of the constitution, the People's Commissariat of Justice of the RSFSR issued a month later, on June 18, 1925, an instruction that hand workers and artisans employing not more than 2 apprentices were not to be regarded as exploiting hired labor, or deprived of the right to vote. Since the re-elections ordered after the autumn elections of 1924 were not everywhere completed till June 1925, some latitude was allowed about the date of the next elections, and these were spread over the last 2 months of 1925 and the first months of 1926.3. The balance of emphasis was now somewhat altered. At the end of September 1925, with a crucial session of the party Central Committee due to take place in the first week of October, a lengthy instruction to local party organizations was issued over the signature of Molotov. It began by claiming a substantial improvement in the link between worker and peasant as a result of the revitalization of the Soviets, and demanded a continuance of the campaign. The new note was the emphasis given to the need to organize the poor peasants and to bring the middle peasants into alliance with them. On October 2, 1925, on the eve, one Spornik Dekretov, Postanovlinii, Rasporyajinii Prikasov Ponerit Nobu, Hoziaya Studio, number 23, 44, August 1925, p. 161. 2 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 68, art. 506. 3 Parabibori v. Sov RSFSR v. 1925 to 1926 Godu, 1926, I, 5 to 6. 4 This instruction appeared, in the place usually devoted to a leading article, in Pravda, September 29, 1925. CHXXII Revitalizing the Soviets 347. Of the session, Pravda published Molotov's report to the Central Committee on Work among the Poor Peasants, which contained a specific injunction to local party organizations to organize special meetings of poor peasants in advance of the elections, and this was endorsed by the Central Committee. This seemed an important concession to anti-Kulak opinion in the party, and staved off any danger of a break with Zinoviev and Kamina on this point. But the balance was to some extent readjusted, after the committee had adjourned, by a decree of the RSFSR of October 14, 1925, which, ignoring the constitutional anomaly, repeated the provisions of the January decree of BTSIK, admitting to the franchise employers of hired auxiliary labor under the provisions of the Agrarian Code. Underscore at the same time BTSIK issued a decree proposing to the TSIKs of the Union Republics, a rare gesture to constitutional propriety, to set up in each republic a central electoral commission for the general direction of the electoral campaign and to review complaints against the actions of regional and provincial electoral commissions. Point 3 In spite of this injunction, it is clear that uniformity was not achieved in the granting or withholding of the franchise, and that practice varied from place to place, the main determining factor being the varying extent of the influence of the kulaks and of the inclination of the local authorities to placate them. But the exemptions appear on the whole to have been generously applied. The number of those disqualified in rural areas of the RSFSR fell from 541,000 in the elections of 1924 to 1925 to 416,000 in the elections of 1925 to 1926. These figures were said to represent 1 to 3% and 1%er for the proceedings of the session of the Party Central Committee C. Volume 1, pages 305 to 308, and pages 108 to 109 above. 2 Sobranio Zacconii, 1925, number 79, art. 603, in the following year, when the reaction against the All Acts had set in, this decree was attacked in the party journal as inconsistent with the constitution of the RSFSR, Bolshevik, No. 9 to 10. May 30, 1926, pages 40 to 42. The corresponding decree of the Ukrainian SSR of November 27, 1925, listed as entitled to the franchise members of the free professions, teachers, hand workers, and artisans not employing more than 2 apprentices, household workers, small traders holding first category licenses, for these categories see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 337, Note 2. And peasants employing auxiliary jabur within the limits of the law, Zbernik. Ozak Taras Boryajan, 1925, number 97, art. 531. 3 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 68, art. 506, the decree of the RSFSR carrying this proposal into effect only came 4 months later, in February 1926. Sobranio Zakhanenti, 1926, number 8, art 59. 348, the Soviet Order. 1b. Respectively of the population of voting age in these areas. The instruction to organize special meetings of poor peasants had little effect and does not seem to have been taken very seriously. When Kamina was asked at a party meeting in Moscow immediately after the session of the Central Committee how these meetings were to be arranged, he replied that the Central Committee did not lay down a precise organizational form, and did not do it advisedly, and, when another questioner inquired whether these meetings would not amount to a revival of the committee and a return to class war in the countryside, he explained that the party could now achieve its ends not by the procedure of civil war, but by the procedure of civil peace, having the whole state apparatus in our hands. 2 Some local party organizations, firmly wedded to the peasant orientation, postponed or obstructed the carrying out of the instruction, pretending that its terms were not clear, that no representative groups of poor peasants could be found, or that no kulak activity had been in evidence. 3 In some places, the local organization adopted a position of peculiar neutrality in regard to the electoral campaign, eliminating itself from the leadership of the toiling masses in the elections to the Soviets, where meetings of poor peasants were convened. They were broken up by kulaks. Elsewhere kulaks strive by all ways and means to deck themselves out as champions of the interests of the poor peasantry. 5 The purpose of using the Perevibory v. Sov RSFSR v. 1925 to 1926 go to 1926, 6 to 7 of those disqualified. 37 to 6% in 1924 to 1925 and 46 to 7% in 1925 to 1926 were disqualified as employing hired labor or engaged in trade. G. Mikhailov. Mesno Sovetsko Upravlenie, 1927, p. 425. The proportion of those disqualified in the towns was far higher than in the country, cp 362 below. Radianskaya Ukraina, number 13, 19, April 1926, p. 37, gives the proportion of those disqualified in the Ukraine as 1 degree 5%, in the Kuban 1 degree 4% were disqualified, 45% of these being merchants, 11% priests, 9% former members of the police, and 8% entrepreneurs, Bolshevik. No 7 to 8, April 30, 1926, p. 64. 2 El Kamina, Stat Irishi, 12, 1926, 409 to 411. 3 examples of this attitude from several widely separated centers were quoted in an article in Leningradskaya Pravda, December 25, 1925. 4 Sovetsk Stroitelstvo, number 1, August 1926, p. 32. 8 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Visa Soyuzna Communistic Skoyperted, b. Number 2, 123, January 25, 1926. This report also mentioned opposition by some party workers to the organization of poor peasants. A writer in Pravda, June 26, 1926, bluntly said that party decisions in favor of the poor peasant had been sabotage. CHXXII revitalizing the Soviets. 349. Jittings to select poor peasant candidates for the election seems rarely to have been fulfilled. As before, the situation was particularly bad in the outlying regions. In Kazakhstan, though 62% of electors are said to have voted, the elections proceed on family lines, and the Beys in most cases came out victorious. In the Caucasus, the kulaks joined hands with former Beys and members of the gentry, and both physical violence and bribes in the form of loans of produce or stock were used to drive the poor peasants to support them. Siberia, where population was relatively sparse and many large holdings survived, seems to have been the paradise of the politically minded kulak. An outside observer reported in 1926 that the Soviets in Siberia are even today thought to be too dependent on village psychology, and therefore on the strong peasants, to be fully accepted by the party, and that agents of the party and the government incur the particular hatred of the threatened peasants, and are frequently enough exposed not only to beatings, but to the danger of being murdered. 3. Vigorous propaganda was once more conducted to secure a large vote. Early in November 1925, when the new elections were about to begin, a firm warning was issued over the signature of Kalinin that any widespread failure to vote would entail another cancellation of the elections. When Molotov drew up an interim balance sheet of the campaign at the 14th Party Congress 6 weeks later, he cautiously claimed that this revitalization of the Soviets has begun, or here and there, truth to tell, is only just beginning. The proportion of electors voting had risen in the recent elections to 45% or a 50% advance on the previous year, and a healthy sign of interest among the non-party masses. 5 When the final figures of the elections of the winter of 1925 to 1926 were complete, they showed that in the RSFSR 47.3 of eligible electors had voted as against 41 to 1 for cent in 1924 to 1925, whereas in the earlier year the percentage had fallen below 35 in 27.5% of all provinces, regions and Voprosi History I, number 10, 1946, pages 8 to 9. To Leningradskaya Pravda, December 13, 15, 1925, quoting the Tiflis News. Papers Yarvostoka. 3 Giklanau, New Siberian, 1928, pages 402 to 403. 4 Izvestiya, November 8, 1925. 514 SS Visasoy Communistiskoy Party, B, 1926, p. 65. 350 The Soviet Order. 4. Autonomous republics of the RSFSR, in 1925 to 1926 not one had failed to attain this minimum level. Underscore the other republics registered still higher proportions, the Ukraine, 54%, against 46 to 6% in 1924 to 1925, White Russia, 46 to 5%, Armenia, 47.9%, Georgia, 51 to 3%, Azerbaijan, 60 to 2%, Uzbekistan, 45 to 7%, Turkmenistan, 52%. Whether the proportion of communists elected had continued to decline is uncertain. Molotov in his interim report of December 1925 claimed that it had, but arrived at this conclusion by lumping together the results of recent elections with those of the re-elections in the spring of 1925. According to later figures, the proportion of communists elected, after its sharp fall in 1924-1925, rose again slightly in the elections of 1925 to 1926. For this would have accorded with the new turn in party policy which, from this time onward, began to react sharply against the appeasement of the well-to-do peasant practiced in 1925. It may, however, be erroneous to infer that this new turn of policy was sufficiently defined to exercise any serious influence on the Soviet elections of 1925 to 1926. Molotov in his report spoke again openly of increasing class differentiation in the countryside, of the strengthening of the Kulak offensive, and of the difficulty of organizing the poor peasant. 5 Most contemporary evidence suggests that, whatever the other achievements of the revitalization of the Soviets, it had brought an accretion of the influence and self-assurance of the well-to-do peasant. An optimistic report from the Kuban district stated that there the Kulak had been less active in the elections of January and February 1926, the poor peasant better organized, and the middle peasant less inclined to work hand in glove with the Kulak registered, but this, if true, appears to have been exceptional. Bukharin, in January 1926, declared that the Kulak had crept into the Soviets, though only because the middle peasant and perhaps also the poor peasant voted for Perevibory v. Sovt RSFSR v. 1925 to 1926. Go to 1926, I, 10 to 11. 2 Sovetsk Stradalstvo, number 1, August 1926, p. 12. The relatively high percentage for some of the more backward republics may be regarded with skepticism, especially as it is doubtful whether full list of electors can really have existed there. 314 SS Visa Soyuznoy Communistiskoy Party, B, 1926, pages 65 to 66. 4 Sovetsk Stroitelstvo, number 1, August 1926, p. 16. 514 SS Visa Soyuznoy Communistiskoy Party, B, 1926, p. 67. 6 Bolshevik, no 7 to 8, April 30th, 926, pages 57 to 60. CHXXII revitalizing the Soviets 351. Asterisk, and a little later he added that the Kulak was following one of two lines, either winning himself a place in the Soviets, or, if he was foiled there, going into the cooperatives in order to seize such organizational commanding heights as exist in the countryside. A later commentator recorded that, in the elections of 1925 to 1926, hostile class elements penetrated the Soviets, and that Kulaks even sat in the election committees. The ambiguous situation was reflected in a contemporary party report which, after asserting that the confusion of mind of rural communists is being overcome, went on to admit that by these very measures dissension is being sown in the countryside, and that the Kulak may by way of counterweight create his own following, which will at the elections take power into its hands. 4. The elections of 1925 to 1926 showed that much had been done to revitalize the Soviets by making elections partially free and by bringing electors to the vote, but that this had been achieved at the cost of placing an instrument of potential power in the hands of the well-to-do peasant, who might now be in a position to translate into political terms the economic consequences of the wager on the Kulak. A minor consequence of the campaign to revitalize the Soviets was to stimulate a reaction against the policy of enlargement of rural districts and villages. While this process was at its height, the 12th Party Congress in April 1923 in its resolution on regionalization issued a guarded warning that the enlargement of rural districts should be carried out with the greatest caution, and with full regard for the interests of the broad masses of the peasant population. 6 Not much notice was taken of this caveat. The greater remoteness of the rural district center from the more distant parts of an enlarged area could not fail to affect the 1 N. Bukharin, Doklat Naxxii Krevikoy Leningradskoy Gubernskoy. Conference TVKP, B, 1926, p. 29. 27 SS Visa Soyuznego Leninchogo Communistikiskogo Soyuzamaladezi. 1926, p. 254. 315 Letsovitskogo Stroitelstva, ed. E. Pashikanis, 1932, pages 436, 459. Plus Izvestiya Central Nogo Komiteta Visa Soy Communistikiskoy Party, B. Number 2, 123, January 25, 1926, p. 2. 5 pages 295 to 298 above. 6 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatstyak, 1941, I, 498, for this resolution CP 280. Above. 352, the Soviet Order. 4. Participation of the population in district affairs. A complaint that the duration of district congresses of Soviets had been cut down to 4 or 5 hours, which gave no time for serious discussion, provoked the retort that peasant delegates to a lengthy congress in a distant place would have to be lodged and fed, for which no official funds were available. One consequence of the enlargement of districts was that the proportion of peasants in district executive committees declined, since fewer of them could afford the time, or provide the transport, to travel to the district center. In the province of Tula, where concentration had been extreme, 56 districts replacing 229 old rural districts, the proportion of peasants in the executive committees fell from 80 to 9% to 54.8%, the proportion of party members had at the same time increased from 38 to 6 to 89 to 3 per cent. The district executive committees had doubtless become more efficient, but they had, at the same time, become less representative of the peasant outlook, and more obviously dominated by party or official nominees, being sometimes sarcastically referred to as rural district. Sobnarkom's point 3. This was the very opposite of the result desired from the revitalization of the Soviets. The same issue presented itself in a more serious form when the policy of enlargement was extended to the villages. A critic discovered in the whole process a tendency not to bring the village Soviets and the Soviets in general nearer to the population, but on the contrary to draw the lower Soviet organs nearer to the higher ones, so that they could be more easily ordered about, and the desire of the higher authorities to have a more manageable number of larger local units to deal with was certainly a conscious or unconscious factor. This was an aspect of the clash between centralized efficiency and decentralized representation, which was inherent in the issue of the revitalization of the Soviets. When the rural district was swallowed up in the larger district, the unit next below it, the village Soviet, inevitably acquired greater importance. The village came in some sense to one Sovshchanipovo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstva 1925 G. April, 1925. Pages 12 to 13, 37. To Vilas Sovtov, number 8, November 1924, p. 27. This feature is discussed in U. Lerin, Rostkrestinskoy Obchest, T.I., 1925, pages 152 to 153. 3 Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, number 1, August 1926, p. 9. Plus Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, Sperduik, 4b, 1926, 94. CHXXII Revitalizing the Soviets. 353. Replace the old rural district in the administrative hierarchy. 1. Case was cited in which a rural district had simply been reclassified as a village. But, whatever the motives of the enlargement of the village Soviets and the consequent reduction in their number, the consequences for the rural population were not in doubt. With our enormous distances, lack of roads and dispersal of inhabited points, with a population of which almost one half have no horse, the enlargement and increased remoteness of the lowest unit of administration was inexpedient from the standpoint of the communications of the population with the village Soviet. Point to the conference of 1925 on the revitalization of the Soviets at its April session passed a resolution declaring that the enlargement of village Soviets was contrary to the provision of the statute of October 1924 allowing populations of 300 and upwards to constitute village Soviets, and drawing attention to its negative results. Even the enlargement of rural districts, while it was admitted to have brought about a certain improvement in the rural district Soviet apparatus, had the drawback of greater distance of the villages from the rural district center, and should be carried out with all necessary caution and without haste. Point 3. By this time the dangers and drawbacks of the enlargement of the village Soviet had become sufficiently apparent to put an end to the process, but to reverse what had already been done was far more difficult. The recommendation of the conference on this point lacked formal authority, and was carried out by the provincial authorities, who seem to have had the decisive voice, reluctantly and sparingly. Plus it was not till a year later, in April 1926, that the official journal of the Narkom Noodle of the RSFSR came out with a strong declaration that a process of enlargement of village Soviets was necessary, and later in the month, a decree to this effect issued from the Presidium of the TSIK of the RSFSR, though with reservations about the financial practicability of the proposal. But the real remedy was found in another and quite different direction. Ibid 4v, 131. 2 Ibid 4v, 149. 3 Sovshchanipovo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelsheva 1925 G. April, 1925. Pages 180 to 182. 4 Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, 4v, 1926, 151. 5 Vilas Sovtov, number 14, April 4, 1926, pages 7 to 8, number 21, May 23, 1926. Pages 1 to 2. 354. The Soviet Order. Point 4. The enlargement of the village Soviet had the unexpected result of increasing the importance of the traditional Skod, which continued to operate in the smaller area of the old village. Point 1. When the first steps were taken to restore the village Soviets after the disruption of the Civil War, not much notice was taken of the Skod by party or state officials, who considered these primitive gatherings not worthy of attention. In practice, while the Soviet institutions proved difficult to establish, it was precisely the traditional character of the Skod which accounted for its vitality. In the countryside, said one observer, the Skod still exists today as it has existed, very likely, since the days of the tribal mood, and, very likely, there are to this day still church bells, by which, as formerly in ancient Russia, people are summoned to the Skod. Point 3. The inclination of the peasant to treat the Skod as the main vehicle of local self-government could only be strengthened by the policy of diminishing the number of village Soviets in the localities. Wrote a subsequent commentator, the idea became rooted that the highest authority in the village was not the village Soviet, but the village Skod. Plus the Skod undertook necessary local work such as the repair of roads, and sometimes imposed fines on those who refused to participate. This was probably illegal, unless, indeed, the Skod was acting in the name of the Mir in respect of land vested in it, but nobody objected. Point 5. The Skod usefully filled the gap left by the failure of the Soviet system to work at the lowest level. The result of these developments, as the conference diagnosed it at the beginning of 1925, was transparently clear. Party members had tried to stand aside from the Skod. The Skod had fallen into the orbit, not of the Soviets, but of our enemy. The Galak. Point 6. The remedy was not to ignore the Skod, but to bring it into the Soviet system. It was necessary, said Kaganovich, for the Skod CP 307, note 4 above. 2 Vilas Sovtov, number 6, February 7, 1926, p. 13. 3 Sovshchanipovo Prozam Sovetskogo Stradlspo 1925 G. Yanber. 1925, pp 153. 4 Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, number 5, December 1926, p. 44. 5 Vilas Sovtov, number 52, December 27, 1925, p. 20. 6 Sovshchanipovo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstvo 1925 G. Yanber. 1925, pages 85, 153. CHXXII Revitalizing the Soviets 355. At the April session of the conference, that the village Soviet should make it its task to direct the Skod, that every peasant should be trained in the Skod to participate in local organs of government, and to participate in the administration of the state as a whole. Thus exhorted, the conference included in its main resolution on the work of the Soviets a chapter on the Improvement of the work of the SCODI. The resolution maintained the formal sovereignty of the SCOD by reiterating the doctrine, already embodied in the statute of village soviets, that the village soviet as the organ elected by the population of the village is bound to render an account of its work at the general assemblies, SCODI. But the unmistakable effect of the operative clauses was to establish the authority of the village soviet over the SCOD. The village soviet was to be responsible for summoning the SCOD not less than once a month, for preparing its agenda, and for directing the proceedings. The soviet was to be the one directing organ of government in the countryside. But, while the conference had spoken clearly enough, much else that seemed more urgent had to be done. It was not till nearly 2 years later that a decree was issued giving effect to this recommendation. Point 2. The formal incorporation of the SCOD into the Soviet system was the logical culmination of a long process. When the village Soviet became an organized and established institution with an office and a paid staff, taking its orders from some higher authority, removed both by distance and by its bureaucratic character from the daily life of the peasant, the need was felt for a smaller, more informal, more local body, through which the peasant could express himself and which he could regard as his own. This need was filled by the SCOD. What had happened was that institutions at each level had acquired increased size and importance and moved up in the hierarchical scale. As the rural district became, in Kaganovish's words, almost a little. T.I.D. April, 1925, pages 12, 172 to 173. 2 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1927, no. 1, art. 333 The decree placed on the village Soviet, as the recommendation had failed to do, the responsibility for carrying out decisions of the SCOD, which was thus deprived of executive functions. The village Soviet could appeal to the district executive committee against decisions of the SCOD. The SCOD was now for the first time clearly recognized as a public body, a general assembly of citizens, and distinguished from the general assembly of members of the land holding association. 356 The Soviet Order. Point 4. County, as the village Soviet approached, both in size and in the nature of its functions, the initial design of the rural district executive committee, so the SCOD rose up from below to assume the initial form of a village Soviet. It was paradoxical that the institution in the countryside which most closely conformed to the original Bolshevik conception of a Soviet should have been one which did not bear the name. The city Soviets. The city Soviets were less conspicuous than the rural Soviets in the revitalization campaign, partly because less attention was paid to them in a period when party policy was concentrated on the countryside, and partly because they were overshadowed both by the more important party organizations and by the provincial or county Soviet organs which had their headquarters in the city. They were thus politically less significant than the rural Soviets, which were often the sole point of contact between the authorities and the local population. In January 1922 VTSIK had promulgated, simultaneously with the statutes for county and rural district Soviet organs, and for village Soviets, a statute for city Soviets of the RSFSR. Point 3 The statute retained enough of the traditional language of the revolution to describe the city Soviet as the highest organ of power within the city limits. But it defined the functions of the Soviet in terms too broad to have any precise meaning, and it contained no provision for independent executive organs to make it an effective instrument of government. The executive committees, which the city Soviets, like other Soviets, had originally been expected to form, were still born or withered away in the Civil War. In cities which were capitals of provinces or counties, i.e. in all cities of any size, no attempt was made to revive them. The city Soviet was directly responsible to the corresponding provincial and county. 1 Savshanipovo Prozam Savitskogo Stroitelstva 1925 G. April, 1925. P. The translation is conventional. Cities included all kinds of conurbation, from great cities like Moscow and Leningrad to small and remote county towns. 3 Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 10, art. 90, for the other statutes see p. 305 above. CHXXII Revitalizing the Soviets. 357. Congresses of Soviets and to executive committees of higher rank. In practice, the executive committee of the provincial or county Congress of Soviets acted as the executive organ of the city Soviet. The departments which managed municipal enterprises, finance, education, health, and administrative services were common to the province or county and to the city, and were responsible to the provincial or county executive committee, which appears in all cases to have had the final word. One important new provision was included in the decree. The city Soviet could form sections or committees of its members to supervise particular departments of local government. The creation of sections was optional, not obligatory. They had no executive powers, and their subordinate status was marked by the fact that the head of the department presided over the corresponding section of the Soviet. But they represented a first serious attempt to bring the members of the Soviet into contact with current administration. Evidence on what happened to the city Soviets between 1922 and 1924 is sparse. The pioneer Soviets in the organization of sections are said to have been Moscow and Leningrad and Nizhny Novgorod and, up to a certain point, Ekaterinslav and a number of other cities. Point to the Kazan City Soviet was a particularly flourishing institution, with its members actively participating in the sections. But here no provincial executive committee existed. The city Soviet had an independent presidium, and its president had direct access to the Sovnarkom of the Tatar Autonomous Republic. 3 Kamina claimed that 5 or 6,000 party and non-party workers were taking part in the sections of the Moscow Soviet in December 1924. If, however, a few of the leading city Soviets were gradually developing into effective organs of local government, complaints were frequently heard of shortcomings and irregularities in the Soviet machinery of cities. This was true even of Moscow, where 95% of the business of the departments of the Moscow Provincial Executive Committee is said to have been devoted to city affairs. Savshanipovo Prozam Savitskogo Stroitelstva 1925. G. Yanber, 1925, p. 92, cf. Ibid pages 149, 153. In Moscow and Leningrad, the city was so large that the province became an adjunct of the city. Elsewhere, the opposite generally happened. 2 ID, April, 1925, p. 132. 3 Ibid p. 145. Plus El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 11, 1929, 271, 2725. A figure of 5,000 was cited in Savshanipovo Prozam Savitskogo Stroitelstva 1925 G. Yanber, 1925, p. or 358. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Of secondary importance. Even in the most active Soviets, more Time was spent in listening to reports or in sessions of a ceremonial character than in the discussion of current issues, and the sections, where they existed, seldom or never dared to criticize the work of the departments. The Statute of January 1922, while citing the franchise disqualification article of the Constitution, laid down no special rules for elections to city soviets, but an instruction of the Electoral Commission of the Moscow Soviet for the elections of 1922 shows how much of the initial professional basis of the Soviet still survived. Elections take place on the basis of factories, workshops, and railway shops, of enterprises in the city, of trade unions, and of Red Army and militia units, and also at special assemblies convened by district electoral commissions. Point 3. Some city soviets introduced a discriminatory franchise in imitation of the discrimination between workers and peasants in the original constitution of the RSFSR, plus 4 examples are quoted of elections to city soviets conducted on the basis of 1 deputy for every 50 organized workers and for every 200 of the unorganized population, or of 1 deputy for every 100 workers or Red Army men and for every 300 officials or other qualified voters. Point 5. Voters in elections to city soviets were at this time confined mainly to organized workers. Other strata of urban population, even if not legally disqualified, were politically aloof. Point 6. In 1923, 32% of those qualified to vote voted in elections to city soviets. In the 1A number of complaints are quoted from the Soviet press in Das Recht. Soviet Russlands, ed. A. Makelzo, 1925, p. 110, for a reference to the dying away of the city soviets. See Sovshchanipovo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstva. 1925 G. Yanver, 1925, p. 149. 2 ID, April, 1925, pages 127 to 128. 3 Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, I, 1925, 136. 4 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 143 to 144. 8 Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, I, 1925, 138 to 139, The only republic where a discriminatory franchise in local elections was prescribed by decree was the Ukraine. Z. Berzakotov by Rosporyagin, 1921, number 7, art 202, number 13, art 355, number 22, art 620. 6. A Ukrainian decree of July 1921 on city soviets excluded from the franchise persons not being, for whatever reason, members of trade unions. Z. Berzakotov by Rosporyagin, 1921, number 13, art 355, as late as 1924 in elections to the Moscow and other large city soviets, workers and officials voted, and artisans and netmen stayed away. U. Lerin, Rostkreskianskoy Obchestvenosti, 1925. p. 13. Ch. XXII revitalizing the Soviets 359. USSR and 38% in the RSFSR. In 1924 to 1925 the proportion for the RSFSR rose to 40,5%, though this was unevenly spread, the proportion was regularly higher in the larger than in the smaller cities, and in no less than 125 of the latter. 41% of the total number of cities, the percentage fell below 35.7. If these figures were somewhat lower than the corresponding figures for the rural Soviets 3, the explanation was not far to seek. In Nizhny Novgorod, where the high proportion of 43% of all eligible electors voted in the elections for the city Soviet in 1924, the percentage sank to 32 in the non-factory districts of the city, and of those voting 62% were members of trade unions. In the same year, of all Red Army men qualified to vote in elections to city Soviets, 72% actually voted, and of trade unionists, 39% of other qualified electors only 16% used their votes, and in many cities the proportion of other voters was negligible. S. In elections to the city Soviets of the Tatar Autonomous Republic, outside Kazan, nobody except trade unionists voted. 6 Of deputies elected to city Soviets in the RSFSR in 1922 and 1923, more than 69% were party members, candidates, or members of the Komsomol. 7 A striking contrast to the insignificant percentage of communists in village Soviets. The decision of the Presidium of BTSIK of December 19, 1924, setting up the Conference on Questions of Soviet Construction 8 included among its tasks the improvement of the activity of the city Soviets, and these received intermittent attention at both January and April sessions of the conference. The January resolution on the holding of re-elections where less than 35% of the electorate had voted applied to city as well as to rural Soviets. But re-elections were apparently not held in the cities. More significant was the recommendation of the conference that, in addition to elections to the city Soviets organized 1 Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, I, 1925, 113, El Kaganovich, Partia. 4 Sovty, 1928, p. 86. 2 Perevybory v Sovty RSFSR v 1925, 1926 Godu, 1926, I, 47 to 48. 3 CP 342 above. 4 Sovshchanipovo Prozam Sovetsko Stroitelstvo 1925 G. Yanver. 1925, p. 33 8 ID, April, 1925, p. 129. 6 Abit p. 145. 7 Perevybory v Sovty RSFSR v 1925 to 1926 Godu, 1926, I, 66. CP 325 above. Vol. 2. 2A. 360 The Soviet Order Pi. 4. On the factory and trade union basis, elections should be organized on the basis of territorial units for citizens not employed in enterprises and not organized in trade unions, such as artisans, housewives, cab drivers, etc. Underscore an instruction of the Party Central Committee of January 27, 1925. Called for a special effort in the cities to draw the so-called unorganized population of the cities into the Soviets. This was the counterpart of the appeal to non-party peasants in the countryside. In April 1925 the Confer inserted a formal report on city Soviets, mainly devoted to the defects in their working, and recommended a new draft statute to replace the statute of January 1922. The draft statute made the sections a normal part of the organization of the city Soviet, and specifically gave the Soviet authority to decide on differences of opinion between the Presidium and the sections, thus at one and the same time enhancing the power of the Soviet itself and raising the status of the sections. But a complete separation of the authority of the city Soviet from that of the Soviet of the province or county in which the city was situated was felt to entail the danger of dual power. The executive committee of the province or county continued to have responsibility for city adminities, and was to render an account of its work twice a year to the City Soviet. Point 3. This recommendation, like the other recommendations of the conference, received the endorsement of the Third Union Congress of Soviets in May 1925. But, with attention riveted on the struggle within the party and on issues of agrarian policy, the reform of the City Soviets had no compelling urgency. As Kamina complacently pointed out to the Moscow Soviet, it was the rural Soviets which most needed to be revitalized. Point 5. It was not till October 1925 that a new statute, based on the recommendations of the conference, was approved and promulgated by the TSIK of the RSFSR, a year after the corresponding statute of the rural Soviets. Under the new statute, all urban 1 Sovshchanipovo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstva 1925 G. Yanvar. 1925, pp 227. 2 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossitskoy Communistiskoy Party, Vol. Shabikov, number 6, 81, February 9, 1925, p2. 3 For the report see Sovshchanipovo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstva 1925. G. April, 1925, pages 125 to 135, cf. also p17, for the resolution and draft statute CT bid. Pages 186 to 196. 4 CP 339 above. 5 El Camina, Stat I Rishi, 12, 1926, 273. CHXXI Revitalizing the Soviets 361. Settlements having upwards of 10,000 inhabitants or 2,000 electors were entitled to form city Soviets. Cities of more than 50,000 inhabitants were divided into districts, rayons, with district Soviets. All worker settlements had factory Soviets irrespective of numbers. City and factory Soviets, like rural Soviets, were elected annually and were expected to meet twice a month. A city Soviet formed a presidium of not more than 11. This figure might be exceeded by the Moscow and Leningrad city Soviets, which exercised control over the city economy and certain special city services. Apart from these, ultimate control still rested with the Provincial Executive Committee, and the city Soviets still had no independent budget. In the cities, as in the countryside, the success of the campaign for the revitalization of the Soviets was measured by the increased number of those voting in the collections, and by the increased participation of non-party voters and delegates. The proportion of electors voting in elections for city Soviets in the RSFSR rose from 40.5% in 1924 to 1925 to 52% in 1925 to 1926, and a table was issued showing, in percentages, the social status of those elected to the city Soviets. 1922, 1923, 1924 to 1925, 1925 to 1926. Workers 44:036 to 646:038:8. Employees 40°949°935 7 392. Red Army 7774 SI 48. Other 746:113 217 to 2. These returns presented two interesting features. The first was the rapid rise in the percentage of employees in the first years of NEP, checked in 1924 partly by the campaign for the revitalization of the Soviets, and partly by the Lenin enrollment of workers in the party. The second feature was the rapid increase in other delegates, which was a direct result of the revitalization campaign, reflecting the appeal to the non-party and non-proletarian elements of the population to participate in the 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1925, number 91, art. 662. 2 El Kaganovich, Party I Sovti, 1928, pages 86, 87, according to Perebibori v Sovti RSFSR v 1925 to 1926 go to 1926, I, 47 to 48, the proportion voting in elections to city Soviets of the RSFSR in 1925 to 1926 was 48 to 7%, and 14 cities, as against 125 in 1924 to 1925, still failed to reach 35%. 362, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Elections. On the other hand, the proportion of those disfranchised on grounds of social and economic status was, not unnaturally, higher in the cities than in the countryside, reaching a percentage of 8 to 2 in 1923 and 5:3 in 1924. The larger the city, the higher the proportion of those disqualified. Some 75% of those excluded were said to be merchants or employers of hired labor. The proportion of communists among those elected TT city Soviets fell from the high point of 69% in 1923 to 57% in 1924 to 1925 and 45 to 5% in 1925-1926. The balance sheet. In the summer of 1926, when the elections for 1925 to 1926 were at length complete, an attempt was made to draw up a balance sheet of the whole campaign. A discouraging report was given to the Org Bureau of the results of the mobilization of 6,000 party and Komsomol workers for work in the countryside, which fully confirmed the earlier unfavorable account. The start of the work had been delayed by caution or obstruction, and had been made only after the 14th Party Congress in December. The report condemned the error of treating the poor peasants as constituting a special branch of party work and of attempting to organize them as a separate entity. Conferences of poor peasants had been summoned in secret as if they were conspirators. Middle peasants had been excluded. What was required was to organize the poor peasants into the Soviets, the cooperatives, the Krestkami, etc. But the positive directives were obscure, and were not made any plainer by a speech of Molotov and a resolution of the Org Bureau. Point 3 Party policy had moved in the direction of the poor peasant and away from the Kulak, but was still indecisive and ambivalent. The same qualities were apparent in a resolution adopted, on a report by Molotov, by the joint session of the Party Central Committee and Central Control Commission in July 1926. For this 1 Savitsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, I, 1925, 110. 2 Perebibori v Sovti RSFSR v 1925 to 1926 go to 1926, I, 66. 3 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komiteta v Soyuznoy Communistiskoy Party, B. Number 23, 144, June 14, 1926, p.1, number 26, 147, June 30, 1926, p3, no 29 to 30. 150 to 151, July 26, 1926, pages 1 to 2. For the earlier account CP 342 above. 4 VKP, B, WV Rizoliatstyak, 1941 to 103 to 111. CHXX at Revitalizing the Soviets 363. Noted a gratifying rise in the proportion of electors voting in the countryside, which in the RSFSR had now reached 47%. New straight-up workers and especially new straight-up peasantry and workers, employees, village intelligentsia, teachers, etc., had been drawn into the work of Soviet construction. The kulaks had been compelled to abandon the open defense of their class interests and their anti-Soviet policy, and were concealing their machinations under the guise of the interests of the poor peasantry and revolutionary legality. The report also noted increased participation in elections to city Soviets in the RSFSR by proletarians straight and not organized in the trade unions, wives of workers, unemployed, workers not belonging to trade unions, etc., and toilers of the petty bourgeois strata, small craftsmen, artisans, etc., and estimated the percentage of participation among these groups at 37 for 1925 to 1926 as against 24 for 1924 to 1925. On the other hand, the goal of the revitalization of the Soviets was defined, in harsher terms than had hitherto been used, as being finally to explode the remains of the influence of bourgeois elements, netmen, kulaks, and bourgeois intelligentsia, on the toiling masses. The resolution sharply condemned both deviations which occurred in the drawing up of electoral instructions, and the unduly broad application of these instructions, in the matter of the franchise. These errors had led to an unwarranted curtailment of the number of persons deprived of electoral rights, at a time when a certain increase of bourgeois elements is occurring both in the town and in the country. The renunciation of methods of dictation and nomination in regard to the Soviets, though necessary and praiseworthy, had sometimes led to the opposite extreme of renunciation of the leadership of the party, and adoption of a tail-endist interpretation of its tasks in the electoral campaign. But the two-sided obligation imposed on the party to exercise T2 successive issues of the party journal Bolshevik, number 13, July 15, 1926, pages 23 to 44, number 14, July 30, 1926, pages 13 to 30, carried a long article attacking the wholesale extension of electoral rights to new strata of the population, which have hitherto not enjoyed them, according to the opposition platform of October 1927. The penetration of the Soviets by the lower kulak and semi-kulak elements and the city bourgeoisie, which began in 1925, was partially stopped by the attacks of the opposition. L. Trotsky, The Real Situation in Russia, ND 1928, p. 97. 2. For this heresy see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 18. 364. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Effective leadership in Soviet affairs and Soviet elections without incurring the charges of dictation and nomination, and to broaden the social basis of the Soviet power without sacrificing the claim of the party to exclusive leadership and to an unalienable right of final decision was easier to define than to discharge. The resolution wound up with appeals to increase the participation of non-party workers and peasants and to continue and intensify the truly Leninist policy of the revitalization of the Soviets. A novel feature of the resolution was the introduction of a paragraph devoted to the need for new electoral procedures in nomadic and semi-nomadic districts, and for work in the autonomous republics and regions where the task of creating and strengthening the Soviets as real organs of the Soviet power still, in many cases, lay ahead. In most of these outlying regions, where primitive native peoples were interspersed with more or less numerous Russian settlers, the creation of a Soviet machinery had scarcely begun, and authority, both formal and real, remained with the organs of the central administration of the region. In the Kalmyk Autonomous SSR there were, in 1925, except in one district, no village Soviets. The lowest organ was the Rural District Executive Committee. According to a report of the same year from the Bashkir Autonomous SSR, village Soviets do not exist, though there were unorganized village meetings. Elsewhere in Bashkiria, Soviets were said to have fallen under the control of worthless individuals who won popularity by the dishonest manipulation of tax assessments, insurance claims, etc. 2. In Uzbekistan and in the Buryat Mongol Republic many village Soviets never meet after the day of the elections. In Kazakhstan, the president of the District Executive Committee or the chief of the militia ruled single-handed. In the parts of the Republic of Bakhara taken over by Turkmenistan no Soviets had hitherto existed, and they were first created in 1925. In Kyrgyzia, there was a movement for tribal Soviets or Soviets without communists, which had no class basis and became the tool of base. 1 T. Borisov, Kalmykia, 1926, p. 62. 2 Visa Rossiysk Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 12 Sozyba, Vitoria. Sesia, 1925, pages 89 to 90. 3 Bolshevik, no 21 to 22, November 30, 1925, p. 54. Asterisk Vilas Savtov, number 10, March 7, 1926, pages 9 to 10. CHXXII Revitalizing the Soviets. 365. And Manaps. In the autonomous region of the Pamirs no Soviet machinery was set up till 1927.2. At the 15th Party Congress. In that year Molotov confessed that there is no single country side, and that in connection with a number of areas, especially of the Soviet East, we have to speak not of the revitalization of Soviets, but of the creation of Soviets. Point 3. The specific campaign for the revitalization of the Soviets ended in the summer of 1926 and was not subsequently renewed. But the policies then inaugurated were continued, and extended to regions where they had not hitherto been applied. The campaign indubitably coincided with the growth of political self-consciousness in the countryside. How far this was due to the increased material well-being of the Nepiers, how far to the sharpness of the issues presented by the new differentiation between strata of the peasantry, and how far to the campaign itself, is a matter of speculation. Nor can it be doubted that the Soviets themselves became more efficient, and that Soviets were created where they had not hitherto existed. Elections were regularly held, and voters voted on lists which had been somehow settled in advance by a process of compromise between nomination and negotiation. Soviets, executive committees and congresses of Soviets met at intervals. Current business was transacted by paid secretaries and by presidiums. The machine worked. It worked not only more efficiently but more smoothly. Explanation and persuasion played a larger role, dictation and compulsion a smaller one, than in the earlier years. To this extent the revitalization of the Soviets implied some progress towards government by consent of the governed. Yet it is also clear that in the clash between the two original aspects of the Soviet, its function as a representative body of the sovereign people and its function as an organ of local government, carrying out the behests of a central authority, the dice were more and more heavily loaded as time went on in favor of the second. This was due in large part to the increasing authority and efficiency of the central government, especially with the development of planning and the extension of regionalization. 1 Bolshevik, number 13, July 15, 1926, pages 73-75. 2 Revaluacija v Srednja Azija, 2, Tashkent, 1929, 193. 315 SXV Socialismo Komunistickoj Party, B, 1928, p. 1047. 366 The Soviet Order. Point 4. The Soviet Union was not the only country where the growing intervention of the government in economic and social policy, characteristic of the modern world, strengthened the role of the central power, and in territories so vast, and with populations so disparate, as those of the Soviet Union, some degree of imposed uniformity and centralization was probably a condition of survival. But the progressive encroachment of the center was also due in part to the weakness of the representative principle in the Russian political tradition. The original and easily comprehensible concept of a Soviet as a group of workers or peasants meeting together to order their affairs in common had of necessity been replaced by the concept of a Soviet of delegates chosen by the vote of a majority to speak in the name of the community, and this no longer had the same appeal or evoked the same faith. The aroma of unreality which clings to Soviet representative institutions was the product of apathy from below as well as of dictation from above. When, therefore, the Bolshevik leaders spoke of revitalizing the Soviets, they had in mind two different and perhaps incompatible processes. The first was to create throughout the country an efficient machine of local government to which decisions of a central authority could be handed down for punctual execution. Over a large part of the Soviet Union, the middle and later 1920s saw substantial progress towards this end. The second purpose was to woo the loyalty of the masses in town and country by enlisting the direct or indirect support of as large a proportion as possible of the population in the conduct of government, and by making them feel that the Soviets in some sense represented their views and their interests. This purpose was very perfectly fulfilled. A regime which, while pursuing long-term aims that had a universal and popular appeal, was compelled by the dilemma of its seizure of power in a backward country to pursue these aims by way of short-term policies that placed an enormous burden on the masses of workers and peasants, could not be popular. There was no room in Soviet conditions for a slow growth of popular representative institutions and traditions, such as had formerly occurred in Western Europe, nor was the time any longer propitious for such a development. The process of revitalizing the Soviets was quite different. It was an CHXXII revitalizing the Soviets. 367. Attempt by the leaders to bridge from above the gap which traditionally divided government and people, and, though some forms of representative institutions borrowed from the West were used in the process, the operation was essentially one of propaganda and organization, an effort to create a link by a conscious act of policy. We gradually draw the non-party peasants, i.e. in essence, the petty bourgeoisie, into the lower level, said Bukharin, while we maintain from above a secure proletarian leadership. We remake the peasants in our manner, draw them into the system of our work, teach them to work on new lines, drawing them into the process of socialist construction. It was part of the process of political education, of the endeavor to create the new type of Soviet man. But at this point yet another contradiction was found to lurk in the policy of revitalizing the Soviets, a reflection of the innate contradiction of the agrarian policy of these years. The revitalization of the Soviets had begun, or at any rate developed, as the political counterpart of the economic wager on the Kulak, and had the same implications. It was denounced by the opposition as a swamping of the party by the petty bourgeoisie, and as our abdication, a slipping of our state power from the proletarian track. 3 And an authorized party commentator went far to confirm this view when he wrote that the widening of the circle of electors in the countryside, by drawing in the exploiting elements, is accompanied by a simultaneous narrowing of the participation in political life of the semi-proletarian and proletarian elements, and by a lessening of the influence of the party in the Soviets. This could not, however. A1, Rykov and N. Bukharin, Party I Opposition Block, 1926, p. 68. The quotation is from a speech of Bukharin of July 28, 1926, to a Leningrad party meeting. 2 see Volume 1, pages 131 to 132. 3 The phrases were attributed to the opposition by Bukharin, A.I. Rykov, and N. Bukharin, Party I Opposition Block, 1926, pages 70 to 71. It is difficult to find a contemporary opposition statement, but an unpublished memorandum of 1927 of the Democratic Centralism Group denounced the revitalization of the Soviets as the slogan of the extension of petty bourgeois democracy, and demanded a restoration of genuine worker Bolshevik Soviets. p. 37 of the memorandum preserved in the Trotsky archives. 4 Pravda, July 8, 1926. The same writer, in an article on the city Soviets in Pravda on the following day, similarly noted that the widening of the circle of electors, by drawing in the urban petty bourgeoisie, is accompanied by 368 the Soviet Order. Point 4. Remained the ultimate goal. The reaction against the wager on the Kulak, which began in the autumn of 1925, equally affected the revitalization policy, and placed the emphasis on the other aspect of its original design, the drawing of the masses of the middle and poor peasantry into the Soviet orbit. In this respect, it was an important concomitant of the campaign against illiteracy and the spread of education in the countryside. Its success was limited being chronic shortages of manpower and of material goods. Everywhere in the history of the revolution too much was being attempted with too few resources. Yet, in the period of relaxed tension and growing material prosperity which followed the consolidation of NEP, something was achieved. A form of local administration was established, and spread by slow degrees over the country, which was not only more efficient technically than anything known in the past, but was also accepted in some degree as a point of contact between the masses and the remote and all-powerful central government. This was the ultimate purpose, and the imperfect but still real achievement of the revitalization of the Soviets. A constant and characteristic feature of Soviet elections, which was intensified rather than diminished by the policy of revitalization, was the extremely rapid turnover of delegates at all levels of the Soviet hierarchy. The use of the Soviets to carry out the principle of direct participation by the maximum number of citizens in the work of government was a deeply cherished ideal. The party program of 1919 had demanded 1. The obligatory introduction of every member of the Soviet into some definite work in the administration of the state. 2. Regular rotation of these tasks so that they may gradually include all branches of administration. 3. The gradual drawing of the entire toiling population, down to the last man, into state administration. Re-election of the same individual merely diminished the number of those who were able to enjoy the experience. In practice, a certain simultaneous decline in the specific weight of the proletarian sector of the electorate in their broad masses, and by far smaller activity on their part than on the part of new electors from the petty bourgeoisie. But in the cities, at any rate, in the large cities, the proletarian sector was far stronger, and the petty bourgeois element far weaker, than in the countryside. The parallel hardly applied. Vep. B. Vio Rizoli Styak, 1941, I. 286. CHXXI revitalizing the Soviets. 369. Indents of re-election increased with the responsibility of the post. Of those elected presidents of rural district executive committees, only 25 to 8% in 1924 to 1925 and 30 to 1% in 1925 to 1926 were serving their first term, in the same years 51 to 2% and 47% respectively were serving a second term, and the rest had a longer record of service. But, except in such outstanding posts, re-election was the exception rather than the rule. Of all those elected between 1918 and 1927 in the RSFSR, to village or city Soviets, to congresses of Soviets or to executive committees, 2/3 sat for a one-year term and were never re-elected. Of those elected to the Moscow City Soviet in 1925, 74% were serving for the first time. The situation in party committees was similar. Of members elected to county, department or city district committees in 1925, only 26 to 4% had served previously. It is, moreover, significant that party members of Soviet committees were more often re-elected for a second term than non-party members. Of all members of provincial and county executive committees in the RSFSR elected in 1924 to 1925 and 1925 to 1926, about 50% were elected for the first time. The percentage of non-party members elected for the first time was well over 80 in both years. Such continuity as there was in the personnel of Soviet representative organs was assured by the party members. The initial belief in a rapid turnover of delegates as a desirable means of giving as many as possible of the citizens the experience and privilege of participating in organs of government was both persistent and sincere, though party leaders also became sensitive. 1 G. Mikhailov, Mesno Sovetsko Upravlenie, 1927, p. 429. 2 L. Kaganovich, Partia I Sovti, 1928, pages 60 to 61. 3 Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, 2-3, 1925, 267. Plus Partini, Professional Naya Kuparashuni Organi 1 Goseparad, 1926. p. 16. It is more remarkable that excessive mobility should have occurred in the early years even among high party officials. Molotov at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925 complained that of 767 officials of the party Central Committee 704 had changed their jobs since the previous Congress, and that it was necessary really to stabilize the technical apparatus of the Central Committee. 14 SSV Soyuz not Communistiskskoy Party, B, 1926. p. 89, this was followed by a party circular denouncing the mass scale on planned shifting round of party members, which is to a significant degree a survival of the times of war communism. J's Vestiyach Central Nogo Komiteta. Visa Soyuz not Communistiskskoy Party, B, number 1, 122, January 18, 1926, p. 3. 5 Parebibori V Sovti RSFSR V 1925 to 1926 Go to 1926, 2, 43. 370 The Soviet Order. Point 4. At a later date to the value of rotation in reducing opportunities for organized opposition. But, whatever the motive, repeated and sweeping changes inevitably prevented the accumulation of any administrative experience in the rank and file membership of Soviet organs, which fell the more inevitably under the control of party fractions or of presidents and secretaries who were generally party members. A result due not so much to cunning calculation as to misunderstanding at all levels of the conditions of the effective functioning of democratic administration. The same result probably accrued from the policy of increasing the proportion of peasants and workers among delegates to Soviets and Soviet congresses. Like the policy of the Lenin enrollment in the party, this seemed a laudable and unexceptionable project. But it produced in the long run, not a more active and independent, but a more docile and submissive body of delegates. While the efficiency of Soviet administration at all levels certainly increased in this period, it is not clear that the campaign for the revitalization of the Soviets had any success in making democratic representation more effective, or in increasing the participation of elected delegates in the proceedings of the Soviets. Nor could this easily be achieved so long as current views of the function of representation continued to prevail. When a writer in the Journal of Narkom Udal suggested triennial instead of annual elections to Soviets, on the ground that delegates elected for a single year had no time to gain experience or to prove themselves, the retort was quickly returned that the proposal ran counter to the policy of revitalizing the Soviets and drawing into them the maximum proportion of the population. It was no less characteristic of the early phase of the Soviet theory and practice of government that no clear line was drawn between the functions of elected representatives and of paid officials. At the outset it seems to have been taken for granted that the exiguous paperwork of village Soviets, and even of rural district executive committees, could be easily handled by one. Zinoviev in 1924 specifically recommended fairly frequent changes in the leading posts of the Komsomol as a safeguard against deviations. Shisto. Sveot Intnoe Leninskogo Communistiskogo Soyuzom Mladezi, 1924. pp 64 to 65. 2 Vilas Sovtov, number 10, March 7, 1926, p. 14, number 19, May 9, 1926. Pages 21 to 22. Ch. XXII revitalizing the Soviets. 371. President and secretary who were elected members of the bodies concerned. Before long it became the practice to assign meager salaries to presidents and secretaries for the discharge of these functions. The Statute of Village Soviets of January 1922 had provided that presidents of village Soviets should be paid out of the funds of the Provincial Executive Committee, the lowest organ at that time possessing a budget. But since these officials were rarely re-elected, at any rate at the village Soviet level, the problem of continuity remained. It was first seriously faced by an official spokesman at the April session of the conference of 1925 on the revitalization of the Soviets. The question of secretaries is a big question. It seems to me that the question of secretaries must be settled in such a way as to make secretaries permanent. The confusion which is created in the rural district executive committees, when dealing gates of the rural Soviets change in rotation and secretaries almost as fast, must be brought to an end at a moment when we are giving more rights to village Soviets. We must return to the situation which existed formerly. Formerly a clerk sat for years on end, and knew all the business by heart, but with us, frequent changes bring about such a mess that sometimes you can get no sense at all out of the village Soviet or the executive committee. Let the secretary be non-elective. Let him serve for a wage, be a hired worker, but let him be a specialist in the business, so that there will be a president who will change frequently and a secretary who will sit permanently. legally master the job and play an important role in the rural district. This simple lesson was too much at variance with current party conceptions of self-administration to be readily digested, and no formal ruling appears to have been given on it. The increase in the size and in the powers of village soviets, and the creation of independent rural district budgets, gradually made the paid for this statute CP 305 above salaries are mentioned ranging from 6 to 15 rubles a month. Sovshchany-Povo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstva 1925. G. Yanver, 1925, pages 79, 128, 136 to 137. This was less than a living wage. Rural school teachers at this time received 22 rubles a month. ID April, 1925. P99. Kamina said in October 1924, in order to improve the lower Soviet apparatus it is necessary to pay such salaries that bribes are not taken. El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 11, 1929, 207. 2 Sovshchany-Povo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstva 1925 G. April, 1925. pp 76 to 77. 372. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Permanent official an indispensable and familiar figure in local administration. But this progressively widened the gap between the permanent official who knew everything and the constantly changing delegate who knew nothing. As late as 1928 it was officially admitted that there were still village Soviets whose plenums do not meet regularly, and where the work of the village Soviet is equivalent to the work of its president and secretary. It is indisputable that the machinery of local government improved enormously throughout the Soviet Union in the middle and later 1920s, and this improvement was in part the product of the campaign for the revitalization of the Soviets. But its representative character remained its weakest point. 1 El Kaganovich, Party I Sovty, 1928, p. 78. Chapter 23. The Red Army. Of the Red Army which emerged victorious from the Civil War. Socialists of every complexion had always been particularly hostile to the conception of a standing army, the strongest bulwark of the power which they sought to overthrow. In theory, the worldwide victory of socialism would one day render all military force obsolete, the army would die away with the state which it served. But even the Russian social democrats did not think in terms of this distant utopia. The immediate aim of a socialist revolution would be to destroy the standing army and set up in its place what was commonly called a people's militia. In 1905 Lenin had written of the reactionary character of a standing army and the full practicability of a people's militia. He firmly reiterated this idea after the February Revolution. And more than one paradox underlay the creation and organization. The people must learn down to the last man to bear arms, and down to the last man to enter the militia which replaces the police and the standing army. Thus would be formed a militia of the whole people, men and women, with election and right of recall of all commanders and officials. The militia thus conceived was essentially a territorial organization, composed of men and women, mustered for local defense or for the maintenance of order, but not detached from their homes and normal occupations. The units of the Red Guard which took part in the October Revolution in Petrograd and some other cities were for obvious reasons of practical necessity organized on this basis. The Red Army which was called into being immediately after T. Lenin, Sakhaninaya, 8, 397. 2 Ibid XX, 204 to 205. 373. 374 degrees. The Soviet Order PT4. The Brest-Litovsk Treaty owed little or nothing in conception to the people's militia of socialist doctrine. It was the instrument of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Its specific function was to overthrow and destroy the bourgeoisie, not to embody the principles of the future classless socialist order. Hence it was a class organization. The workers who had seized power must take up arms to defend the revolution, and deny arms to the enemies of the regime. Military training and service were to be confined to workers and peasants. Other elements were to be enrolled in unarmed labor battalions behind the front. The distinction between the Red Army and the People's Militia of the future was clearly enunciated in the party program adopted by the 8th Party Congress in March 19109 at the height of the Civil War. The Red Army, as the arm of the proletarian dictatorship, must of necessity have an openly class character, i.e. be recruited exclusively from the proletariat and semi-proletarian strata of the peasantry which stand close to it. Only in connection with the abolition of classes will such a class army be transformed into a socialist militia of the whole people. The Red Army had two features particularly disconcerting to orthodox party opinion. In the first place, it rejected the principle of territorial formations proper to the militia system, which was incompatible with the exigencies of war. The Civil War period was marked, in Trotsky's words, by a struggle for the creation of a centralized, disciplined army, supplied and administered from a single center point. 3 Secondly, the officer corps of the Red Army had been formed to a large extent out of officers taken over, under the equivocal title of specialists, from the former Tsarist army of practice announced and defended by Trotsky at the session of VTSIK in July 1918. The anomaly of this arrangement was mitigated, but not removed, by the attachment to each commanding officer of one, or more often two, political commissars representing the views and interests of the party. Though ostensibly military appointments, the commissars were always party men, while they had no pretension to technical. For the beginnings of the Red Army see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917. 1923, Volume 3, pages 59 to 67. 2 VKP, B, V Rizoliotstyak, 1941, I, 287. 3 L Trotsky, Kak Burazala's Revolutia, I, 1923, 17. 4 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 67. CHXXII The Red Army 375. Military competence, they enjoyed supreme authority. Even operational orders were countersigned by them as a guarantee that the order was dictated by operational and by no other counter-revolutionary considerations. Nevertheless, it was the specialists who constituted the officer corps and effectively commanded the Red Army. A system so anomalous and so repugnant to traditional party beliefs could not fail, even in the crisis of the Civil War, to incur criticism. At one extreme, Smilka, a party stalwart who had been from the outset a member of the Revolutionary Military Council, came early to believe that full responsibility should be vested in the military commanders, and proposed to abolish the political commissars. Point 2 But a more common and influential criticism came from a group largely composed of former left communists of 1918 and more or less identical with the newly formed group of democratic centralists. Point 3 These objectors reacted strongly against the conventional system of military organization and discipline which Trotsky had imposed on the Red Army, and upheld the doctrine of partisan warfare, locally organized and led, which had been successfully practiced on some occasions in the Civil War. This group emerged at the 8th Party Congress of March 1919 in the guise of a military opposition. Trotsky, called to the front by military emergencies, was not present, and the theses which he had prepared and were presented to the Congress by Sokhonikov, who made the report on military affairs. Sokhonikov argued that all the issues raised by the opposition turned on the one. The institution of political commissars appears to have originated in the dual power of the February Revolution, VTSIK, from an early date attached political commissars to the Petrograd garrison and to other military units in Petrograd, and the practice was inherited by the Revolutionary Military Council, set up after the October Revolution. The first order, regularizing the status of political commissars, was dated April 6, 1918, for the text C. L. Trotsky, Kak. Gurazala's Revaluatsiya, I, 1923, 406-407. Trotsky relied heavily on the commissars to overcome party resistance to the use of Tsarist officers. Every specialist, he said at VTS-1K in July 1918, must have a commissar on his right and a commissar on his left, each with a revolver. Piatai v. Sarastiskid. SX Tsavtov, 1918, p. 80. 2. A pamphlet by Smilga entitled Stroitelstvo Army, containing this proposal, was quoted by Sokhonikov in his report at the 8th Party Congress in March 1919, Vosmoy SXRKP, B, 1933, pp. 152-499, note 51. 3. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, volume 1, pages 195-196. 4. The theses have not been published in their original form, but only minor amendments were made in them by the Congress. CP 377, note 1 below. Vol. 2. 2b. 376, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Central question of a partisan versus a regular army. This applied to the campaign against the specialists, to the demand for election of officers and commissars, and to the demand to give greater authority to party cells in the army. Sokhonikov admitted that what was in course of creation was a regular, standing army. This was the army of the transition period, and the criticisms of the opposition were misguided attempts to introduce into this army traits which existed in the partisan army and which will revive only in a communist militia. The time was not yet ripe for the transition to the militia, though this was proclaimed as the ultimate goal in the party program adopted by the Congress. Those who wished to put the effective control of the Red Army in the hands of its communist members were party syndicalists. On the other hand, Smilga's proposals, which amounted to the abolition of the political commissars, were premature. V. M. Smirnov, who made a co-report on behalf of the opposition, denied that the opposition rejected the use of specialists or demanded an immediate transition to a militia, but it disliked the growing emphasis on centralization as against the methods of partisan warfare waged by autonomous local formations, and it wished to increase the authority of the political commissars. After these two main speeches in plenary session, the debate was transferred to a military section of the Congress consisting of 66 members which met in secret and whose proceedings were not published. Both Lenin and Stalin addressed the section in support of Trotsky's theses. Stalin, according to extracts from his speech published some years later, argued for a strictly disciplined regular army on the ground that loosely organized militia levies would be untrustworthy. The non-worker elements who constitute the majority of our army will not fight voluntarily for socialism. Point 4. But the opposition was evidently also vocal. At the end of the debate, a drafting committee of 5 members was appointed: Zinoviev, Pozern, and Stalin for the majority, Safarov and Yaroslavsky for the opposition. But, with the civil war in a critical phase, the objections were not pressed, and 1 Vosmoy SSRKP, B, 1933, pp 146-155. 2 Ibid pages 155-160. 3 Ibid p 464. 4 Stalin, OB Oppositia, 1928, pages 668-669. Some phrases are toned down or omitted in the version in Stalin, Sakhinania, 4, 249-250. 5 Vosmoy SXRKP, B, 1933, pages 273, 465. CHXXII The Red Army 377. Trotsky's original theses were embodied with minor drafting amendments in a resolution which was then unanimously adopted by the Congress. The resolution discredited the slogan of a people's militia by associating it with the Second International and comparing it with the demand for a constituent assembly. But this did not imply a break with the program of a militia as such. To oppose the idea of partisan detachments to an army organized and centralized in accordance with the plan was the creed of left social revolutionaries, and their like and a caricature of the political thought or absence of thought of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia. To preach partisan warfare as a military program is the same thing as to recommend a return from large-scale industry to artisan handicrafts. To recruit a real worker peasant militia would be a work of years or at any rate of months. The present army was transitional, a class army in social composition. It is not a militia, but a standing, regular army in its method of recruitment and training. The class militia army of the future would have to be an army equipped and organized according to the last word of military science, even after several years. However, when the army was thoroughly organized, there would be no reasons of principle to refuse to draw into the work those elements of the old officer corps who have sincerely rallied to the point of view of the Soviet power. The resolution ended with renewed demands for the creation of separate labor battalions for Kulak and parasitical elements, which was at present not realized, contrary to official decisions, for the recruitment and training of proletarians and semi-proletarians as officers, and for strengthening the authority of the political commissars, who were described as not only the direct and immediate representation of the Soviet power, but first and foremost the bearers of the spirit of our party. The existing All-Russian Bureau of Military Commissars was to be replaced by a political section of the Revolutionary Military Council, later renamed the Political Administration of the Red Army, or PER. 1 Ibid p 337. Trotsky accepted responsibility for the final form of the resolution by reprinting it in L. Trotsky, Kak Gurazala's Revaluatsiya, I. 1923, 186-195. 2 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I. 296-302, for the order of the Revolutionary Military Council of April 18, 1919, creating the political section, and 378, the Soviet Order. Point 4. This resolution, which was published with the other of the Congress appeared to represent an unqualified victory for Trotsky and a vindication of his views. But this was not the whole story. Trotsky's military opponents had been able to profit by the personal antipathies and jealousies which Trotsky excited among the other leaders. As the result of a compromise behind the scenes, the published resolution of the Congress was accompanied by an unpublished resolution instructing the party's central committee to take steps to improve the working of the revolution, a military council to increase the representation of the party in the general staff, and to arrange for periodical conferences of party workers at the front. The unpublished resolution was presented to the party's central committee with a report by Zinoviev, which made clear its character as a snub to Trotsky. The report expressed sympathy for the attitude of the left military opposition, demanded a changed attitude to communists in the Red Army, and by implication denounced the severity of the discipline applied by Trotsky to them. The Central Committee apparently confined itself to an instruction to send the unpublished resolution, together with Zinoviev's report, to Trotsky. Zinoviev carried out the instruction with an accompanying letter to Trotsky, in which he explained the resolution as a necessary concession to the opposition, and advised Trotsky to treat it as a warning. Trotsky evidently had reason at this time to regard Zinoviev, rather than Stalin, as his chief rival and enemy among the leading Bolsheviks. The Congress was shortly followed by another blow to Trotsky's authority. The commander-in-chief, Vazidis, who had been appointed by Trotsky in September 1918, vetoed the subsequent order of May 26, 1919, transforming it into the political administration of the Red Army ca Geronimus, Partia Krasnaya Armia, 1928. p. 80. One sequel to the resolution was the foundation in Petrograd of the Tolmachev Institute for training qualified political instructors for the Red Army. An account of the institute was given on the occasion of its fifth anniversary in Leningradskaya Pravda, May 25, 1924. This resolution was apparently published for the first time in VKP, V.U. Rizoliatsitiak, 1941, I. 303. It was not included in earlier editions of this work. This episode is known in detail from a long and angry reply from Trotsky, preserved in the Trotsky archives. Trotsky accepted the terms of the resolution, though he claimed that some of them rested on a misunderstanding of the situation, but described Zinoviev's report as completely incorrect, and defended the need for discipline in the army. CHXXII The Red Army. 379. Proposal of an influential general and former Tsarist officer, Sergei Kamina, for an offensive against Kalkuk. At the beginning of July 1919, the party's Central Committee, against Trotsky's advice, dismissed Vazidis and appointed Kamina commander-in-chief. In his place, Trotsky tendered his resignation, which was refused by the Central Committee. So long as the Civil War lasted, the settlement of March 1919 held good, and the conception of an efficient, centralized military force approximating as closely as possible to a regular army was not seriously contested. The appointment of so stout a champion of the military specialist as Smilga as the first head of PER was significant of a determination to put the claims of military efficiency above those of the party doctrinaires. At a conference of political workers in the Red Army early in December 1919, Smilga defended, in everything but name, the conception of a regular army, and demanded the reorganization of the Red Army on the principle of one-man command. This was a return to the proposal for the suppression or subordination of the political commissars. The potential clash between the system of political commissars and the principle of one-man command had been apparent from the outset. Trotsky, as early as the autumn of 1918, had been looking for a way out. The more the commissar begins to penetrate into competent work, and the commander to assimilate political work, the nearer we are to one-man command. But this was an evasion rather than a solution of the problem. And Trotsky, at the conference of December 1919, rather half-heartedly supported the system of political commissars as a scaffolding which was at present necessary to the rising edifice of the Red Army, but would one day be removed. For this episode see L. Trotsky, Moyes Hisen, Berlin, 1930, 185-186. Correspondence relating to it is in the Trotsky archives. 2L. Trotsky, Как выразалась революция, I. 1923, 184. 3 Abid 2, I. 1924, 76-82. Smilga's view had originally been put forward in the Journal of ONAMYSL, Ibid 2, I. 453, Note 31. About the same time, a former Tsarist officer, Svekin, wrote an article in the Journal of ONO demanding that the Red Army should be freed from all upsets in the form of militias, universal military training, V-Sevabuch, military councils, and little councils, and of the curtailment of the real authority of every officer and, above all, of the commanding officer, Ibid 2, I. 454, Note 37. 380. The Soviet Order. Point 4. This military mood was, however, too much the product of a military emergency, and too much at variance with current party doctrine, to survive the victorious ending of the Civil War. When Trotsky addressed the 7th All-Russian Congress of Soviets at the end of December 1919, the defeat of both Denikin and Kalkuk was already assured, and the atmosphere was markedly different from that of the military conference a few weeks earlier. Trotsky quoted George's socialist classic, L'Armée Nouvelle, and declared that the idea of a militia confronts us as the only possible prospect for our permanent armed force in time of peace. The enthusiasm generated by the victorious ending of the Civil War was at its height when the 9th Party Congress met in March 1920, and issued a message of greeting to the Red Army and Red Fleet of the RSFSR, at a moment when the attention of the party was being switched from military questions to what Lenin called the bloodless front of economic reconstruction. Trotsky made a balanced and cautious report on military organization. He once more quoted George, though he admitted that both George and Babel, in their approach to military questions, indulged in democratic, i.e. in essence petty bourgeois, illusions. He was, however, clearly influenced at this time by George's vision of the organization of the socialist armed forces of the future in the form of local militias organized around units of production farms or factories where the men would continue to work while enrolled in military units for military training. Trotsky saw the employment of units of the Red Army on productive work, the so-called militarization of labor plus, as a practical realization of this idea. This seemed to Trotsky, at this time, the main point of the militia system. A militia has the fundamental advantage over a standing army, that it does not separate defense and labor, does not divide the working class from the army. But his conclusion was less dogmatic. He argued that the militia and the standing army should not be opposed to one another as two abstract, absolute principles, and went on. 9. V. Sarostovsky SS Savtov, 1920, p. 93. 2 Vep, B, V. Rizoliotstyak, 1941, I, 347-348. 3 Debite ISSRKP, B, 1934, pages 405-418. Plus see The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, p. 212. CHXXII The Red Army 381. For a certain period divisions recruited on the old model, and militia divisions capable of standing on their own feet will exist side by side. The Congress, relieved to be no longer faced with the chronic military emergency of the last 2 years, did not consider it necessary to debate Trotsky's report, and somewhat light-heartedly passed a resolution on the transition to the militia system. This emphasized that the essence of the Soviet militia system must consist in bringing the army by all means as close as possible to the productive process and in adapting units to the territorial distribution of industry, so that workers might provide the core of the militia units. But it sounded a suitable note of caution. The transition must be effected with an indispensable gradualness, in accordance with the military and international diplomatic situation of the Soviet Republic, and with a view to the overriding condition of maintaining efficiency in defense. The Ninth Party Congress of March 1920 was held at a moment of rising self-confidence, when victory in the Civil War seemed already won. It was followed by a series of dramatic events. Piłsudski launched an invasion of the Ukraine in May 1920. This was answered by the advance on Warsaw in August 1920, followed by the no less rapid retreat ending in the October armistice. Virgil, the last of the white generals, reopened the front in the south, and was not finally driven out till the latter part of November 1920. Civil war had now reached its end. A long respite was in sight, and the demobilization of the Red Army began. But these events powerfully influenced military thinking, and led to the formation of new groupings in the party, which gathered strength throughout the winter, and took the field at the 10th Party Congress in March 1921. Two of these groups represented opposite extremes. The first put forward the logical demand that, now the emergency was over, the regular army should be demobilized and a complete transition made to a militia system. This group was headed by Podvoisky, one of the military leaders of the October coup in VKP, B, V. Rizoliotstyak, 1941, I degree 345. 382, the Soviet Order. Point 4. 1917, but seems to have been the weakest of the three groups, and to have had little following in military circles. The second group was headed by Smilga, who pursued his campaign for the maintenance of a regular army with renewed vigor and with fresh arguments. The defeat before Warsaw in August 1920 was widely attributed to the weakness of half-trained peasant units, and during the following autumn and winter the spread of peasant discontent threw further doubt on the reliability of local levies as a basis for the national army. Smilga seized the occasion to present to a private meeting of military delegates to the 8th All-Russian Congress UF Soviets in December 1928 set of theses which, on the experience of the Civil War, condemned the militia system root and branch. The militia system, the essential mark of which is its territorial basis, encounters an insuperable obstacle to its introduction in Russia in the form of our political regime. Considering the small number of the proletariat in Russia, we cannot guarantee proletarian leadership in such units. To return to this form of organization would be a crude and totally unjustifiable mistake. Having secured the approval of his theses by the meeting, Smilga submitted them on January 18, 1921, to the Moscow Party Committee, which also accepted them in principle, the intention being to bring them up at the forthcoming Party Congress. Point 3 Trotsky, who was at this moment mainly preoccupied by the trade union controversy, still held a middle position between the two extremes. In a speech of February 1921, he again quoted George and claimed his fidelity to the principle of a militia, but admitted that it is impossible to make the transition to it all at once, just as it is impossible all at once to make the transition to socialism. Point 5. The third group, which was destined to eclipse the other two in importance, was formed on the basis of what was called the single military doctrine. The doctrine reduced itself to the VKP, B, Ivo and Odello, and at 1928, p. 282, the theses presented by Podvoisky to the 10th Party Congress are in Dezite ISSRKP, B, 1933. Pages 674 to 676. 2. The theses were published in Ismilga, Okrdnevo Prozistro Itelstva. Krasnot Army, 1921, pages 15 to 18. 3. An account of these proceedings is given in VKP, B, Ivo and Odello, and at 1928, p. 283. 4. See The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 221 to 226. 5. L. Trotsky, Kak Vurzala's Revoluция, 3, I, 1924, 10 to 14. Ch. XXII The Red Army 383. Assertion, which had been more than once made in the controversies of the preceding years, that there was a specifically Marxist, proletarian, revolutionary theory of military affairs, in the light of which all military problems could and should be resolved. Though its supporters remained discreetly uncommitted on questions of application, including the controversial militia issue, the simplicity and vagueness of the doctrine were a source of strength rather than weakness in a movement which combined several disparate elements, and whose main appeal was to personalities. The leader of the group was Franz, a former Tsarist, non-commissioned officer of Moldavian origin born at Pishpek, later renamed Franz, in Kyrgyzia, who had risen rapidly in the Red Army. He had been in command in Turkestan in 1919, and, as the commander on the southern front against Virgil in the autumn of 1920, he now enjoyed the prestige of the crowning victory of the Civil War. The theorist of the group was Gasaev, an ambitious party worker in military affairs. The party pro-Leaderine flavor of the movement secured for it the adhesion of many members of the military opposition of 1919. It was marked, perhaps, indeed, inspired by a thinly veiled antagonism to Trotsky, who was a known opponent of the introduction of class theory into questions of military policy. In this way, it attracted those exponents of partisan warfare who had been snubbed and superseded as a result of Trotsky's insistence on regular, centralized organization and command, the newly trained officers with a party or proletarian background who were jealous of the former Tsarist professional officers, and, in general, other party leaders, who, now that the Civil War was over, were jealous of Trotsky's military renown and ascendancy. Voroshilov, a partisan leader, who had clashed with Trotsky and enjoyed the patronage of Stalin in 1919, and Budeny, a dashing cavalry commander in the Civil War and in the Polish campaign of 1920-3 were both members. See The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 336. 2. In 1919 Trotsky had inveighed against a writer who objected to the employment meant of former Tsarist officers on the ground that they do not understand or recognize the class policy of the proletariat. L. L. Trotsky, Kat Gurzales. Revolyatstaya, 2, I, 1924, 59, 452, Note 26. 3. Both Voroshilov and Budeny had been praised by Trotsky by name at the Ninth Party Congress in March 1920, though perhaps with the veiled implication that their exploits had little relevance to current conditions. Divide IS as RKP, B, 1934, p. 405. 384, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Of the group. Tkakovsky, who had been in command of the advance on Warsaw and was recognized as the ablest of the rising generation of younger officers, occupied an anomalous position. Nobody insisted more emphatically on a specifically proletarian military doctrine permeating strategy, tactics, and organization. Tkakovsky believed that the character of the Red Army should be determined by its mission to carry the proletarian revolution to other countries, and he advocated preparation for foreign class war through the creation of a military general staff for Comintern. But, while these extreme views disposed him to wholehearted acceptance of the single military doctrine, they also led him to share Smilgaz's out-and-out rejection of the militia system, not only on the ground alleged by Smilgaz that territorial units would be dominated by kulaks and constitute counter-revolutionary armies against ourselves, but also on the plea, not advanced by Smilgaz, that a militia would be incompatible with Soviet Russia's present military mission to disseminate the socialist revolution throughout the world. Point 2. Tkakovsky thus remained a slightly eccentric member of the Fronts group. The first attempt to formulate the single military doctrine and to provide a program for the group was a set of theses drafted by Gusev and Franz in the Ukraine in the winter of 1920 to 1921. The aim set forth in the theses was to transform the Red Army into a single organism, welded together from top to bottom, not only by a common political ideology, but also by unity of view on the character of the military problems facing the Republic and on the method of solving those problems, as well as on the system of combat and training. Point 3. They apparently received the endorsement of the Ukrainian Party Central Committee in January 1921 *. The 10th Party Congress met, in March 1921, in the mood of acute alarm inspired by the Kronstadt rising, the reverse of the M. Tkakovsky, Voyna-Klasov, 1921, pages 57 to 59, for his letter to Zinoviev at the time of the Second Congress of Comintern in July 1920. See Ibid pages 138 to 140. 2. Ibid p. 71, the article Red Army and Militia propounding these views was published among the party materials for the 10th Party Congress. 3. The 21 theses are in Dzit ISS RKP, B, 1933, pages 676, 682, and in Eskasev, Grajdansky Voyna I Krasnaya Armia, 1925, pages 91. 96, the last 6, said to have been the work of Franz, are also in M. Franz. Sobrany Sakhinity, I, 1929, 205-206. Plus A, Geronimus, Party I Krasnaya Armia, 1928, p. 124. CHXXII the Red Army 385. Atmosphere of security and triumph which had prevailed at the 9th Congress a year earlier. The 3 sittings which the Congress devoted to military questions were held in secret, and the records of these have not been published. The 2 extreme views, for and against the militia system, and for and against the political commissats, were played off against one another and apparently gave little trouble. The theses on the single military doctrine were more embarrassing, and the opposition seems to have concentrated on them, attacking Trotsky for his lack of interest in Marxist military theory and his empirical attitude to military questions. The clash might have been serious, had not Lenin, in a private conversation, dissuaded Franz from pressing his plan. Lenin compared the notion of a proletarian military doctrine with that of a proletarian literature and art. He repeated to Franz what he had previously said to Bukharin. Please learn, train up your youthful forces. But if you now come out with your theory of proletarian art, you will fall into the error of communist boasting. Under this persuasion the opposition refrained from placing the theses on the formal agenda, and they remained among the unpublished material of the Congress. Point 3. It thus came about that the resolution of the Congress on the military question, which was not published in full till some years later, passed over in silence the question of doctrine, and confined itself to practical issues of military organization. In the face of Smilgaz's proposals to abolish the political commissars and other 1. L. Trotsky, Kat Gurzales Revolyatsia, 3, 2, 1925, 258. To the collected edition of Franz's works, confirmed that Lenin was opposed to the single military doctrine, Ibid I, 1929, pxxvi. Franz did not specify the occasion of Lenin's intervention, but the statement in Dzit I. SS RKP, B, 1933, p. 682, that the Franz theses were withdrawn by agreement with Lenin makes the identification reasonably certain. 3. A brief account of these proceedings is in Trotsky, Sakhinaya, XXI, 453. 454, Note 2, the writer of the note claims that Trotsky persuaded them, i.e. Franz and Gusev, to withdraw these theses from discussion by the Congress. 4. An abbreviated version appeared in VKP, B, Ivo N. Odello, 2nd ed. 1928, pages 90 to 92, being quoted from the Party Journal of April 1921, Ibid p. 282. It was omitted from the original proceedings of the Congress, and was apparently published in full for the first time in the later edition of the proceedings, Dzit I. SS RKP, B, 1933, pages 617 to 621. It is also in VKP, B, V. Rezolyatziak. 1941, I, 392 to 394. 386, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Political organs of the Red Army, and to entrust political work in the Army to organs of the party. The Congress decided to serve the political apparatus of the Red Army in the form which it has assumed in the 3 years of war, and to strengthen its links with local party organs while maintaining its full independence. But it also advocated the transfer of commissars who have acquired the appropriate experience to command posts. On the issue of the militia, the resolution was emphatic and categorical. While no revision of the party program was called for, the methods and tempo of the transition to a militia depend entirely on the international and domestic environment, on the duration of the breathing space, on mutual relations between town and country, etc. In the immediate future, the Red Army in its present form must remain the foundation of our armed forces. A partial exception was admitted only in respect of regions with the densest proletarian population, Petrograd, Moscow, the Urals, and, where such militia units were formed, special communist detachments were to be assigned to them to provide the necessary stiffening. Only when the success of NEP had restored confidence in the loyalty of the peasant would a wider extension be given to the militia system. The withdrawal of the single military doctrine at the 10th Party Congress was not a defeat, but a tactical retreat. Its sham pions were soon once more in the field. An article of Franz of July 1921, which appeared both in the military journal Armii Revalyatstaya and in the literary journal Krasnaya Nov, attempted a fresh definition of the doctrine. The single military doctrine is a doctrine which, adopted in the army of a given state, determines the character of the structure of the armed forces of the country, the methods of military training of its forces and their leadership, on the basis of the views prevailing in the state on the character of the military tasks that lie before it and on the methods of resolving the methods which derive from the class essence of the state and are defined by the level of development of the productive forces of the country. These vague generalities now found concrete expression in the doctrine of the offensive, since the working class will become 1I. Pitukhov, Partijne Organisatie Partijne Rabota VRKKA. 1928, pages 57 to 58. CHXXHI The Red Army. 387. Held by the very course of the historical revolutionary process to pass over to the offensive against capital, it followed that the offensive must be the basis of the tactics and training of the Red Army. This theory harked back to the old Civil War controversies about partisan warfare and the specialists. In the summer of 1919, one Taras Sofrodyanov had published an elaborate article in the military journal attacking the specialists for clinging to the old-fashioned tradition of a war of positions, insisting on the character of maneuver of class warfare, and demanding that attention should be given to the tactics of cavalry, motorcyclists, and light artillery. To underscore the theory of the offensive, now revived by Franz, became the main burden of the single military doctrine, and the effective point of contact between Franz and Tchékevsky. The theory had a certain romantic appeal to the rising generation of young officers who made Tchékevsky their idol, and enjoyed a wide popularity. Lenin, who was now mainly preoccupied by the problems of NEP and of bureaucracy, and whose activity was soon to be restricted by failing health, made no further incursion into military affairs, and Trotsky's position was correspondingly weakened. Meanwhile, two new appointments, in the autumn of 1921, indicated the growing influence of the opposition group. Gusev succeeded Smilga as head of PER, and Tchékevsky became director of the military academy. 3. In the autumn, Trotsky took the field publicly against the new doctrine. He developed his objections at length in a speech at the Military Scientific Society. It is necessary to exercise the greatest vigilance in order to escape falling into some mystical or metaphysical trap, even though such a pitfall were camouflaged by revolutionary M. Franz, Sobrany Sokhinity, I. 1929, 207 to 227. 2. The article was quoted and refuted in an article by Trotsky entitled The Partisans and the Regular Army, L. Trotsky, Kak Vurzales Revo. Lyutia, 2, I. 1924, 59 to 60, 452, Note 26. Trotsky was no advocate of the war of positions. He contrasted the static character of the World War with our war, which had been full of mobility and maneuver. Ibid 3, I. 1924. 156, and after a period of initial skepticism became an enthusiastic supporter of Butenny's cavalry, did 2, I. 1924, 287 to 288. But he objected to the proclamation of a doctrine of mobility or the offensive, and to its association with proletarian ideology. 3. Encyclopediczeskie Slovar Ruskiego Bibliograficzego Instytutu Granite. Sli, I. ND 1927, Prologini, Colonel 109, 3, ND 1928, Prologini, Colonel 163. 388, The Soviet Order. 4. Terminology. We want a concept which is concrete, precise, and led with historical content. Borrowing an argument which had done service in the literary controversy, he declared that to invent something better than the Tachenko one must take lessons from the bourgeoisie, and, denouncing boastfulness and revolutionary superficiality, added that, when strategy is developed from the point of view of young revolutionaries, chaos results. He attacked Tchékevsky for his opposition to the militia system and for his theory of the offensive. Franz was not present, having been sent on a diplomatic mission to Turkey. But Trotsky's sallies did not pass without reply. According to his own account, some comrades from among our young commanders who had been on the civil war fronts, excellent men, reliable, brave, decorated with the Order of the Red Flag, continued to maintain that offensive tactics were particularly appropriate to a revolutionary army. 4. Trotsky carried on the campaign a few weeks later in a further speech in which he compared the doctrine of the military offensive with the doctrine of the revolutionary offensive preached by German and Italian leftists and condemned at the Third Congress of Comintern in the previous summer, and specifically attacked Tchékevsky's advocacy of an international general staff as being both unrealizable till a worldwide proletarian revolution had occurred, and incompatible with current policies of temporary accommodation with capitalist countries. As a long article of December 1921, entitled Military Doctrine and Pseudo-Military Doctrinarism, which originally appeared in the Journal of Comintern and later as a separate pamphlet, was devoted to a detailed refutation of the views of Franz, Gusev and Tchékevsky. 6. No immediate necessity arose for a party pronouncement on the main issue. But in the same month a resolution of the party conference declared it a task of the party to transform a primitive peasant cart used in the Civil War for transporting artillery. 3. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 475. 4. L. Trotsky, Kak Vurzales Revalyatstaya, 3, I. 1924, 63. 5. Ibid 3, I. 1924, 88 to 89, for the condemnation of the revolutionary offensive by Comintern. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 386 to 387. Copyright Kommunistisches Internetstonal, number 19, December 17, 1921, COLS 4995. BAE. CHXXII The Red Army. 389. Barracks into a parallel section of the party schools, and to ensure that the Red Army man should emerge from his 2-year service * with knowledge not less than that of the graduates of a provincial party school. Underscore the supporters of the single military doctrine could derive some satisfaction from this recognition of the importance of Marxist indoctrination in military training. A resumption of the struggle at the 11th Party Congress in March 1922 was now unavoidable. A preliminary trial of strength occurred at a military conference in Kharkov at the beginning of the month. In the Ukraine, Franz was on his home ground and enjoyed widespread support. He reiterated his view of the Red Army as a proletarian class army strongly welded by ideological unity, and dwelled once more on the superiority of the offensive over the defensive of a war of Mansover over a war of position, Vatsitis, Trotsky's first commander-in-chief in the Civil War, was attacked for having at one critical moment advocated a strategy of retreat on the Eastern Front. Point 2 At the party congress, the tradition established in previous years of holding military discussions in secret was maintained. In the public session, a formal report on the Red Army was made by Trotsky. At the end of a mainly non-controversial speech, he referred in sliding terms to the single military doctrine, and deplored some of the things that had been said at the Ukrainian conference. He suggested that supporters of the doctrine erred through idealization of the past and of the experience of the Civil War, and would be better employed in such practical tasks as getting rid of illiteracy and lice in the army. He concluded by inviting interested delegates to attend a meeting of military experts to be held on the following day. 1 VKP, B. V. Rezoliatsiak, 1941, I. 414. 2 M. Franz, Sobrani Sakhinadi, I. 1929, 389-409. Franz was evidently criticized in the discussion, and in his closing remarks toned down his claims, protesting that the single military doctrine was not an ossified dogmatic system. Ibid I. 415. The attack on Vatsitis reflected his dispute with Sergei Kamina. See pages 378-379 above. 3 Odinat Sati ISS RKP, B. 1936, pages 299-311. Trotsky's speech was reprinted in L. Trotsky, Как выразалась революция, 3, I. 1924, 119. 130 When Lenin was speaking at the Congress of the Danger of Communist boasting, Trotsky turned to Franz, according to Franz's story, and said, Vladimir Ilyish's whole speech hits at you, M. Franz, so brainy Sakhinanit. I. 1929, 463. The note in Trotsky, Sakhinadia, XXI, 454, attributes the initiative in raising the question to Voroshilov and Franz. 390 The Soviet Order. Point 4. When the meeting opened, Trotsky embarked on an elaborate refutation of the single military doctrine, which he attributed to Franz Engasav, analyzing in detail the theses put forward at the Kharkov Conference. War, he argued, is not a science. War is a practical art, a skill. War is a profession for those who correctly learn military business. How can the maxims of the military profession be determined with the help of the Marxist method? That would be the same thing as to create a theory of architecture or a veterinary textbook with the help of Marxism. Men were more important than doctrine. Military doctrine could not be built on idealization of the exploits of the Civil War. To proclaim a theory of the offensive was like believing that the player who first gave check at chess would win the game. Franz replied, having begun by professing that no differences of principle existed, but only differences of application, he vigorously upheld the theory of the offensive, comparing Trotsky's objections to it with the attitude of the liquidators in the party. After 1905 and of the Mensheviks and SRS in 1917.7, he eloquently rebutted Trotsky's accusation of idealizing the past. Here Trotsky, with his customary neglect of the psychological factor, had evidently wounded the pride of many young officers by appearing to depreciate the glories of the Civil War. Among the speakers, T.L. Trotsky, Как выразалась революция, 3, 2, 1925, 242-258. Trotsky's reference to war as an art was a quotation of a well-known passage in an article of Marx. Insurrection is an art, just as war is, like other forms of art, and is subject to definite rules. Marx I. Engels, Sakhinadia, 6, 99. Later, Trotsky distinguished science as an objective knowledge of what is from art, which teaches how to act. L. Trotsky, Как выразалась революция, 3, 2, 1925, 201. 2 Franz's speeches in M. Franz, Sobrani Sakhinadi, I. 1929, 459-471. He reverted to the charge of Menshevism and liquidationism in his concluding remarks. Ibid I. 472-473. This seems to be the first recorded attempt to introduce these ancient controversies into the campaign against Trotsky. A note in the 1936 edition of the Proceedings of the Congress accused Trotsky, inter alia, of worship of bourgeois military science, Odinat Sati ISX. RKP, B. 1936, p. 770, note 133. 3 years later, Franz contrasted the part of the officer corps inherited from the old Tsarist army, which was inclined to underestimate the experience of the Civil War, with the part that had grown up in the body of the Red Army itself, socially and politically united with the working class and the CHXXII, the Red Army. 391. In the debate were Voroshilov and Budeny, who praised the theory of the offensive, Tukayevsky, who agreed with Trotsky, with reservations, and Muralov, who protested that polished boots and buttons were not everything. Trotsky answered them briefly and mildly. Point 1. Theoretical agreement was not in sight, but no immediate practical issue was involved. The conclusions of the meeting of military delegates were presented to the Congress not by Trotsky, but by Franz. Only a brief and apparently uncontroversial resolution about the problems of demobilization and the role of the party in the army was submitted. This was declared carried on a show of hands by a clear majority. Point 2. But Franz admitted that 2 questions discussed by the meeting did not appear in the resolution. 1. Was the question of military discipline and the need to maintain revolutionary military courts. This, Franz explained, would have to be dealt with by Soviet organs. While this explanation was formally correct, the meeting had in fact adopted a resolution on the subject which it would have been indiscreet to publish. It noted that recent statistical data show a menacing increase in desertion and other specific military crimes, and recorded that the military command cannot fail to be perturbed about the real fighting capacity of the Red Army. Point 3. The second question, which turned on relations between Per and Globpolitprospet asterisk, incidentally raised the thorny issue of the single military doctrine. The theses adopted by the meeting, which were approved by Trotsky, dwelt on the need to kindle the Red Army man's interest in military affairs and to make him a good fighter, and argued that political instruction should start not from the theory of class warfare, but from the concrete political situation of the present day. Here the failure to bring the issue to the Congress was probably due to obstructive tactics on the part of the supporters of the single military doctrine, who could not peasantry, which was inclined to overestimate the experience of the Civil War, and claimed that objective truth had proved to be on the side of the latter. M. Franz, Sobrani Sakhinadi, 3, 1927, 249. L. Trotsky, Как выразалась революция, 3, 2, 1925, 258-270. 2. The resolution is in VKP, B. V. Rezoliatsiak, 1941. I. 449-450. For Frantz short speech CO Dinit Sat IIC RKP, B, 1936. Pages 522. 524. 3. It was eventually published a bit P 693. Plus for this question CP 407, note 2 below. Vol. 22C. 392. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Count on a victory over Trotsky, and did not wish to expose themselves to defeat. Trotsky returned once more to the single military doctrine. In an address to the Military Scientific Society on May 8, 1922. On military knowledge and Marxism. But, by this time, it was clear that the theme had more importance for the personal vendetta against Trotsky than for questions of military organization. The controversy on military doctrine died away after the 11th Party Congress, not because any decision had been taken by the Congress on the issues involved, but because, with the progressive demobilization of the Red Army, these issues had ceased to seem relevant. The spirit of NEP, with its sharp reaction from the experiences and ways of thought of the Civil War, was unpropitious to any form of military enthusiasm, and brought the Red Army to its lowest ebb, numerically and psychologically. The year 1922 was still one of demobilization, and it was not till the following year that the problem of rebuilding the Red Army on a permanent peacetime footing was seriously taken in hand. Even now no great initiative was shown. Trotsky's main interest had been diverted after the Civil War, on his own showing, from military to economic questions. The 12th Party Congress in April 1923 was the first since the Revolution which held no discussion of military questions. During this lull in party controversy, the shape and organization of the Red Army for the next 10 years were settled almost automatically and without further debate. The resolutions of the 8th and 9th Party Congresses in favor of the transition to a territorial militia system were on record. But it may be doubted whether, when the critical moment arrived, these were as decisive as the practical arguments which dictated the raising of the first one. The theses have not been published, but quotations from them may be found in Bolshevik, number 1, 17, January 15, 1925, pages 58 to 60, and in Age Anonymous. Party I Krasnaya Armia, 1928, pages 160 to 161. 3. L. Trotsky, Moyes Berlin, 1930, 242. According to a note in Die Zeit ISS RKP, B, 1933, pages 865 to 866, he tendered his resignation as People's Commissar for War on January 12, 1921, to the party Central Committee, which refused it. This appears to have been prompted not by dissent on military issues, but by preoccupation with other matters. CHXXII The Red Army 393. Territorial levies in the autumn of 1923. The size of the army had been reduced from 4,400,000 in March 1921 to 560,000 at the end of 1923. In the mood of 1923, and with a strictly limited budget, an increase in the numbers of the regular army was unthinkable. Yet, if a regular army of this size were the sole military force, less than one-third of the available annual contingent would be called up, and the number of trained reserves available in some future emergency would fall perilously low. On the one hand, the strained resources of the Soviet budget were not equal to the maintenance of a large regular army such as had been maintained in the latter days of the Tsarist regime when 1.5 million men were constantly under the colors. Point 2. On the other hand, a small regular army could be regarded as efficient in terms of modern warfare only if it were mechanized and fully equipped with modern weapons. While military opinion remained skeptical of the military value of half-trained territorial formations, the essential argument in support of the militia system was the backwardness of Soviet industry. It was not possible in the middle 1920s to look forward to a time when Soviet industry would be able to provide equipment for a modern regular army which would enable it to match, either in quantity or in quality, the armies of Western Europe. Industrial backwardness compelled the Soviet regime to rely, in army organization, as elsewhere, on an abundance of manpower in default of a sufficiency of mechanical equipment. This made it impracticable to dispense with raw and ill-equipped militia levies. In the autumn of 1923, when the time came to call up further classes for 1. Age Anonymous, Party 1 Krasnaya Armia, 1928, p. 148, L. Trotsky. Как выразилась Revoluция, 3, I, 1924, 144, put the total number at the end of 1920 at 5,300,000. 2. The numerical comparison was made by Franz in a speech of February. Limiting factor in the size of the army was stressed by Franz in his speech of November 16, 1924, Ibid 2, 1926, 130 to 131. In 1925 to 1926 military expenditure accounted for 15.8% of the state budget as against 30.5% in 1913. V. Dyachenko, Sovietskie finanсы UP Perpłafes Razvitaya Sovietskogo Gosu. Darstva, I, 1947, 460. 3. M. Franz, Sobrani Sakhinai, 3, 1927, pages 92, 168, 267, until recently, Franz said in November 1924, Polish artillery had been more than twice as powerful as Soviet artillery. He claimed that the Red Army was now a match for its neighbors in this arm. Ibid 2, 1926, 132. A month later he repeated, we lag behind the bourgeois states, our resources are limited. Ibid 2, 197. 304. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Military service, it was decided to call up the whole annual contingent. But only about one-fourth of these would be required to man the cadres of the regular army. The remainder would be enrolled in rotation, for short periods of training, in territorial units, for which regular army units would serve as a stiffening. In two respects the prescription for a militia laid down by the 9th Party Congress proved obsolete. No attempt was made either to base the territorial militia on industrial centers or to associate it with compulsory labor service. Its composition in rural areas was exclusively peasant and its function purely military. A beginning was quickly made, though only 17% of the army had been put on a territorial basis by the end of 1923, and 100,000 of those available were not called up, apparently as a measure of financial economy. The first call-up coincided with the abortive revolutionary coup in Germany, and was accompanied by rumors of mobilization for war. 3. When a Bessarabian division was enrolled in the Ukraine, desertions amounted to 50%. In general, the enrollment is said to have passed off better than was expected. The total proportion of defaulters was only 2%. Once the peasants realized that they were not being mobilized to fight, or even torn away from their homes, but merely called up for periods of training, they accepted the new system with equanimity. The old argument against the militia system based on the alleged disloyalty and unreliability of the peasant, faded away. The new territorial Red Army became a symbol of the reconciliation of the peasant with the regime, a typical product of the net period. Scarcely was the new system underway when the summits of the Red Army were ruffled by the first party campaign against TX Let Krasnoy Army, Album Diagram Ram, 1928, p. 19. 2 Franz, Sobrante Sakinanet, 2, 1926, 131. 3 VKP, B, Ivo Enodello, 2nd ed. 1928, p. 337. Franz later put the total percentage of deserters from the Red Army at 7.54. 1923, 5 for 1924 and 01 for 1925, M. Franz, Izbrani Proizvedenia, 1934. p. 436. 5 It was admitted that difficulties occurred over the call-up in the autumn of 1924 owing to the prevalence of discontent among the peasants at this time. The more favorable attitude to the peasantry adopted at the 14th Party Conference in April 1925 and the 3rd Union Congress of Soviets in May 1925. K14SS to VKP, B, 1925, p. number 56. CH, XXIII The Red Army 305. Trotsky, which raged through the winter of 1923 to 1924. Trotsky undoubtedly enjoyed the sympathy of the higher professional groups in the Red Army, the specialists, whom he had recruited and defended in the dark days of the Civil War. What was more important, he had the support of many party cells in the army, and in particular of the party intellectuals who formed the backbone of PER. The dismissal of Antonov Ovchinko, the head of PER, who had signed the platform of the 46 and was one of Trotsky's chief adherents, was the prelude to Trotsky's own condemnation at the 13th Party Conference in January 1924. The resolution condemning Trotsky significantly contained a clause prescribing punishment of particular severity for attempts to introduce fractional activities into the Red Army. Though it did not deprive Trotsky of his office, it marked the end of his effective authority in military affairs. At the end of the conference, the party central committee set up a commission under the presidency of Franz, in which Trotsky, convalescent in Sukhum, did not participate, on the reorganization of the Red Army. Plus this was a prelude to far-reaching changes, and clearly marked out Franz as Trotsky's future successor. The most urgent step taken was the appointment of Bubnov to succeed Antonov Ovchinko as director of PER. The choice was at first sight surprising. Bubnov had lived down his association with the left communists of 1918. He became director. 1 According to VKP, B, Ivo Enodello, and at 1928, p. 350, resolutions supporting the opposition were passed by 1/3 of the party cells in the Moscow garrison, and by party cells in units in the Ukraine and in the Western and Volga military districts. Some of the discontent is said to have taken the form of demands for the election of political commissars and even of military commanders. A. Geronimus, Partia I Krasnaya Armia, 1928, pages 157 to 158. A revival of the old party syndicalism of the military opposition of 1919. CP 376 above. This had little in common with Trotsky's views. To see the interregnum, 1923 to 1024, pages 324 to 325. Antonov Ovchinko had succeeded Gasev as director of PER in the autumn of 1922. Encyclopedia Sheskit. Slovar Ruskigo Bibliografiskogo Instituta Granit, Sli, I, ND 1927, Perlo. Genie, Colonel 10. 3 See the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pp 339. 4 This was recorded in Gasev's article in Pravda, December 17, 1924, see pp 20 to 21 above. No earlier announcement has been traced, but this is not surprising, since decisions relating to military matters were normally kept secret. K. Voroshilov, Stati Irishi, 1937, p. 563, describes the commission as headed by Comrade Gasev. According to VKP, B. Ivo Enodello. 1928, pages 335 to 336, a joint commission of the Party Central Control Commission and Rabkrin was set up in 1923 to investigate the condition of the Red Army. Its report led to the appointment of the commission of January 1924. 396, the Soviet Order. 1b. Of the propaganda section of the party secretariat in 1922, and was elected a candidate member of the Party Central Committee at the 12th Congress in April 1923. But in the autumn of that year he had lapsed from grace by signing, though with reservations, the platform of the 46. He was, however, one of the few who had hastened to recant when the crisis broke in December, and his prompt conversion to orthodoxy was now rewarded. Bubnov finalized his appointment by cancelling Antonov Ovchinko's peccant circular of December 24, 1923, and issuing a fresh circular of February 3, 1924, on inter-party democracy in the Red Army. It was now clearly laid down that party discussion was limited by the requirements of military discipline, and that the party apparatus in the Red Army, except at the level of regimental party cells, was appointed from above, not elected from below. Bubnov proved an efficient head of PER. He was elected to the Party Central Committee by the 13th Congress in May 1924, and for many years his loyalty to the party leadership was unimpeachable. The Franz Commission reported to sessions of the Party Central Committee in February and April 1924, uncompromisingly concluding that the Red Army in its present form is unfit to 5.4. Though the verdict did not lack foundation, its edge was deliberately sharpened as a weapon against Trotsky, and it was followed by a general purge in the army administration, in which the Franz Gasev group evidently played the leading part. 1 Encyclopedia Shesky Slovar Ruskigo Bibliografiskogo Instituta Granit. Sli, I, ND 1927, Prologini, Colonel 49. 2 See the interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 324. 3J, Patukhov, Partijdige Organisatie 1 Partijdige Rabat of VRKKA. 1928, p. 73. The circular was not published, according to VKP, B. Ivo N.O. Dello, and at 1928, p. 350, it laid down the correct lines of party organization in the army within the established framework of party leadership and construction in the army. A year later the elective principle had been so far eliminated that the bureau of the cell is frequently nominated from above, and pressure is exercised at elections, and this was said to be adversely affecting party work in the Red Army. Lzveskit Central Nogo Komitet Rostisk.com. Munistikiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, No 15 to 16, Go G1, April 21, 1925, p. 21. 4K Voroshilov, Stati Irishi, 1937, p. 563. As it was reiterated in December 1924 by Franz, our estimate in the spring and summer was such that we knew by and large that throughout the summer and autumn of this year we must not allow ourselves to be provoked into any kind of armed action whatever. M. Franz, so brainy Sakainet, 2. 1926, 194. CHXXIII The Red Army. 397. Unschlicht, Deputy President of the Chai and of the GPU. From 1921 to 1923, was transferred, after a difference of opinion with his chief Dzerzhinsky in the autumn of 1923, to the People's Commissariat of War, and became an active member of the group. Early in 1924 a deputation from the party Central Committee, consisting of Tomsky, Franz, Pyatakov, and Gasaev, visited Trotsky, who throughout this period was sick or convalescent in Sukhum, to secure his endorsement of changes in the organization and personnel of the People's Commissariat of War. Trotsky describes the visit as the purest comedy, since the replacement of personnel had been going on for a long time behind my back. It culminated in March 1924 in the appointment of Franz as Deputy People's Commissar for War in succession to Sklinsky, who had held the post since 1918 and was now transferred to economic work. In the reconstruction of the High Command, the post of Commander-in-Chief was abolished, and Sergei Kamenev became Inspector General of the Red Army. Lebedev, a professional soldier who had been Chief of Staff for several years and had kept aloof from current controversies, seems to have been silently retired. The duties of Chief of Staff were taken over by Franz Tikhaevsky became Deputy Chief of Staff with the special mission of Army reorganization. Tirotsky, while remaining titular People's Commissar for War and President of the Revolutionary Military Council, acquiesced in changes patently designed to eliminate his supporters and destroy his authority in military affairs. Franz, whose status was enhanced by his election after the 13th Party Congress in May 1924, as a candidate member of the Politburo, played the leading role. 1 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 223, note 1. 2 L. Trotsky, Moyes Berlin, 1930, 253 to 254, in Trotsky's view. Franz was a serious person, but far inferior to Sklinsky as a military administrator. Franz's appointment was announced in Izvestia, March 14, 1924. 3 Encyclopediczewski Słowa Ruskiego Bibliograficznego Instytutu Granit. Sli, I, ND 1927, Prologini, Kernel 178. 4 See the biographical notice in M. Franz, Izbrani Proizvedenia, 1950. p. 10, no public announcement has been traced. According to a statement in Forskungen zur Osterrhodischen Geschichte, 2, 1955, 324, based on the unpublished archives of Dr. Franz Saw, Lebedev had been relieved of his duties. In May 1923. 8 Encyclopediczewski Słowa Ruskiego Bibliograficznego Instytutu Granit. Sli, 3, ND 1928, Prologini, Kernel 163. 398 The Soviet Order. Point 4. In the large body of military reforms undertaken during 1924, while Trotsky stood helplessly and indifferently aside, Trotsky's numerous speeches during the year 1924 included no significant pronouncement on military affairs. In the fresh campaign against Trotsky provoked by lessons of October in the autumn of 1924, Gasaev repeated the old attacks on Trotsky's military policies. Reverting to the half-forgotten controversy about the single military doctrine, he accused Trotsky of divorcing military science from Marxism, and resuscitated Franz's old charges of Menshevism and liquidationism. But these were mere rivulets in the spate of denunciation. When in January 1925 Trotsky was at length deposed from his military office, and succeeded by Franz, with Unschlicht as his deputy, these appointments merely regularized a situation which had existed de facto throughout the past year. In May 1925 Kamenev became Chief of Staff, Tikhaevsky remaining as Deputy Chief of Staff. The reforms introduced by Franz and associated with his name covered a wide range, and laid the foundations on which the Red Army developed for the next decade. The two most important and contentious were concerned with the composition and reorganization of the army, and with the relation of the political commissars, and of political work generally, to the military command. The main lines of the future organization of the Red Army, a combination of regular and territorial formations, had in fact been determined by the call-up of the autumn of 1923. It was decided to stabilize the armed forces on the basis of existing numbers of an available annual contingent of 800,000 or G00,000 men. 280,000 would be taken each year for 2 years service in the regular army, which would thus be maintained at the figure of 560,000. This would be an army living in barracks and trained in the use of modern weapons. It included Navy, Air Force, and technical units. A further 250,000 men would be enrolled annually in territorial units, in which they would receive a short period of annual training for 5 years. For Gasaev's article CP 21, note 1 above, 4 Franz charges C. pp 390 above, 2 CP 33 above, 3 Encyclopediczewski Słowa Ruskiego Bibliograficznego Instytutu Granit. Sli, I, ND 1927, Prologini, Kernel 178. CHXXIII The Red Army. 399. Not more than 2 months in any one year. The remainder of the annual contingent would be liable to be called up for military training where practicable, but would not be taken away from their homes or normal occupations. These arrangements formed the basis of the call-up in the autumn of 1924, and were embodied in a formal resolution of the Revolutionary Military Council at the end of November 1924, which was published in the press. 2 underscore the announcement appeared at the height of the embittered argument over Trotsky's lessons of October, and excited little controversy. Military opinion as reflected by the officer corps would have preferred a larger regular army on grounds of greater efficiency if this had been practicable. 3 Franz himself had specifically rejected the doctrinaire view of a militia as perfect in itself and best adapted to our conditions, defending the militia system as necessary from the financial and general economic point of view, but making reservations about its efficiency. At the moment of the 1924 call-up, he issued a warning that the militia, if not treated by party, Soviet, and trade union organs with sufficient seriousness, might become a source of weakness for us. 5 The mixed system adopted in 1924 was in no sense ideal. It was an expression both of the country's industrial backwardness and of the compromise with the peasant which marked the whole net period. The Red Army of the 1920s was still an army which relied primarily on manpower registered. This elementary military training was at first not organized by the army at all, but by rifle clubs, physical culture groups, schools, and other educational institutions. K14 SS to RKP, B, 1925, P 174. 2 Pravda, December 3, 1924. The Council sat from November 26 to December 1, 1924, its proceedings were apparently published, but have not been available. 3. Of course, if we had the choice between a regular army of 1 or 2 million men and the present militia system, from the military point of view all the data would be in favor of the former solution. M. Franz, Sobranyi. Sakhinity 3, 1927, 289. Trotsky wrote at this time, it does not at all follow that the proletariat after its rise to power, supported by an extremely low level of productive capacity, can on the next day create a tactic which will, in principle, correspond to the higher productive capacities of the future socialist society. Pravda, March 28, 1924. 4. M. Franz, Sobranyi Sakhinity 2, 1926, 52. 8 2, 109. 6. Franz noted, by way of contrast, that in the largest bourgeois countries, the living man is beginning to give place to the machine, but offered the far-fetched explanation that this was due to their inability to rely on armed forces, consisting of workers and peasants. Ibid 3, 1927, 376. 400. The Soviet Order. 4. It remained to give the Compromise of November 1924 legislative sanction. This was achieved during 1925 in a leisurely manner which suggests divided opinions behind the scenes. The principle of combining regular with territorial formations was once more laid down and approved at the Third Congress of Soviets of the USSR in May 1925.1. In the following month, a draft decree was prepared by the Revolutionary Military Council for submission to Sovnarkom and VTSIK. Underscore it was finally issued on September 18, 1925, to come into effect on October 1. All citizens from the age of 21 to 40 were liable to military service, with pre-military training from 1G to 21-3. Service might take one of 3 forms: enrollment in the regular army for 2 years, enrollment in a territorial unit, involving service for a period of 8 to 12 months spread over 5 years, not more than 3 months in any 1 year, or military training for not more than 6 months in all without enrollment. Citizens who had no political rights were to be enrolled for non-combatant service. 4. Some anxiety was clearly felt in party circles about the reception of the new regulations. On the eve of the issue of the decree, the party journal published an article strongly defending the territorial system on the ground that it had won the confidence of the peasantry. 5. Shortly afterwards, a leading article in the military newspaper sought to overcome the hostility or contempt evidently felt by the professional soldier for the territorial levies, carrying the Treaty SX Sovtov SSSR, Post Novienia, 1925, pages 38 to 44. The resolution is also in Sobranyi Zakhanov, 1925, number 35, art. 249. To Leningradskaya Pravda, June 30, 1925. 3. Pre-military training, mainly concerned with physical culture, was in the hands of a special department called Bsevabuch, Universal Military Training. It must have been confined, at any rate at first, to the large centers. 4. Sobranyi Zakhanov, 1925, number 62, arts. 462, 463. The principle that non-toilers should not bear arms was still strongly insisted on in theory, though, in speaking of the first territorial levies in the autumn of 1923, had demanded the greatest vigilance in excluding traitors and kulaks. L. Trotsky, Kak. Burzalets Revalyatsia, 3, 2, 1925, 163. Labor battalions had appeared after the Civil War, and these non-toil elements, sometimes referred to as nevi, served as batmen or in menial occupations. Krasnaya Zvezda, January 3, 1925. 3. Bolshevik, number 16, September 1, 1925, pages 40 to 50. Franz had claimed in May 1925 that the commanding and political personnel is beginning to enjoy more respect and gratitude from the peasantry. M. Franz, Sobranyi. Sakhinity 3, 1927, 235. CHXXII The Red Army. 401. Title Face to the Territorial System. It explained that the system had already been approved by the Ninth Party Congress in 1920, that a good half of the army was already on this basis, and that the position of the USSR is such that its defense depends chiefly on the territorial units, which should be regarded as the foundation of our armed forces. It was wrong to treat them as if they were on the same footing as the regular army, but to approach them with skepticism was equally wrong. Another article in the same issue argued that junior officers for the territorial units should be drawn from the region itself. Another attempt to apply the regional principle. T. The decree of September 18, 1925, settled the form of the Red Army for almost a decade. By 1926-65% of the Red Army was raised on a militia basis. The drastic reduction in the size of the Red Army brought with it a corresponding reduction in the officer corps. It was natural that an attempt should have been made to dispense first with the services of former Tsarist officers. Of an original total of more than 30,000, some 12,500 were said to have been retired in 1921.3, but the first systematic reorganization of the officer corps was undertaken by Franz in the spring of 1924, and was connected in part with the general process of reform in the Red Army and in part with the campaign against Trotsky. Trotsky had been known as the protector of Tsarist officers and as the opponent of the class principle in the army, and had been attacked both by the old military opposition of 1920 and by the later Franz Kassav group on both counts. When in April 1924, Franz announced a come-out in the officer corps, he was careful to deny that any general persecution of specialists was intended. He laid stress on the need to promote younger and newly trained men from below whose capacities had hitherto been denied an outlet, and clinched the argument with an implicit criticism of Trotsky's policy. Had we taken this course earlier and more firmly, there would probably be no necessity now for the general shake-up, which is at present being carried out. Krasnaya Zvezda, October 17, 1925. 2x Let Krasnoy Army, Album Diagram Ram, 1928, p. 19. 3. Grajdanskaya Voyna, 1918-1921, ed. A. Bubnov, Eskamina and R. Eidman, 2, 1928, 97-98. 4. M. Franz, Sobranyi Sakhinity, 2, 1926, 35-36. 402. The Soviet Order. 4. A few months later he once more announced that preference will be given to those who have risen from below, who have a broad fighting experience, and have retained their vigor unimpaired. In the higher age groups all junior officers and a considerable proportion of field officers are said to have been retired. 2. The older officers liable to dismissal were in the nature of things predominantly former Tsarist officers. A far larger number of officer and higher administrative personnel was retired. in 1924 than in 1923, 9,400 as against 2,750, and the proportion among them returned as former whites was also much higher. 1,500 as against 50.3. On the other hand, those retained were finally relieved of the stigma of a separate classification as former white officers in Red Army records. Plus we want, exclaimed Franz in January 1925, to have a single officer corps fully equal in rights, not dividing it for service purposes into party and non-party men. 5. The shake-up of 1924 in the officer corps would seem to have been more directly aimed at supporters of Trotsky than at former Tsarist officers. After the process was complete, 16,8% of Red Army officers had received their whole training, and 7,5% part of their training, in the Tsarist army. Voroshilov, in a eulogy of the old specialists, in February 1926, declared that there was now scarcely any difference between them and other Red Army commanders. Prejudices nevertheless died hard. More than a year later, Voroshilov himself complained of a lack of a closely welded collective of the commanding and political personnel which sometimes drove the older officers to despair. Registered. An important element in the Franz reforms was the search for an increase in efficiency through an improvement in the status of the officers, and in the discipline and training of both officers and rank and file. The first step towards the creation of an efficient officer corps was an improvement in its material condition. M. Franz, Sobrani Sakhinadi, 2, 1926, 171. 2 Ibid, 2, 194. 3 Grajdansky Voina, 1918-1921, ed. A. Bubnov, S. Kamina and R. Eidman, 2, 1928, 107, 103. 4 Ibid 2, 107. 5 M. Franz, Sobrani Sakhinadi, 3, 1927, 33-34. 6 X. Let Krasnoy Army, Album Diagram Ram, 1928, p. 37. 7 K. Voroshilov, Stat I. Rishi, 1937, p. 50. 8 K. Voroshilov, Oberon SSSR, 1927, pages 75-76. CHXXII The Red Army 403. Geops. In the days of the Civil War and with the prejudice against specialists at its height, Trotsky issued an appeal for greater equality between all ranks in the Red Army and the party. Directive of February 1921 instructed political commissars to live with their men in barracks and share in the life of the party cells and to maintain the principle of equality between officers and men. But, with the coming of NEP, a different trend soon declared itself. The 10th Party Congress in March 1921 decided, in view of the fact that the Army had now become a permanent profession, to take measures for a real improvement in the material position of the officer corps, especially of its lower ranks. 3 For some time, with demobilization actively in progress, little was done. In February 1923 a regular scale of pay for officers was for the first time fixed in goods rubles, and in August of the same year, when the foundations of the territorial system were being laid, substantial increases were granted. The reforms of 1924 brought junior and field officers to successive increases in pay, said to have amounted on an average to nearly 30 per cent. 5 In February 1925 Franz claimed that the material conditions of the officer corps had so improved that they were no longer obliged to think continually about their crust of bread, and could devote all their energy to the business of training Red Army men. But 3 months later, at the Third Union Congress of Soviets, he instituted a comparison between the pay of Soviet officers and of the officers of other European armies, purporting to show that the pay of officers in other armies was substantially higher than in the Red Army, and in the British Army from 5 to 10 times as great. Moreover, 70% of Red Army officers were inadequately housed, and married officers were living with their families in a single room. Voroshilov, who 1 L. Trotsky, Kak Gurazala's Revalyatsia. 2 I. 1924, 83-87. 2 J. Zvestiyak Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoy. Communistiskiskoy Party, Vol. Shavikov, number 30, April 4, 1921, pp 6-7. 3 VKP, V. V. Rizolyatsiak, 1941, I. 393. 5 Trotsky strongly supported the proposal in a speech of October 1921. L. Trotsky, Kak Gurazala's Revalyatsia, 3, I. 1924, 54. Plus figures from a contemporary publication are quoted in VEKP, B. Ivo N.O. Dello, and at 1928, pages 313-314. 5 M. Franz, Sobrani Sakhinadi, 2, 1926. 144-145. 6 Ibid 3, 1927, 100. 7 Ibid 3, 226. 404 The Soviet Order. 4 Succeeded Franz in November 1925, admitted that officers of the Red Army were not as highly paid as officers of other armies, and that they did not aspire to the rates of pay of generals, but promised that their economic status would improve with rising prosperity in the country. An important decree of March 1926 made extensive provision for social insurance and pensions for Red Army officers, and claimed to provide for them full state security. The measures reflected not only improved material conditions, but a recognition of the rising status of the officer corps of the Red Army in the Soviet hierarchy. As material conditions slowly improved, progress was made with the more delicate question of military discipline. Here, too, revolutionary egalitarianism in its extreme form did not survive the Civil War, but it left marked traces on the practice of the ensuing period. Towards the end of the Civil War, the party instructed members of revolutionary military councils, commissars and other persons holding official posts in the Red Army to apply revolutionary discipline, but they were, all the same, to struggle decisively against the routine of the old military system. 4 During the demobilization period after the Civil War, when material conditions were at their worst, discipline throughout the army also sank to a low ebb. To restore it was one of the tasks of the reform of 1924. Bukharin, at the 5th Congress of Comintern, in June 1924, was led into an unexpected digression on Red Army discipline. Our army is in a high degree similar to the quite ordinary bourgeois army. Once upon a time we thought that the structure of our army would look quite different, no forced discipline, only conscious discipline. But experience showed that the forms of conscious discipline in this literal sense are inapplicable, though naturally this consciousness plays a larger role with us than in other armies. Therefore we have various measures of compulsion in the army, and that is absolutely necessary. We even shoot deserters. The formal structure K. Voroshalov, Stat Irishi, 1937, p. 27, for further details see VKP, b. Tivo and Odello, 2nd ed. 1928, p. 313. 2 Sobranizakhanov, 1926, number 20, art. 131. 3 According to E. Wallenberg, The Red Army, 2nd ed. 1940, pages 188 to 189. Voroshalov in 1926 not only increased officers' pay, but introduced separate officers' messes, which had not hitherto existed in the Red Army. Plus VKP, b. V. Urizolyatziak, 1941, I. 352. Ch. Seal the Red Army. 405. Is like that of a bourgeois army. But that is not the decisive thing. The decisive thing is its different class character. In a speech to army officers of November 1924, Franz attacked the slackness of some officers and commissars in matters of discipline. In many cases, instead of a firm and categorical request to carry out an official duty, we have an unprincipled currying favor with the rank and file of Red Army men, a desire to display a special democratic spirit. This democratic spirit is the crudest perversion of any and every rule of discipline in our Red Army. A command is a command. To persuade and exhort men to carry out orders is in itself a crude breach of discipline. In a speech a month later, he used a recent incident to refute the common notion that communism and military discipline did not go together. A territorial unit on the march was straggling badly, notwithstanding all the efforts of the commanding officer, who made a remark in sharp and cutting terms. The communist cell met and passed a vote of censure on him, thus proving that they understood nothing of military discipline. In capitalist countries, discipline was based on the class inferiority of the rank and file soldier. In the Red Army, it was based on the necessity for a correct division of labor, correct leadership, and correct responsibility. But to treat military precision, the discipline of the line, external order, as something harmful, unrevolutionary, and unnecessary was absolute nonsense. Point 4. At the Komsomol conference of June 1925, Franz reproved the organization for its poor standard of discipline. Members of the Komsomol formed in 1924 30% of the crews of the Baltic fleet, but committed 61% of the disciplinary offenses. In the Ukrainian and North Caucasian military districts, more than 30% of mobilized members of the Komsomol had been punished for disciplinary offenses in the first 3 months of 1925, though Franz consolingly added that most of the offenses had not been grave. Point 5. At the end of the year, Per reported to the 14th Party Congress an improvement in the discipline of 1 Pyrodokal, Fienter Kongrester Kommunistisken International, ND. 2, 527. 2 M. Franz, Sabrante Sakhainai, 2, 1926, 146. 3 Ibid 2, 186 to 188, asterisk Ibid ITI, 1927, 32. 5 Ibid 3, 296 to 298. 406, the Soviet Order. Point 4. The Red Army, both in general and among mobilized members of the party and of the Komsomol. The most delicate and controversial question with which Franz had to cope was the relation of party control in the Red Army, and especially of the political commissars, to the military commandant. In capitalist countries, relations between politicians and soldiers had often been uneasy. The Red Army, since the early days of the specialists, had always reflected in an acute form the tension between the professional expert and the spokesman of party policy. In theory, nobody contested the principle of unity of command. Lenin was on record as having hailed with satisfaction in 1920 the approach to one-man command in the army. In practice, compromise was inevitable so long as the distinction between party and non-party was significant, and so long, in particular, as a substantial proportion of the professional experts were identified with the traditions of the old regime. Point 3. Nor was this an issue which divided different groups in the party. Trotsky was known as a defender of the interests of the specialists and professionals, and the advocates of the single military doctrine prided themselves on their party and proletarian outlook. Yet, Trotsky at the 11th Party Congress in 1922 had emphatically declared that there could be no question of abolishing the political commissars, even where the military commander was a party member. Plus, and Franz, when he rose to a position of authority, became the unhesitating champion of the rights and interests of the officer corps. The keenness of the rivalry between the political commissars and the military supporters of unity of command tended, however, TK14 SS to RKP, B, 1925, P 165. 2 Lenin, Sakhainentia, XXV, 1. 3 The compromise was expressed in the formally ambiguous position of Per, which was an organ both of the Revolutionary Military Council and of the Party Central Committee. From 1924 onwards, its director was always a member of both these bodies. The new party statute authorized by the 14th Party Congress in December 1925 described Per as the military section of the Party Central Committee, responsible for the direction of party work in the Red Army and the Red Fleet, VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 88. Plus Odinit Satai ISX RKP, B, 1936, P 306. CHXXII the Red Army 407. To obscure the subtle change which had occurred in the issue at stake, the title of political commissar remained, but the function exercised by the original commissars of supervising the loyalty of the military commanders to whom they were attached became to all intents and purposes obsolete at the end of the Civil War. Such a function was largely meaningless in time of peace, and after the introduction of NEP the loyalty of the former Tsarist officers remaining in the Red Army was not in serious doubt. The main function of the political commissars in the NEP period was to supervise not the loyalty of the commanders, but the morale of the rank and file. This was a task of party propaganda and political education, and became highly important in an army dependent mainly on raw peasant levies. The likelihood of jealousy and friction between the political commissar and the non-party military commander still existed, but it was clearly less acute than in the days when the presence of the commissar was an expression of doubt of the commander's loyalty. On the other hand, friction now sometimes arose between the political commissar and other party authorities, since the commissar attempted to use his military position to assert an independence not enjoyed by other party functionaries. This created in some party circles a certain mistrust of political commissars who allowed their allegiance to the army to predominate over their allegiance to the party. The first occasion on which these new aspects of party work in the army, and of the functions and status of the political commissars, figured in the party resolution appears to have been at the Party Conference of September 1920 when the Civil War was reaching its end. The conference drew the attention of members of revolutionary military councils, commissars, and other officials to the task of fostering revolutionary discipline in the army by establishing close contact with the rank and file, though it also declared any separation between such work and general party life, and work to be inadmissible. And the 10th Party Congress in March 1921 cautiously insisted both on the complete independence of the political apparatus of the Red Army, and on the need to strengthen its link with local party organizations. The VKP, V. Vio Rezoliatsiak, 1941, I. 352, 354 plus. 2 Ibid I. 393. Another resolution of the Congress introduced a fresh element of confusion by making Global Prosvet responsible for political. Vol. 22b. 408, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Next 2 or 3 years were marked by growing attention to the importance of party and political propaganda in the Red Army. One result of the demobilization at the end of the Civil War had been to reduce to a minimum the number of party members in the Red Army. In 1922 to 1923 scarcely any were to be found out. Side the commanding and political staff. Point 1. The army was largely composed of peasants. The peasant had become a central factor in party and Soviet policy, and the call-up provided the best, indeed, almost the only opportunity to inculcate in the peasantry the virtues of party doctrine and loyalty to the regime. Stalin, at the 12th Party Congress in 1923, spoke of the Red Army as a meeting place of workers and peasants, the only meeting place where workers and peasants of different provinces, sundered from one another, come together, and, coming together, work out their political views. And the 13th Congress a year later commended the transition to the territorial militia system on the ground that it would become a medium linking party and state with the peasantry. The growing importance of this work increased the insistence of the party authorities on the strict subordination to them and the political commissars, and education in the army and subordinating the commissars to it for this purpose. VKP, B. V. Rezoliatsiak, 1941, I. 379 to 380, for Global Prosvet, see pages 192. 193 above. This state of affairs lasted till the summer of 1922, when political education in the army was once more transferred from Global Prosvet to Per. VKP, B. Ivo Endodello, 2nd ed. 1928, p. 297. 1a. Geronimus, Party I. Krasnaya Armia, 1928, p. 154. This situation improved only slowly. The 13th Party Congress in May 1924 proposed to increase the number of communists among Red Army men and sailors. VKP, B. V. Rezoliatstyak, 1941, I. 568, a party circular of April 1925. Deplored the low proportion of party members among Red Army men, Izvestia. Central Nogo Komitet Rostiskoy Kaistikiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, No. 13 to 14, 88 to 89, April 6, 1925, p5. About the same time Franz claimed that 12% of the armed forces were members of the Komsomol, M. Franz. Sobrani Sakhinidai, 3, 1927, 299, according to Molotov at the 14th Party Congress, the proportion of communists, i.e. members of the party, or of the Komsomol, in the Red Army rose from 11% in 1924 to 15% in 1925, 14 SSV Soyuznoy Kommunistiskot Party, B, 1926, p70. Even so, it was far lower than the proportion among officers, CP 415. Below. 2 Stalin, Sakhinintya, V, 204. 3 VKP, B, V. Rezoliatstyak, 1941, I. 594. Trotsky paradoxically used the same argument to justify the maintenance of regular divisions. The Red Barrack must be retained as an educational influence on the young peasant. L. Trotsky, Kak Burzales Revolyatstaya, 3, 2, 1925, pages 712. This preface originally appeared as an article under the title Step by Step in Pravda. November 1, 1924. Ch. XXIII The Red Army. 409. This in turn tended to weaken the prestige of the Commissar Visti, the military commander. The party controversy of the winter of 1923 to 1924 adversely affected the position of the political commissars. That Trotsky should at this time have found such strong support in Per and among the political commissars in the Red Army, drawn for the most part from the ranks of party intellectuals, tended to discredit these institutions in the eyes of the party leadership. Bubnov had heralded his appointment to Per by an instruction, which, in reversing his predecessor's encouragement of free political discussion, had seemed to imply that the work of the political commissars was in future to be subordinated to the requirements of military discipline. T underscore for some months the Kerr Rent set in this direction. The Commission on the Reorganization of the Red Army appointed in January 1924 reported 3 months later that one-man command was the practical question, towards the solution of which the whole system of our work of military construction is advancing, though it admitted that it was impossible at present to force the introduction of one-man command. In June 1924 the Orgburo made a pronouncement in favor of unity of command as the practical principle for the organization of the Red Army, but left it to the organs of the Red Army to work out details of application. When in the following month Bubnov said that the essence of the military reforms in progress was the liquidation of the survivals of war. Communism, plus he used a favorite catchphrase to which many different meanings were attached. But one of its meanings in this context was a curbing of the authority of that characteristic institution of the Civil War period, the political commissars of the Red Army. About the same time Franz described the institution of political commissars as temporary, and spoke of the firm course set by the party for a transition to the so-called unity of command. He admitted that the completion of the reform had been delayed, but the revolutionary military 1 CP 396 above. 2 A. Geronimus, Party I. Krasnaya Armia, 1928, pages 170 to 171, for the Commission CP 395 above. 3 quoted in VKP, B. Ivo Endodello, 2nd ed. 1928, p. 343 degree. Plus Shistoy SS Rossiyskogo Leninskogo Communistikiskogo Soyuzom Ledezi. 1924, p. 308. 410. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Council recognizes its obligation, so soon as favorable conditions for the unity of command are realized, to carry it unflinchingly into effect. Point 7. The solution was, however, by no means so simple. The fundamental need for a compromise between the authority of the military experts and the authority of the party remained, and the vested interests of the political commissars were strong. A conference of political workers in the army in November 1924 insisted that one-man command in the army cannot be treated as the liquidation of the institution of commissars, since these were a necessary element of party leadership and political education in the army. The November resolution of the revolution, a military council on army reform, bore witness to the prevailing embarrassment. It restated all the elements of the dilemma, and its main contribution seems to have been the invention of a new and ambiguous formula. Two forms of one-man command were now distinguished. One was the concentration of military, economic, and administrative powers in the hands of the commander, while political functions remained with the commissar. This appeared to abrogate the control of the commissar in non-political matters, but fell short of what had hitherto been understood as one-man command. The other was the concentration of all functions in the hands of the commander. This was conceivable only if the commander was a party man enjoying the full confidence of the party authorities. Franz admitted that this second form could not be a widely spread phenomenon, since the personal conditions for it were very strict, and that the first would be the prevailing form of one-man command. Point 4. Some party stalwarts interpreted the resolution as a decisive rejection of those tendencies to subordinate the political organs to the military staffs which had manifested themselves earlier in 1924.5, but Franz's interpretation in a speech delivered 1 M. Franz, Sobrani Sakinadi, 2, 1926, 83. 2 VKP, B, Ivo Nodello, 2nd ed. 1928, pages 343 to 344. 3 Abid, pages 344 to 345. Asterisk, the text of the resolution has not been available for this session of the Revolutionary Military Council CP 399, note 2 above, but a fairly full account of it was given in two speeches of Franz, M. Franz, Sobrani Sakinadi, 2, 1926, 152, 4153, 176 to 183. 5. This interpretation is represented in N. Kurtanov, Politishevsky Operat. Krasnoy Army, 1929, pages 30 to 32. Ch. XXIII. The Red Army 411. A few weeks later was more tactful and cautious. Most military commanders, he said, even if they were communists, would have to be content with supreme authority in the spheres of combat, administration and supply, leaving the political sphere to the commissar. But he added with emphasis that the non-party section of the command personnel should regard the decisions of the plenum on this question as an expression of the complete confidence of the Soviet government and of the Communist Party in it, and he spoke of the process of transition to one-man command as likely to be realized in the forthcoming year. In January 1925, Franz succeeded Trotsky as People's Commissar for War and President of the Revolutionary Military Council, and from this time began to lean more openly to the side of the military commanders. Blame for conflicts within the Red Army was laid at the door of political workers who failed to support the military command in maintaining discipline. Some of them were accused of attempting to curry favor with the rank and file by posing as protectors of its interests against the military commanders. Point 3. But the obstacles to a clear-cut solution were formidable. An ordinance of the Revolutionary Military Council of March 2, 1925, prescribed that important orders were to be signed jointly by the military commander and by the commissar, and routine orders by each independently within his own sphere, but the attempt to clarify the demarcation of functions between them was vague and unsuccessful. A significant point was that, though the commissar could appeal to higher authority against the order of the commander, the appeal did not have the effect of suspending the validity of the order pending a decision. Asterisk. This ordinance was followed up by a circular issued in the name of the party Central Committee and bearing the title on one-man command in the Red Army. The circular declared that the tasks of the Corps of Commissars must be radically changed. Operational and administrative functions were entirely in the hands of the commander, and the commissar was free from day-to-day control over them, though he retains M. Franz, Sobrani Sakinadi, 2, 1926, 182 to 185. 2 CP 33 above. 3 M. Franz, Sobrani Sakinadi, 2, 1926, 188. 4 Ibid 2, 310 to 311, note 86. 412. The Soviet Order. Point 4. The direction of political and party work in the unit and is responsible for its social political condition. Where the military commander was a party man and capable of exercising these functions, the military and political functions might be combined in the same person. The instruction did not apply to national military units or to the Red Fleet, where the introduction of one-man command must proceed more slowly. A conference of secretaries of party cells in the army, which was addressed by Franz, emphasized the change which the party apparatus in the army had undergone. If the function of the political commissar had once been to keep watch on the military commander, his function and that of the party cells throughout the army was now to help the whole military apparatus in the task of establishing iron discipline in the ranks of the army and fleet. Point 2 mean. While Franz, commenting a few weeks later on the March circular, optimistically declared that the principle of unity of command had been settled in an entirely precise and definite way, the only thing that delayed its full and immediate application was the need to retrain and reallocate the political commissars, who were too influential to be simply dispossessed. In June 1925, Franz told the party conference of the Leningrad military region that a fully responsible officer corps was indispensable to the Red Army, that our former system of dual power, demanded by political considerations, hindered the development of this officer corps, and insisted that even the non-party military commander would henceforth have full authority except in party matters. Gasafe more realistically noted the growing influence of the party in military affairs and recognized the strength of the opposition to one-man command, though he consolingly added that the objections were not to the principle, but to the forcing of the question. Undeterred by these doubts, the conference passed a resolution advocating the militarization of the political staff. Point 5. 1 is Vestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rostiskoy Istikiskoy Party, Bal. Shabikov, No 11 to 12, 86 to 87, March 23, 1925, p. 16. The circular appeared in small print in an inconspicuous place on the back page. This treatment, unusual for so important a pronouncement, suggests that some party circles were either out of sympathy with the decision or apprehensive of the reaction to it. 2 Abid No 13 to 14, 88 to 89, April 6, 1925, pages 4 to 6. 3 M. Franz, Izberni Proizvedenia, 1934, pages 407 to 409. 8 Leningradskaya Pravda, June 21, 24, 1925. CHXXIII. The Red Army. 413. Following on this campaign, the Revolutionary Military Council issued at the end of July 1925 a temporary statute for military commissars of the Red Army and the Red Fleet, based on the ordinance and the party circular of the preceding March. But none of these efforts was successful in eradicating a stubborn opposition. Franz, in February 1925, had admitted that some party members were seeking to delay the establishment of one-man command till all military commanders were party men. Though this will never be, and we do not desire it. Point 26. Months later, he again noted a negative attitude among a certain part of our commissar personnel to the whole of its reform as a result of which very little had yet been achieved. 3. According to a party report, resistance among commissars and other party workers in the army was so strong that some had been asked to be demobilized from army work. At the end of 1925, unity was reported to have been achieved in 73 to 3% of corps commands, in 44% of divisional commands, and 33 to 4% of regimental commands, by one of the two now recognized forms of one-man command. At the height of the campaign for unity of command, these percentages represented something far short of complete success. When, therefore, the split in the triumvirate became apparent in the autumn of 1925, the first of the two major issues of military policy, the size and form of the new army, had been settled by the decree of September 18, 1925.6. The second, the relation between military commanders and political commissars, seemed well on the way to a settlement which favored the military element, but still encountered strong resistance in the party. It is a tribute to the strength of the party tradition to avoid public dispute on military questions that this controversial issue never played any visible part in the party struggle, but a situation in which party capital might have been made out of any unpopular move was inimical to decisive action. Any step forward was bound to offend an influential body of opinion in the party, and 1K Voroshilov, Oberon SSSR, 1927, p. 80, the text has not been traced. 2 M. Franz, Sobrani Sakhinadi, 3, 1927, 125. 3 Abid 3, 359. 4K14 SS Du RKP, B, 1925, pages 165, 167 to 168. 5 Abid P 165. 60p 400 above. 414, the Soviet Order. Point 4. The enforcement of unity of command in the Red Army appears to have made little progress during the summer and autumn of 1925. Franz's death at the end of October 1925 no doubt encouraged a further postponement. At the Leningrad Provincial Party Conference early in December 1925, a delegate named Shalabin feared that an intention is evidently gaining ground to subordinate the political organs to the military command, and thought that more attention should be given to deviations occurring in such an important field as the Red Army. At the ensuing 14th Party Congress, Shalabin was mildly derided by Molotov for having discovered a Trotskyist deviation in party work in the Red Army, and more solemnly reproved by Arhonikich. Point 3. But the question was not otherwise discussed, and neither Stalin nor Zinoviev nor any other of the leaders openly took sides on it. When Voroshilov was appointed to succeed Franz, with Lashevik as his deputy, Tukhachevsky replaced Sergei Kamina as chief of staff of the Red Army plus, but Tukhachevsky, though his sympathies were probably on the side of the military commanders, was also an astute politician, and Voroshilov, a man of far less character and independence than Franz, showed no great eagerness to insist on the awkward issue of unity of command. The uneasy compromise between the authority of the military command and the political and party element represented by Per and by the political commissars remained a source of friction throughout the 1920s. Meanwhile, the scales were decisively weighted in favor of ultimate victory for the military element in this controversy by a single basic factor. The system of independent political commissars had been created at a time when the regime was compelled. Krasnaya Zvezda, October 27, 1925, on the eve of Franz's death, carried correspondence expressing divergent views on the militarization of the political staff, as if this was still an open question. 2 quoted in A. Geronimus, Party 1 Krasnaya Armia, 1928, p. 1843. Shalabin's speech was, perhaps significantly, not mentioned in Leningradskaya Pravda, which reordered the conference fairly fully. 314 SSV Soyuznoy Communistickskoy Party, B, 1926, pages 84, 226. 4 Encyclopedический Slovar Ruskego Bibliograficzego Instituta Granite. Sli, 3, ND 1928, Prologini, Colonel 163, Kamina reverted to his post as Inspector General, which he had combined since May 1925 with that of Chief of Staff, Ibid, Sli, I, ND 1927, Prologini, Colonel 178. CHXXII the Red Army. 415. To rely on an officer corps ideologically alien, and even hostile, to it, when the regime had time to train an officer corps reared in its own traditions, and when a large proportion of high army officers, as of leaders in other professions, were party members. This justification for the anomalies and inconveniences of divided responsibility would disappear. Discrepancies occur in the figures of communists, i.e. members of the party or of the Somal, in the officer corps of the period. Molotov at the 14th Party Congress claimed that the percentage had risen from 19 in 1924 to 29 in 1925. Underscore but considerably higher percentages are quoted elsewhere: 22 to 5 for 1922, 32 for 1924, 43 for 1925 and 47 for 1926. 2 factors were at work in Excel era in this process. In the first place, a high proportion of the young officers passing out of the military schools now had party or Komsomol membership. 3 Secondly, senior officers, even if they had originally served under the Tsar, were now often admitted to the party in recognition of their services. In 1926 all corps commanders, 75% of heads of military schools and 55% of commanders of divisions were party men, the proportion among field and junior officers being about 38 per CENTT. The middle 1920s were a period of transition from the predominantly specialist officer corps of the Civil War to an officer corps predominantly composed of party members, and, for the present, the vested interests of the political commissars, who were party members to a man and could in the last resort count on high party backing, were a serious obstacle to reform. Once the transition to a predominantly party officer corps was complete, the demand for unity of command would prove irresistible. But the Red Army would retain enough esprit de corps to attract recurrent suspicion in party quarters, and the issue of 114 SS Visasoy, 1K Istikiskat Party, B, 1926, p. 70. 2K Voroshilov, Oberon SSSR, 1927, pages 184 to 185, A. Geronimus. Party I Krasnaya Armia, 1928, p. 166. For the much lower percentages in the rank and file CP 408, note 1 above. 302,000 graduating in August 1925, 65% were members of the party and 15% of the Komsomol, Leningradskaya Pravda, August 8, 1925. 4 A. Geronimus, Party I Krasnaya Armia, 1928, p. 1793, as late as 1925 Former Tsarist officers predominated in the high command and had a virtual monopoly of staff appointments. Eskasev, Grajdansky Voyna. Krasnaya Armia, 1925, p. 190. 416. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Political commissars would revive in a different form in the remote future. The Civil War had meant the virtual end of the Soviet Navy. It had cut off the central power from every ice-free outlet. Of former Russian naval bases, only Petrograd remained in Soviet hands. The larger ships of the Black Sea Fleet were carried off by Virgil, and found asylum in French North Africa at Bizerta. With all resources concentrated on the Red Army, such ships as remained were entirely denuded of men and supplies. Trotsky later recalled an occasion in 1920 on which the party's Central Committee debated whether to lay up the ships or to sink them, since it was difficult to believe that they would ever again serve a useful purpose. The Kronstadt Mutiny of March 1921 cast discredit on what was left of the fleet. As Trotsky said, the Kronstadt fortress, the sailors' base, has become at the same time the symbol of revolt against the Soviet power. 2. It was, nevertheless, the 10th Party Congress, sitting at the moment of the suppression of the Kronstadt revolt, which announced measures to revive and strengthen the Red fighting fleet. Recruits were to be enrolled, predominantly from factory workers. The Revolutionary Military Council and PER were to be instructed to give their attention to the fleet, and political commissars, preferably communist sailors, were to be appointed to it. Point 3. It was an uphill task, which proceeded slowly. In December 1921, a conference of military delegates to the 9th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, in which Trotsky played a leading part, decided to remind the whole country of the glorious role of Kronstadt in the birth and development of the revolution, and declared that Kronstadt had once more become, after the tragic episode of March 1921, an outpost of the proletarian revolution. For it was once more Trotsky who, at a Red Fleet conference in April 1922, declared that so complex and specialized an organization will in the nature of things develop slowly, and spoke of 1. L. Trotsky, Как выразалась революция, 3. I. 1924, 81. 2. Ibid, 3. I. 34. 3. VKP, B. W. V. Rezoliatsiak, 1941, I. 394. Plus Pravda, January 4, 1922. Degree. Ch. XXIII. The Red Army. 417. The need to lay the first foundation stone. Since the Red Fleet, unlike the Red Army, could not rely on a primitive peasantry to supply its rank and file, manpower was a perennial problem. In an attempt to solve it, the Komsomol was induced at its 5th Congress in October 1922 to become the patron of the Red Fleet. 2,000 members of the Komsomol were said to have joined it already, and more were urged to do so. In his speech at the Congress, Trotsky expressed the hope that the Komsomol recruits would counteract both what was left of the old narrowness of the privileged, arrogant, and prejudiced corporate spirit, characteristic of navies throughout the world, and the new military revolutionary arrogance, which had made its appear. And since 1917.3, in the same month, Trotsky visited the destroyer squadron in the Black Sea. On his return, he sent a message in which he noted significant progress in the revival of the Red Fleet, and promised that the Revolutionary Military Council would apply all its efforts to improve the position of the sailors and, in particular, of the officers and the quartermaster staff. In December 1922, the party Central Committee instructed PER and the Central Committee of the Komsomol jointly to organize a Navy Week to be held in all provincial capitals and sea coast towns from January 15 to 22, 1923, to popularize the Red Fleet. Point 5. These methods of recruitment suffice to keep the Red Fleet in being, and to give it a somewhat different character from the Red Army. Bubnov in 1924 boasted that of the new recruits for the Navy, 75% were workers, 63,5% metal workers from the bench, 74% of recruits. 1. L. Trotsky, Как выразалась революция, 3. I. 1924, 130 to 132. According to a French secret report quoted in Les Relations Germano-Soviétiques, ed. J. B. Drozdel, 1954, pages 156, 158, arrangements for the rehabilitation of the Soviet Navy with the aid of former German naval officers were discussed during a visit of Hinze. See The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 314 to 315. 437, Note 4, to Moscow in May 1922, and approved by Sobnarkom on September 1, 1922. No evidence has been found that they ever became effective. 2. VLKSMVO Rezoliatsiak, 1929, 101 to 102, for patronage, CP 343. Note 1 above. OE. 3. L. Trotsky, Как выразалась революция, 3. I. 1924, 136 to 141. 4. Ibid 3. I. 185. Underscore. 5. Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rostiskoy Kommunistiskoy Party, Vol. Shabikov, No. 1, 49, January 1923, p. 71, VKP, B. 0 Komsomol, 1938. pp 251 to 252. 418. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Were members of the Komsomol, 25% party members, Oregon candidates. In the whole Red Fleet at this time, 42% of the personnel were workers. Partly owing to the purge after Kronstadt and partly to these conditions of recruitment, no Trotskyite opposition appeared in the Red Fleet in 1923 to 1924. On the other hand, the same problems of discipline manifested themselves in the fleet, especially among Komsomol members, as had appeared in the army registered. They were said to be on the way to a solution. The 5th Congress of Comintern in June 1924 sent a delegation to visit the Baltic Fleet, and revolutionary greetings were exchanged. Frunz's first pronouncement on the Red Fleet seems to have been made in his speech of November 1924, when the recent de jure recognition of the Soviet government by France had kindled hopes of a return of the ships interned in Bizerta. Frunz claimed that a gigantic step forward had been taken during the preceding year, and saw no reason to put a cross over our naval construction, though, in view of straitened resources, it would probably have to be confined to small ships of a defensive character. Point 3. In the Black Sea, a Soviet fleet of 26,000 tons was confronted by Turkish, Romanian, and Bulgarian fleets amounting in all to 63,000 tons. In the Baltic, on the other hand, the Soviet fleet mustered 83,000 tons as against the 18,000 of other Baltic countries. Point 4. An exercise of the Baltic fleet in the summer of 1925 was said to have caused anxiety in neighboring countries, and Frunz, who had visited the fleet during the exercise, declared that a strong Baltic fleet was necessary to the defense of Leningrad. Point 5. 1 Chistoy SS Rostiskogo Leninskogo Communistikiskogo Soyuzm Mladezi. 1924, pages 320 to 325. This account given to a Komsomol Congress is likely to have erred on the side of optimism. 2 Protocol, Filter Kongresser Kommunistisken International, ND, I. 452 to 453. 3 M. Franz, Sobrani Sakaidanti, 2, 1926, 146 to 147, for this speech see. P. 405 above. Men furnished by the Soviet government to the commission set up under the Straits Convention concluded at Lausanne in 1923, see the Bolshevik Revolution. 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 489, the Soviet Black Sea Fleet at the beginning of 1925. Consisted of 1 cruiser, 3 submarines, and a number of smaller craft fully manned, and of 1 battleship, 1 cruiser, and a number of smaller craft with reduced crews. League of Nations, Official Journal, number 9, November 1925. Pages 1687 to 1688, the Swedish Navy seems to have been omitted from the Baltic calculations, presumably as constituting a neutral factor. Par. CHXXII the Red Army. 419. The resolution of the Third Union Congress of Soviets on the Red Army noted significant achievements in the creation of the worker peasant fleet, but the exclusion of the Navy from the attempt to impose unity of command showed plainly that, whatever the social or political complexion of the rank and file, the naval commanders did not yet enjoy the unqualified confidence of the party. Meanwhile, enthusiasm in the Komsomol seems to have fallen off. Its 7th Congress in March 1926 registered with regret a decline in patronage work with the Red Fleet. 3. The Navy was now being maintained, and recruitment for it had been stabilized. But it can have had little or no value as a fighting force, and it attracted only spasmodic attention in influential party and Soviet circles. No new ships appear to have been built or acquired in this period. Aviation played no role in the Civil War. The Soviet air arm seems to have owed its inspiration in part to German guidance and collaboration resulting from the secret agreements of 1922, and in part to the international crisis of the first months of 1923, following the French occupation of the Ruhr. In March 1923, Trotsky declared that with very great efforts and with the loss of much time the question of Soviet aviation had at last been placed on the agenda, and announced the foundation of a Society of Friends of the Red Air Fleet, OTBF, in the following month he addressed the society on the importance of its work. 5. The Curzon Ultimatum of May 8, 1923, came at an opportune moment to stimulate the new development. An aviation week was held at the end of May. Copyright and the first Soviet Air Squadron received the honorific name of Ultimatum. 7 on the same occasion OTBF was amalgamated with Dobrochim, the Society for Chemical Defense, to form a joint society known as Aviachim registered. 1 for this resolution CP 400, note 1 above. 2 CP 412 above. 3 7 SS Visa Soyuznigo Leninskogo K Istikiskogo Soyuzm Mladezi. 1926, p. 241. 4 for the See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 370 to 372. 436, they will be further discussed in Part B in the following volume. 6 Ibid 3 to 192 to 195, the article, entitled The Weapon of the Future, originally appeared in Pravda, May 30, 1923. 7 M. Franz, Izbrani Proizvedenia, 1950, p. 572, note 69. 8 in 1927 Aviachim was amalgamated with the Society for the Promotion of Defense, OSO, which was the successor of the old military scientific. 420, the Soviet Order. 4. In the following year a number of Soviet airplane factories were united in an aviation trust, which was said by 1925 to be capable of supplying the needs of the Soviet air fleet, and Franz looked forward to the liquidation of aeronautical illiteracy in the Soviet Society, to form Soviachim, by which name it was thereafter known. Vol. Sheyasovitskaya Encyclopedia, Slyin, 1939, 468. 1 M. Frart, Sobrani Sakaidanit, 2, 1926, 198, 3, 1927, 162. Chapter 24. Order and Security. Its internal enemies had been a major preoccupation since the first days of the revolution. As early as 1905, Lenin, echoing Marx, had written that the great questions in the life of nations are settled only by force, that it was the reactionaries who used force first, and that revolutionary dictatorship meant defense against counter-revolution and everything that contradicts the sovereignty of the people. In 1908 he used the familiar argument from the Paris Commune, which had been defeated because it failed to use sufficiently ruthless measures of repression against its enemies. The traditional revolutionary use of terror to combat counter-revolution was familiar to every Bolshevik, and was freely canvassed long before it was brought into play. On the other hand, the conception of crime as the product of a disordered society and of punishment as an act not of retribution, but of reclamation and education, was deeply implanted in the thinking of the Bolsheviks, as of other left parties. This conception found its fullest expression in the party program adopted in March 1919, which looked forward to a fundamental alteration in the character of punishment, introducing conditional sentences on an extensive scale, applying public censure as a means of punishment, replacing imprisonment by compulsory labor with retention of freedom, and prisons by institutions for training, and establishing the principle of comradely courts. 3 The paradox of the tension between ultimate humanitarian ideals and the immediate necessities of a revolutionary situation was here particularly acute. The tension could be 1 Lenin, Sakaidantia, 9, 111 to 112. 2 Ibid 12, 163, Stalin in 1927 quoted the mistakes of the Paris Commune in order to repel foreign criticisms of the OGPU, Stalin, Sakaidantia, X, 234. 3 VKP, V, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 288. 421. Cis N in the sense of the defense of the regime against. 422 The Soviet Order. 4. Resolved only on the heroic assumption that the harshest penalties applied to class enemies were temporary measures necessitated by the revolutionary struggle for power, and had nothing in common with the permanent methods and policies of the regime. For the present, this assumption allowed the two systems to grow up side by side without apparent incompatibility between them. It was even claimed in the program that the Soviet power had set up a single people's court in place of a system of different courts. The dichotomy reflected itself from the very first moment in an attempt to draw a distinction between ordinary crimes, which could be dealt with by humanitarian methods of education, and correction, and counter-revolutionary crimes, which were subject to repression by revolutionary terror. The distinction, though seldom expressed in this form, was between crimes against the individual and crimes against the state, and it was commonly implied, though not often categorically stated, that, whereas workers and peasants might be guilty of crimes of the former kind, counter-revolutionary crimes were normally, and even necessarily, the work of class enemies. These assumptions supported and justified the distinction between the two systems. It was significant of this dual attitude that the first decree of November 1917 on the Constitution of Soviet Courts contained a final article providing for the establishment of special revolutionary tribunals to deal with counter-revolution and profiteering, and this was followed on December 7, 1917, by the Constitution of the Chai, whose undefined powers to deal by extrajudicial methods with all forms of counter-revolutionary activity grew with each successive emergency. By the summer of 1918, 3 different organs were engaged in imposing penalties for various kinds of crime: the ordinary courts, the revolutionary tribunals, and the organs of the Chai. Point 2 underscore the first were concerned with crimes which did not affect or threaten the security of the state. The second and third were both concerned with crimes. 1. Sobranio Zakonit, 1917 to 1918, number 4, art. 50. 2. For an analysis of the origins and status of the Chai, see Soviet Studies, X. Number 1, July 1958, pages 1 to 11, a resolution of TTS 1K of February 17, 1919. Regulating relations between the Chai and the revolutionary tribunals is in Sobranio Zakonii, 1919, number 12, art. 134. The name Chai, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 1, p. 159, note 1. CHXXIV Order and Security 423, which threatened state security. But, while the revolutionary tribunals purported to be judicial organs, the Chai was frankly an administrative organ, whose actions were not subject to any legal rules of procedure or limited in scope by any legal definition or restriction. The distinction between different categories of crime and the distinction between different types of jurisdiction were thus embedded from the outset in Soviet practice. These ambiguities were reproduced in the early history of Soviet penal policy. Marx, in the critique of the Gotha program, had attacked the practice of treating criminals as cattle and referred to productive labor as the only method of correction capable of reforming the criminal. Reformation and repression struggled side by side as twin elements in Bolshevik penal theory and practice. The term corrective labor seemed to cover them both. Obligatory social labor made its appearance in a decree of December 19, 1917/January 1, 1918, as one of the penalties which might be imposed by a revolutionary tribunal, and under a decree of the following month prisoners could be formed into labor brigades to carry out necessary state work. Everything pertaining to prisons had already been placed under the control of a Collegium of the People's Commissariat of Justice, Narkomayust. Point 4. The first attempt to systematize penal regulations was a decree of Narkomayust, Char, characteristically called a temporary instruction, of July 23, 1918, on deprivation of liberty as a measure of punishment and on the method of undergoing it. This laid down the basic principle that a sentence of deprivation of liberty always involved forced labor, though sentences of forced social labor, without deprivation of liberty, could be imposed up to a maximum of 3 months. Sentences of deprivation of liberty were served either in ordinary places of confinement, prisons, registered, or in reformatories and agricultural colonies. The latter were especially for young offenders. Both kinds of institution were Marx I. Engels, Sakhinania, 15, 287. Sobranio Zakonity, 1917 to 1918, number 12, art. 170. Ibid number 19, art. 284 plus Ibid, number 15, art. 223. 5. Sobranio Zakonii, 1917 to 1918, number 53, art. 598. 6. The term prison, Tirma, included convict camps and settlements for long-term sentences, but not concentration camps for political offenders, which were at this period in a different category, CP 425 below. Vol. 22e. When. 424, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Under the authority of the Penal Department of Narkomayust, the choice between them was made not by the court pronouncing the sentence but by a special distributing commission, whose members were appointed by, or in agreement with, the Penal Department. This decree also for the first time made provision for special prisons, isolators, for prisoners guilty of disciplinary offenses or of resistance to forced labor. A prisoner transferred to an isolator was regarded as incorrigible. In addition to these institutions, houses of detention, these in practice were generally town prisons, were established for persons awaiting trial or condemned persons awaiting transportation to distant places of confinement. These were under the authority of Narkom Gudel, presumably as the department which controlled the police. The dichotomy between the jurisdiction of the courts and the administrative action of the Chai soon, however, extended to penal institutions. The Chai quickly established places of confinement under its own control for persons arrested by it, and, side by side with the regular system of places of confinement, authorized by the order of July 23, 1918, a different and independent and penal system came into existence for those whose activities, or potential activities, constituted a threat to security. Like the other proceedings of the Chai, this system was at first subject to no legal authority or precise legal definition. The first mention of concentration camps in the Soviet period seems to have been in August 1918 when, on the occasion of an armed rising in Penza, Lenin telegraphed to the local authorities to use merciless mass terror against kulaks, priests, and white guards, and confine SUS PECs in concentration camps outside the city. Shortly after wards, the Red Terror Decree of September 5, 1918, laid down. Another function of the distributing commission was to pronounce on petitions from prisoners for conditional release before the end of the term for which they were sentenced. In 1924 to 1925, 70% of sentences to deprivation of liberty did not run their full term. Later the proportion fell to half or less. Vyuditsky, Savitsky is Providal Notrudovaya Politika, 1934. pp. 14. 2 class enemies were regarded as ex hypothesi incorrigible. We do not propose, wrote Krylenko, to correct the class enemy by inoculating him in prison with communist ideas or with sympathies for communist society. Encyclopedia Gosudurskaya Prava, 2, 1925 to 1926, 933. 3. Lenin, Sakhinania, XXIX, 489. CHXXIV Order and Security 425. The principle that the Soviet Republic should be made secure against class enemies by isolating them in concentration camps, the function of the original concentration camps was not punitive, but preventive. Confinement in a concentration camp was an administrative, not a judicial, act, and the camps appear from the outset to have been under the control of the Chicot. The resolution of BTSIK of February 17, 1919, which attempted to define relations between the Chicot and the revolutionary tribunals, limited the right of the Chicot to carry out executions to cases of armed insurrection, counter-revolution, and banditry, but recognized its unlimited right to confine in concentration camps. But this transition from the firing squad to the concentration camp, as the predominant instrument of repression in the hands of the Chicot III, was accompanied by a change in the character of the camps. Hitherto, since the function of the camps had been regarded as primarily preventive, the principle of forced social labor had not been applied, or not systematically applied, in them. In introducing the resolution of February 17, 1919, to BTSIK, Dzerzhinsky made it clear that the time had come to end this anomaly. Having spoken of the need to retain administrative sentences and, in particular, concentration camps, he went on. At this present moment, we are far from utilizing to the full the labor of prisoners on public work, and I am proposing to retain these concentration camps, and to utilize the labor of prisoners, for gentlemen who live without occupation, for those unable to work without a certain compulsion, or, if we take Soviet institutions, such a measure of punishment should be inflicted for an irresponsible attitude to work, for disorderliness, for unpunctuality, etc. Asterisk. Sobranio Zakonenti, 1917 to 1918, number 67, art. 710. 2. For this resolution CP 422, note 2 above. 3. That such a transition occurred is confirmed by one of the rare sets of figures available from a Chicot source. In 1918, in 20 provinces of the RSFSR, 6,300 persons were shot by order of Chicots, 454 by order of the VEJK, 21,988 sent to prison and 1,791 to concentration camps. In the first 7 months of 1919 the corresponding figures were 2089, 327 for the VEJK, 12,346 and 7,305, M. Latzis, Du Godebor by NAV Natrenum Front, 1920. Pages 75 to 76. There is no reason to doubt that from this time the number of inmates of concentration camps grew rapidly. 4. Istorический Archiv, number 1, 1958, p. 10. 426. The Soviet Order. Point 4. The new insistence on forced labor rather than the death penalty, as the proper means of dealing with counter-revolutionary activity, ties thus brought with it an ever-widening conception of the crimes dealt with by the Chicot. The main threat to state security, as Dzerzhinsky explained in his speech, now came not from mass insurrection, but from individual sabotage, corruption, etc. From this moment the punitive character of the concentration camp was for the first time fully established, and its gates were open to receive not only dangerous political enemies who had to be kept out of the way, but offenders whose crimes, though not political in character, were particularly detrimental to the regime. To this extent, the Chicot encroached on the ordinary administration of justice. An attempt was now made in a decree of April 1919, supplemented and in part amended by a further decree of the following month, to regulate the status of forced labor camps. Offenders could be sent to these camps by people's courts or revolutionary tribunals as well as by Chicots or other Soviet organs. But, apart from this tenuous link, these camps were divorced from the ordinary system of criminal law, and were not, like ordinary penal establishments, under the control of Narkomayust. Responsibility for organizing them rested on the provincial Chicots. One camp, capable of accommodating 300 inmates, was to be set up in each province. In special cases camps might also be established in county capitals. The administration of the camp was in the hands of the forced labor section of Narkom Gudel. The commandant of the camp was responsible to the provincial executive committee, but temporarily also to the Chicot, as well as being required to report to the forced labor section. These complicated arrangements probably reflected interdepartmental rivalries. But nothing in these decrees affected the right of the Chicot to maintain concentration camps under its own control or to commit persons to them by administrative action, by accident or design. After the Civil War ended, this change of emphasis was naturally intensified. A Chicot order of January 1921 described the economic front as far more dangerous than the counter-revolutionary front. Istorический Archiv, number 1, 1958, p. 14. 2. Sobranio Zakonami, 1979, number 12, art. 124, number 20, art. 235, for the labor regulations in these camps see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923. Volume 2, pages 210 to 211. CHXKIB Order and Security 427. Resolution of 6SIK of February 17, 1919, confirming this right asterisk. WAF published in the same issue of the official Gazette which contained the first decree on forced labor camps. Thus the tripartite system of criminal jurisdiction, people's courts, revolutionary tribunals and the Chicot was paralleled by a tripartite system of penal establishments, ordinary places of confinement and corrective labor institutions under the control of Narkomayust, forced labor camps under the control of a special section of Narkom Gudel, and concentration camps under the control of the Chicot. With the ending of the Civil War and the consolidation of the regime under NEP, the dichotomy between ordinary criminal jurisdiction and the repression of counter-revolutionary crimes by exceptional procedures, and the bewildering multiplication of these procedures, lost any apparent justification. In December 1921 VTSIK resolved to narrow the powers of the Chicot by reserving for the judicial organs the struggle against violations of the laws of the Soviet republics and by strengthening the principles of revolutionary legality, and in February 1922 the Chicot was abolished and replaced by the GPU as a regular department of Narkom Gudel. Point 3. The logical consequence of the abolition of the Chicot was the adoption of the Criminal Code of May 1922 asterisk, which brought all crimes, whether against individual persons and property or against public security, within the scope of the same statute law and the same courts. As a corollary of this reform, the revolutionary tribunals also went out of existence at the beginning of 1923, subject to the right of VTSIK to reconvene them for a specific purpose. Both administrative action and the special procedure of the revolutionary tribunals for dealing with counter-revolutionary crimes appear to have been eliminated from the Soviet system. A further logical corollary. CP 422, note 2 above. 2. These were regulated by a detailed decree of November 15, 1920, Sobrani. Ozakonii, 1921, note 23 to 24, art. 141. 3 for the resolution of BTSIK and the decree creating the GPUC. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 180 to 181. Plus see Volume 1, pages 76 to 78. 5 Encyclopedia Gosudrstva Prava, 3, 1925 to 1927, 686, no relevant. Decree has been traced. 428 The Soviet Order. Point 4 of the reform would have been a unification of the penal system. In particular, it seems to have been assumed that, with the abolition of the Chikha, the concentration camps organized and controlled by it would also disappear. These expectations proved, however, illusory. In appearance, the reform set out to obliterate the distinction between different categories of crime, between different forms of criminal jurisdiction, and between different types of penal establishments. In practice, it served to strengthen and perpetuate all these distinctions. In the first place, the Criminal Code of May 1922, in purporting to bring all crimes within the same framework of law, had in fact consecrated in legal form the distinction between ordinary crimes and state crimes. The phrase seems to have appeared here for the first time in an official enactment, by attempting to define such crimes and the penalties attaching to them with legal precision. The death penalty, hitherto an exceptional measure of reprisal, an act of war rather than of law, was now introduced under the deprecatory periphrasis of the highest measure of punishment and with a passing reference to its temporary character into the regular practice of Soviet criminal law. The most important crimes to incur this penalty were a group of counter. 1 A later textbook actually states in a footnote that both concentration camps and forced labor camps were liquidated about 1922. Ot Tyuremke. Vospitatel and Yamutristan ed. A. Vyshinsky, 1934, p. 33, but no formal record of a decision to abolish them has been traced. 2 What may be called the traditional party view was reiterated during the discussion of the code in VTSIK by Ryazanov, who did not object to the use of terror in cases of emergency as a political weapon, but thought that from the criminal code, insofar as it is designed not for a year, but for a more permanent and lengthy time, any deprivation of life, any annihilation, should be absolutely excluded. J.J. Sessia v. Sarasitskogo Central Nogo Ispolitel Nogo Komitet Alex. Soziba, Bulletin, number 9, May 25, 1922, p4. But this view was now obsolescent. An amendment of February 1923 removed from the code even the casual and inoperative reference to the temporary character of the highest measure of punishment. Sobranio Zakonet, 1923, number 15, art 192. On the other hand, Dzerzhinsky, in a private note to Unschlicht of August 1923, see Ostorokesket Archive, number 1, 1958, pages 20 to 21, continued to argue that the death penalty, whether by sentence of a court or by our decisions, should be regarded as an exceptional measure applied only to state traitors, spies, bandits and those starting an insurrection, and not as a permanent institution of the proletarian state. He wished to substitute forced labor, convict labor, camps involving the colonization of uninhabited regions and iron discipline, for Dzerzhinsky's advocacy of concentration camps as a measure of colonization. CP 446 below. CHXXIV Order and Security 429. Revolutionary crimes defined under the famous Article 57 as any action directed towards the overthrow, destruction, or weakening of the power of the workers and peasant soviets, or any action directed to assist that part of the international bourgeoisie which does not recognize the equal status of the communist system that has taken the place of capitalism, and strives to overthrow it by way of intervention or blockade, espionage, financing of the press, etc. 1 underscore the succeeding articles elaborated this theme in further detail, including under the head of counter-revolutionary crimes the organization for counter-revolutionary purposes of armed risings or of the invasion of Soviet territory by armed detachments or bands, and relations with foreign governments or with their individual representatives designed to persuade them to undertake armed intervention in the affairs of the Republic, to declare war on it or to organize a military expedition against it. Arts 58, 59. An article which introduced the principle of retroactive justice permitted the application of the highest measure of punishment by way of reprisal for active measures or active struggle conducted under the Tsarist regime against the working class and the revolutionary movement. Art 67. An amendment of 1923 included in the definition of counter-revolutionary crimes any action which, in the knowledge of the person committing it, involved an attack on the fundamental political and economic achievements of the proletarian revolution. Point 3. Secondly, just as the attempt to create a comprehensive system of criminal law had merely served to reinforce the distinction between ordinary and state crimes, so the project of obliterating the distinction between ordinary and exceptional procedures for the repression of crime and bringing all offenses within the competence of the courts ended with the paradoxical result of emphasizing the distinction and lending greater power and authority to the exceptional procedure. The Chikha had been a provisional expedient adapted to a period of disorder and civil. 1 The phraseology of this article was suggested by Lenin. Sakhinania. XXVII, 296. 2 It is possible to regard this not as a case of retrospective justice, but as an early instance of reprisals against the potential criminal, rather than against the criminal act. CP 434 below. 3 Sobranio Zakonii, 1923, number 48, art. 479. 430 The Soviet Order. Point 4. War and not claiming judicial functions or irregular status. It was not for nothing that the epithet extraordinary appeared in its title. The GPU was from the first a regular and permanent organ, enjoying as such an authority and prestige never conferred on the Chikha. This accretion of power was indeed the principal difference which distinguished the new institution from its predecessor. Continuity was assured when the GPU took over the premise at S of the Chikha on Lubyanka Square, and no doubt inherited the major part of its staff. Dzerzhinsky, the head of the Chikha, was already also People's Commissar for Internal Affairs, and automatically became head of the newly established organ. Unschlicht, who had been deputy chief of the Chikha since April 1921, occupied the same post in the GPU. And Yagoda, a leading official in the old institution, played an equally influential role in the new. Point 3 Though the GPU came into existence as an adjunct of the judicial system, its status as a department of Narkomnudel showed that it had not shed the administrative character attaching to the Chikha. Thirdly, the same fate overtook the penal aspects of the reform. The tripartite system under which places of confinement for different categories of offenders were divided between the authority of Narkomayust, Narkomnudel, and the Chikha, like the tripartite jurisdiction of people's courts, revolutionary tribunals, and Chicot, was challenged by the reform which abolished the Chicot and brought the new criminal code into force in the spring of 1922. Under Article 51 of the Code, inspection and management of the execution of sentences to deprivation of liberty and the GPU was placed by the decree creating it under the personal presidency of the People's Commissar for Internal Affairs or of his deputy, appointed by the Council of People's Commissars, Sobranio Zakonet. 1922, number 16, art. 160. 2 Encyclopediczeskie Slovar Ruskiego Bibliograficzego Instytutu Granit. Sli, 3, ND 1928, Prologini, Kernel 178. 3 According to the biography in Bolshaya Sovetskaya Encyclopedia, /15. 1931, 335, Yagoda was born in 1891, joined the party in Nizhny Novgorod in 1907, was a member of the Collegium of Beneštrg in 1919 and of the Presidium of the Chicot in 1920. The allegation in Ayerlov, The Secret History of Stalin's Crimes, 1954, p. 260, that this account antedated his party membership by 10 years lacks support. Independent evidence shows that he held an important military administrative post, Commandant of Moscow, early in 1918. N.I. Live AF, a chemist, Stanford, 1946, p. 264, and in December 1920 he signed a Chicot document as Director of Administration, MIATSIS. Krevikani Komisty po Borbi S. Kontrarevalyatsi, 1921, p. 62. CHXXIV Order and Security 431. Forced labor is entrusted to the Central Corrective Labor Section of the People's Commissariat of Justice and its local organs. This victory was short-lived, and recoiled on the head of Narkom Just. The argument for unification of authority was irresistible. But the rights of Narkom Gudel and of its newly created department, the GPU, the successor of the Chicot, were not so easily overridden. By a decision of Sovnarkom of July 5, 1922, the corrective labor section of Narkomayust was amalgamated with the forced labor section of Narkom Gudel to form a chief administration of places of confinement, which was set up not under Narkomayust, but under Narkom Gudel. The new administration came into existence on October 12, 1922. The control of places of confinement had been taken entirely out of the hands of Narkomayust, which never regained it. Meanwhile the GPU, assured of its status as a permanent department of Narkom Gudel, grew and prospered. The decree, which established it in February 1922, required that persons arrested by it must within 2 months be either released or handed over to the courts for trial, unless special permission for continued detention were obtained from the Presidium of 6SIK.2. The obtaining of this permission was never more than an empty formality. The GPU continued to enjoy in a legal form the powers of unlimited detention by administrative order which had been exercised outside the ordinary legal system by the Chicot. The attempt to subject its operations to the control of the courts proved too great a strain. The GPU rapidly emancipated itself from any kind of judicial revision, and arrogated to itself whatever powers it deemed necessary to the discharge of its functions. But it also soon acquired new legal powers. The first step seems to have been taken in August 1922, when, in order to isolate persons who have participated in counter-revolutionary activities, the penalty was instituted of deportation of such persons abroad, or to name destinations in the RSFSR. The penalty was to be imposed, not by a court, but by a special commission presided over by the People's Commissar for Internal Affairs, and composed of representatives of the People's Commissariats of Internal Affairs and Justice. The duration of such administrative once Pravochnaya Iadrosnaya Nagavisi Russia, 1923, 3, 50-51. 2 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 1, p. 181. 432. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Deportation was not to exceed 3 years. Persons deported to places in the RSFSR were to be under the supervision of local organs of the GPU. A corresponding decree of the Ukrainian SSR of September 6, 1922, added the rider that deportation from the Ukrainian SSR to the territory of the RSFSR is carried out by agreement between the Ukrainian TSIK and the all-Russian TSIK. As a Russian speaker later pointed out, the Ukrainian and White Russian SSRs had no remote spots of their own and were therefore compelled to resort to the help of the RSFSR. Point 3 Both the RSFSR and the Ukrainian SSR passed decrees adding to existing categories of disfranchised persons, those banished by administrative order, for a step which suggests that this class was becoming numerous. An instruction of the Narkom Gudel of the RSFSR of January 1923 made liable to administrative deportation, on the recommendation of the GPU, persons whose residence in their present localities appears dangerous from the point of view of revolutionary order. In addition to deportation from the RSFSR, it distinguished between 2 degrees of deportation within the RSFSR. Simple deportation with prohibition on living in named localities of the RSFSR, and deportation to a named region of the RSFSR, the former generally meaning in practice a prohibition on living in the principal cities, the latter confinement to a remote region of Asiatic Russia. It is noteworthy that the enactment of Soviet codes of law in the latter part of 1922 should have been accompanied by this barely disguised revival of the procedures of Tsarist administrative justice. But, apart from such powers which were nominally preventive, the GPU quickly acquired punitive powers. On October 16, 1922, a few days after the control of ordinary places of confinement had been transferred from Narkomayust to Narkom Gudel, a further decree conferred on the GPU the right to inflict summary punishments, including 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 51, art. 646. 2 Zirniko Zakon and Taras Boryajan, 1922, number 39, art. 86. This followed a decree of August 23, 1922, bringing into force for the Ukrainian SSRA criminal code closely modeled on that of the RSFSR, CP 235, note 1 above. 3 Visarostisky Centralny Ispoinitelny Komitet 12 Soziva, Vidaria. Sesia, 1925, p. 351. 4 Sobranio Zakonant, 1922, number 51, art. 646, Zberniko Zakonanta. Rosborayajan, 1922, number 39, art. 586. 5 Sobranio Zakonanti, 1923, no, 8, art. 108. CHXXIV Order and Security 433. Execution by shooting, in cases of banditry and armed robbery. And authorized the special commission set up by the earlier decree, on which GPU influence seems to have been predominant, to sentence those guilty of anti-Soviet activities to a maximum of 3 years confinement in a concentration camp. What in the Days of the Chika had been emergency measures justified on grounds of an exceptional situation now received formal and permanent sanction. Beside and beyond the ordinary procedures of criminal jurisdiction and punishment, a new and powerful organization possessing an entirely independent authority, and destined in a still distant future to play an important role of its own in the Soviet state machine, had been written into the Soviet legal system. The establishment of the USSR in 1923 reinforced the growing importance of state security in Soviet criminal law, and strengthened the authority and prestige of the security organs. Under the terms of the Constitution, the authorities of the USSR were empowered to establish the basis of the civil and criminal legislation of the Union. In October 1924, VTSIK duly debated and approved a set of principles which would govern the criminal law of the Soviet republics. Underscore the general view of crime as an infraction of the social order was taken over unchanged from the leading principles of 1919 and the criminal code of the RSFSR of 1922.3. Though the phrase state crimes which had figured in the code of 1922 no longer appeared, new emphasis was given to the basic distinction between two categories of crimes directed against the foundations of the Soviet order and therefore recognized as most dangerous, and other crimes. For the former category, the principles demanded minimum penalties not to be diminished by a court. For the latter, maximum penalties not to be exceeded by it. The principles thus remained the consistent and logical embodiment of a system in which offenses against society were more heinous than offenses against an individual. But a change had occurred. Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 65, art. 844. 2 Sobranie Zakonov, 1924, number 24, art. 205, for the debate see pages 238 to 239. Above. 3 for the see volume 1, pages 71, 76 to 78. 434, the Soviet order. Point 4. In the climate of opinion, virtually the only survival in the principles of the humanitarian outlook of the earlier pronounced Mentz was in a note to Article 13, which still treated shooting as a temporary measure of social defense. But, whereas the earlier documents had retained the term punishment, implying a just balance between the crime committed by the criminal and the sentence imposed on him, the principles of 1924 spoke only of measures of social defense. Intensified emphasis on state security as the overriding aim of criminal law encouraged the view that the repressive action of the law was directed to the defense of the social order and not to the punishment of the offender. The conception of individual guilt justifying an equivalent penalty was replaced by the conception of potential danger calling for measures of prevention. In the trial of 2 Catholic priests for treason in the spring of 1923, Korolenko had put forward the view that the actions of the individual accused must be judged from the point of view of the social danger presented by them. In judging the criminal, it was necessary to take into account not only what he has done, but what he may do in the future. Under Article 22 of the Principles of October 1924, deportation from one locality to another, or prohibition to live in certain localities, might be imposed on persons recognized in the locality in question as socially dangerous in virtue of their criminal activity, or connection with a criminal milieu, and this sentence might be imposed on persons not convicted of any specific crime or even on persons acquitted on a specific charge. Here, however, a highly contentious issue arose. The Thea 1. This was an amendment introduced in VTSIK. The original draft of the principles approved by Sovnarkom used the word punishment, SSSR. Central Ni Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 1924, pages 618 to 619. 2 N. Korolenko, Sidibny Rishi, 1922 to 1930, 1931, p4. Underscore Korolenko repeated this view in a speech of October 1925 in the TSLK of the RSFSR. A cardinal difference of principle exists between the structure of our criminal law and the structure of criminal law in bourgeois countries. The idea of protecting our new social order or protecting our socialist construction dictates to us measures directed not only against persons who have committed this or that action and so demonstrated their criminality at this particular moment, but also against the very possibility of such crimes in the future. This idea is in sharp contradiction with the individualistic idea of bourgeois law which, resting on the precept an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, says that punishment is possible only when a contravention of the law has already occurred. Visa Rossiyskich Central Ni Ispolitelny Komitet 12 Soziva, Vita Sessia, 1925, p. 338. CHXXIV Order and Security 435. Radical conception of Soviet law as an instrument of class warfare, and of Soviet courts as class courts against the bourgeoisie, had little practical effect on early Soviet legislation, which made no attempt to distinguish between offenders on grounds of class. When at the end of 1918 a prominent Chika official argued that it was unnecessary to convict a suspect of positive anti-Soviet activity, and that your first duty is to inquire what class he belongs to, what were his origin, education, and occupation. Lenin protested against this absurdity. Point 2 Such views quickly succumbed to the harsh necessity of maintaining law and order against infractions by members of any class. Belief that the treatment meted out to offenders should vary with their class origin proved more persistent. The only trace of class discrimination which survived in the leading principles of 1919 was a recommendation to the judge to take the class status of the offender into account in fixing the penalty. Art 12. A Chika order of January 1921 signed by Dzerzhinsky proclaimed the motto, prison for the bourgeoisie, comradely influence for workers and peasants, and, while the order cautiously admitted that the crude marks of distinction between one's own and not one's own on a class basis were obsolete, and that individual behavior had to be taken into account, it firmly proposed to isolate the bourgeoisie from worker and peasant prisoners in all places of confinement and to erect special concentration camps for the bourgeoisie. Point 3 The class principle found no place in the 1922 criminal code of the RSFSR, but, paradoxically, it remained strong enough to influence certain provisions of the civil code of the same year. Article 4 prescribed that, where an issue was not covered by any specific rule, the court decides it in accordance with the general principles of Soviet legislation and the general policy of the workers' and peasants' government. An injunction interpreted by some as an invitation to the judge to apply the principle of class discrimination. Article 406 provided that where a wealthy defendant could not be proved liable under the terms of the code for an injury done to a poor plaintiff, damages should nonetheless be awarded in accordance with the relative material. 1 See Volume 1, p. 73. 2 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXIII, 458, Lenin's Comment was, however, not published at the time. 3 Исторический Archive, number 1, 1958, pages 13 to 16. 436, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Positions of the parties, and Article 411 prescribed that the COG, in assessing damages for breach of contract or other torts, should always take into account the financial position of the two parties. The growing demand for regularity and uniformity of legal decisions which marked the campaign for revolutionary legality soon made such discrimination seem anomalous. The class principle was, however, too firmly embedded in party doctrine to be allowed to fade without a struggle out of Soviet legal theory and practice, and it became involved as a minor item in the party controversies of 1924 and 1925. In February 1924, a commission appointed by the Central Control Commission of the party, voicing the time-honored party view, reported in favor of milder penalties for criminals of proletarian origin, and the substitution of education and reformation in labor colonies, where such offenders were concerned, for more drastic forms of punishment. Dzerzhinsky, reversing his position of 3 years earlier, protested vigorously against the proposal. Such a policy could result at the present time only in an increase in crime and an increase in the number of criminals. Dzerzhinsky rejected the application of any distinguishing mark class to the criminal. Only the crime could be defined in terms of class, i.e. in terms of the threat which it involved to the government of workers and peasants. The struggle against criminals, Dzerzhinsky continued severely, should be conducted by sharp, shattering blows. The current practice of the courts was mere liberal chatter. Korolenko, a firm believer in the Marxist theory of law, and an old adversary of Dzerzhinsky in matters of penal policy, now fought a strong rearguard action to uphold the purity of pro-Leaderine doctrine. As procurator of the RSFSR, Korolenko wielded an important influence in the legal sphere, though not beyond it. The theses which he presented to the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Judicial Workers in March 1924 were significantly entitled on penal policy and the strengthening of the class principle in it. They recommended a complete separation between the two groups of criminals in respect of places of punishment, the special purpose isolators being reserved for class enemies, and labor colonies, described as agricultural or factory workshop. Historisches Archive, number 1, 1958, pages 23 to 24. CHXXIV Order N. Security 437. Colonies, for offenders who belonged to the class of toilers. A registered other supporter of the same view complained bitterly that the practice of the chief administration of places of confinement completely liquidates the class line indicated in the party program. Korolenko defended his theses as representing the class principle upheld by the party in criminal law, but he proceeded to weaken his argument by admitting that the decision in a particular case could not be made to depend exclusively on the class origin of the offender, quoted the dictum that a class policy is a policy directed to the attainment of class ends, and conceded that offenders who, though of the proletarian class, are unconditionally dangerous from the social point of view, should be subjected to the same treatment as class enemies. In a Congress where the influence of narkomai use predominated, Korolenko's theses, thus attenuated, seemed to have won general support, and even a spokesman of Narkom Gudel agreed that the special isolators ought to be reserved for class enemies. Point 41. Critic protested, however, that the criminal law knew no concept of toilers, that existing social classifications were unreliable, being sometimes by origin and sometimes by occupation, and that it was therefore impossible to define the class principle which Korolenko had made the key to his proposals. S. The resolutions of the Congress lacked formal authority, but indicated the trend of legal opinion. An order of the Supreme Court of the RSFSR in July 1924 reminded the Soviet Criminal Court that it was, like other courts, a class court, and that it should in its judgments draw a strict line between persons, on the one hand, who are alien in spirit to the proletarian state in consequence of their class affiliation, and persons, on the other hand, belonging to the toiling masses who have committed a crime. Point 6. When VTSIK, in the autumn of 1924, introduced into VV Sarostovsky SS Dieteli Sovetskoye States, 1924, pages 21 to 24, 4. The theses as eventually adopted see about pages 294 to 297. For the distinction between isolators and labor colonies, CP 445 below. 2 p 238. 3 pages 227 to 232. This last concession was not in the original draft, but was embodied in the final text of the theses, THDP 295. Plus pages 234 to 235. 5 p 239. Another critic contested the view that Art 4 of the Civil Code justified class discrimination, pages 249 to 250. 6 Agentelnik Sovetskoye States, number 31, 1924, pages 740 to 742. 438. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Its principles of criminal law. The application of measures of social defense to persons recognized as socially dangerous even if they had not been convicted of a specific crime. It opened the way to the assumption that a socially dangerous person was a class enemy, and that the class criterion would be the chief means of identifying him. Articles 31 and 32 of the principles further encouraged this assumption by declaring a more severe measure of social defense applicable to persons belonging in the past or in the present, an attempt to circumvent ambiguities of classification to the class of exploiters of labor, and a milder measure of social defense to workers or working peasants. At the moment when VTSIK adopted these principles, the TSIK of the RSFSR was drafting a new corrective labor code, and the rapporteur seized the occasion to drive home the same moral. The sharpness of our criminal repression is directed mainly against persons not belonging to the working class. The introduction of the class element corresponds to the general policy of the Soviet power, but the text of the code did not fully bear out this profession. Under Article 47, those liable to be sent to special purpose isolators were persons not belonging to the class of toilers who have commit the crime in virtue of class habits, opinions, or interests, but also persons who, although belonging to the toilers, are recognized as especially dangerous to the Republic or are transferred by way of disciplinary reprisal. Even where the principle was most loudly proclaimed, it was applied with reservations which went a long way to nullify it. By this time the class principle in justice was beginning to clash with major directives of party policy. In the winter of 1924-1925, when face to the countryside was being equated with the conciliation of the well-to-do peasant, and revolutionary legality was hailed as an important part of the policy of revitalizing the Soviets, the slogans and procedures of class warfare were out of fashion. The endorsement of revolutionary legality by the trademark CP 434 above. 2 v. Sarostovsky Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 11 Sozaiba, Vytoria. Sessia, 1924, pp 297. 3 for the code CP 445 below. Ch. XXIV order and security. 439. 14th Party Conference in April 1925 contained no hint of discrimination between offenders on grounds of social origin or status. The Supreme Court of the RSFSR silently reversed its attitude of July 1924, and by an instruction of June 29, 1925, which referred to the directives of the Third Union Congress of Soviets on revolutionary legality, conveyed a specific warning against class discrimination. Courts must remember that the application of a class approach to penal policy consists not in bringing to justice the netman or the kulak, or in exonerating the toiler or the poor and middle peasant, but in a distinct and clear understanding of the social danger of the actions of the citizen on trial, judged from the standpoint of the proletariat as a whole. First and foremost, a firm line must be drawn between actions punishable as crimes and actions which are indifferent from the point of view of criminal law, independently of who it is that commits them. It is completely inadmissible that, other conditions being identical, one citizen should be held responsible in criminal law, and the other not. Solz, the rapporteur on the question at the 14th Party Conference, knew well, as president of the Central Control Commission of the party, that opposition required equally firm handling, whether it came from workers or from former class enemies, and he became the protagonist in the reaction against class discrimination. When the drafting of a new criminal code was debated in the TSIK of the RSFSR in October 1925, even Korolenko had shifted his ground, objecting to the crude formula of Article 32 of the Principles, which prescribed milder penalties for crimes committed by a worker or a toiling peasant, and arguing that the penalty should depend not on class affiliation, but on the dangerousness of the crime committed. Solz put in a caveat against the suggestion that the adoption of measures against the socially dangerous person implied acceptance of a class view of justice. We must not say that workers and peasants may commit offenses because a worker-peasant government is in power. We, for this resolution and that of the Third Union Congress of Soviets C. Pages 469 to 470 below. 2 Agendelnik Sovetskoye Stitsky, number 31, 1925, pp 1070. Vol. 22f. 440. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Should not soften their punishment in the light of their GJSS origin. That is harmful. How rapidly opinion on this subject had evolved during the past year was shown when the TSIK of the RSFSR requested the TSIK to amend the articles of the principles to which these objections had been taken. AMVNTH. After this noteworthy session, Solz took the bull by the horns in an address to a conference of judicial officers which was published as an article in both Pravda and Izvestia on November 24, 1925. Starting from the proposition that existing law could not be judged by the standards of the future communist society, he argued that the question of practicality should determine the form of the law. He rejected the notion that workers should be punished more mildly than other offenders. For us, there is no privileged class, and the government ought to think of the population irrespective of the class to which it belongs. He referred contemptuously to a part of the population living on the feelings of the Civil War, and added that every government is interested, when civil war is over, that it should be quickly forgotten. This brutally blunt revision of cherished party doctrine provoked some resistance. Korolenko protested with asperity and with some cogency that Solz's argument offered no justification for the epithet revolutionary as applied to legality. But, doctrine apart, there was no doubt that Solz accurately represented a growing trend of opinion in party circles. The conception of Soviet law as the expression of the policy of a Soviet state, and of a community of Soviet citizens subject to that law, was in process of replacing the original view of a society differentiated on the basis of class. 3 months later, Bukharin, at a Komsomol Congress, took occasion to poke fun at the 1 v. Sarostovsk Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 12 Sozaiba, Vytoria. Sessia, 1925, pages 352 to 353, 383. Solz even desired the abandonment of the article in the principles which stipulated that no measures of social defense should be applied which have as their aim the infliction of physical sufferings, or the humiliation of human dignity, on the ground that the stipulation was inconsistent with the retention of the death penalty. Bit p. 385. 2 ID, Post in Ovlentia, 1925, pages 65 to 66. 3 Pravda, December 8, 1925. Solz replied, not very effectively, Ibid. December 16, 1925. Solz also replied to another attack in Leningradskaya Pravda, December 6, 1925, and was answered again Ibid. December 8, 1925. Ch. XXIV order and security 441. Presigned that, in the eyes of the law, Communist Party membership, especially when combined with proletarian origin, and especially if a man has 2 parents both workers from the bench, or 4 grandparents and all 4 from the bench, serves as a kind of absolute immunity. Solz at the session of BTSIK in April 1926 protested against the habit of raking up the past and demanding merciless reprisals for old counter-revolutionary crimes. Point 2. As time went on, the test applied in charges of socially dangerous behavior was not membership of a reprobate class or group, but indulgence in words or actions appropriate to membership of such a class, so that the argument from class became circular. But the conception of potential guilt, first clearly established in the principles of October 1924, remained important in the procedure, if not of the ordinary courts, at any rate of the security organs. Apart from issuing general instructions to the Union republics on the character and content of their criminal legislation, the principles of October 1924 reserved to the USSR itself the right to legislate on military crimes. Simultaneously with the promulgation of the principles, VTSIK also issued on its own account a decree on military crimes. Soviet legislation recognized no distinction between military law and ordinary criminal law. The Criminal Code of the RSFSR of 1922 contained a chapter on military offenses. The new decree, while dealing mainly with infractions of military discipline and regulations, also prescribed the death penalty for military espionage, i.e., the collection, communication, or transmission to foreign governments, counter-revolutionary organizations, or hostile armies of information about the armed strength or defense capacity of the USSR. Point 3. In the spring of 1925, the Presidium of VTSIK approved plans for the defense of revolutionary order to be put into effect in the event of an exceptional situation or a state of war. The elaboration of appropriate measures was entrusted to a commission of 3, consisting of the People's Commissar for War, the Procurator of the Supreme Court of the 17 SXV Soyuznego Leninskogo Communistickskogo Soyuzomolodeki. 1926, p. 256. 2 SSSR, Central Nieispolitelny Komitet 3 Sozyba, 2 Sesia, 1926. p. 612. 3 Sobrany Zakhanov, 1924, number 24, art. 207. 442, the Soviet Order. Point 4. USSR and the President of the OGPU. A few months later, decree of the USSR defined espionage as the transmissor of, or illicit acquisition or collection for purposes of transmission, to foreign states, counter-revolutionary organizations, or private persons, of information which in virtue of its content affects specially protected state security, and prescribed for it penalties of from 3 years imprisonment to death by shooting. The collection or transmission of economic information whose publication was prohibited was punishable with imprisonment up to 3 years. Point 2. These successive measures marked the taking of security out of the sphere of ordinary criminal law and criminal jurisdiction. A working distinction had once more been established between ordinary criminal law and procedure promulgated by the republics and administered by the courts of the republics, and extraordinary law and procedure applied in security questions under decrees of the USSR and administered by the OGPU. The distinction was recognized and accepted by the TSIK of the RSFSR in October 1925 when, in preparing its own criminal code, it excluded the security provisions which had figured in the original draft, and referred them back to the authorities of the USSR for enactment. If the Constitution of the USSR had intensified the distinction between measures of state security and the administration of ordinary criminal law, it also, and still more conspicuously, enhanced the status of the organ primarily responsible for such measures. In the earlier period the Cheka had existed on sufferance, and on the assumption that it would come to an end with the state of emergency which had justified its creation. The GPU had come into existence in 1922 as a permanent department of the Narkombutel of the RSFSR. But even the GPU was not an independent organ, and had no constitutional status of its own. On the creation of the USSR, the GPU of the RSFSR was Sobrany Zakhanov, 1925, number 25, arts. 166, 167. 2 Ibid number 52, art. 390, a further elaboration of the definition of military and economic espionage occurred in a decree of April 1926, Sobrany Zakhanov, 1926, number 32, art. 313. 3 Visarositskik Central Nieispolitelny Komitet 12 Sozyba. Vitoria. Sesia, Post and Obliniya, 1925, pages 65 to 66. CHXXIV Order and Security 443. Cages into the Unified State Political Administration or OGPU of the USSR, and enshrined by name in the Constitution, which required it to coordinate the revolutionary efforts of the Union republics in the struggle against political and economic counter-revolution, espionage, and banditry. Detached from its former subordination to the Narkombutel of the RSFSR, it became an independent department of the USSR with the status of a unified commissariat, having subordinate commissariats in the republics. Its president was a member of Sovnarkom, though only in a consultative capacity. Its officials enjoyed in all territories of the Soviet Union the status and rights of members of the armed forces on active service. It had its own special armies under the direct command of the president of the OGPU, or of its deputy. Its function was to direct the work of the local organs of the state political administrations through its plenipotentiaries attached to the councils of people's commissars of the Union republics, acting in virtue of a special decree. Hence, fourth, the OGPU presided over security measures throughout the Soviet Union, being nominally responsible only to VTSIK and Sovnarkom, and having only a tenuous association with normal criminal procedures in the courts. The status of the OGPU as an organ of the Union, and its duty to deal with the most heinous and dangerous category of crimes, combined to confer on it an authority and prestige transcending those of the ordinary republican organs of justice. It was a part of this process that the competence of the OGPU was gradually extended to cover an ever-widening circle of major crimes. From the outset the term counter-revolutionary had been applied in Soviet parlance to all serious forms of sabotage, espionage, banditry, or speculation. The extra-legal character of the Cheka had made precise definition superfluous. In February 1919 Dzerzhinsky had declared his intention to use the concentration camps under the control of the Cheka as a place of punishment for an irresponsible attitude to work, for disorderliness, for unpunctuality, etc. on the part of Soviet. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 404, the statute of the OGPU, originally promulgated by the Presidium of VTSIK in November 1923, Systematichesko Sobrany Studiashik Zakhanov SSSR, I, 1926. 194. 195, was confirmed by VTSIK in October 1924, Sobrany Zakhanov, 1924. Number 19, art. 183. 444, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Officials. Where so wide an interpretation could be given to SYGH conceptions as sabotage or counter-revolution, it was easy for a situation to develop in which not merely acts directed against state security in the strict sense, but any act seriously detrimental to the public interest, whether specifically covered by the criminal code or not, could be removed, at the discretion of the OGPU, from the ordinary courts, and dealt with behind closed doors by a procedure whose nature and rules were never made public. Point 2. Thus, while in the earlier period an impulse had been felt to obliterate the distinction by assimilating the procedure of the Cheka to that of the ordinary courts, the same drive to obliterate the distinction now led to the opposite result of making the authority and influence of the OGPU supreme in matters of criminal justice. The establishment of the USSR had two consequences. It intensified the predominance of the conception of security throughout the whole field of criminal law, and it removed jurisdiction over major criminal offenses, i.e. those affecting the security of state, from the republics and placed firmly in the hands of a highly centralized organ of the USSR. At the 14th Party Conference of April 1925, which passed a resolution in support of revolutionary legality, the rapporteur on the subject, fortifying himself with quotations from Lenin, observed that measures might be required to deal with criminals which may perhaps seem inappropriate from the point of view of the bourgeois lawmaker, and which are not limited by the formal framework laid down in the law. At a discussion later in the same year at the newly founded Institute of Soviet Construction in the Communist Academy, it was forcefully argued that any attempt to oppose revolutionary legality to revolutionary expediency was non-Marxist, since no revolutionary 1 CP 425 above, under the Criminal Code of the RSFSR of 1922 grave misdemeanors of officials shared with counter-revolutionary activities. The distinction of incurring the highest measure of punishment, see Volume 1, p. 77. 2. A striking instance of an extension by the OGPU of the conception of state security occurred in May 1926 when 3 officials of Narcompton were condemned and shot for speculating in gold, currency, and state securities. See Volume 1, p. 488. The sentence and execution were conspicuously announced in the principal newspapers of May 6, 1926. 3 CP 469 below. Asterisk key turn ads attack Conferencia Rossiyskoi Communistic Party, Vol. Shabikov, 1925, p. 248. CHXXIV Order and Security. 445. Fagged with such a choice could reject what was expedient to the revolution. The growing powers of the OGPU, like those of the Cheka, in the early period, were intimately connected with its control of penal policy and penal institutions. Throughout this period, ordinary places of confinement remained under the authority of prison administrations, which were departments of the NAR, Commonwealths of the Union Republics. In October 1924, the TSIK of the RSFSR adopted a corrective labor code which made provision for every kind of place of confinement, ranging from labor colonies, industrial and agricultural, whose main purpose was declared to be reformatory, to special purpose isolators, designed for those who do not belong to the class of toilers. But this restriction was not maintained in other articles of the code, and it could be noted that, while the number of class enemies was certainly decreasing, the need was felt for a larger number of isolators. The Fifth All-Russian Congress of Judicial Workers in March 1924 recommended that the number in the RSFSR should be increased to at least 15.3 according to official statistics. The total number of prisoners in all places of confinement in the Soviet Union was 144,000 on January 1, 1925, 149,000 on January 1, 1926, and 185,000 on January 1, 1927. The number of places of confinement rose from 571 in 1925 to 591 in 1926.4. Whether these figures included all ordinary categories of prisoners and places of confinement or were in other respects complete, cannot be guessed. 5. Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, Spornik, 4b, 1926, 98 to 100, and 2. 2 Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 86, art. 870, for the reservations in the application of this principle CP 438 above. 3 VV Sarasius DSXD Itali Sovetskoye Stitsi, 1924, p. 295. Plus IDG Zitaleti Yasovitskoye Vilastivik Sifruk, 1917 to 1927, ND, p. 116. 4 numbers of prisoners, Statistikeski Spravochnik SSSRZA 1928 G. 1929, pages 898 to 899, 4 numbers of places of confinement, with slightly higher totals of prisoners. Earlier figures seem incomplete and unreliable. 8. By a curious anomaly, the OGPU was responsible for the foundation in 1924 of a model working commune near Moscow for young offenders. Training was the keynote of the institution, and it was run as an open prison, without apparent measures of compulsion, discipline being maintained by the collective action of the inmates themselves. Much publicity was obtained for it. Ot Tyuremk Vospitatel and Ym Utrzdeniam, ed. Avishinsky, 1934. p. 50. It is paradoxically significant of the status of the OGPU that the most humane, as well as the most brutal, of Soviet penal establishments should have been under its control. 446. The Soviet Order. 4. Nothing, however, in these arrangements affected the concentration camps or other places of confinement which had been inherited by the OGPU from the Cheka and remained, now as before, outside the system of ordinary penal establishments. It was significant that, while the corrective labor code of the RSFSR adopted in October 1924 made no mention of the OGPU, or of places of confinement controlled by it, the first draft of the code had Sontin a clause accepting from the operation of the code prisoners under the control of the judicial, investigating, and other organs of the OGPU. It was decided in the course of the debate in TSIK, apparently without discussion, to omit this clause. The omission was evidently due to official discretion, and not to any prospect of establishing control by Republican organs over the proceedings of the OGPU. On the other hand, the view that confinement in a concentration camp was a preventive, not a punitive, measure died hard. Political prisoners continued to enjoy some of the respect and the leniency which had been accorded to them by the Tsarist regime. 2. They were not at this time generally required to engage in physical labor, and confinement in a concentration camp was regarded as a lighter penalty than an ordinary sentence of deprivation of liberty. This anomaly, which accorded preferential treatment to prisoners branded as enemies of the regime, had already been denounced by Dzerzhinsky in the days of the Cheka, apparently with less effect than might have been expected. It was Dzerzhinsky who now again appeared as the scourge of the political prisoner, and proposed to adapt the concentration camps to a policy of colonization by establishing them in remote and hitherto undeveloped territories, where it will be possible to compel the inmates, whether they like it or not, to occupy themselves in productive work, even where political offenders were not confined in concentration camps, but merely banished. Visarasiaskik Centralny Ispolitel New York, Komitet 11 Soziva, Vitoria. Sesia, 1924, pp 444 to 446. 2. For instances of this, see pages 449 to 452 below. 3. As late as 192, a protest appeared in the Menshevik journal in Berlin against the sentence of a Menshevik to 10 years imprisonment and the ground that previous sentences had been only for 3 years and only to a concentration camp. Sozialistikeski Vestnik, Berlin, number 3, 97, February 18, 1925, p. 13. 4. CP 425 above. SVV Sarostovsky SXD Telet Sovetskoye Stitsti, 1924, p. 233. CHXXIV Order and Security 447. TG Remote Destinations, the economic motive was not overlooked. It appeared significantly in a resolution of the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Judicial Workers to recognize as correct the proposal to introduce banish, meant by order of a court for the most socially dangerous elements, as a substitute for their long-term imprisonment, to especially remote regions, where these exiles will be exposed to the necessity of engaging in productive labor in order to survive. From this period dated the progressive transformation of concentration camps into penal establishments of a particularly severe kind of process, connected both with the increasing intolerance of political dissent inside and outside the party and with the growing pressure to raise productivity and to harness all available labor to the needs of an expanding economy. The long-standing conception of the Civil War period of using enemies of the regime for difficult and unpleasant work had been extended and systematized. No attempt can be made to estimate the number of those sent to concentration camps or deported by administrative order at this time. But by 1924 it was large enough to provoke the argument that the process sometimes had the effect of dislocating production rather than of contributing to it. Crisson noted privately in that year that very many people sit in concentration camps who could be used for economic work if communists were more sensible and practical in economic and production matters, and instanced the case of Iduk, a former official of his department, who was in a camp building a railway in Semirekia, a province of Kazakhstan. The tightening up of the machinery of repression was accompanied by a broader change in the attitude of the Bolsheviks towards political opposition. The trial of the SR leaders in the summer of 1922 was an important landmark asterisk. Hitherto a certain one of P295, this clause was not in the original draft of the resolution. To see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, P211. 3 penciled note passed to Trotsky at a meeting of the party Central Committee and preserved in the Trotsky archives. The date was June 2, 1924. Asterisk for the trial of the SRS and the attendant circumstances. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 182 to 183. 448. The Soviet Order. Point 4. Temporary and conditional tolerance of other left-wing parties, or of sections of those parties, had been practiced from time, and no obstacle had been placed in the way of the departure of members of these parties who wished to leave Soviet territory. Several new factors now made themselves felt. The increasingly rigorous demands for uniformity in party opinion after 1921 automatically favored the demand for greater uniformity among those interested in public affairs. Political discipline seemed all the more necessary in order to counter the economic relaxation of NEP. The alarm caused by the Kronstadt Rising did not at once die down, and produced a stiffer attitude towards opposition. In any form, the opposition parties were becoming more and more openly a focus of anti-Soviet propaganda abroad, and this sealed the view of them, in official circles, as implacable enemies, who deserved no quarter. When the so-called bourgeois parties were outlawed in the early stages of the Civil War, and no longer had any overt adherents in Soviet territory, the only surviving opposition had consisted of anarchists, SRS, and Mensheviks. Some hundreds, or perhaps thousands, of anarchists had been arrested since 1918, and detained for longer or shorter periods, but never constituted a coherent group. The remaining SRS were rounded up during the trial of 1922. By this time, the Menshevik leaders had almost all left the country. Point 3. Several scores or hundreds of Mensheviks who remained, and did not. 1. According to F. Dan, Dvogodishkitny, Berlin, 1922, pages 136 to 137, a proposal was made to shoot leading Mensheviks as hostages for Kronstadt, but was vetoed by the party Central Committee. Lenin is alleged to have said at the 10th Party Congress that Mensheviks and SRS should be carefully isolated in places of confinement. U. Martov, Geshikta Rusis Chen. Social Demokratai, 1926, p. 319. Lenin's alleged remark does not appear to be on record, but a resolution of the 10th Party Congress of March 1921 drafted by Lenin accused the Mensheviks of utilizing differences of opinion within the RKP in order effectively to incite and support the Kronstadt mutineers. SRS and White Guardists, VKP, B. V. Rizoliatziak, 1941, I. 365, Lenin. Sakhainaya, XXVI, 260. 2. The Menshevik leader Martov had denounced the Bolsheviks at the Halley Congress of the USPD in October 1920, and since 1921 a Menshevik organization in Berlin had published an influential and often well-informed anti-Soviet journal Sotsialisticheski Vestnik. Anarchist organizations had also been active in anti-Soviet propaganda abroad, especially since the death of Kropotkin in 1921. 2f. Dan, Dvogodishkit Anti, Berlin, 1922, pages 231 to 267, gives a detailed account of negotiations with arrested Menshevik leaders who, having threatened a hunger strike, were at length permitted to go abroad. CHXXIV Order and Security 449. Me. The transition to Bolshevism, were now arrested. In accord with the newly established procedure of administrative exile, some of those arrested were merely deprived of the right to live in the principal cities, but some were sent to 2 new camps for political offenders, one at Suzdal, the other in the Solovetsky Islands in the White Sea, some 300 miles from Archangel, the site of a former monastery. Conditions of imprisonment at Suzdal, where the settlement seems to have been originally established to receive Georgian Mensheviks arrested after the troubles of 1921, were relatively mild in Solovki. Climatic and other conditions were rigorous in the extreme. Communications in summer were by rail steamer from Kemi on the Murmansk Railway. Throughout the Arctic winter the settlement was entirely isolated. In December 1923 a tragic event occurred in the island. A new regulation was issued curtailing the freedom of movement of inmates of the camp after nightfall. This was a period when political prisoners regarded themselves, and were to some extent still regarded by the authorities, as enjoying rights which could not be lightly infringed. The prisoners staged a mass demonstration in defiance of the new regulation. The camp authorities were seized with panic, or deliberately decided on an exhibition of ruthlessness. Troops were called out and fired, apparently several times, on the demonstrators, of whom at least 5 were killed and 3 seriously wounded. A vehement protest from the prisoners and a report from the authorities were transmitted to Moscow, where it was decided to set up a commission consisting of representatives of the TSIK, of the Central Control Commission of the party, and of the People's Commissariat of Justice to investigate the incident. The SR, Left SR, and Menshevik groups in the camp were 1. An article in International Presse Correspondence, number 137, October 21, 1924, pages 1815 to 1816, gave the total number of political offenders as 1,500, of whom 500 were in custody, the remainder being merely debarred from residence in Moscow or Leningrad. This may have been after a release of 350 from the Solovetsky camp, reported Ibid number 140, October 28, 1924, pages 1859 to 1862. But the numbers are probably understated. According to an eyewitness account in D. Dalin and B. Nikolovsky, Forced Labor in Soviet Russia, 1948, p. 171, there were about 4,000 prisoners in the Solovetsky camp in 1923. But not all of these were political Solovki, the name of the principal island, was commonly used for the whole group. 45 degrees of Soviet Order PT4. Invited to send delegates to give evidence to the Commissai. The invitation was refused on the ground that this was merely a bureaucratic commission not sitting in public. These exchanges are symptomatic of the status accorded to political prisoners at this time, and of the attitude adopted by them. Only when news of this disaster reached the outside world and penetrated to foreign countries, in the summer of 1924, did it becomes widely known that a number of SRS, Mensheviks, and anarchists had been subjected by the Soviet government to conditions as hard as any formerly imposed by the Tsars on political offenders. The shock of this discovery was considerable. A protest against what had happened, combined with an appeal for humane treatment of political prisoners, was drawn up in June 1924 by representatives of the SR, Left SR, and Menshevik groups in the camp, and obtained extensive publicity in foreign countries. The Soviet press for the first time took cognizance of the affair, and articles began to appear in which an apologetic note could be clearly detected. The disturbances of December 1923 were attributed to deliberate provocation by political prisoners, and persons detained there and at Sustal were induced to testify to the humane conditions prevailing in the settlements. 3 In September 1924, Krasikov, the procurator of the Supreme Court of the USSR, was sent to Solovki to report on conditions. The report was, not unnaturally, of the white-washing kind. The visitor found that conditions of work and living had much improved during the year, a tacit admission of earlier defects, that 350 persons, including 16 sailors who had taken part in the Kronstadt Rising, had been recently released. The most complete account of these events is in the SR journal published in Prague. It is naturally written from the standpoint of the prisoners, but reproduces the principal documents. Revolutionary Russia, No. 39. 40, November 1924, pages 2 to 20. An eyewitness account is quoted in D. Dalin and B. Nikolovsky, Forced Labor in Soviet Russia, 1948, pp. 177 to 181. 2 For the text see Dietrich D. Auf den Solowitzenselm, 1925, pages 4 to 10. This document is not in the issue of Revolutionary Russia quoted in the preceding note. 3 Izvestia, September 30, 1924, International Press Correspondence, No. 117, September 9, 1924, pages 1537 to 1538, number 137, October 21, 1924, pages 1815. 1816. These articles, like almost everything that appeared in Prager, were certainly translated from the Soviet press, though the originals have not been traced. CHXXIV Order and Security 451. DH that the prisoners themselves had been guilty of exaggerated demands and unruly behavior. Notwithstanding this verdict, however, a decree was issued in the summer of 1925 terminating the use of the Solovetsky concentration camp for the imprisonment of members of anti-Soviet parties, right SRS, left SRS, Mensheviks and anarchists, and providing for their transfer to places of confinement on the mainland under the jurisdiction of the OGPU. The tradition that political opponents whom it was necessary to detain in the interests of public security should nonetheless not be subject to unduly harsh conditions of confinement was still not dead. Another episode of this period illustrated the state of relations between the authorities and political prisoners. The SRS who had been condemned to death in 1922 and then reprieved 3 had since been kept in confinement in or near Moscow. At the beginning of 1925, 2 of them, Artemiev and Ratner, were informed that they were to be released from confinement and deported to Narum in the far north of Siberia, and the others learned that similar destinations awaited them. This led to the declaration on January 28, 1925, of a hunger strike. In the name of the whole group, Gotz told the OGPU agent who came to remonstrate with them that they would not go to Narum. An offer by the OGPU to substitute the less distant but equally Arctic USD Tsilma, on the Petrovsky coast, for Narum, was also refused. The SRS demanded that their place of exile should be a town of not less than 20,000 inhabitants and situated on a railway, where they could find some means of livelihood. After further negotiations, it was agreed that Artemiev should be sent to Temir-Khanchur and Ratner to Kislovodsk, both in the Caucasus, and the hunger strike came to an end on its 9th. International Press Correspondence, number 140, October 28, 1924, pages 1859. 1862. 2 Sobrany Zakhanov, 1925, number 38, art. 287 according to Socialistic Eskit. Vestnik, Berlin, no 23 to 24, 117 to 118, December 21, 1925, pages 11 to 13. They were transferred to Verkhny Udinsk in Tobolsk. Another isolator was established at Sverdlovsk. A hunger strike a few months later in Tobolsk was reported. Ibid number 9, 127, May 12, 1926, p10. 3 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 1, pages 182 to 183. Plus, according to an interview with Kursky in Izvestia, October 9, 1924, the SR leaders were then living on the outskirts of Moscow in a dacha on the Kalyuga Road. 452. The Soviet Order PT4. Day. Where the rest were sent does not appear to be records. But Gotz, after deportation, rearrest and another hunger strike, was living at the end of 1925 under house arrest in Ulyanovsk. The former Simbursk. Point 2 The SRS continued to enjoy a certain measure of respect and indulgence at this time, partly as old revolutionaries, and partly owing to the support and publicity which they received from socialist opinion abroad. But as the struggle within the party became more intense, wider use was made, on all sides, of measures of repression, and the power of the OGPU increased, and this in turn was reflected in the growing severity of the penal system for political offenses. When the political prisoners were transferred from Solovki in the summer of 1925, non-political prisoners remained. Very soon the settlement was again in use for political prisoners. Georgian men, Mensheviks who had been arrested after the Rising of August 1924, were said to have been deported there in the autumn of 1925.3. In the summer of 1924 the Soviet security organs scored a remarkable success in the arrest, public trial, condemnation and reprieve of the notorious terrorist, Boris Savinkov. In his youth, Savinkov had participated actively in the SR terrorist organization, and had written 2 revolutionary novels of distinction, The Pale Horse and That Which Was Not. Since about 1907 he had broken with the SRS, and, after the revolution, established an independent anti-Bolshevik terrorist organization which he called the League for the Defense of the Fatherland and of Liberty. During the Civil War he had been in contact with French, British, and Polish politicians hostile to Soviet Russia, including Tardieu, Winston Churchill and Piłsudski, and with French and British agents engaged in anti-Soviet activity. Later he appealed in vain to Mussolini for subsidies. Exactly how much help he received, or how much he achieved, will probably never be known. Little. These proceedings are described in detail in Socialistic Vestnik. Berlin, number 3, 97, February 18, 1925, p14, number 4, 98, March 5, 1925, p12. The assumption was apparently maintained that the consent of the prisoners to their deportation was required, with the hunger strike functioning as an effective weapon or threat. 2 Ibid number 20, 114, October 29, 1925, p11, no 23 to 24, 117 to 118, December 21, 1925, p15. 3 Ibid. No, 2 to 3, 120 to 121, February 11, 1926, that Solovki was again being used for political prisoners was implied in an article in Pravda, April 2, 1926, stressing the humane conditions now prevailing there. CHXXIV Order and Security 453. OANS exists except his own assertions. But by 1923 he had become thoroughly disillusioned. A sketch published in Paris in that year, The Black Horse, bore witness to his flagging convictions. In August 1924 he crossed the frontier in disguise with a false passport, allegedly in order to visit his agents and to study the prospects of future work in Soviet territory. On August 18, 1924, he was arrested in Minsk and his identity revealed. On August 21 he wrote a statement fully admitting his past activities, confessing his error in having treated the Soviet government as unrepresentative of the Russian people and of Russian national interests, and claiming to be regarded as a prisoner of war, rather than a criminal. The indictment was handed to him on August 23, and the trial took place on August 27 and 28. Savinkov made no attempt to deny the charges against him. They were indeed based directly on his own deposition. He described in full his contacts with foreign countries. It may be presumed that he also disclosed in private his agents and contacts in the Soviet Union. But these were not named in his statement, and no questions were asked about them at the trial. Savinkov repeated that he had undergone a change of heart and repented of his past activities against the Soviet regime. The sentence of death was pronounced, but accompanied by a recommendation to mercy in the light of the penitent attitude of the accused. A decree of VTSIK was at once issued commuting the sentence to one of imprisonment for 10 years. On May 12, 1925, it was announced in the press that Savinkov had died in prison a few days earlier. He was understood to have committed suicide, but no details were divulged of the manner of his death. Savinkov's surrender and recantation symbolized the end of a period. Savinkov was the last important White Russian engaged, with intermittent foreign backing, in organized terrorist. Once Savinkov's arrest was not announced in the press till August 29, 1924, when communiques reporting the arrest, trial, and sentence appeared in all the principal newspapers. The trial proceedings were fully reported in Pravda and Izvestia, August 31, 1924, and long translated extracts appeared in National Presa Correspondence, number 116, September 5, 1924, pages 1516 to 1519. Number 117, September 9, 1924, pages 1532 to 1533. The indictment, Savinkov's statement of August 21, a full record of the trial, and the decree of VTSIK were published in Boris Savinkov Pierdo and Wikoligi Iverkautnigo Suda. SSSR, 1924, facsimiles of notes and letters written by him in prison in September-October 1924 appeared in an appendix. 454, the Soviet Order. Point 4. Activities against the Soviet regime, and, with the disbandment of all left opposition parties, organized opposition to the Soviet regime might be said to have come to an end. Throughout the 1920s nearly all the numerous Russian parties opposed to the Bolsheviks continued to maintain, though with increasing difficulty, some form of organization in Paris, Berlin, or Prague. A daily cadet newspaper Poslední Novosti flourished in Paris, under the editorship of Mlyakov. The Menshevik journal, Socialistic Vestnik, the best written and best informed of the emigre publications, since the Menshevik group contained by far the highest quota of intellectuals, appeared twice monthly, with occasional gaps. In Berlin, the SR Revolutionary Russia. Less regularly, in Prague, a left SR journal Znamaya Borby and a right-wing cadet sheet RUL came out intermittently in Berlin. But none of these groups now had any serious contacts with the Soviet Union or exercised any influence there. From 1925 onwards, opposition in the Soviet Union took on a different character of dissent within the party. This, apart from the remote and occasional bogey of foreign intervention, was all that the regime now had to fear. Security no longer meant the defense of the Soviets against the champions of the ancien regime. It no longer meant, within the Soviets, the defense of Bolshevik revolution against the challenge of dissident parties of the left. It meant, within the Bolshevik party, the defense of a specific ruling group or order. And this in turn involved a conspicuous change in the character and functions of the security organs. The repressive powers of the OGPU were henceforth directed primarily against opposition in the party, which was the only effective form of opposition in the state. Notia. Local finance. In the policies aiming at the revitalization of the Soviets and the creation of an efficient machinery of local government, the establishment of local financial autonomy played a subsidiary, but important, part. Under the regime of war communism, the financial arrangements of both central and local authorities had been chaotic. In theory, all revenues and expenditure had been directly controlled by Narkomfin, local organs having no recognized financial powers. In this respect, as in others, the introduction of net brought a return to more familiar procedures. The restoration of the financial autonomy of local, meaning, in the first instance, provincial authorities had been decided in principle in the autumn of 1921. During the next 2 years, the size and importance of provincial budgets had been gradually increased by the haphazard method of imposing on the provincial authorities fresh obligations and assigning to them fresh sources of revenue. Though, since the latter never fully balanced the former, direct state aid to the provincial budgets continued to be necessary. Financial autonomy and independent budgets were also gradually restored to the counties, though as late as 1923 many county budgets were said to be still simply drafted in the financial department of the province. 3 In September 1923 Sokolnikov announced that the time had come to establish independent budgets for the rural districts, sent. And in November 1923 VTSIK adopted a temporary decree on local finances which, together with a decree on state property of local Importance, constituted a first attempt to bring order into the whole system, and was commended by Sokhonikov as a salutary retreat from the system of extreme centralization practiced between 1918 and 1921 to a system of financial decentralization. But no real independence was contemplated, since no local taxes or levies might be. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 347 to 348. Two relevant decrees are listed in R.W. Davies, The Soviet Budgetary System. 1958, p. 75. 3. Vestnik Finansov, No. 1, January 1924, pages 132 to 136. 4. G. Sokhonikov, Finansov I Politika Revolution, 2, 1926, 133 to 139. Estrid Sessiad Central Nogo Ispolitelnogo Komitet SSSR, 1923, p. 75. The decree is in Postanovlini Yatrit EI Sessiad Central Nogo Ispolitelnogo Komitet SSSR, 1923, pages 80 to 128, and in Sobranio Zakonii, 1923, Note 11. 112, Art. 1045. Vol. 2 455 2G. 456. The Soviet order point. Raised without the sanction in each case of the government of the republic concerned. It is not surprising that, with this limited E/N, the development of local budgets at this time was halting and unsystematic, and, except in the Ukraine, where rural district budgets were general by the summer of 1924-7, did not go below the county level. Point 3. At the session of BTSIK in October 1924, Sokhonikov devoted a substantial section of his budget speech to local budgets, complaining that some people had not yet learned to distinguish these from the budgets of union republics and autonomous republics which formed part of the global budget of the USSR. He estimated that the total of local budgets would increase from 522 million rubles in 1923 to 1924 to 705 millions in 1924 to 1925, objected to the system of direct grants from the state budget on the ground that it deprived the local authorities of any incentive to balance their budgets, and recognized the fundamental question of the possibility of really drawing the peasantry into Soviet public life as closely bound up with the financial problem. A new and more elaborate decree on the finances of provinces, counties, and rural districts was drawn up to replace the temporary order of the previous year. Its most important provision was the substitution, for the existing system of grants from the state budget, of a system of subventions under which the state budget would undertake the payment of a certain proportion of expenses falling on the local budgets for specific purposes. On the other hand, the administrative expenses of local congresses of Soviets and executive committees as well as of local health, social insurance, and educational institutions were transferred to the local budgets. Point 5. An essential feature of the system was that local budgets, unlike the budgets of the republics, were excluded from the 11th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in January 1924, while admitting that the institution of rural district budgets would assist the organizational strengthening of the primary organs of Soviet power in the countryside, emphatically reaffirmed the complete inadmissibility of self-imposed taxes or the practice of self-taxation on the part of local authorities. SSD Sovtov RSFSRV Postanovliniak, 1939, pages 288 to 289, Sabrante. Ozakonit, 1924, number 27, art. 260. 2 V. Dyachenko, Savitsky Finanzi Vyperwafes Rajvitaya Savitskoko. Gosiderspa, I, 1947, 444. This was apparently a legacy of the Tsarist period, when local government had been more advanced in the Ukraine than elsewhere. 3. For some figures of local budgets in these years, see R.W. Davies, The Soviet Budgetary System, 1958, p. 76. Plus SSSR, Central Nispolitelny Komitet tu Soziba, tu Sestaya, 1924. Pages 158 to 162, ID, Postanovliniya, 1924, pages 43 to 88, also in Sobrani Zakonov, 1924, number 22, art. 199. 5. A year later another decree listed the purposes for which subventions would be forthcoming. These included salaries of teachers, doctors, peoples, judges, rural district or district officials, and the building of roads, schools and hospitals. Sobrani Zakonov, 1925, number 56, art. 419. 4. Local finance. 457. Unified state budget of the USSR except, of course, insofar as they dependent on subsidies from it. Kalinin was already behind the times when in April 1925 he spoke of the need to split our present unified budget into state and local budgets. But he was on more practical ground when he added that local budgets must be handed over completely to the management of local organs, and looked forward to the day when the single agricultural tax would cease to be a state tax and become a local tax. While, however, order was gradually being brought into the system of provincial and county finance, the establishment of rural district budgets was delayed both by the vested interests of the county authorities and by inability to provide a sufficient number of trained officials at the rural district level, and it proved the most contentious issue in the policy of local finance during this period. The temporary decree of November 1923 had been accompanied by a special decree ordering that rural district budgets should be established everywhere, with the exception of those republics which do not have territorial divisions corresponding to the rural district. As from January 1, 1924, the rural district authorities were to become responsible for maintaining the machinery of administration of the rural districts and the villages, and for certain social services, their revenue was to be derived from profits from small local enterprises and from a 1/10 share in the supplement levied for local revenues on the single agricultural tax. Point 2 _ 6 months later, the political importance of rural district budgets was stressed by the 13th Party Congress of May 1924. They would help to create new possibilities of developing the economic and cultural work of rural district and village Soviet organs, and of drawing the whole mass of middle and poor peasants into their work. Point 3. Progress was, however, extremely slow. Out of a sample of 31 rural districts in the RSFSR investigated by Rabkrin, only 6 had budgets for the full financial year 1923 to 1924, 16 more introduced them in the course of the year. But examination showed that these were not real budgets of the rural district authorities, but had been drawn up in the county finance department. Plus, the face to the countryside policy had by this time been set in. 1. Sovshani Povo Prozam Savitskogo Stroitelstva 1925 G. April, 1925. p. 164. The idea that the agricultural tax, being levied on the peasant, should be spent on local needs was fashionable at this time. Kamina propounded it at the 9th Ukrainian Congress of Soviets in May 1925, il. Kamina, Stati. Rishi, 12, 1926, 197 to 198. 2 Sobranio Zakonii, 1923, number 113, art. 1047. 3 VKP, B, V Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 595. 4 Savshanipovo Prozamsovitskogo Stratospa 1925 G, April, 1925. P 113. 458 The Soviet Order Point. Motion. At the beginning of October 1924 the Orgburo sent out a letter to local party committees signed by Molotov, instancing the FAPRA in many provinces to establish rural district budgets as an example of the lack of attention paid to the needs of the countryside in comparison with those of the towns. It was essential at the earliest possible moment to make the rural district a financial and economic unit. Pravda published an article demanding the creation of rural district budgets with the active participation of the peasant masses. 2 Zinoviyev's article of October 11, 1924, launching the campaign for the revitalization of the Soviets, demanded that reform should be carried down to the level of the rural district and the village. 3 The session of the TSIK of the RSFSR in October 1924, which drew up the statute for rural districts plus also adopted a special decree on rural district budgets which, in the words of the rapporteur, broadens the scope of the rural district budget and transforms it from a budget spending 63% of its revenues on administrative apparatus into a budget embracing all the basic needs of the countryside and, first and foremost, its cultural needs. 5 The decree of BTSIK on local finance, issued in the same month, registered, applied equally to provincial, county and rural district budgets. But it was easier to pass decrees than to create the necessary conditions on the spot. Apart from the Ukraine, the regions which advanced most rapidly towards financial autonomy were the newly created Ural and North Caucasian regions. Here district budgets were said to have been established on an extensive scale in 1924-1925.7, but elsewhere skepticism continued to prevail about the practicability of independent rural district budgets, both sources of local revenue and the supply of local officials were hopelessly inadequate. It seemed a council of perfection when a conference of financial officials in January 1925 looked forward to independent and stable sources of revenue for rural districts and the corresponding new districts under the Pravda. October 4, 1924, the letter was republished in Izvestiyak Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, number 2, 7. October 13, 1924, without Molotov's signature and described as a letter of the Party Central Committee. A calculation was current at this time that 20 times as much was spent from public funds on the inhabitant of a provincial capital, and 15 times as much on the inhabitant of a county town, as on the inhabitant of the countryside. Savshanipovo Prozamsovitskogo Stroitelstva 1925 G. April, 1925, p. 109. 2 Pravda, October 5, 1924, a leading article in the same sense and in even stronger terms appeared on the same date in Leningradskaya Pravda. 3 see pages 320 to 321 above. 4 see pages 321 to 322 above. 5 B Sarasiaskoik Centralny Ispolitel NYT Komitet 11 Soziva, Vitoria. Sesia, 1924, p. 200, the decree is in Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 87. Art. 878 60 p. 456 above. 7 Ryanovani SSSR, ed. K. Igorov, 1925, p. 272. 8 C, for example, articles in Pravda, December 10, 1924, January 6, 1925. Local Finance 459 4. Regionalization Scheme, dot. In the following month a decree was issued, standardizing the salaries of rural district officials. The president of a rural district executive committee was to receive from 54 to 38 rubles a month, and the secretary from 42 to 29 rubles a month, according to zones laid down in the decree. A rural district people's judge was to receive from 48 to 33 rubles. 2 But the salaries of rural district officials were at this time subject to a subvention of from 40 to 25% from the central budget, still borne on the provincial or county budgets. The campaign to make the rural districts financially autonomous now began, however, to gather weight. At its session in March 1925, VTSIK voted to extend and strengthen the rural district, or district budget. 3 An article in the party journal Bolshevik concluded that the institution of rural district budgets was a necessary condition of creating a lower Soviet apparatus which is humane and sensitive to the needs of the peasantry. Sent and Stalin in April 1925 described the organization of local budgets as providing, together with the agricultural tax, the chief tasks for party workers in the countryside. The problem was how to spend the money in the local budget and for what purposes, and how to make sure that abuses in this field will be brought to light and eradicated. 5 The question of rural district budgets was a prominent item on the agenda of the April session of the conference on the revitalization of the Soviets. It was, said Kaganovich in his opening speech, in substance the question of the transfer of certain functions from the county to the rural district executive committee, and the revitalization of the activity of the rural district executive committee. Copyright, as another delegate put it, the Soviets could not be brought to life so long as they had empty hands. A detailed resolution was adopted on ways and means of making the rural district an effective budgetary and administrative unit. The rural district was to become responsible for ministering to the cultural economic needs of the population. For this purpose property, institutions, and enterprises of local importance, including mills, the main form of local economic enterprise, kitchens, schools, and hospitals were to be placed under the management of the rural district executive committee. Rural districts would be allowed to retain profits from local enterprises and to raise independent taxes, but would be financed in the main by guaranteed Vestnik Finansov, number 1, January 1925, pages 99 to 100. 2 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 9, art. 86. 3 SSSR, Central Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sesia, Postano. Vilniya, 1925, p. 18. 4 Bolshevik, no 5 to 6, 21 to 22, March 25, 1925, pages 38 to 43. 5 Stalin, Sakhanintia, 7, 80 to 81. 6 Savshanipovo Prozamsovitskogo Stroitelstva 1925 G, April, 1928. p. 16. 7 Ibit p. 102. 460 The Soviet Order Point. Share in general revenue set apart for local needs, an ingenious p. was proposed by which rural districts would retain 70% of GHE. Supplement to the agricultural tax collected in their territory, the balance of 30% are being administered by the county as a fund to aid the poor rural districts. 2 It was under these multiplied pressures That the TSIK of the RSFSR issued in April 1925 two decrees on the rural districts, or districts, the first attempting to define and delimit their functions, the second according to them certain restricted borrowing power. 3. The crucial moment in the development of rural district budgets was probably the decision of the 14th Party Conference at the end of April 1925 that the 100 million rubles, deducted for local needs from the single agricultural tax, should be allocated to rural district budgets for the purpose of strengthening these and assisting the political and economic development of the rural district. For the 12th All Russian Congress of Soviets in May 1925 voted for a further improvement of the rural district budget and an increase in its volume, and for the transfer to it of enterprises and property of rural district significance. 5. A delegate at the Third Union Congress of Soviets in the same month noted with satisfaction that the estimates of local revenue and expenditure for 1924 to 1925 included for the first time an item of 150 million rubles covering rural district budgets, and expressly connected this innovation with the policy of revitalizing the Soviets. Registered a resolution of the Congress recommended an increase of rural district budgets to 300 million rubles in 1925 to 1926. 7. And, under an instruction of June 2, 1925, from the Sovnarkom of the USSR to the Sovnarkoms of the Union Republics, the increase was to be financed in the main by a percentage deduction from the gross receipts of the agricultural tax in each republic for the benefit of rural district or district budgets. 1. For the supplement, see Volume 1, p. 253. After 1925 it took the form of a deduction instead of a supplement. 2. Sovshchany Povo Prozam Sovetskogo Stroitelstva 1925 G. April, 1925. Pages 182 to 185. Effect was given to this recommendation in a decree of the RSFSR of December 1925 establishing regional, provincial, department and county regulating funds, designed to give support to the poorer units at each level. Sobranio Zakonit, 1925, number 92, art 668. 3 Abid number 24, art 170, number 27, art 192. Asterisk VKP, B, V Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 23. 5 SSD Sovtov RSFSR V Postanovieniak, 1939, pages 329-339. 6 Tretai SS Sovtov SSSR, 1925, p. 430, an analysis of rural district budgets in the four constituent republics of the USSR for 1924 to 1925 gave totals of 99 to 4 million rubles for the RSFSR, 39 to 9 millions for the Ukraine, 4:8 millions for White Russia and 3 millions for the Transcaucasian SFSR. Sovshchany Povo Prozam Sovetskogo Stradalstva 1925 G. April, 1925. Pages 82 to 83. 7 Treti SS Sovtov SSSR, Postanoblenia, 1925, p. 32 degrees. 8 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 37, art 279. 7 Local Finance 461. Official measures were backed up by an instruction of the Party Trial Committee of June 18, 1925, to local party organizations, which received wide publicity. It issued a warning against the skeptical attitude towards the consolidation of the rural district as a financial economic unit prevalent in many localities, and insisted on the urgent need to introduce rural district or district budgets and to train local officials capable of drawing them up and managing them. Finally, rural district or district budgets were placed on a firm basis by a decree of BTSIK of August 14, 1925. Local administrative, social, and cultural institutions were henceforth to be carried on the rural district budget. Revenues were to include receipts from small local enterprises, from the agricultural tax and from percentage shares in other state levies and revenues derived from the district. 2 Statistics for all local budgets in the USSR showed that in the year 1924 to 1925, 34,7% of expenditure was devoted to cultural and social purposes, 29,2 to economic enterprises, 20.6 to administration, including judicial administration, and 15 to 5% to unclassified headings. 3 of the rural district budgets of 1924 to 1925 in the RSFSR, 39% was spent on administration, 34.5% on education, 5% on medical services, the rest on roads, agricultural aid, and fire and other minor public services plus medical services were primitive. Many rural districts did not have a single hospital. For the same year more than 470% of local revenues in the RSFSR, the Ukrainian SSR, the Transcaucasian SFSR and the Uzbek SSR came from what were classified as local sources. But more than half of the amount came from economic enterprises under local management. In the other two Union republics, where such enterprises were fewer, the proportion of local receipts to total revenue was also lower, and most of the remainder from supplements to Union taxes. The proportion derived from local taxes remained insignificant. 5. Once rural district budgets had become a reality, the logical next step was the creation of village budgets. TLE same argument was heard that the village Soviet could never be effective without financial. One is Vestiyak Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskaya Istikskoyperdit, Vol. Shabikov, No 22 to 23, 97 to 98, June 22, 1925, p. 145 Pravda, June 23, 1925. 2 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 53, art 400. 3 See the table in Vidyachenko, Savitsky Finansi Vyperwafes Rajvitaya. Savitskogo Gosiderspa, I, 1947, 438. In an increasing total budget, the percentages were fairly constant from year to year, but interesting divergencies were shown in the percentages for the different republics. 4 Vestnik Finansov, number 6, June 1925, pages 123 to 124, Sovshchany. Voprozam Savitskogo Stroitelstva 1925 G. Cent April, 1925, pages 108 to 110. 5 See the table in Vidyachenko, Savitsky Finansi Vyperwafes Rajvitaya. Savitskogo Gosiderspa, I, 1947, 443. The percentages did not vary significantly in the following year. 462 The Soviet order point powers, and the same practical objections presented themselves. J. Even stronger form. In August 1924 a decree of the USSR recognized the right of local Soviets to vote voluntary contributions for local needs. But, since it was made clear that these were obligatory only for those voting for them, and since the consent of the rural district executive committee was required in each case, it did little to strengthen the authority of the village Soviets. The statute for village Soviets, adopted by the TSIK of the RSFSR in October 1924 to prescribe that village revenues and expenditures formed part of the rural district budget. The village soviet was responsible to its electors and to the rural district executive committee for sums placed at its disposal. But these were petty grants for specific purposes. The average annual budget, in the sense of the word, of the village soviet in the RSFSR was not more than 200 or 300 rubles. In the province of Kharkov in the Ukraine, where villages tended to be larger and local administration more developed, it reached 2 rubles. 3 conditions were, however, not uniform, and practiced probably outran theory. In one form or another, wrote a commentator at this time, whether in the form of voluntary self-taxation or of services in kind, the village draws up its estimates and has its budget. 4. The statute of October 1924 admitted that in exceptional cases, and with the special authority of the provincial executive committee, enlarged village soviets might acquire budgetary rights. In the same month, the Volga German Autonomous Republic, where the peasant population was far more advanced, economically and culturally, than anywhere else in the Soviet Union, instituted village soviet budgets. The village soviets were to receive revenue from local enterprises and from a share in local dues and taxes, and were responsible for the upkeep of elementary schools, local roads, and the fire service. 5. But this appears to have been unique at the time. A decree of the TSIK of the RSFSR of December 8, 1924, recalled previous prohibitions on the levying of taxes by local authorities, declared that these prohibitions had been infringed, and threatened penalties for future infractions registered. 1 Sobrany Zakonov, 1924, number 6, art. 69 2 CP 322 above. 3 Sovshany Povo Prozam Savitsko Gostroitelstva 1925 G, April, 1925. Pages 66 to 67. Plus Ryodorovany SSSR, ed. K. Igorov, 1925, p. 274. 8 for this development see Planovi Hozyaispo, number 6, 1925, pages 216 to 217. This article contains a detailed discussion of the question of village budgets. Figures for the village budgets of the Volga German Republic for 1924 to 1925 are given in Ryodorovany SSSR, ed. K. Igorov, 1925, pages 276 to 277. 6 Sobrany Zakonii, 1925, number 1, art. 4. For earlier prohibition see p. 456, note 1 above. For local finance 463. The campaign for the revitalization of the Soviets and the insistence on the importance of rural district budgets led at the beginning of 1925 to a movement in party circles for budgets for village Soviets. On April 1, 1925, on the eve of the second session of the Conference on Revitalization, Pravda featured a letter from a peasant voicing the demand, and at the conference itself Kalinin repeated the argument that, if we want the local Soviets really to become organs of the sovereign people, this cannot of course be achieved without a financial basis. No formal proposals were made, but several delegates declared that the village Soviets could not exist without exacting both service in kind and contributions, and complained of inability to enforce payment against the 2 or 3% who held aloof. The representative of Narkompin, while adamant against village budgets, was sympathetic to service in kind. His reply to one of the advocates of budgets did not lack cogency. When Comrade Konovalov says that service in kind is the worst form of self-taxation, and that this involves some sort of contradiction in our proposal, he is profoundly mistaken. He does not reckon with the political and economic circumstances in which we are living. If we take into account the excess of labor power in the countryside, the less than full use of working animals, and the absence of opportunity to apply this labor power for the purpose of receiving a monetary equivalent, it is, I think, absolutely inappropriate from the political and economic point of view to speak of monetary self-taxation in net conditions. We say, so long as the necessity exists to repair bridges and roads, to maintain fire protection, post horses, cartage of wood, etc., and these requirements are not catered for in the rural district budget, it is essential to resort to one form or another of service in kind. The most that could be done would be to allow individual peasants to buy exemption from service in kind by monetary payment. It was a thorny subject. The primitive standard of living and efficiency in the Soviet village impeded even the introduction of a monetary economy. The resolution of the conference, in an attempt to appease the champions of village Soviet budgets, admitted that the accounts of village Soviets might be drawn up separately within the rural district budget, and added a grudging footnote. In particular cases, in the largest village Soviets, the creation of a village budget with the permission of the provincial executive committee is recognized as possible. 1 Sovshany Povo Prozam Savitsko Gostroitelstva. 1925 G, April, 1925. Pages 164 to 165. 2 of it pages 103, 107, 119. 464. The Soviet order point. A special inquiry was recommended into the economic and political desirability of retaining certain forms of service in kind. E. The conference as a whole gave little encouragement to proposals to revitalize the village Soviet by making it a financial and budgetary unit. The 12th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in the following month demanded that attention should be given to the greatest possible cover for the needs of village Soviets, but only by way of allocations from the increased rural district budget. 2 Narkompin remained unalterably opposed to schemes for village Soviet budgets on the ground that not enough trained officials were available even to run the rural district budgets. 3 A few localities seem to have experimented spasmodically with village budgets. A project was announced to introduce them in the North Caucasian region on October 1, 1925.4. About the same time, attempts were made to extend village budgets to the larger villages in the Ukraine, the size of which had recently been increased in the process of regionalization, but without much success. 5 Everywhere the primitive level of the village Soviet continued to impede any serious progress towards its financial autonomy, nor does any general inquiry appear to have been made into the imposition of service in kind by village Soviets. This was perhaps a matter more easily settled by customary prescription than by official regulation. The last enactment on local finance in this period was a detailed decree adopted by VTSIK at its session of April 1926 to replace the decree of October 1924.6. Its main purpose was to carry the process of decentralization down from the department and the county to the city, the rural district and the district. City and rural district budgets, explained the rapporteur, were to become the fundamental cells of the system of local taxation. While, however, he linked village budgets with city and rural district budgets as a means of contact with the masses, he was less encouraging about their prospects. It would be necessary in the first instance to study the experiment of Village budgets in the few villages where they had been introduced. 1 Savshani Povo Prozam Savitsko Gosaroyals 1925 G. April, 1925. Pages 184 to 185. 2 for this resolution CP 460, note 5 above. 3 Vestnik Finansov, number 7, July 1925, P 252. 4 Planovihozyaispo, number 6, 1925, P 216, for an experiment with village budgets in the Ural region Sirat SSSR, ed. K. E. Grove. 1925, P 275. 5 SSSR, Central Ni Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2 Sesia, 1926. P 441, for the concentration of villages CP 298 above. 6 SSSR, Central Ni Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soksiva, 2 Sesia, Postino. Viliniya, 1926, P 76, the decree is also in Sobrani Zakhanov, 1926, number 31. Art. 199 for the decree of October 1924 CP 456 above. For local finance 465. Nor should it be supposed that decentralization implied any weakening of control by the central authorities. Such control was required by the principle of planning and by the necessity of subventions. But, subject to this limitation, direct control was to be transferred from the Union to the Republican governments. In reply to questions, the rapporteur agreed that villages might exercise a right of self-taxation in the form of service in kind for road building, but the consent of the Rural District Executive Committee should be required. The decree declared the district, rural district, and city budgets to be the fundamental local budgets, the budgets of the higher local authorities being regulating budgets in relation to the lower budgets. This measure of devolution, designed to bring financial administration into closer contact with the population, appears to have been its main significance. For the rapporteur's speech and concluding remarks, see SSSR, Central. Ni Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2 Sestaya, 1926, pages 882 to 916, 1024 to 1035. Note B. Peasant Committees of Mutual Aid. The Peasant Committees of Mutual Aid, Kreskami, which had been a subject AF dissension at the 13th Party Congress in May 1924, were among the institutions called on to play their part in the general policy of strengthening relations with the countryside. An attempt to breathe new life into them was made in a decree of the RSFSR of September 1924. This defined their functions as the rendering of aid to families of soldiers and war veterans and, in general, to the poorest parts of the population, the struggle with the problems of homeless children, prostitution, and drunkenness, and the organization of cooperatives and other forms of collective enterprise. This last measure was apparently expected to provide funds for the Kreskami, which were otherwise dependent solely on the contributions of members. The only recognition in the decree of the class character which some had wished to impart to the Kreskami was the inclusion among their functions of the provision of legal aid, especially to those seeking solution of oppressive labor contracts. Point 2 underscore the decree settled nothing, while some continued to hope, and some to fear, that the Kreskami would emulate the role of the committees of poor peasants of 1918 by leading a new campaign against the Kulak. Others drew attention to the apparently more immediate danger that they would fall under the domination of the Kulaks. Point 3 Kalinin, the strongest official champion of the Kreskami, admitted that many regarded them with doubt and dissatisfaction, and was reduced to the argument that, since the Soviet government was faced with the exceptionally difficult task of organizing the millions of peasants in a country where habits of organization are particularly weak, it could not afford to neglect the help which even the Kreskami could render. Asterisk. In one respect, the Kreskami repeated the history of the committee. They, too, were potential rivals of the village Soviets and excited opposition on that score. The Conference on the Revitalization of the Soviets. 1 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 148 to 149. 2 Sobranie Zakhaneti, 1924, number 81, art. 813. 3 Bolshevik, no 12 to 13, October 20, 1924, p. 85. The opposite complaint was also heard that provincial and county party committees sometimes interfered in the affairs of the local Kreskami, claiming to nominate their presidiums and dispose of their funds. Pravda, October 3, 1924. Plus Leningradskaya Pravda, October 6, 1924. 466. PT for Peasant Committees of Mutual Aid 467. Hitchmet in January and April 1925 was on the whole unfavorable. Tiog Kreskami. Kiselev, an official spokesman, thought that the Rural District Executive Committees should direct to some extent the activity of the Kreskami, and launched a violent attack on the corruption of Kreskami officials. In some cases the payments made to them swallowed up more than 80% of the revenue of the committee. In others the officials had broken up and sold for timber buildings placed at the disposal of the committee. Some Kreskami ran efficient enterprises and made profits, but this was at the expense of the village or rural district Soviet organs for whose benefit the enterprises could otherwise be run. Other critics alleged that mutual aid was absent from everything but the name of the committees. At best they administered direct aid on social security principles. At worst, they persuaded the middle peasant to lend his horse to the poor peasant in return for an undertaking by the poor peasant to scythe and reap and thresh for him, thus organizing a form of concealed exploitation. Another speaker excused the faults of the Kreskami on the ground that they were utilized by Kulaks. Point 2 underscore a more popular criticism was directed against the multiplicity of organizations in the village meeting, the Mir, the village Soviet, the peasant committee of mutual aid. The Kreskami were not only lifeless, but put a break on the work of the village Soviets. Point 3 only one delegate had a point to make in their favor. The peasants say, the committee of mutual aid is ours, it works for us. The village Soviet is not ours, it oppresses us. Point 4. Molotov at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925 mentioned the committees without enthusiasm, and noted with approval a reduction in their number due to the elimination of many paper Kreskami. Point 5 3 months later a party report admitted that the mistrustful attitude of the peasants to the Kreskami was shared by many lower party workers. Point 6 The committees continued to exist for several years, but never attained social or political importance. A detached observer, summing up their record in 1927, thought that they fell between two stools, being neither genuine charitable organizations nor genuine cooperatives, and called them a stillborn institution. Point 7 Yensov Shanipovo Prozam Savitsko Gostroitelstva 1925 G. April, 1925. pp 23 to 24. 2 Ibid pages 34, 35, 52. 3 Ibid pages 44, 64. 4 Ibid p 51. 314 SSV Sasoy Communistic Party, B. 1926, p 70. 6 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Visasoy Communistic Exploited, B. Number 8, 129, March 1, 1926, p1. 7 a.m. Bolshakov, Savitsky Derivna, 1977 to 1927, 1927, p. 149. Note C. Revolutionary legality. The elusive concept of revolutionary legality continued to play an important role in the discussion of legal and administrative questions. In the middle 1920s, it had first arisen in the period 1921-1922 when it had served to provide an ideological basis both for the system of regular civil law relations required by NEP, and for a system of uniform administration under legal guarantees to replace the uninhibited initiative of revolutionary caprice. In the latter capacity it was closely associated with the office of the procurator who became the supreme custodian of revolutionary legality. The qualifying epithet revolutionary was at this time commonly forgotten, and the concept appeared to represent the principles of security and uniformity as against the principles of revolution and class warfare. It was no accident that the face to the countryside policy, adopted in the autumn of 1924, followed by the turn towards the well-to-do peasant and the campaign for the revitalization of the Soviets, should have inspired a renewal of the cult of revolutionary legality. Bukharin commended it in November 1924 as a forced normalization of the Soviet regime in the interest of the peasant, and declared that the peasant must have before him Soviet order, Soviet right. Soviet job point to the days when the peasantry was interested in the forcible acquisition of landowners' land, or when the poor peasant was incited to seize the stocks of the Kudak, were as far away as the days when the Bolsheviks were concerned to overthrow legally constituted authority. The government now wanted only to govern the well-to-do peasant to possess and to cultivate, both needed the stability of law. Molotov explained apologetically that Lenin's famous phrase loot what has been looted from you had been uttered in the most heated period of October, and had been intended merely as a paraphrase in plain Russian of the expropriation of the expropriators. 3 Semashko, the People's Commissar for Health, offered a more homely illustration of the function of law. 1 see Volume 1, pages 74 to 75, 81 to 85. 2 Bolshevik, number 14, November 5, 1924, p. 34. 3 Pravda, December 9, 1924, for the phrase see the Bolshevik Revolution. 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 94. 468. pt for revolutionary legality. 469. Once a citizen has by our laws the right to possess a complete suit of clothes, nobody has the right to strip him on the principle of equality simply because he happens to meet on the street a man without a suit of clothes. Revolutionary legality seemed in this context the very expression of the policy which Bukharin attempted to crystallize in the unfortunate slogan enrich yourselves. But the other special connotation of revolutionary legality, the rule of law in administration, was also important, and typical of a time when the establishment of an orderly and efficient Soviet system in the countryside had become a major objective. The discussion on revolutionary legality at the conference on the revitalization of the Soviets in January 1925 too was a direct contribution to this purpose. Kaganovich expressly commended it on the ground of its appeal to the peasant. We must and can here and now make the peasant feel that we are striving, not in word but in deed, to combat cases of caprice, bureaucratism, corruption, and all kinds of irregularities such as we have at present. 3. Kalinin in turn explained that revolutionary legality signifies that it is indispensable to resort as little as possible to administrative orders. One might say, to administrative caprice, even if this caprice pursues the most excellent ends, and that it is indispensable to introduce scrupulous regularity in the sphere of administration, and the conference readily passed a resolution on strengthening the principles of revolutionary legality. 4 The question was pursued at the 14th Party Conference 3 months later, where revolutionary legality appeared for the first time as an item on the party agenda. On the eve of the conference, Pravda published the text of Lenin's confidential letter of May 1922 complaining of the sea of lawlessness in which Soviet affairs were immersed, and of local influence as the great enemy of legality. The conference took the hint, adding to its resolution in support of revolutionary legality the qualification especially in the lower organs of government. Registered a resolution of the Third Congress of Soviets of the USSR in the following month once more identified. 1 Pravda, December 30, 1924. 2 CP 326 above. 3 Sovshanikovo Prozam Savitsko Gostroitelstvo 1925 G. Yanver. 1925, p. 115. At the session of the conference in April 1925 one delegate alleged that local militiamen freely arrest peasants at any time you can settle with them later, and that this happened almost everywhere and on almost every question. ID, April, 1925, p. 164. 4 ID, Yanver, 1925, pages 210, 219 to 221. 5 Pravda, April 23, 1925, for the letter C volume 1, pages 81 to 82. 6 VKP, B, V Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 25. 470 The Soviet order point. Revolutionary legality with the struggle against administrative caprice, bribe-taking, rude and inconsiderate treatment of citizens and in general examples of abuse of power of every kind. Bukharin explained that revolutionary legality should replace all remnants of administrative caprice, even if that should be revolutionary. 2 The cult of legality, while it registered the victory of the new phase of the revolution which had set in with NEP, was specifically directed to the practical task of improving the administration, and continued to be associated with the policy of revitalizing the local Soviets. The strengthening of revolutionary legality brought enhanced authority and prestige to the procurator of the Supreme Court. Among the concrete recommendations of the conference on the revitalization of the Soviets was one that representatives of the procurator's department should tour the villages to inspect the administration, and to receive and examine complaints of the population against bureaucratism, administrative caprice and similar breaches of the law. 3. During the next year this part of the procurator's functions multiplied rapidly. 4 The work ran parallel to that of Rabkrin, the procurator being concerned with legality, Rabkrin with efficiency, and an attempt was made, no doubt in default of other personnel, to draw the Rabkers and cell corps into it. At the 14th Party Conference in April 1925, Solz eulogized them as defenders of revolutionary legality against administrative abuses. The Journal of Narkom Nudel described the procurator and the Rabkers and cell corps as blood brothers, and gave an account of the large number of reports on offenses of all kinds sent by Rabkers and cell corps to the office of the Moscow Provincial Procurator registered. 1 Sobrany Zakhanov, 1925, number 35, art. 247. 2 N. Bukharin, Putke Socialism 1 Rabaki I Kreskin Skitsoyas, 1925. PYN according to a report of Skripnik from the Ukraine, representatives of the Procurator first appeared in the districts and villages in 1924. At the outset this caused friction with party workers, but later it was recognized that they had done good work in checking administrative abuses. Radianskaya Ukraina, number 13. 19, April 1926, pages 9 to 20. Initial friction with the party is confirmed in Bolshevik, number 1, January 15, 1926, p. 43, and Sovetske Stroitelstvo, Spornik. 4b, 1926, 68 to 69. 4b Last Sovtov, number 44, November 1, 1925, pages 4 to 6, under the title The Struggle for Revolutionary Legality reviewed the complaints received by provincial offices of the Procuratorship in the first half of 1925, 14,000 in all. In the first half of 1926 the Procurator's Department is said to have received 166,000 complaints. Sovetske Stroitelstvo, Spornik, 4b, 1926, 63. But it is not clear that the figures are comparable. 5 Keter Nadsatag and French Styrostiskat Communistikiskat Pradid, Vol. Shabikov, 1925, pages 248, 251 to 252. 6 V Last Sovtov, number 30, July 26, 1925, pages 18 to 19. Their activities as informers can hardly have increased their popularity locally. Kulaks and simply criminal elements were said to be carrying on a campaign to bring for revolutionary legality. 471. Circular of the Central Control Commission instructed local organs of Rabprin to keep in touch with the Rabkors and Selkors in their regions and draw them into the work of Rabprin and of the control commissions. At a later period, when agrarian policy had moved towards the left, and when it was desired to discredit Bukharin, attention was once more drawn to the epithet revolutionary applied to legality, and the undue emphasis placed at this time on legality pure and simple was treated as a deviation against the Rabkor and Selkor charges that discredit him. Ibid number 5, January 31, 1926, p4. Later they were commonly believed to act as informers for the OGPU. Once Pravashnik Partinago Ravonica, v. 1925, 1926, pages 506 to 507. Vol. 2a. List of abbreviations. Supplementary to list in volume I, pages 537 to 539. Glopolit Prosvet equals Glabny Politico Prosvetidalny Komitet, Chief Com. Committee for Political Education. Ispart equals Komitet po Istoria Oktyabrskoy Revolutsiai Visaso. Unoi Communistikiskoy Party, Committee of the All-Union Communist Party for the History of the October Revolution. Kombus Communistikiskovis Shiachid Nozevdany. Communist Higher Education Establishment. Map equals Moskovskia Assotsiatsiya Proletarski Pisatele. Moscow Association of Proletarian Writers. Narkomayust equals Narodny Commissariat Justitii, People's Commissariat of Justice. Orgerspread equals Organization o Raspredalitelny Organization and Distribution Section. Polit Prosvet Politico Prosvetidalny Komitet. Committee for Political Education. Per equals Politichesko Upravlnye. Rebo and Sovta, Political Administration of the Revolutionary Military Council. RAP, Ruskaya Assotsiatsiya Proletarskih. Pisatele, Russian. Association of Proletarian Writers. Sobnarkoz equals Sovet Narodnogo Hozyaisva. Council of National Economy. Utraspread equals Uchit no Raspredalitelny. Etal, Account and Distribution Section. VLKSM equals Visa Soyuzny. Leninsky Communisticheski Soyuz. Militezi, All Union Leninist Communist League of Youth. V7 equals Glavno. Upravlnye VC Shigovo Enigo. Obu. Chiniya, Chief Administration of Universal Military Training. ZSFSR equals Zakavkaskia. Underscore Sotsialistikeskia Federativnaya. Sovetskaya Respublika, Transcaucasian Socialist Federal Soviet Republic. 473. Band.